In the realm of gaming, one emerges as a king, surrounded by a fervent band of companions, embarking on a tale intertwined with youth, ideals, friendship, and love. Chapter 1. There are no noobs, only greater noobs. Tang Li believed that aside from his slightly handsome appearance, he possessed almost no redeeming qualities. Of course, this singular trait was merely a figment of his own imagination. Like the majority of his contemporaries, upon entering university, his once fervent thirst for knowledge was swiftly eroded by the emptiness of campus life. University was a far cry from his expectations. He had envisioned it as a splendid ivory tower. Yet upon his self-proclaimed arrival as a prodigy, he discovered that it was not only an ivory tower, but also the most debauched and depraved one imaginable. Perhaps due to the adage of you are the company you keep, he initially engaged in soccer and participated in departmental activities. However, within a mere 2.5 months, his interests aligned with those of his dubious friends, reducing to the singular pursuit of flirting with girls. Though they claimed to be pursuing romance, not one among them, including Tang Li, had successfully wooed a girl. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, relishing the pastime of loitering by the school paths, drooling over the legs of passing girls, euphemistically referring to it as flower appreciation. In addition to this, they found other diversions to alleviate their monotonous leisure time, such as bullying novices in games. Bullying novices, as the name suggests, involved tormenting beginners, a pastime that proved to be more entertaining than anything else. At that moment, Tang Li was engaged in this amusing endeavor in a small, dimly lit internet cafe just outside the school. This CAF was modest, housing merely 20 or 30 computers. Many assumed such a small and murky establishment was only frequented during the late hours for unsavory activities. However, that was far from the truth. In this little den, known as Hero Internet CAF, Tang Li and a few friends were deeply immersed in exhilarating combat against their opponents. They were playing Counter-Strike, a game colloquially referred to as Half-Life. Curiously, this game lacked substantial content. It merely involved two teams continuously battling each other. Death was inconsequential, as one could respawn infinitely until dizzy from the relentless mayhem. It appeared rather simplistic, yet many young men during their university years fell madly in love with this game. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Tang Li curled up in his chair, his keyboard not resting on the desk, but rather cradled in one arm on his thigh, while his other hand furiously clicked the mouse. He shouted at the screen, "Go, damn it, no grenades allowed!" The map they played on was Ice World, a favorite among novices. This map was particularly beloved by beginners due to the variety of weapons scattered across the spawn points, eliminating the need to purchase firearms. The small size of the map meant immediate encounters, saving time and allowing for pure, unadulterated enjoyment. Most importantly, the map was shaped like a T, enabling players to sneak around and ambush their foes from behind, a rather underhanded tactic that suited Tang Li's style perfectly. With a score of 9-1, it was increasingly rare to encounter a team so inept, and even more astonishing that such a team would willingly subject themselves to humiliation. Seizing the opportunity, they relished in the thrill of domination. At this moment, Tang Li was in a state of euphoric abandon, even his posture reflecting his flamboyance. Bang! 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 The AK-47 unleashed a torrent of bullets. Those familiar with CS knew that the AK was best suited for precise shots. Yet Tang Li, being a novice, disregarded such nuances, holding down the mouse button and unleashing a barrage that sent bullets soaring toward the heavens. He emptied an entire magazine, and fortunately, the last enemy fell mere meters from him. 10-1. Tang Li could not contain his laughter. However, in his moment of mirth, he leaned back in his chair, a precarious move indeed. "Mother!" Accompanied by Tang Li's melodramatic exclamation, he toppled backward along with the chair. Tang Li braced for a painful fall, yet before he could hit the ground, he was steadied by someone behind him. Behind him stood two beautiful girls who had been quietly observing for some time. In such a small, smoky, and sweat-scented internet CAF, encountering even one decent-looking girl was rare, let alone two. How could Tang Li possibly ignore them? These two must have been captivated by my flamboyant gameplay, he thought, perhaps due to his relatively thick skin. The pinnacle of flirting, he recalled his roommate Zhu Yiping's advice, was not to pursue girls, but rather to allow them to pursue you. One must never cling to them, as that would only breed aversion instead. Feigning indifference would pique their interest, a surefire way to win over beautiful women. Thus, despite his initial shock, Tang Li confidently tossed his hair and, emulating Stephen Chow's style, uttered, "Thank you." Afterward, he turned back, intent on continuing his conquest. Ignoring her would surely make her curious. He chuckled lewdly to himself. Let her witness my extraordinary marksmanship and reflexes. Perhaps she would fall for me. Tang Li mused, his desire to impress igniting a fervor within him as he charged forward. However, in his haste, he exposed himself too soon, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire from 4 or 5 opponents. Damn it, Tang Li fumed, slamming his mouse down. Turning around, he caught sight of the girl who had steadied him, now stifling a laugh. Her smile was radiant, like a blooming flower. Yet, at such a moment, Tang Li felt her laughter was directed at his skills. What are you laughing at? If you're not convinced, let's settle it in a duel. Sure, she replied with a slight smile, her tone casual, and then she sat down at a machine opposite him. The patrons in the CAF, noticing the beautiful girl challenging Tang Li, abandoned their games to gather around in anticipation. Tang Li quickly set up a new match, the map, Still Ice World. He thought to himself, I must not lose to a girl that would be utterly shameful. However, his concerns were unfounded. After 3 rounds, the girl was eliminated without ever laying eyes on him. This girl evidently had no skill in CS, and while Tang Li usually relished the opportunity to dominate novices, he found himself reluctant to humiliate someone so lovely. The girl, unperturbed, chuckled, this game is quite challenging. Never mind, since you're clearly not adept, it's pointless to continue. Shall we call it quits? Tang Li suggested. I may not be good at this game, but how about we switch to something else? She replied, her smile enchanting. Tang Li was not limited to just CS, he had dabbled in various games at the CAF. Thus, with confidence, he asked, what would you like to play? How about Warcraft? Warcraft, referring to Warcraft 3, was a game Tang Li had played occasionally, enough to hold his own against a simple AI. Hence, he felt reassured. All right, let's play what you know, and I'll ensure your defeat is thorough. This delicate beauty was clearly a novice in electronic sports, and Tang Li felt emboldened, swiftly exiting CS and establishing a new game in Warcraft. The map chosen was Lost Temple, a classic from StarCraft, known as the Lost Temple in Chinese. In truth, this was the only Warcraft map Tang Li had ever played, characterized by 4 spawn points surrounding a dilapidated temple, with a fountain of life at the center that allowed players to restore their unit's health during the night when the guarding monsters were asleep. However, none of this mattered to Tang Li. As soon as the game commenced, he selected the undead faction, primarily drawn by the allure of the Frost WIRM. In the lore of Warcraft, ancient dragons would migrate to the cold northern land of Northrend to await their demise when their lives were nearing an end. Over time, countless dragon skeletons littered the landscape. Upon the Lich King Ner'zhul's conquest of Northrend, he revived these dragon bones using powerful magic. The resurrected dragons could unleash an icy breath that would freeze their enemies. Tang Li was unaware of the lore, he simply found the Frost WIRM to be incredibly cool. At this moment, the girl entered his game, her ID displayed as star, and she chose the Night Elf race. As the game began, Tang Li focused on constructing Frost WRMS in his base, while the girl, unable to wait, inadvertently wiped out his peasants with her demon hunter. Tang Li exclaimed, "Why are you here so early? I haven't even declared the start of the match." Tang Li is undoubtedly a novice. When novices engage in games like Warcraft or StarCraft, they typically focus on their own development until they reach maximum population capacity, at which point they can no longer produce units, and only then do they agree to engage in a decisive battle. Tang Li considers this entirely reasonable. If you disrupt my development, isn't that akin to playing unfairly? The beautiful girl does not hold it against him, merely smiles and retreats. It is not until over 20 minutes have passed that Tang Li finally reaches full population. Gazing at the screen filled with frost dragons, he leers mischievously. Now we're ready to fight. Are you really ready? Of course. Enough with the chatter, just wait for me. Tang Li, in high spirits, directs his legion of frost dragons to seek out the beautiful girl's base. Upon discovering her stronghold, Tang Li, lacking tactical knowledge, merely orders all his forces to assault her base, crossing his arms and preparing to enjoy the ensuing spectacle. The beautiful girl's army is not particularly large, there seems to be no reason for defeat. Yet, the situation unfolds unexpectedly. With swift keystrokes that resemble a graceful dance, she deftly commands her troops, and in mere moments, Tang Li's forces are utterly annihilated. What the hell? So you're a master at Warcraft, playing the fool to catch the wise. That's quite unethical of you. Tang Li, who had anticipated an easy victory, is left speechless. Actually, in the realm of Warcraft esports, I wouldn't consider myself a master. To me, you are the true, undisputed champion, the beautiful girl states earnestly. To utter such words after winning the match is rather chilling, Tang Li muses. However, the beautiful girl approaches him, taking his hand gently and caressing it. These hands should be used for playing Warcraft. After saying this, she turns back to share a soft smile with another beautiful girl, and the two depart, leaving Tang Li in a state of bewilderment. Is she mocking me after winning? That seems unlikely. Could it be that she harbors a secret affection for me? No, that feels even more implausible. Several hours later, the two beautiful girls who had battled Tang Li are resting in a luxurious hotel room. Yunjie, did you take a detour to participate in this competition just to see which boy? One of the girls inquires curiously. The girl referred to as Yunjie, engrossed in examining clippings, nods. You don't understand. In my heart, he has always been an opponent I have never managed to defeat. Yunjie's statement carries a hint of mystery, leaving Kuyu somewhat puzzled. Yunjie, you're already a top-tier master in domestic Warcraft esports. How can he possibly be your opponent? Yunjie smiles faintly, closing her scrapbook. Kuyu knows that Yunjie has a habit of collecting reports from competitions she has participated in, and her scrapbook is already quite thick. Kuyu has also perused these clippings, as they chronicle the journey of the Night Elf Star. However, she has never paid attention to a particular clipping. 3 years prior at the WG Finals, the favored champion only withdrew from the Warcraft esports scene due to drug poisoning, a star falling from grace, vanishing without a trace. In that tournament, it was Star, wielding the Night Elves, who claimed victory, subsequently establishing herself among the elite in domestic Warcraft esports. It is rare to find female players in professional gaming, especially beautiful ones. Thus, Star earned the illustrious title of Night Elf Star. Chapter 2. Growing amidst vegetables. After the two enchanting ladies departed, Tang Li stared blankly at the screen, still logged into the game, and no matter how hard he pondered, he could not comprehend how he could be defeated by so many frost dragons. Ha ha, having been bested by a delicate woman, I surmise your heart is presently brimming with resentment, grievance, and rage, and your mind. Does she signify an exclamation mark, a question mark, or perhaps an ellipsis? The speaker was Han Tai, who had just been on the same Counter-Strike team. Go to hell. Tang Li typically relished engaging in playful banter and friendly jibes with his friends, yet at this moment, he was too preoccupied contemplating why he could not triumph over the multitude of frost dragons to spar with Han Tai. Han Tai gently patted Tang Li on the shoulder and consoled him. It's really no big deal to be defeated. Just practice diligently, and in due course, you can reclaim your honor and have your revenge. Practice more? Does that mean I will constantly be treated as a mere novice? Tang Li lamented. To defeat others, one must first learn to endure defeat. To dominate others, one must first allow oneself to be dominated. If you wish to avoid being regarded as a novice from the outset, you shall forever remain just that, a mere dish. Usually, Han Tai was invincible in jesting, but today, he unexpectedly articulated a phrase imbued with philosophy, momentarily surprising Tang Li. Yet, Tang Li had no inclination to praise Han Tai at present. Knowing that Han Tai was more experienced in Warcraft than himself, Tang Li decided to inquire, aren't Frost Dragons the units with the highest attack power in Warcraft? How could they possibly lose to others? Ha ha ha. Han Tai couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're such a novice that losing is utterly justifiable. In Warcraft, it's not merely about high attack power. Units have strengths and weaknesses against one another. If a countering unit strikes you, the damage is amplified. Moreover, the role of heroes is immensely significant. Did you not see how the lovely lady summoned so many deer and eagle beasts? They are specifically designed to counter your ice dragons. Just look at the treasures adorning her hero and compare them to your level 1 Death Knight, who can barely muster a paltry amount of health with a skill that resembles throwing a pile of dung. Her hero undoubtedly strikes faster. Han Tai's reference to throwing dung referred to the Death Knight's skill, Death Coil, which, when applied to one's own units, generates a healing effect. The visual of the Death Knight casting the skill resembled the act of throwing dung, and thus it had become a colloquial term among many Warcraft players. Although Tang Li had dabbled in Warcraft occasionally, as a novice, he was oblivious to such intricacies. To him, the hero was merely a larger infantry unit. He could not even discern the various armor types of common units, let alone understand unit counters or coordinated tactics. Nevertheless, this defeat strengthened his resolve to master Warcraft. If he was to be looked down upon, he would certainly retaliate. If he was to be dominated, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. This had always been Tang Li's ethos. What must one do to excel in Warcraft? Tang Li inquired. To begin with, you must at least understand the purpose of each unit, Han Tai replied. However, he too was uncertain. Although he was stronger than Tang Li, his knowledge was limited. Although Tang Li perceives himself as lacking in merits, his decisive nature is indeed commendable, far superior to those who merely speak without action. Having harbored thoughts of avenging himself in Warcraft, He promptly scoured the internet for a plethora of information regarding the various units in the game. After diligently studying for half a day, he was astonished to discover the multitude of units present in Warcraft, each serving distinct purposes. Enlightened, he felt akin to a protagonist in a martial arts novel who, after consuming a mystical fruit, gains a century's worth of prowess. Come, Han Tai, let us engage in a few matches. However, the online resources merely provided a general overview, and the gap between theory and actual gameplay was immense. Tang Li, contemplating the need for unit synergy, assembled a haphazard collection of troops, only to find himself swiftly defeated by Han Tai in 2 consecutive games. This approach is futile. It would be better if you focused on a single type of unit, Han Tai remarked. Then what do you suggest I do to improve? Tang Li inquired. Han Tai, himself a novice albeit slightly more seasoned, chuckled. No need to rush. Take your time and play more. Frustrated, Tang Li flung his mouse. At this rate, when will I achieve my revenge? I'm done. I'm heading back to my dormitory. The day had grown late, and after spending the afternoon outside the campus, Tang Li returned to school with Han Tai. His enthusiasm for Warcraft thoroughly extinguished, leaving him devoid of the desire to play CS as well. Though Tang Li enjoyed frequenting this internet CAF at the school gate, it wasn't because he lacked a computer. He had actually acquired a high-end machine upon entering university. As a student in the Department of Cultural Communication, which relies heavily on computers, his setup was solely dedicated to gaming, lacking any of the software pertinent to his studies, while brimming with an array of games. However, many competitive gamers understand that the thrill of such games is best experienced in a CAF, surrounded by fellow players. This shared experience starkly contrasts with solitary play. Despite his frustrations from losing several matches, Tang Li was the type of person who rarely abandoned his pursuits midway. If he wished to reclaim his honor, diligent practice was essential. Moreover, having recently absorbed a wealth of information, he had developed a significant interest in Warcraft. Since battling against others often led to defeat, he resolved to practice against the computer first. With this determination, Tang Li swiftly returned to his dormitory and powered on his computer. As he settled into a calm state of mind, he found himself surprisingly familiar with the game upon restarting Warcraft. The nature of this familiarity eluded him, yet he felt an undeniable sense of recognition the moment he launched the game. Deliberately, he searched online for a myriad of cheat codes suitable for single-player mode before entering the game. What should his ID be? To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. He mused. To conquer Warcraft, he needed a formidable ID. Suddenly, a name surged to the forefront of his mind. Only. This name is splendid, unique, and undoubtedly quite imposing. Tang Li, feeling satisfied, entered the ID and selected a wild computer to commence the game. How shameless, how utterly shameless. As soon as the game began, he muttered about its audacity and, true to form, entered the cheat code. Keezersos, which allows one to amass an infinite amount of wealth swiftly. Much like in StarCraft, in Warcraft single-player mode, one could also input cheat codes, of which there were an array, although some cheats were rather unscrupulous, such as rendering heroes invincible, allowing one to challenge the computer with a single hero. However, Tang Li refrained from such tactics, believing he had not yet sunk to that level of shamelessness. Yet, little did he anticipate that, even with cheats enabled, he would still be outmatched by the computer in his first game. The thought of burying his face in his hands and weeping crossed his mind. To be bested by the computer despite cheating was utterly humiliating. He resolved that this incident must remain a secret, never to be revealed to others. Chapter 3. The encirclement and annihilation. Before long, the weekend had arrived. University life, when recounted, could be rather mundane. With not many classes to attend, the abundance of free time left these students at a loss for how to occupy themselves. They indulged in a myriad of activities, yet studying remained a rare endeavor. Just then, Han Tai, upon hearing that the foreign language department was hosting a dance that evening, rushed excitedly to Tang Li's dormitory. Hey guys, the foreign language department is having a dance tonight. Don't blame me if you miss out, he exclaimed as he burst through the door. The mere mention of the foreign language department had the group of lecherous boys in Tang Li's dorm leaping from their beds. The beauties of the foreign language department are renowned in every school, so it was no wonder they were so eager. However, Tang Li remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, completely absorbed in his game. Simply uttering 2 words, not going. What has gotten into him? Han Tai wondered, and as he approached Tang Li, he discovered that he was engrossed in Warcraft. Wait, aren't you the prince of the Undead's Ice Dragon? Why are you playing as the orcs now? Han Tai asked in surprise. The title Prince of the Undead's Ice Dragon was a playful jab, as Tang Li typically only knew how to create frost dragons in the game. A nickname bestowed upon him by Han Tai and the others in jest. In the midst of an intense battle, Tang Li had no time to entertain Han Tai's inquiries. Don't distract me. I want to try out different races, get familiar with the units first. Indeed, each race in Warcraft possesses unique units and distinct magic, and for a novice like Tang Li, it was wise to familiarize himself with them. At that moment, the screen displayed a critical scenario. The enemy, the undead, led by a Death Knight, had unleashed a horde of ghouls upon his base. Oh come on, rookie brother, you're getting thrashed by the computer again. How pathetic, Han Tai chuckled, watching as Tang Li's structures caught fire. This was a ruthless computer. With a heavy grunt, Tang Li quickly directed all his workers to burrow into the ground. It is widely acknowledged that burrows not only provide the beastmen with a population boost, but also serve as a strategic advantage during wartime. When laborers delve into these tunnels, they can launch attacks on enemies using thrown spears in the face of the limited orc infantry and the concentrated fire from the burrows. They successfully thwarted the computer's assault this time. As the ghouls began to weaken, the computer ultimately retreated under the leadership of the Death Knight. Tang Li hurriedly commanded the Blade Master and the remaining infantry to pursue. Han Tai observed that the Blade Master had exhausted his mana and could no longer use Wind Walk, compounded by the absence of boots, and could not help but exclaim, "The Death Knight possesses an evil aura. How can we possibly catch up?" However, Tang Li was too preoccupied with his commands to heed him. Just as the Death Knight exited Tang Li's base, an orc infantryman emerged from the side, positioning himself perfectly to obstruct the Death Knight's path. The Death Knight hesitated momentarily, then attempted to maneuver around the infantryman. Yet the orc soldier shifted laterally, effectively blocking the Death Knight's advance once more. Despite only pausing briefly, Tang Li's 3 orc infantrymen had already caught up from behind. The level 1 evil aura of the Death Knight was thwarted by a single infantryman, allowing the 3 pursuing soldiers to close in with ease. The formation of these 3 infantrymen took on a reverse V shape, and in conjunction with the one blocking the path, they encircled the Death Knight amidst their ranks. Four-cornered encirclement, Han Tai shouted in astonishment. He was indeed taken aback. He had witnessed such breathtaking maneuvers in the replays of many skilled players, yet now it was being executed by a novice. The four-cornered encirclement, also known as the cruciform encirclement, allows 4 units to surround an opponent effectively. It proves to be incredibly useful in actual combat, particularly for eliminating enemy heroes. However, mastering this technique is no simple feat, and the success rate is notably low. Many have practiced for months without achieving it even once. This is because the 4 units must maintain a cruciform formation. An X shape would never suffice, as the enemy could escape through the larger gaps. Moreover, executing this maneuver while in motion adds an additional layer of difficulty. What astonished Han Tai further was that Tang Li's Blade Master did not partake in the encirclement, choosing instead to continue pursuing the weakened ghouls. Following the successful slaying of 2 ghouls, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Han Tai watched in disbelief, pondering how a novice could perform such a flawless maneuver. Although Tang Li was battling against the computer, and a human opponent might not have allowed such an easy encirclement, the execution was nonetheless remarkable. "How did you manage that?" "You mean the encirclement?" Tang Li replied, seemingly unfazed. "I just wanted to kill his hero and thought of this method." "Pretty cool, right?" As a novice, Tang Li was unaware of the significance of this maneuver in the eyes of ordinary Warcraft players. It was a technique reserved for the skilled, something Han Tai had only witnessed in replays. However, Han Tai remained skeptical, doubting that the novice Tang Li could execute such a masterful maneuver. Just 2 days prior, he was a mere amateur confined to his home, laboring to create an ice dragon. How could he possibly have transformed into someone capable of such a stunning 4-corner encirclement in just a couple of days? It must be an illusion. Surely, it was an illusion. Han Tai muttered to himself, his face a mask of disbelief. Tang Li paid no heed to Han Tai's soliloquy. He was intent on directing his forces to strike at the enemy's base while their hero was downed. Intrigued, Han Tai clapped Tang Li on the shoulder. "What's the point of playing against a computer? Come, let us have a match and see if your 4-corner encirclement can contain me." With that, he powered on another computer belonging to Tang Li's roommate. Han Tai was already a familiar face in their dormitory, navigating the game as effortlessly as he would on his own machine. Tang Li, however, exhibited no alteration in his strategy. He knew only to construct an altar first. Followed by a barracks, he then unleashed a torrent of units, all of which were orc foot soldiers. Han Tai opted for the human race, deploying the Archmage as his initial hero. The water elemental summoned by the Archmage in the early game provided formidable offensive capabilities while serving as a sturdy shield, an archetypal opening for the human faction. With the assistance of militia, he cleared the monsters guarding the expansion, leveling the Archmage to level 2, before hastily leading his troops towards Tang Li's stronghold. At this juncture, Tang Li's Blade Master remained at level 1, accompanied by a handful of orc foot soldiers. Han Tai anticipated an effortless victory, Yet to his astonishment, upon arriving at Tang Li's home, the archmage found himself swiftly encircled by 4-foot soldiers. Left with no choice, Han Tai commanded a retreat, but he could hardly believe that a novice could so easily trap his hero. Initially, he had merely been careless. If he had been more attentive to his positioning, there was no way he could have been surrounded. Thus, as soon as he retreated, he promptly rallied his troops and charged forward once more. This time, he was determined to be vigilant in controlling his hero's movements. Leading the main force ahead while the archmage cautiously trailed behind, he thought to himself, "Surely, this time you cannot encircle me." Tang Li, unperturbed by Han Tai's renewed assault, directed his foot soldiers to charge, but Han Tai had learned his lesson. The archmage danced nimbly behind the main force, shifting left and right. The moment he saw 4-foot soldiers advancing, he would retreat immediately. It is well known that encirclement requires a minimum of 4 units. 3 can never achieve such a feat. Observing 3 orc foot soldiers flanking the archmage, Han Tai chuckled smugly, "With my dexterous movements, I wonder how you intend to trap me." Yet, scarcely had his laughter faded when the blade master, utilizing his wind walk ability, leaped forth to strike, perfectly aligning himself with the 3-foot soldiers to form a deadly encirclement around the archmage. This time, there was no retreat for the archmage. Despite Han Tai's disbelief, he could only watch helplessly as the archmage's spirit ascended on the screen. "Damn it!" Han Tai exclaimed, exiting the game in frustration. "You must tell me, how did you learn that move?" Tang Li shrugged. "I didn't practice much. I just thought about how to kill without letting the opponent escape, and it came out naturally." This statement nearly caused Han Tai to spit blood. So many had toiled endlessly to master what Tang Li had seemingly achieved with effortless ease. Was this not a severe blow to his spirits? However, Han Tai firmly believed that Tang Li was not lying. As for Tang Li's level of skill, Han Tai was well aware, and it was precisely this understanding that left him even more astonished. The few lecherous fellows in the dormitory were thoroughly intimidated by Tang Li's remarkable tactics, ultimately concluding, "Goodness gracious, brother, you are a genius." Chapter 4. Negotiation. To call someone a genius is undoubtedly a compliment. Yet when uttered by this group, it somehow felt rather off. In truth, they were indeed offering praise. However, their blunt manner of speaking imbued the words with a certain flavor that made it seem less than flattering. It felt akin to being scolded while having someone point a finger at you, exclaiming, "You truly are a bloody genius." Tang Li, however, was oblivious to the significance of this operation. He recognized himself as a novice. What was so remarkable about employing a simple trick? "Ahahaha, I am a genius, and of course I know it. Do I really need you to tell me?" Nevertheless, Tang Li shamelessly embraced the title of genius. "But genius or not, are you not all attending the foreign language department S-ball? Oh my gosh, I almost forgot." Sun Chong, who resided in Tang Li's dormitory, immediately sprang up. Time was of the essence. One must certainly groom oneself to meet beautiful women. The notorious laziness of male students in university was well known. On weekends without classes, it was not uncommon for them to remain cooped up in their dorms all day, too lethargic to even venture to the cafeteria for a meal, preferring instead to lie in bed, staring at the ceiling or playing video games, neglecting personal hygiene for an entire day. Upon mentioning the evening's ball, everyone quickly shifted their focus from Tang Li to their boundless daydreaming about the lovely ladies from the foreign language department. Sun Chong, a tall and robust northeasterner, was known for his boisterous demeanor, earning him the nickname Big Man. It's that moment, he was carrying a basin, preparing to wash his face and brush his teeth. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The phone rang. Sun Chong happened to be near the landline, setting down the basin to answer. Which one? Since this group of boys prided themselves on being lecherous, they naturally referred to others in terms of ones. Tang Li's mind was consumed by the allure of World of Warcraft, engrossed in the game to the point where he felt that both orcs and elves, even the undead skeletons, held greater appeal than any beautiful woman. Thus, he had no intention of attending this so-called ball. "Something interesting has happened. Zhu Yiping has stolen someone else's girl. Let us go and support him." Sun Chong exclaimed loudly after hanging up the phone. "Dio, we really need to cheer him on while he is wooing women. Should we accompany him when he consummates his union?" Tang Li remarked, growing impatient as he prepared to immerse himself in a new game. No, what I meant is that he has taken someone's girl, and they want to negotiate with him. Apparently, the other party is quite furious. And I heard they are from the Hainan gang. He is afraid of getting the short end of the stick and wants us to back him up." Sun Chong clarified. In a university filled with students from various regions, it was not surprising that they formed small groups based on their hometowns. Although the Hainan gang was labeled as such, it was not a criminal organization. Rather, it resembled a self-organized association of fellow townsfolk. Students referred to it as the Hainan Gang in private. The Hainanese students at this school were particularly united. If one of their own was bullied, they would all stand together, thus earning a modest reputation on campus. Alas, it appears that the ball is no longer an option. Han Tai helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Zhu Yipeng is a close companion of Tang Li. How could he possibly ignore his friend's predicament? Moreover, such romantic entanglements are inherently intriguing. He hastily exited the game and declared, "Let us go and take a look." Since we are not attending the ball, the group did not bother to groom themselves and hurriedly rushed out of the dormitory, making their way off campus. The group moved with great urgency, particularly Tang Li, who astonishingly had not even donned his shoes. "We are going to negotiate. Should things escalate, we might even have to resort to force." "Why are you wearing flip-flops?" Sun Chang inquired as they walked. "And what of it? Have you never seen experts like Hui Yun Xieshun who wear flip-flops?" Tang Li replied, referencing the notorious antagonist from Stephen Chow's film Kung Fu. Han Tai chuckled in agreement. "I genuinely hope you do engage in a scuffle. It would be quite a spectacle to witness a clash of blood and flying flip-flops." Upon arriving at the location Zhu Yipeng had indicated near the school gate, they indeed found 4 or 5 individuals surrounding him. Sun Chang, with his straightforward northeastern demeanor, worried for Zhu Yipeng's safety, and quickly stepped forward, shielding Zhu Yipeng behind him. "Oh, it seems you have reinforcements," the leader of the opposing group chuckled slyly. This individual stood around 6 feet tall and was robustly built, reminiscent of an orc infantryman from the game that Tang Li had recently become obsessed with. "Oh, you think only you have friends?" "I have them too," Zhu Yipeng retorted, gaining confidence as he saw his comrades arrive. The opposing group, noticing Zhu Yipeng's audacity, stepped forward menacingly. They were all well-built, clearly having come prepared, yet Sun Chang remained unfazed. "What do you intend to do?" "He is trying to steal my girlfriend, and you ask what I intend to do?" The orc infantryman shot back. "Just because you claim she is your girlfriend, does that make it so? Has she acknowledged you?" Zhu Yipeng's question struck a nerve, leaving the orc infantryman floundering for a response, only managing to assert, "Well, she hasn't said she fancies you either. Just look at yourself. Your intentions toward her are unacceptable." It appeared that this woman was still unattached. What, then, was the purpose of their quarrel? Tang Li pondered, perplexed. Such absurdities were not uncommon in university life, where the void and the overwhelming surge of hormones often led young men to engage in various antics over women. With his brothers now present, Zhu Yipeng felt a surge of courage, remaining sheltered behind Sun Chang while continually taunting, "Indeed, I have my sights set on her. What will you do about it?" He punctuated his words with a nod of provocation. "What can you do to me? Come on, show me." Seeing Zhu Yipeng's cocky demeanor incensed the orc infantryman, who bellowed, "What are you so arrogant about? If you have the guts, let us settle this one up." The loser withdraws automatically. Zhu Yipeng, however, was no fool. Facing off against such a hulking opponent would surely result in his defeat. Only a rogue resorts to violence. We are civilized individuals. Let us find another way. "And what method do you propose?" The orc infantryman asked straightforwardly. "How about we engage in a match of King of Fighters?" The King of Fighters is undoubtedly the game in which Zhu Yipeng excels the most. "As for the King of Fighters, I am not proficient." The orc foot soldier shook his head. Red alert? The orc foot soldier shook his head once more. Counter-Strike. Pro Evolution Soccer? FIFA? StarCraft? Warcraft? Very well, let us engage in Warcraft. Zhu Yipeng exclaimed a string of games until he finally mentioned Warcraft, at which point the orc foot soldier suddenly spoke up. This proposal was initiated by Zhu Yipeng, and he felt compelled to stick with it, yet he believed that playing Warcraft was certainly preferable to a physical confrontation. After all, given his slender frame, a one-on-one brawl could easily see him toppled with a mere slapped eye. In Warcraft, however, perhaps he might stand a chance. As Zhu Yipeng pondered this, the group of individuals trailing behind the orc foot soldier began to chuckle maliciously. Why choose anything else? To dare compare with our captain in Warcraft? It seems someone is destined for tragedy. Captain? Upon hearing this title, Zhu Yipeng sensed trouble. What team are you from? We are the representatives of the Physical Education Department. Your opponent in this competition is none other than our captain. Known as the terrifying undead, Fire, one of them declared proudly. Chapter 5. A war ignited by a woman this time. Zhu Yipeng found himself outsmarted by his own cleverness, lamenting his predicament. If only time could be reversed, he would certainly refrain from suggesting a match in Warcraft to settle their dispute. However, the words had left his mouth, and since he was the one who proposed it, retracting his statement would leave him utterly humiliated. In truth, during his college years, who among the youth truly understood love? Most young men sought companionship merely for the sake of pride, and sometimes, due to the same pride, they would forsake women. Whether it was through seizing or relinquishing, What mattered was maintaining one's dignity. Fire possessed considerable confidence in his warcraft skills. As the captain of the department team, he had interacted with nearly all the skilled players in the school and regarded these nameless novices with disdain. Furthermore, upon the mention of warcraft, Zhu Yiping immediately shrank back, deducing that they were indeed no experts. Thus, Fire spoke with an air of authority, resembling a seasoned leader. I am the captain of the physical education department team. It would not reflect well on me to bully a few novices like you, so I shall grant you an opportunity. I will play 3 matches against you alone, and if you manage to win even one, I shall concede defeat. Goodness, he truly underestimates us. Han Tai shouted, believing that with 3 of them alternating, they could easily overcome him. If they were to compete, they ought to find an internet CAF, preferably Hero Internet CAF, which was, after all, the home ground for comrades. Upon arriving at the CAF, the atmosphere grew tense and the banter ceased. Among men, it was often best to let strength speak for itself. The first to take the stage was Zhu Yipeng, who chose the human faction. Brother, give it your all and defeat him, Sun Chang encouraged from behind Han Tai. Yet at that moment, Han Tai tugged Tang Li and stealthily moved behind Fire, intending to observe how the opponent operated in order to devise a strategy against him. He did not believe for a moment that Zhu Yipeng could triumph over the captain of another department. If that were the case, he would not need to spend all day in the CAF dominating novice players. Fire, known by the ominous moniker of the terrifying undead, naturally chose the undead faction. Upon entering the game, he promptly established a crypt and a graveyard, and after the production of the second acolyte, he swiftly constructed a necropolis. This strategy is not particularly novel. Rather than immediately placing down an altar, he prioritized the graveyard, a tactic reminiscent of the common opening employed by spider builds, which Han Tai, having viewed countless replays, recognized instantly. The term spider refers to the undead unit, the crypt fiend, whose name, while imposing, merely denotes a rather large spider. The spider build focuses on rapidly producing these crypt fiends as the primary offensive unit. The crypt fiend boasts the highest attack power among early units of all factions and possesses the advantage of ranged attacks, further enhanced by the ability to target aerial units after upgrading to web. In those days, Gostop gained fame through his adept manipulation of crypt fiends. Indeed, after producing merely 2 ghouls for lumber, Fire began churning out crypt fiends. The initial hero, as expected, was the Death Knight. Despite the crypt fiend's formidable prowess and respectable health, its sluggish movement speed is quite evident, necessitating reliance on the Death Knight's evil aura for compensation. Furthermore, the Death Knight's death coil ensures the survival of the crypt fiends on the battlefield. Armed with 7 crypt fiends, bolstered by the Death Knight's death coil and evil aura, the undead's first wave of aggression poses a significant threat. Conversely, Zhu Yipeng aimed for rapid technological advancement, hastily upgrading to Tier 2 with barely a few units at his disposal. After 2 days of engaging in warcraft, Tang Li, no longer the novice he once was, began to worry for Zhu Yipeng, sensing impending disaster for him. Tang Li's intuition proved correct. When the Death Knight, accompanied by 7 crypt fiends, stormed Zhu Yipeng's base, the latter was left with only a handful of unupgraded footmen. Coupled with Fire's adept control, the formation of the crypt fiends resembled a flawless fan shape, maximizing their offensive output. Under such an onslaught, Zhu Yipeng could not withstand even the first wave, resulting in total annihilation of his forces and his structures ablaze. Left with no option, he had no choice but to concede with a GG. Triumphant in his inaugural battle, Fire reveled in his success, exclaiming, "So, what say you, novices? Are we not to continue?" "Of course we shall," declared Han Tai, eager to engage in the second match. He had gleaned some insight into his opponent's style, yet uncertainty lingered regarding his ability to triumph. However, retreating in the face of adversity was not his character. He would rather fall in battle than be cowed by fear. Cautiously, Han Tai seated himself before the computer. Initiating the second round, he selected the Orc faction, with the Blade Master as his starting hero. Fire, however, remained steadfast in his approach, once again opting for the spider build, intent on elevating the Death Knight to level 3 before unleashing his 7 crypt fiends in a relentless assault. In Warcraft, no strategy is infallible, and the spider build, too, has its weaknesses. Han Tai understood that the effectiveness of Fire's strategy hinged upon the Death Knight's 2 abilities, Death Coil and Evil Aura. Were it not for the Death Coil's relentless supply and the malevolent aura accelerating the spider's movements, the spiders of the middle-tier league would, in any circumstance, prove to be no match for the melee Orc infantry. Han Tai's strategy, however, was rather straightforward. The most effective method to thwart the pressure from the 7 spiders was undoubtedly to eliminate the Death Knight. Even if one could not vanquish it, merely forcing it to retreat would disrupt the formation, making the battle significantly easier. In the realm of Warcraft, maintaining formation is one of the most critical factors during combat. As long as one could utilize the speed scroll to repel the Death Knight, it could be surmised that victory would already be half assured. Yet, while his thoughts were simple, reality often failed to align with his expectations. Tangli, positioned behind Fire, had already memorized his building sequence. This opening was identical to the previous match, but this time he possessed the 7 spiders. When the Death Knight reached level 3, Fire opted to sell the return scroll, amassing gold to procure an airship from the goblin shop. What purpose could an airship serve? Tangli found it perplexing. Could its utility surpass that of a return scroll? As Fire commanded his troops to advance, the Blade Master activated a speed scroll, charging undaunted into the fray, cleaving at the Death Knight amidst the spider's formidable assault. Han Tai's objective was clear. As long as the Death Knight's health was maintained below a third, it would hesitate to advance recklessly. Without the death coil to replenish the spider's health, this wave of pressure should pose no threat. However, unexpectedly, the Blade Master, undaunted by the spider's attacks, bravely closed in on the Death Knight, striking twice before the Death Knight was whisked away into the airship. Han Tai, deploying only ground units, found his attacks ineffective against the airborne foe and was compelled to redirect his efforts towards the spiders. Just as he had managed to reduce the spider's health to a crimson hue, the Death Knight descended once more from the airship, executing a death coil that struck the bloodied spider, restoring its vitality. Upon witnessing this, Han Tai immediately commanded the Blade Master and the Orc infantry to engage the Death Knight, but as they approached, Fire once again ensconced the Death Knight within the airship. Thus, the Death Knight flitted up and down within the airship, and in the course of 2 such exchanges, Han Tai's 3 Orc infantry were vanquished by the spiders, while the remaining infantry were similarly battered to a state of near demise. Goodness! It turned out the airship could be utilized in such a manner. Tangli felt as though his eyes had been opened, acquiring a new tactic in the process. Chapter 6. A single move, dominating the realm. For the past couple of days, Tangli had been holed up in his dormitory playing on the computer, and he had begun to find Warcraft quite enjoyable. However, it was only now that he realized that this competitive game, when played against the computer, was merely child's play. True enjoyment lay in competing against fellow humans. The computer, being a programmed entity, could never truly comprehend the nuances of each unit, let alone the tactical dimensions of the game. Although Tangli had merely stood behind Fire and observed 2 matches, he had already gained profound insights. Were it not for his dorm mates having lost interest in Warcraft, he would have preferred to remain on the sidelines, watching Fire for just a bit longer. What are you still dawdling for? At that moment, Han Tai had already declared GG. It was only then that Tangli realized it was his turn to take the stage. Although Zhu Yiping dared not harbor overly high hopes for Tangli, this was nevertheless the sole remaining opportunity for him to regain a modicum of face. Unable to restrain himself, he urged, "Play well, but don't be too nervous." "What do I have to be nervous about? Your pursuit of women has no bearing on me, win or lose," Tangli retorted, nearly provoking Zhu Yiping to the point of apoplexy. Tangli had opted for the beast race, which he had utilized more frequently in the dormitory over the past few days. As for the other races, he truly was at a loss as to how to engage with them. Fire, of course, remained steadfast in his reliance on the unchanging spider strategy. However, Tangli had already devised a countermeasure. Since Fire employed the spider strategy, he would prioritize the construction of the necropolis, graveyard, and spirit tower. Given the initial resources, the construction of the altar would inevitably be delayed. Although Fire's spider strategy primarily depended on the spider's assault, the delayed emergence of the hero would not significantly impede the speed at which he reached level 3. Nonetheless, in the realm of Warcraft, no strategy is invincible. Every tactic entails both gains and sacrifices. The spider strategy tends to commence relatively slowly, requiring 4 spiders to attain any semblance of scale. When faced with threatening harassment, the situation would likely shift drastically. The reason Fire chose to deploy 7 spiders before initiating pressure was quite logical. When the undead faction possesses 7 spiders, the Death Knight, in standard circumstances, has already ascended to level 3. With a level 2 Death Coil and a level 1 Unholy Aura, this forms the foundation of all subsequent actions. Then I shall ensure that your Death Knight does not smoothly reach level 3. Tangli malevolently contemplated. Thus, at the very onset of the game, he dispatched the Blade Master from the Storm Altar at the earliest opportunity. Little Jiajian, this round depends on you. The little Jiajian Tangli referred to was none other than the Blade Master himself. He recalled an internet meme that humorously categorized the Jian, which means cheap in a playful sense, into 3 levels of enlightenment. The first level emphasizes the unity of man and Jian. The second level advocates for a state of Jian in the heart, whereby one can inflict harm from a distance despite being unarmed. The third level transcends mere Jin to attain the status of Aegean Saint. Tang Li found this description to be most apt for the Blade Master. Possessing Wind Walk, the Blade Master could stealthily accompany others, becoming visible to them while remaining unseen himself, thus enabling him to engage in numerous underhanded activities. Such a cunning hero was undoubtedly the quintessential candidate to be dubbed Little Jiajian in Tang Li's eyes. Tang Li commanded the Blade Master to single-handedly clear the nearby minor creatures, foregoing an immediate ascension to level 2 instead. He applied a healing salve and made a beeline for Fire's domicile. At that moment, Fire's hero had just been born, accompanied by a mere 2 spiders and armed with a skeletal staff, preparing to venture forth for leveling, only to be serendipitously discovered by the Blade Master. Tang Li was inwardly reveling in his devious amusement. His intentions were glaringly clear. The Blade Master would stealthily trail the Death Knight, assuming the role of a devoted companion. When they engaged the wild creatures, he would insidiously reveal himself, delivering the final blow, thus snatching both loot and experience. This represented the simplest dual-line operation in Warcraft. As long as the Blade Master was adeptly controlled, the home front could continue to develop unabated. Tang Li maneuvered with remarkable ease. In a short while, he would be laboriously battling the monstrous foes, only for the treasures he painstakingly acquired to be snatched away by me. Surely, this would leave Fire seething with frustration. As Tang Li reflects on the events that transpired, he cannot help but chuckle. Indeed, Fire currently finds himself in a state of discontent, having underestimated his opponents. When the Death Knight emerged, he neglected to procure the necessary dust of appearance, leaving him to wallow in his own vexation. Throughout the course of combat, not only were the 2 diminutive skeletons summoned by the skeletal scepter claimed by the Sword Saint, but even the creatures he had worked so hard to weaken were taken away by this insufferable figure. Yet, the most egregious offense was that the treasures dropped by the vanquished foes were also pilfered by the lecherous Sword Saint. After a bout of hunting, he had amassed 7 spiders, yet the Death Knight remained at level 1, unwittingly crafting garments for others while the spoils he earned were effortlessly seized by this despicable Sword Saint. At this moment, Fire felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood in Tang Li's face. After finally reaching level 2 and gaining the support of level 1 Death Coil and level 1 Evil Aura, Fire wasted no time and commanded his forces to charge towards Tang Li's abode, yearning to strangle him in a fit of rage to alleviate his pent-up frustration. However, before he could even reach Tang Li's home, he fell into an ambush. The spiders, while in motion, struggled to maintain formation, often advancing in a single file, making it difficult for them to fan out and unleash a coordinated attack. This presented little threat to the heavily armored Orc infantry. Seizing the opportunity of Fire's linear advance, Tang Li dispatched 4 infantrymen from the roadside, twisting and turning their way towards the Death Knight. The Orc infantry, with their erratic movements, aimed to position themselves for a pincer attack, ensuring the Death Knight would be surrounded and overwhelmed. Tang Li mused that the clumsy Orcs, as they twisted and turned, were surprisingly more graceful than models strutting down a runway in high heels. Fire, having previously secured 2 victories with overwhelming advantages, assumed his opponent's prowess was equally lackluster. Little did he expect Tang Li's meticulous maneuvers, compounded by the element of surprise, to leave the Death Knight ensnared amidst 4 infantrymen. With a flurry of axes, the Death Knight's health plummeted to 0, a 4-cornered encirclement. Such a display of technique in a match was astonishing. Even if it was merely a coincidence, Fire was left astounded. With no other option, he had to retreat. The spider strategy inherently faced economic constraints, and this failed assault not only yielded no results but also squandered a costly 350 gold return scroll, a significant loss. However, this encounter served to temper Fire's initial arrogance. While he remained skeptical about his opponent's capacity for such a stunning maneuver as a 4-cornered encirclement, he could not dismiss the skill displayed, which was evidently on a different level than the previous 2 opponents. Thus, he decided to wait for his second hero to emerge from the altar before launching another offensive, selecting the Lich as his next champion. The Lich wields formidable ice magic, and his skill, Frost Nova, stands as one of the most powerful offensive spells within the game. The combination of the Death Knight and the Lich is most fearsome due to the lethal potential of the NC Double Strike. Both the Lich's Frost Nova, bound to the N key, and the Death Knight's Death Coil, assigned to the C key, possess immense destructive capabilities. When these 2 skills are unleashed simultaneously upon an enemy hero, they often result in an instantaneous kill before the opponent can even replenish their health. With such overwhelming burst damage, capable of directly incapacitating the enemy's heroes, he truly harbors doubts about his inability to best Tang Li. Chapter 7. An upgraded ambush Tang Li, however, is undeterred by such concerns, busily producing orc footmen in his base. In truth, he has merely spent a couple of days immersing himself in the intricacies of Warcraft, acquiring a slight understanding of the early game units. Now, he finds himself with an abundance of footmen, yet remains oblivious to the production of advanced units. Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai, observing anxiously from behind, hastily offer on-the-spot guidance. What are you creating so many footmen for? Hurry up and produce a second hero in Wolf Riders. The shortcut for orc footmen is G, and the first letter of their English name is also G, which is why many Warcraft players affectionately refer to them as Big G. The second tier of buildings has long been upgraded, yet Tang Li continues to churn out footmen, neglecting hero production altogether. How can he expect to compete in the mid to late game under such circumstances? It is no wonder Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai are growing anxious. Never mind, if he dares to come. I'll just ambush him, Tang Li resolutely declares. He truly intends to rely solely on this one strategy, yet Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai wear expressions of exasperation. An ambush is not a panacea, but they refrain from voicing their concerns. What can they say? Although Tang Li exhibits natural talent for ambush tactics, he is merely a novice who has been learning Warcraft for only 2 or 3 days. What more can they expect from him in terms of strategic depth? As Tang Li immerses himself in unit production, he has entirely forgotten about other aspects of gameplay, firmly resolved that he will ambush should Fire dare to approach. However, after the reminder from the two behind him, he obediently summons a second hero. He chooses the Tauren Chieftain. Although the rationale behind this choice eludes him, he senses some instinctive reasoning within, yet fails to articulate it clearly. The chaos of battle allows little time for contemplation. He directs the Blade Master to circle the base, finding himself at a loss for further action. He purchases a scroll of speed from the shop, contemplating the need for additional resources, and ultimately decides to have the Blade Master stealthily visit the Goblin Merchant to acquire an invulnerability potion to carry with him in Han Tai's eyes. These actions seem indicative of Tang Li's rising panic, and it is understandable, given that he rarely engages in mid to late game scenarios and is thus uncertain of his next steps. Han Tai anxiously advises, do not panic, wait for him to attack you, and then ambush his hero. Tang Li replies, preoccupied with his maneuvers and unable to respond more fully, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Meanwhile, Fire, seated opposite them, overhears their conversation, nearly choking with indignation. Does this group truly perceive him as a novice? Having narrowly escaped a previous ambush, they audaciously presume to attempt another. The second confrontation between the two parties once again transpired not far from Tang Li's doorstep. At this moment, Tang Li had quite a few troops at his disposal. However, facing the synchronized volley of the neatly arranged abysmal demons, the two sides merely exchanged glances, and before Tang Li's forces could close the distance, 2 orc infantrymen had already met their heroic demise. Observing this dire situation, the Sword Saint chose not to reveal himself, leading his troops in a hasty retreat instead. What the heck? Why are you running back without even fighting? Han Tai exclaimed in frustration. Originally, the Sword Saint possessed an acceleration scroll, but now he seemed at a loss for its use. If he had activated the scroll and swiftly approached the enemy's spiders, there might have been a chance to turn the tide. Yet now, they were retreating without a fight, resulting in the unnecessary loss of 2 formidable soldiers. If we don't flee soon, we'll face total annihilation, Tang Li shouted. Perhaps overwhelmed by the number of troops to control, the Sword Saint retreated alongside all his soldiers, leaving the Tauren Chieftain stranded behind. Quick, save the Tauren! Han Tai called out anxiously. Fire, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. A frost nova from the Lich struck the Tauren Chieftain, inflicting a slowing effect that immediately hampered his speed. Fire swiftly directed his army of spiders to charge forward. The Tauren was robust, and the duration of the frost nova's slowing effect was brief. If the spiders followed closely to attack, they might not be able to slay him. Thus, seizing the moment while the Tauren's speed was diminished, Fire aimed to encircle him. Although surrounding him with 4 soldiers in a cross formation was somewhat challenging, he felt confident in encircling him with 6. However, Fire was not the only one with the ability to encircle. Han Tai realized the spiders were charging directly towards the Tauren and shouted, quick, use War Stomp. War Stomp was indeed a skill of the Tauren, which Tang Li had also upgraded. With a stomp on the ground, surrounding pursuers would be stunned for several seconds, allowing the Tauren Chieftain to escape this pursuit. Yet, to Han Tai's dismay, Tang Li did not utilize it and was instead caught in the midst of several spiders and death knights. Fire, too, was taken aback that the Tauren Chieftain had failed to use War Stomp and was ensnared by his own troops, silently mocking, a novice will always be a novice. Even with reminders from behind, he still could not react in time. However, just at the moment the abysmal demons encircled the Tauren chieftain, Tang Li suddenly sprang into action. He immediately activated the acceleration scroll, which left Han Tai and Zhu Yiping feeling quite vexed. Why didn't you use it while retreating? If you had, the Tauren wouldn't have been surrounded. What good is it now? Yet, Tang Li employed the acceleration scroll not to flee but instead to command his troops to charge back into the fray. Simultaneously, the Tauren executed War Stomp. Fire could not help but laugh even harder. Now that the Tauren was encircled, he was like a piece of meat on a platter. You think you can return and save him? Yet contrary to Fire's expectations, Tang Li did not come back to rescue the Tauren directly. Rather, he seized this opportunity to utilize 3 orc infantrymen, along with the Tauren, to successfully encircle the Death Knights instead. A counter-encirclement. In that moment, Fire finally comprehended the true intentions of Tang Li, unable to suppress an exclamation. The scene had transformed into a dramatic tableau. The Tauren was ensnared in the midst of Death Knights and several spiders, while the Death Knight found itself similarly encircled by the Tauren and 3 orc foot soldiers. Each hero was caught in a reciprocal trap, simultaneously confining the other within their grasp. Being a seasoned player, Fire swiftly deduced that the only way to turn the tide was to unleash the formidable burst damage of the NC 2-hit combo, aiming to annihilate the opposing Tauren. Once the Tauren fell, a gap would open around the Death Knight, rendering the remaining 3 foot soldiers incapable of maintaining their encirclement. However, just as Fire's fingers hovered over the shortcut key for the Death Knight's abilities, the Blade Master surged forward, employing his Windwalk to dart past the spiders. Before the Death Coil could be unleashed, the Blade Master successfully transferred a vial of invincibility potion to the Tauren. The Death Knight raised his hand, poised to unleash a foul projectile, while Fire envisioned the gratifying impact of this projectile upon the Tauren's visage. Yet, at that very moment, the Tauren consumed the invincibility potion. Invincible! Though the invincibility lasted a mere 7 seconds, it was ample time to vanquish the Death Knight. The rapid succession of events left Fire utterly dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting his controls as the Blade Master reached the Lich, delivering a swift strike, subsequently joining forces with the 3 advancing orc foot soldiers to encircle the Lich. With the Lich's health dwindling and the Blade Master's attack power soaring, the souls of Fire's 2 heroes ascended almost simultaneously. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet who could have anticipated the multitude of maneuvers Tang Li executed in such a fleeting moment? Fire was acutely aware that just as he ensnared Tang Li's Tauren chieftain, Tang Li had first employed an acceleration scroll, allowing the Blade Master to quickly reach the Tauren and transfer the invincibility potion. The Tauren consumed the potion just before the Death Coil could be cast, and simultaneously, the 3 orc foot soldiers, alongside the Tauren, surrounded the Death Knight. Within mere seconds, the Blade Master and the other 3 orc foot soldiers had also encircled and eliminated the Lich. While this may sound simplistic, Fire understood the immense difficulty of executing such maneuvers. Moreover, he had surmised that Tang Li's entire army had retreated, leaving the Tauren behind as bait, enticing him to advance for the kill. The moment his troops moved forward, the spider formation would falter, allowing the Blade Master and Tauren to instantly reverse the situation using the acceleration scroll and invincibility potion. Was this all premeditated? What extraordinary tactical prowess was at play here? What kind of awareness did he possess? What was his APM? Fire, now utterly astonished, had forgotten to continue playing. Tang Li merely chuckled innocently, feigning ignorance. What is APM? With a clatter, Fire nearly toppled from his chair. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Li had only recently begun playing Warcraft and genuinely did not understand what APM referred to. Chapter 8. The bonds forged in battle as a novice, APM merely inquires about your speed of action. Although Sun Chong was not well versed in Warcraft, he was familiar with the term and couldn't resist imparting some wisdom to Tang Li. Despite the thrilling nature of the match, in the eyes of Tang Li's lecherous dormitory mates, he remained an unequivocal amateur. In truth, Tang Li was indeed a novice, utterly oblivious to the concept of APM, which undoubtedly marked him as inexperienced. Not even knowing one's APM yet attempting to play Warcraft, how absurd. Han Tai and Zhu Yipeng burst into laughter. How am I supposed to know? I've never counted, Tang Li retorted. Besides, even if I don't know my APM, I still won the game, didn't I? His defiance was sincere, yet Han Tai, Zhu Yipeng, and Sun Chong merely sought to tease him. However, the innocent banter took on a different tone when it reached the ears of Fire and his companions. Their exchange was a blatant mockery, implying that the esteemed captain of the sports department had lost to a complete novice who didn't even know what APM was. Fire's face flushed crimson. Yet he was a man of his word. With indignation, he declared to Zhu Yipeng, "I lost this round. A true man stands by his word. You go pursue Yu Yu, and I shall withdraw." Yu Yu was the girl over whom they had quarreled earlier. Although they had been fiercely competing, Fire's statement left Zhu Yipeng feeling somewhat abashed. In truth, there was little to fight over. "I've never truly beaten you. It hardly counts as a loss. Why don't we both call it a draw and compete fairly?" Fire had anticipated that Zhu Yipeng would seize the opportunity to gloat over his supposed victory, but he was pleasantly surprised by Zhu Yipeng's honor. Tang Li rose as well, taking the hands of Zhu Yipeng and Fire to play the peacemaker. "Indeed, there is no deep-seated enmity between you two. Why not reconcile and be friends? We can all enjoy some girls together and play Warcraft as a team. There is no need to bicker like two dogs that don't even recognize their own parents." Tang Li's words were sharp, chastising both parties. "Damn it," Fire and Zhu Yipeng exclaimed in unison. "Look at you two, so in sync. Why don't we all go grab a drink?" Tang Li suggested. "Sure, it's on me," Fire generously offered. Tang Li shrugged. "Even if you didn't want a treat, I wouldn't have the funds anyway." Fire was left speechless. Just moments ago, they had been at each other's throats, but now they were shoulder to shoulder, heading out for drinks like the best of friends. Naturally, they wouldn't be going to an upscale restaurant. As students, they were generally frugal. They settled for a few pitchers of beer and some peanuts at a plaza near the school, engaging in lively conversation as they drank. Tang Li, still pondering Fire's earlier mention of APM, asked, "How can one measure that speed?" "That's simple. Just download a software online. I'll help you with that when we get back, so we can see just how abysmally slow this novice truly is," Han Tai replied, sipping his drink. Now Fire has come to realize that Tang Li is indeed a novice, and prior to this, he was unaware that APM referred to actions per minute. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "My friend, I must say, you undoubtedly possess immense talent in the realm of electronic sports. You'll be so skilled right from the start. With a bit of dedicated practice, you could easily surpass even Sky." Among those who have played Warcraft, it is rare to find anyone unfamiliar with the ID Sky, as he has become a banner for Chinese esports, a legendary figure. Fire's commendation of Tang Li is, therefore, a remarkable accolade. Tang Li himself began to ponder, could it be that he truly harbors a pronounced aptitude in this field? After all, how else could he explain the various strategies and maneuvers that he initially had not even considered, yet would suddenly manifest during the game? For instance, the encirclement tactic or the counter-encirclement maneuver he employed during his recent match against Fire. These were strategies he had never even contemplated in his usual practice. "Of course, I am a genius," Tang Li chuckled, shamelessly embracing the title of genius once more. "But I must say, your spider strategy is quite commendable. What I employed hardly qualifies as a spider strategy. I have yet to grasp its true essence." "Essence? What is the essence of the spider strategy?" Upon the mention of tactics, Tang Li instantly perked up. "The essence of the spider strategy is undoubtedly the spider dance. Its ranged attacks are distinct, and by leveraging this characteristic, executing the spider dance resembles flying a kite. Coupled with the malevolent aura of the Death Knight, it becomes impossible to hit yet equally challenging to shake off. This maneuver is known as the spider dance, or colloquially, sticky candy, though it bears a far cooler name, the dance of death." Fire became quite animated when discussing Warcraft. In truth, all such maneuvers fall under a collective term, hit-run. As the name implies, hit denotes striking, while run signifies fleeing, thus hit and run refers to the act of attacking while retreating. This tactic was first utilized in StarCraft, where upgraded ranged Dragon Knights could automatically attack while being pulled back by pressing H. Mastering the rhythm allows the Dragon Knight to launch a saturated attack while in motion, a technique often referred to by Chinese StarCraft players as Dragon Knight dance, akin to the Zerg's flying dragon tail swipe. If you are aware of this, why don't you employ it? Tang Li felt this maneuver did not seem particularly difficult. Fire felt quite self-conscious in front of this eccentric. "Do you think everyone can achieve such dazzling maneuvers as the four-corner encirclement after merely 2 or 3 days of practice? The rhythm of the spider dance is quite challenging to master. I have struggled with it for a long time. You should come to the Hero Internet CAF sometime. We can practice together." Tang Li was increasingly intrigued by the plethora of tactics emerging in Warcraft. Engaging in more matches was undoubtedly far superior to solitary study. Upon hearing that there would be an internal esports competition next week, Zhu Yipeng suddenly recalled this and called out eagerly. Upon the proposal being uttered, unanimous agreement swiftly ensued among the group. Yet, Han Tai, aware that the registration period for the competition had already closed, expressed his confusion. "But we have yet to register. What shall we do?" "That is easily remedied," Fire replied confidently. "As the captain of our department's team, I am acquainted with the organizers. I shall assist you in registering. Excellent, exclaimed Zhu Yiping with a hearty laugh. The next sky of China shall emerge from among us, however, he added. Currently, there are numerous experts in every department, and your skills are still somewhat lacking. Fire hesitated to finish his thought. What does it matter? Every expert was once a novice, Tang Li asserted. With diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Tang Li felt a surge of confidence as he spoke, and even Fire was inspired. Very well, let us practice together whenever we can, striving to seize the championship of this year's campus electronic sports competition. The group brimmed with enthusiasm, yet who could have foreseen that from this very day? These fellows would embark on their journey into the realm of electronic sports, ultimately creating one splendid achievement after another in the global electronic sports arena. Chapter 9. My name is Beef Noodle in truth. Anything that piques one's interest can lead to rapid progress. However, if one lacks genuine interest, efforts may yield only meager results. The same principle applies to playing Warcraft in preparation for the campus electronic sports competition. The residents of Tang Li's dormitory found their interest in Warcraft significantly heightened in recent days. Upon returning to the dorm, Tang Li hurriedly immersed himself in the game. Han Tai, noticing this, scoffed. What era are we in? You are still playing against the computer. What should I be playing against then? Tang Li inquired. Of course, you should be competing on Hao Hong. Only by battling against real opponents can you achieve substantial progress. Han Tai began his relentless teaching. Those who play against computers are merely novices. True experts engage on Hao Hong. Tang Li suddenly realized that the path to expertise lay in competing on Hao Hong. From that point on, this group spent their days frolicking in the novice section of the Hao Hong Warcraft battle platform, reveling in their newfound enthusiasm. Their relentless practice bore fruit, despite having only a few days to improve. Their progress was indeed evident. They could now be considered intermediate novices, significantly stronger than their initial status as beginners. Their win rate in the novice section hovered around 50%. However, they preferred gathering at the Hero Internet CAF to practice, engaging in friendly battles and exchanging insights, with Fire frequently imparting tactical advice. Tang Li stepped into the Hero Internet CAF. He heard Zhu Yiping shout, "Buddy, you finally made it. Come help me teach him a lesson. I've already lost 2 matches." Though Tang Li was also a novice, he possessed a knack akin to the character Duan Yu, occasionally unleashing formidable skills reminiscent of the 6-pulse sword. While not always effective and sometimes facing defeats at Zhu Yiping's hands, whenever he did wield the 6-pulse sword, it often proved devastatingly powerful, unexpectedly defeating some seasoned players. Thus, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, Zhu Yiping had lost his temper. Upon seeing Tang Li enter, he placed all his hopes upon him. What was the situation? Tang Li, noticing that Zhu Yiping was engrossed in playing Warcraft, became intrigued and hurriedly approached him. "Do you remember that girl I was competing with Fire for a couple of days ago? The one named Yu?" Tang Li nodded. How could he forget after just 2 days? Moreover, due to this incident, they had all become friends. Whenever there were no classes, Fire would come to the Heroes Internet CAF to play with everyone. In fact, the skill level of these individuals had significantly improved in just a few days, largely thanks to Fire. After all, Fire was the captain of the team, possessing much more tactical experience than the others. Zhu Yiping then pointed at the computer screen and exclaimed, "Damn it, now another rival has appeared. Just a moment ago, I was brutally defeated, and now I've already lost 2 rounds. You must help me take revenge." "Wow, how do you have so many rivals? Is there only one girl left in the school?" Zhu Yiping inquired with curiosity. "Is this Yu really that beautiful?" "Of course she's beautiful, no doubt about it. Although my character might not be the best, my taste is top-notch," Han Tai replied. "Really? How about introducing her to me someday?" Upon seeing Tang Li's lewd expression, Zhu Yiping impatiently urged, "Cut the nonsense. You wouldn't understand even if I told you now. Just come over and help me teach my rival a lesson. When a brother is in trouble, it's only right to lend a hand." Without any further ado, Tang Li swiftly booted up another computer. As Tang Li was starting his computer, Zhu Yiping typed to the opponent, "What skill is it to bully a novice like me? Just you wait. My brother will come to teach you a lesson. Don't keep me waiting too long. And make sure your brother isn't as pathetic as you are." The opponent responded with a bold line of text on the screen. "So arrogant. I really want to see what you're made of." Tang Li was the kind of player who thrived under pressure. Although he appeared to be a novice, he often exhibited unexpected talents when facing strong opponents. The reason for this was a mystery even to him, but he quickly summarized it with a 2-word conclusion: genius. Tang Li, brimming with enthusiasm, launched Hao Fong and promptly entered the novice area where Zhu Yiping was located. Upon entering the game, he spotted the opponent's username, "Love Yu. Wasn't that just a declaration of affection for Yu? Sighing, Tang Li thought, yet another pitiful love-struck fool. However, this time Tang Li was mistaken. The opponent was not a lovesick boy at all, but rather a beautiful girl. In fact, Love Yo-Yo was none other than Yu Yu herself. Currently, Yu Yu was secretly reveling in delight in her dormitory. Just a few days ago, a foolish pig dared to tease her, and now she finally had the chance to vent her frustrations. The pig Yu Yu referred to was, of course, Zhu Yipeng, who had been utterly captivated by her beauty when he first saw her at the noodle shop outside the school a few days prior. Zhu Yipeng, despite possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge on the art of wooing women, often imparting his wisdom to Tang Li, had never once engaged in a practical encounter. After much contemplation, his face flushed with embarrassment, he ultimately resolved not to squander the opportunity before him and timidly approached to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, what is your name?" Zhu Yipeng mustered his courage. "Beef Noodle," Yo-Yo replied, still taken aback. Observing Zhu Yipeng standing there in a daze, she added, "My name is Beef Noodle." This incident soon became a source of amusement among Yo-Yo and her friends. Whenever Yo-Yo recalls this event, she is filled with indignation, as her roommates incessantly tease her about it, bestowing upon her a new, resounding nickname, Beef Noodle. Thus, today, Zhu Yipeng once again harassed her on QQ. Upon learning that he was still a novice in World of Warcraft, lingering in the novice zone of Haofeng, Yo-Yo scoffed at the thought of humiliating him to relieve her frustration. Entering Zhu Yipeng's server under the ID Love Yo-Yo, she was taken aback by his username, Suckdoor and Blowhole. Although Yo-Yo maintained a pure demeanor, it did not imply her inability to comprehend such implications. Consequently, in their 2 matches, she showed no mercy, thoroughly humiliating Zhu Yipeng in both gameplay and conversation. Although Zhu Yipeng was indeed a novice, he had never encountered such an adversary before and could hardly withstand such treatment. This prompted him to seek Tang Li's assistance in retaliating. As long as Tang Li could unleash his skills, he would be able to regain his dignity. Upon entering Yo-Yo's server, Tang Li chuckled, for his username was Young Man with Hemorrhoids. It was not entirely their fault. Within the Haofeng novice combat platform, if one's username lacked flair, one would truly be the epitome of a novice, which compelled these two to laboriously concoct their rather peculiar IDs. What a motley crew they were! How utterly lewd! Yo-Yo, on the other side of the screen, could not help but face-bombed. "I've heard from my friends that your skills are quite commendable. Come, allow this genius to assess your capabilities." Tang Li continued to chuckle as he typed. Yet Yo-Yo had already made up her mind to ignore his message and commenced the game without a glance. Chapter 10. I shall overpower you, perhaps due to her recent encounters with the undead faction. Yo-Yo found herself also aligned with the same. Tang Li had been diligently practicing with fire, and among the various factions, he was somewhat more adept at battling the undead. However, this time Tang Li suddenly had a brilliant idea. Although he was well acquainted with the orc units, he had seldom utilized them. Why not take this opportunity to experiment? Thus, he resolved to employ a rather underhanded strategy. The brilliance of his plan made him chuckle uncontrollably. Yet, Zhu Yipeng was left bewildered as Tang Li opted not to construct a barracks or altar, but instead began with a war mill. "What on earth are you planning? I just warned you not to embarrass me by losing," Zhu Yipeng cautioned. However, Tang Li paid him no heed, continuing to chuckle in a manner most lewd. Observing that the war mill had been completed, he proceeded to construct an array of arrow towers within the confines of his home. Meanwhile, Yo-Yo's Death Knight was accompanied by ghouls, and she found it rather peculiar that this novice had yet to disturb her. Could he be engaged in his own monster farming? In the context of Warcraft, MF refers to monster farming, a method for leveling up. Yo-Yo opted for a dog rush strategy, as the English abbreviation for ghouls is G, leading Chinese players to affectionately refer to them as little dogs. Once the Death Knight achieved level 3, Yo-Yo had amassed a formidable pack of ghouls. At that juncture, Tang Li had begun to taunt her, typing provocatively, come at me, if you don't attack, I might just expand to a gold mine." Yo-Yo had never encountered such an opponent before. Noticing her Death Knight had reached level 3, which significantly enhanced his capabilities, she wasted no time in commanding her forces to advance. Yet, the atmosphere felt awry. She noticed that Tang Li had seemingly huddled up, making no moves whatsoever. Upon entering Tang Li's base, Yo-Yo was left agape, her mouth forming an A shape, as if capable of swallowing an egg. After such a lengthy period, Tang Li had managed to produce hardly any units, not even a hero, instead erecting 6 or 7 arrow towers within his home. Moreover, he had meticulously encircled these towers with burrows, rendering them impenetrable. Although Yo-Yo had intended to charge in and dismantle them, she quickly found that one of her little dogs had already taken significant damage upon nearing the perimeter of Tang Li's base. Faced with a barrage of arrow towers, Yo-Yo was left speechless, A direct assault would undoubtedly result in heavy losses, and with no other recourse, she reluctantly withdrew her forces. Tang Li, witnessing Yo-Yo's retreat, burst into laughter and could not resist typing further taunts. Why are you running away? Come and fight me. Typically, the resources allocated for constructing arrow towers could have been utilized to produce additional units. While both the towers and the units possess offensive capabilities, units are mobile, capable of traversing the map to aid heroes in leveling up. At full health, they can serve as meat shields, and when injured, they can be withdrawn to safety for healing, ready to return to battle after a brief regrouping. Truly, this novice had solidified Yo-Yo's impression of him as one who merely huddles at home building arrow towers. Such a novice is easily dealt with. Did he truly believe that the mere construction of arrow towers would thwart her? Soon, she would possess meat wagons, and he would find himself in tears. The meat wagon, a mechanical siege weapon of the undead, is intimately tied to their spells, which often involve corpses. It can collect and store bodies for temporary use, and dreadfully, it can also serve as a siege weapon. Should she research the plague cloud technology, the meat wagon would spread disease upon attack. Soon, she would arrive with the meat wagon in tow, and he would be left lamenting. Yo-Yo had begun to harbor profound disdain for this novice. Her strategy was sound. Alas, she regretted not sending a single ghoul into Tang Li's abode to ascertain the true state of affairs. Before long, Yo-Yo's Death Knight had ascended to level 4, while his second hero, the Lich, had reached level 2, accompanied by 3 healing wagons and 2 meat grinders. At this juncture, Tang Li provocatively remarked, "Why aren't you coming to fight me? I've been waiting impatiently." In his heart, Yo-Yo couldn't help but mutter a curse at the rookie, choosing to ignore him. Yo-Yo intended to hold off for a moment longer to amass a few more healing wagons before launching a full-scale assault. The undead's healing wagons, officially known as obsidian statues, were regarded as symbols of the great power of Naxxramas within the undead faction, making them a staple in nearly every battle. They could restore the health and mana of nearby allies and, more importantly, could transform into a destroyer at any moment. You're too scared to come, aren't you? If you dare, I'll annihilate you, Tang Li taunted in the chat. Initially resolved to disregard Tang Li, Yo-Yo's fury ignited upon reading those words. What did you say? Tang Li chuckled and replied, I meant to say I'll forcibly eradicate you, abbreviated as annihilate. Although Yo-Yo had intended to bide her time, she was now seething with rage, disregarding everything else, and commanded her forces to charge forward. That insufferable rookie. I will make you regret ever playing Warcraft, Yo-Yo gritted her teeth. Upon reaching Tang Li's doorstep, Yo-Yo finally launched her full assault. The destroyers shed their shells and soared into the air, while the ghouls stormed into Tang Li's domicile. The combination of mad dogs, destroyers, and meat grinders promised a swift dismantling of the base. And Yo-Yo could almost envision Tang Li's despairing wails of humiliation. However, at that moment, a multitude of dragonhawks and exploding bats surged forth from the nearby forest. The exploding bats immediately targeted the newly transformed destroyers, and Yo-Yo finally caught sight of the opposing hero, a towering Tauren, who charged into Yo-Yo's ghoul ranks and unleashed War Stomp. Most of the ghouls succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, whether the ghouls were conscious or not became irrelevant. Those unable to strike air were hopelessly vulnerable to the dragonhawks. Yo-Yo hastily ordered all her troops to retreat, but it was too late. The ghouls had low health, and in mere moments, the dragonhawks had nearly obliterated them under the relentless barrage of arrows from the towers. Although the Death Knight used a return scroll, shockingly, not a single unit was salvaged. Tang Li erupted into laughter, exuding the glee of a petty victor, directing his dragonhawk army towards Yo-Yo's base while typing. This is how I conquer you, cutting off all your escape routes. I'll send you on the road to the underworld. You have only your own foolishness to blame. Wahahaha. Tang Li's sneering laughter echoed in Yo-Yo's ears. Now, she was left with merely 2 heroes, devoid of any units, and with no defensive structures to withstand such a massive aerial onslaught. Shameless, to one's astonishment, losing to a novice left Yo-Yo so incensed that he bit his lip until it bled, hastily typing those 2 characters before exiting the game without even typing GG Chapter 11. The birth of the hero club. Goodness gracious, my friend, you truly possess remarkable talent. You have indeed outsmarted him, providing me with a much-needed sense of relief. Let us see if he dares to show his bravado in my presence again. Zhu Yiping patted Tang Li's shoulder, exuding an air of flamboyance, akin to a fox basking in the might of a tiger. That goes without saying. I am a genius. Tang Li shamelessly chuckled. But why haven't Fire and the others arrived yet? I had intended to engage in a few matches with them. As if summoned by the mere mention of his name, Fire, accompanied by Han Tai, Sun Chong, and a few others from Tang Li's dormitory entered the Hero Internet CAF. Upon entering, Tang Li swiftly approached Fire, urging, "Come, let us play a couple of rounds. I have just devised a new strategy against the spider build. Hurry, let us see if it proves effective." However, Fire merely smiled and replied, "Sun Chong and the others have an announcement to make. If they finish and you still wish to play, I shall gladly accompany you for an all-night gaming session." Upon hearing this, Tang Li turned to Sun Chong in curiosity. "Is there something of great significance that has transpired?" Sun Chong nodded solemnly, wearing an expression reminiscent of one honoring fallen heroes. "Brother, you are in serious trouble this time." "Trouble? What trouble? What do you mean?" Tang Li exclaimed in rapid succession, though all inquiries conveyed the same sentiment. "The trouble you face is not merely my assertion. It is a direct proclamation from the smiling tiger this afternoon." He smiled radiantly while declaring that if you and Zhu Yipeng do not teach him 10 watercolor paintings before the next class, you are undoubtedly doomed. The smiling tiger is a moniker for one of Tang Li's instructors, renowned for the misfortune that befalls students whenever he wears a bright smile. The more dazzling his grin, the graver the misfortune that awaits, with his ruthless methods and harsh consequences well documented among the student body, earning him the notorious title of the Smiling Tiger. Today is not April Fool's Day. You are not deceiving me, are you? Tang Li chuckled knowingly, for his past experiences taught him that he could not take everything this group said at face value. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself in an embarrassing predicament. I haven't even skipped his class. Why would he seek trouble with me? Is that what you call not skipping class? What about the 2 color theory classes this afternoon? Where were you? Sun Chong inquired. The answer was painfully obvious. Tang Li had been at the Internet CAF playing games. However, what shocked him was, goodness, there was class this afternoon. There exists a joke in university regarding examinations, typically stating, "There's an exam tomorrow. I must pull an all-nighter to study." These are the C'Armée de la C'Armée of students. More often, one hears, "The exam is about to start. Don't forget to pass me the answers." Even more audaciously, some would exclaim, "Goodness, there's an exam today?" Yet, the most astonishing remark remains, "Have we already taken the exam?" Now, that truly is the pinnacle of audacity. Tang Li had evidently reached an impressive level of skill, while Sun Chong wore an expression that clearly conveyed his admiration. Tang Li then turned to Zhu Yipeng and remarked, "However, I noticed that your schedule shows you have no classes this afternoon." "What schedule?" Zhu Yipeng inquired, perplexed. "The one atop your drawer at IT clearly indicates that you have no classes," Tang Li insisted, still unconvinced. Zhu Yipeng, realizing, exclaimed, "Oh, that one. That's not our class schedule. It's Han Tai's." Upon hearing this, Tang Li felt a sense of injustice. He had always been a diligent student. Had he known there were classes today, he would never have skipped. Tang Li's major was in advertising planning within the realm of cultural communication. The school had introduced courses such as sketching, color theory, and the principles of design to enhance students' appreciation of advertising works, which posed a challenge for someone like Tang Li, who did not hail from an art background. Thus, to avoid failing, he attended all his classes without exception. Frustrated, he lamented, "Why are you looking at Han Tai's schedule? Are you out of your mind?" "You're the one who's out of your mind," Zhu Yipeng retorted. "Han Tai tossed that schedule into our dorm, and you were the one who looked at it. But thankfully, if you hadn't come, who would have helped me take revenge just now?" Zhu Yipeng chuckled. "In any case, it was all your fault," Tang Li thought, immediately shifting all blame onto Zhu Yipeng. "How could you know there were classes and still skip them? I didn't think about it. I just happened to see you when I was on my way to class. Chasing girls takes precedence, you know." Zhu Yipeng, being a serious art major, was unperturbed. Sighing heavily, Tang Li lamented, "It seems I have to complete 10 watercolor assignments in the coming days. Otherwise, I'll be paying fines upon graduation." "Well, you can always pay to pass. I suggest you skip submitting your assignments altogether and just pay the fines later," Han Tai chimed in, reveling in his mischief. Tang Li, thinking to himself that he was a resourceful young man and couldn't afford to waste money, realized that spending at an Internet CAF was just as much a waste. "But gaming is one of my few hobbies. If I have to pay fines for failing, how will I have any money left to play games with you guys at the Internet CAF?" As he continued to grumble, the owner of Hero Internet CAF, Mr. Een, approached him from behind and suddenly proposed, "How about you all come here to play games for free in the future?" Mr. Een, appearing to be in his late 20s, owned a modest Internet CAF with only 20 to 30 computers and a limited number of patrons, which meant there was no dedicated cashier. He managed both the gaming and the cash register himself. Having frequently played games together, he had become quite familiar with the group. However, Tang Li couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Yin's surname should actually be Een, as his smile seemed particularly insidious. Sensing an ominous air, Tang Li was skeptical. Free? Is there truly such a generous offer? Of course, it is not without reason that money is involved. In truth, I have observed your enthusiasm for playing World of Warcraft and thought to form an amateur team. I have even settled on a name for the team. Since the internet CAF is called Hero CAF, the club shall be named Heroes Club. We could engage in friendly matches and even participate in some online competitions. Given that my CAF rarely sees many patrons, I could offer it as a training venue for you. What do you think? This sounds delightful. Fire's eyes lit up at the prospect. All we need now is a coach for our club. That would be me, Bossing declared, patting his chest. Are you serious? Can you really do it? Even Sun Chong began to express his doubts. Well, let us see your true skill, Bossing retorted, as he promptly opened his computer. Come on. Who dares to challenge me? To establish an intimidating presence, Bossing chose to play randomly, without selecting a faction. The group took turns, engaging in no fewer than 7 or 8 matches, all of which Bossing won decisively, demonstrating an overwhelming superiority. Even Tang Li's 6 pulses sword was rendered ineffective before Boss Een. Particularly, when Tang Li's blade master attempted to stealthily disrupt him, he was consistently revealed by the dust of appearance. What awareness must one possess to achieve that? Tang Li could not contain his curiosity. How did you know my blade master was maneuvering so gracefully after using Gale steps? You are still far from my level. Bossing replied. Back in the days of my participation in WCG, there were many who moved even more elegantly than you. You competed in WCG? The others, having never been exposed to such experiences, were left utterly astounded upon hearing this revelation. I can't believe it. So you are the real deal. A seemingly unassuming CF owner turned out to be an unparalleled master hidden in the shadows, which indeed caught everyone by surprise. Standing up, Bossing retained his signature cunning smile. Heh, welcome to the Heroes Club. Chapter 12. The last night before semi-professionalism. The name of Boss Een is Een Chongqing. Not because he hails from Chongqing. In fact, his parents never ventured there during their time and were unaware of the city's existence. Rather, he was named after his birthday, which falls on July 1st. The birthday of the party, thus allowing for a future celebration of both his birthday and the party's. Although Een Chongqing is considerably older than Tang Li and the others, his temperament remains youthful and boyish. With the announcement of the new club's establishment, he was visibly excited. Let us all stay tonight. I am treating everyone to a celebration at a grand hotel. The prospect of a lavish meal delighted everyone, and they cheered unanimously. The Hero CAF, being quite small and dimly lit, seldom attracted many visitors, so Bossing decided to close up shop and led Tang Li and the others out for the evening. Tang Li originally believed that since Bossing mentioned going to a grand restaurant, it must surely be a high-end establishment within the city. However, as Bossing led the group through a maze of alleyways opposite the school and finally entered a modest eatery, Tang Li and his companions were left in a state of bewildered amusement. It turned out that the grand restaurant Bossing referred to was merely a place named Defandian. This establishment consisted of only 2 floors. The upper level featured a handful of private rooms, while the ground floor boasted a modest dining area with merely 7 or 8 tables. Such eateries were ubiquitous near the school, yet this one had a strikingly prominent sign. Defandian, goodness! Hantai exclaimed. Bossing, is this really the grand restaurant you spoke of? With his characteristic sly grin, Bossing replied, this is already quite a decent treat. Are you unaware that the treatment for electronic sports players is distributed in a hierarchical manner? The lower-tier players can only subsist on meager meals. Once you bring honor to the club, I shall surely treat you to a 5-star establishment. That would be splendid, but please don't try to pass off a place called 5-star Grand Restaurant on us instead. Fire jested. Yes, they chatted. The group ascended to the 2nd floor and requested a private room. With the formation of the club, everyone felt a sense of joy. Although it was merely an amateur club, having such a commendable coach as Bossing elevated their status to something akin to semi-professional. As long as they practiced diligently with perseverance, could they not carve out a name for themselves in the realm of Warcraft esports? That night, they indulged in revelry, consuming 4 crates of beer and continuing to drink until the Defandian closed its doors. Still unsated, Sun Chong, hailing from the northeast and possessing a straightforward character, declared, the place may be closing, but there's always late-night venues. We're celebrating today. Let us go find more to drink. Don't you have classes tomorrow? Perhaps you should return to your dormitory and get some rest, Bossing suggested, noticing that everyone was nearing their limit. However, Sun Chong dismissed Bossing's well-meaning advice with a grin. Hee, Bossing, are you reluctant to spend your money? No worries, I'll treat you all to barbecue and drinks. Sun Chong, known for his earnestness and loyalty, was met with Bossing's good-natured response. Initially concerned about their classes the following day, Bossing, feeling a bit tipsy himself, adopted a more boisterous tone, with the spring breeze blowing and drums of war sounding. Who fears whom in this day and age? Let us keep drinking with that. The group stumbled off in search of barbecue. Naturally, there were plenty of barbecue stalls in front of the school. They found a vendor in the square near the entrance, sitting outdoors on small stools, ordering a plethora of grilled delights. The atmosphere was lively, and as Sun Chang drank, he became increasingly animated. Come on, let us skip the cups, their essay saying, foot on the crate, hand on the bottle. Soon enough, you'll be leaning against the wall, and you can't say I was heartless. Well, who ends up leaning against the wall is still up for debate, Han Tai retorted, his competitive spirit evident as he joined in the drinking. But don't forget the reason we're celebrating tonight. Bossing interjected, as Tang Li nodded and raised the bottle, proclaiming, today we celebrate the official establishment of our Heroes Club in the near future. We shall ensure that the name Heroes resonates throughout the land. Indeed. Everyone echoed in unison, Do you realize how arduous it is to be a professional player? To reach the pinnacle of esports, one must train for over 10 hours a day. Our club is named Heroes, so make sure you all rise to the occasion. That is indeed true, Fire nodded. Due to his studies, Fire currently lacked the time of professional players, but his training during his free hours was already on par with theirs. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter a distinguished mentor and had to rely solely on his limited understanding, which admittedly slowed his progress significantly. Sun Chang had just downed an entire bottle in one go, his tongue now somewhat heavy as he spoke. Bossing, rest assured, we now have a training venue, and despite my lack of skill, you still welcomed me into the club that I promised to learn from others and bring glory to the club. They continued drinking until midnight, with several of them retreating to a corner to engage in a rather loud display of drunkenness. While Sun Chang could barely walk out of course, it was still Bossing who settled the bill. The school dormitory entrance had long since closed for the night, prompting Bossing to suggest, why don't you all come sleep at my place tonight? With little choice, Tang Li and Han Tai supported Sun Chang, but as the wind hit him, he became unsteady, his legs refusing to cooperate, his mind clouded, yet he still mumbled, I want to be a professional player. I want to be a professional player. Bossing looked at the group of young individuals. Feeling a wave of nostalgia, it had been years since he had experienced such a time. He recalled his own youth, filled with lofty ideals and fervent passion. Yet now, he found himself merely managing a small internet CAF, pondering how his original dreams and enthusiasm had faded away. Had he not encountered this spirited group, he might have long forgotten his aspiration of becoming a world champion. Having ideals and passion was commendable. Since these youngsters possessed such fervor, he felt compelled to assist them in reaching the pinnacle of the world. Although the journey might be long and arduous, the inebriated Sun Chang was unmovable, and Han Tai and Tang Li struggled to lift him, urgently calling for assistance. Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chang hurried over to grab his legs, and together the four of them hoisted the drunken Sun Chang, laboriously transporting him to the Heroes Internet CAF. Fortunately, the distance was not too far, though they were all drenched in sweat by the time they arrived. Behind the Heroes Internet CAF, there was a small room with a large bed, which delighted Han Tai immensely. I thought we'd have to piece together chairs to sleep. I had no idea there was such a big bed here. Ha ha ha. Several individuals hurriedly tossed Sun Chang onto the bed, panting as they took a moment to rest at its edge. Tang Li chuckled. Well, this is splendid. Now their essay place to sleep after late-night training at the club. Chapter 13. The absurd social event, the establishment of the Heroes Club, further ignited the enthusiasm of Tang Li and his companions. They adorned their usernames with the club's title. For instance, Tang Li continued to use the ID Yoji King Xiaonian on the Haofeng Kai Niao combat platform, while adopting Heroes only for his regular dealings. Similarly, Fire transformed his ID to Heroes Fire. Due to their class schedules, the group rushed to the Heroes Internet CAF immediately after lessons, practicing diligently until around 10 in the evening. AT times. Their excitement would lead them to spend the night at the CAF. Fully engrossed in their World of Warcraft endeavors, their singular focus made time fly, and before they knew it, Saturday had arrived. With no classes and no urgency to train, they relished a rare moment of leisure. Despite the approaching noon, this group remained comfortably ensconced in their beds, indulging in deep slumber. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Tang Li had actually awakened long ago but felt too lethargic to rise. Although his body resisted movement, the time had come for his stomach to voice its discontent. With a stretch, he lay in bed and suddenly bellowed, Is anyone going to the cafeteria to fetch food? I'm not going, Sun Chang replied. Already awake. Besides, even if I did, I wouldn't bring anything back for you. You're so lazy, you deserve to starve. Xiao Pang, Tang Li called out from the bed. Xiao Pang, the youngest in their dormitory, was distinct from the others. He was studious, diligent, and amiable, making him the sole anomaly in their midst. Most importantly, he adhered strictly to his routines. When mealtime arrived, he would undoubtedly dash to the cafeteria. Consequently, the rest of the group often relied on Xiaopeng to bring back food, which resulted in him carrying numerous bags and containers, reminiscent of an African refugee. Stop shouting. Xiaopeng already went to the study room. Zhu Yipeng grumbled, if you're hungry, go to the cafeteria yourself, and don't forget to grab a portion for me too. Absolutely not. I refuse to be your errand boy, Tang Li scoffed. Let us see who succumbs to hunger first. Whoever can't take it anymore will have to go. Hee, I already had a midnight snack yesterday. Let us compare who gets hungry first. Zhu Yipeng, whose surname is Zhu, was affectionately dubbed Pighead by his dorm mates, regardless of whether he liked it or not, which he took in stride. It's more like a contest of who is the laziest, he chuckled. Tang Li grimaced, I can't even be bothered to compete with you. This situation perfectly illustrated the adage of 3 monks without water. Now, it had escalated to 3 monks without food. After waiting a moment longer, it was evident that Sun Chang too was on the verge of succumbing to hunger. Tang Li, the smiling tiger, has requested that you both deliver 10 watercolor paintings to him by next week. If we don't seize this splendid weekend to find inspiration, next week may spell disaster for you. Sun Chang's subtle intentions were, of course, not lost on Tang Li. If we are to paint, we must first rise from our slumber, correct? And rising naturally calls for a meal, does it not? For a meal, we must head to the cafeteria, would you agree? And while we're at it, I shall bring you a portion as well, right? With a chuckle, Sun Chang nodded vigorously in agreement. Tang Li sighed, pondering the unfairness of fate. Why must he be assigned to share a dormitory with such a group of sloths? Truly, the heavens seem to conspire against the talented. Lost in his disdain for Sun Chang's laziness, he barely noticed when Han Tai burst through the door. Upon entering, Han Tai was taken aback to find them still asleep at such a late hour. Good grief, what time is it? Why are you still in bed, poor child? Sun Chang teased. Why are you so energetic on a weekend? Did you perhaps indulge in some performance-enhancing substances? I have splendid news for you all, Han Tai announced. Tomorrow is Sunday, and our dormitory is invited to a social gathering. Goodness, Zhu Yipeng could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, people usually attend such events with beautiful women. What do 2 men from our dorm have to offer? Indeed, it is a gathering with lovely ladies, Han Tai clarified. I have a fellow countryman from the tourism department, and it is said that their female dormitory is filled with beauties. I've secured a phone number and arranged for this Sunday's event. Upon hearing of the beautiful women, Sun Chang perked up, yet quickly questioned, if your dormitory is mingling with theirs, why are you inviting us? Surely you wouldn't be so noble as to share the bounty. There are 8 girls in their dormitory, and although one will not be attending, that still leaves 7. Our dorm only has 4 members. How will that work? It would be less enjoyable with fewer participants. So I thought to invite you 3. We can have a 7v7 match, which would be quite delightful. We plan to meet at Sherman Gorge at the foot of Lushan Mountain tomorrow. What say you? The university they attended was Lushan University, situated right at the mountain's base, and Sherman Gorge was a local scenic spot that they had yet to explore as freshmen. The allure of the beautiful women piqued everyone's interest, and they abandoned their beds, rising eagerly. Han Tai's plan for the gathering was indeed quite intriguing. 7v7 for a delightful excursion, but how would they be divided into teams? Han Tai also conceived a rather ingenious method, drawing lots. He had meticulously prepared 7 sets of paper slips, which included the following pairs: Yanghua and Xiaolong Nu, Romeo and Juliet, Pan Jinlian and Shimenqing, Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, Su Xian and Bai Nyangzi, Niulong and Zinv, Adam and Eve. Subsequently, everyone would draw lots, and the boy who drew a particular pair would ride his bicycle with the corresponding girl to Sherman Gorge. This arrangement, of course, had its ulterior motives. Being paired off might spark some chemistry along the way. In fact, Tang Li found Han Tai's idea quite commendable, albeit it was rather amusing to include Pan Jinlian and Shimenqing amidst such illustrious couples throughout history. After all, this was the inaugural social event at the university, and enthusiasm ran high. No one was lethargic any longer. Everyone promptly donned their attire, and the trio, along with Han Tai, dashed to the cafeteria for lunch before heading out of the school to make preparations. Securing bicycles was a breeze, as numerous rental bicycles were available at the school gate, facilitating students' excursions. They then ventured to the supermarket to procure a plethora of provisions for their picnic the following day. How about we buy some beef and ham sausages and have a barbecue at Sherman Gorge? Sun Chang suggested, his face alight with anticipation. I wonder if the beauties you mentioned are truly beautiful. It's such a pity we have to wait until tomorrow to find out. You dare to light a fire on Lushan Mountain without being caught? That would be remarkable. Zhu Yipeng had already begun to look down upon Sun Chang's intelligence. To be honest, you shouldn't hold your hopes too high. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Perhaps when you meet tomorrow, you will encounter one after another of those so-called beauties. Tang Li interjected, attempting to temper the excitement. Indeed, nowadays, even a middle-aged woman on the street can be referred to as a beauty or goddess. Unless seen with one's own eyes, one should not readily believe the rumors. Regardless, we will discover the truth tomorrow, won't we? It is still afternoon. Let's hasten to purchase what we need and then head to the internet CAF to play World of Warcraft, Tang Li concluded. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. In recent days, their enthusiasm for World of Warcraft rivaled that for beautiful women. After acquiring their supplies, they did not return to their dormitory but instead hurried to the Hero Internet CAF to indulge in the game. Chapter 14. Another battle with Yo-Yo. Although Tang Li had suggested this, he indeed went to the Hero Internet CAF. However, he did not engage in gaming, for he had become captivated by watching replays. Originally, this was a training task assigned by Boss Ian, as after assessing his hand speed, it was discovered that Tang Li's peak speed during a match reached an astonishing 220, a rarity among newcomers. According to Boss Ian, while such APM, actions per minute, was not exceptionally high, it was sufficient for executing a variety of maneuvers. Conversely, what Tang Li truly needed to enhance was his comprehension of the overall game situation. Thus, he was encouraged to study the replays of expert players. Tang Li's hand speed indeed evoked envy from Han Tai and Zhu Yipeng. Among the others, only Fire surpassed Han Tai slightly, with Fire's APM at 180 and Han Tai's at 150. While Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chang lagged considerably, their peaks not even exceeding 100. However, Boss Ian and his associates have remarked that hand speed cannot be improved overnight. It requires prolonged practice. The current sluggishness of your hand speed indicates that there remains substantial room for growth. Especially in the case of Sun Chang, who has only recently begun his journey with Warcraft, he should refrain from lofty aspirations and instead focus on mastering the fundamentals. Engaging in battles with others will naturally enhance his speed, and subsequently with targeted training, surpassing 200 should pose no significant challenge. Initially, Sun Chang felt a sense of frustration, but upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that progress must be gradual. After all, how many individuals like Tang Li exist in this world? Thus, upon arriving at the Hero Internet CAF today, Tang Li immediately booted up his computer to continue watching replays in recent days. He has diligently viewed numerous replays, having scrutinized at least 100 matches across various races. Han Tai observed him as he flitted through these replays like a carousel, pondering how much insight he might be gleaning. Understanding is contingent upon the player. Even the same replay can yield vastly different lessons to different viewers. Additionally, Warcraft is an intricate game, and among skilled players, the same match can reveal diverse insights depending on the viewer's level of comprehension. Many individuals often scrutinize a single replay repeatedly for an extended period, unlike Tang Li, who appears to be merely enjoying the spectacle. Nonetheless, Boss Ian refrains from commenting, allowing Tang Li to watch incessantly, leaving no one aware of how much he can truly retain. Although he is merely observing replays without engaging in practice, the impact Tang Li experiences far surpasses what he could learn through days of battling against opponents. In just a few days, he has begun to realize his innate talent. Initially, when he watched the replays of expert players, he was often bewildered, as the rapid key presses and unit production left him unable to grasp the player's actions. However, now that he has immersed himself fully in Warcraft, he can often anticipate the tactical intentions of players based on their movements in matches. Tang Li genuinely believes he possesses a gift, for in just 2 days of watching replays, his ability to comprehend the broader dynamics of the game has ascended to an entirely new level. Currently, he is watching a replay of a match between Sky and Sweet. Sky, of course, needs no introduction. He is a household name among Warcraft players in China, often referred to as the Human Emperor. Sweet, on the other hand, is known as the Ghost King from Korea. This match showcased a clash between humans and the undead. Despite Sky's brilliant performance, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the Death Knight and Lich. Both players are among the world's elite, and their skills are undoubtedly awe-inspiring to a novice like Tang Li. He suddenly found himself intrigued by the undead, particularly after being astounded by Sweet's dazzling triple kill. The triple kill, a creation of Sweet, employs hero skills to instantaneously eliminate enemy units, and if executed flawlessly, it can prevent the opponent from using invulnerability or healing potions. Tang Li found himself increasingly captivated. He realized that in the past, when playing as the undead faction, he only knew how to hide at home and construct Frost WIRMS. At that time, his understanding of Warcraft was exceedingly superficial. Now, however, he had rekindled his interest in the undead. Just then, Zhu Yipeng shouted, "Tang Li, Come quickly to the Haofeng novice zone. My rival has returned. Oh? Tang Li leaned in to take a look, and indeed, it was the ID Love Yo-Yo that, of course. Tang Li had no idea that Love Yo-Yo was actually Yo-Yo herself. He genuinely believed she was Zhu Yiping's rival. What kind of rival is this? Like a sticky toffee. Who cares if he's sticky toffee? He can't defeat you anyway. Isn't it delightful to have someone to humiliate? Upon hearing this, Tang Li was elated. All right, then I shall humiliate him once more. As he spoke, he closed the rep and swiftly logged into Haofeng. Upon entering the novice zone, he discovered that Yo-Yo had already set up a host, waiting for him. Tang Li chuckled and entered her host. So, not satisfied from last time's thrashing. Shall we make it even more merciless this time? Yo-Yo thought to herself, if we're talking about being lewd, this young man with hemorrhoids could undoubtedly be considered unparalleled in the world. He could nearly infuriate himself with just a casual remark. However, Yo-Yo was there for vengeance and understood the importance of mindset. In preparation for this revenge, she had undergone a series of rigorous training sessions specifically targeting the orcs under her master's guidance. Now, she felt absolutely confident in her ability to make her opponent meet a spectacular demise. She had even devised the words she would use to humiliate Tang Li after her victory. Just as Yo-Yo was reveling in her amusement in the dormitory, Tang Li chose the undead faction. Hey, weren't you using the orcs? Yo-Yo exclaimed in surprise. Heh, what does it matter what faction I use? I just think you're so inexperienced that I'll spare you the embarrassment of using your own kind, Tang Li retorted. I'm not using my own faction to accommodate you. Yo-Yo, prideful, could not tolerate this and promptly switched her race to orcs. If you want to use your own faction, then neither will I. This way, you can't make excuses when you lose. In truth, Yo-Yo was quite confident. Although she had been studying strategies against the orcs with her master, she had also developed a profound understanding of various tactics involving both the undead and orcs. If a player does not reach the pinnacle of understanding for a particular race, switching factions under such circumstances is of little consequence. Moreover, the map Lost Temple is inherently unbalanced, featuring a central fountain with significant healing capabilities. For the robust orcs, this is a paradise, while for the undead, it is a nightmare. Although Yo-Yo had trained specifically against orc tactics in recent days, she believed that Tang Li's sudden change in faction might leave him somewhat unaccustomed. Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought. After all, this novice was so inept with his own faction, merely hiding at home to build arrow towers. Switching factions would only render him even more incompetent. With this in mind, Yo-Yo regained her confidence, disregarded Tang Li, and commenced the game. Chapter 15. The 8-character encirclement in the lore of Warcraft. Ghouls were once innocent humans who, tragically, were transformed into decaying abominations by the Lich King's plague. The human kingdom of Lordaeron fell into a state of panic under such dire circumstances, leading even Prince Arthas to succumb to the darkness and become a Death Knight. Within the game, ghouls serve as the most economical and fundamental units of the undead army. They are capable of gathering wood and engaging in battle as primary troops. Furthermore, upon upgrading, they acquire the ability to consume corpses, allowing them to rapidly restore their health by feasting on the fallen on the battlefield. Due to their English abbreviation G, Chinese players have affectionately dubbed ghouls as little dogs. This is the very unit that Tang Li is currently utilizing. Having learned from her previous reconnaissance failures, Yo-Yo ensured thorough scouting this time, promptly dispatching a peasant to investigate Tang Li's base. Observing that Tang Li had yet to construct a graveyard, she quickly deduced that this novice intended to employ a strategy centered around a horde of ghouls. To counter the ghouls, numerous yet frail, area of effect spells would prove most effective. Thus, Yo-Yo strategically resolved to summon the Prophet first, followed by the Tauren Chieftain, both formidable heroes. The Prophet, in addition to summoning spirit wolves, possesses a chain lightning ability that unleashes a powerful bolt of electricity, capable of jumping between foes. Upon reaching level 4, chain lightning becomes an immensely potent area-damaging spell. Meanwhile, the Tauren Chieftain wields a shockwave ability, inflicting damage along a straight line to all enemies. Given the ghouls' frailty, should these two heroes grow in power, they would deliver a devastating blow to the ghouls. Yo-Yo's tactics were sound. However, she underestimated Tang Li's operational prowess. So far, Tang Li had demonstrated a signature move, the encirclement. Previously using the orc race, whose infantry boasted high health but also a hefty price tag, he found ghouls to be far more cost-effective. Thus, the funds allocated for producing orc infantry could instead yield a greater number of ghouls, making encirclement all the more feasible. In their initial encounter, before the Prophet even reached level 2, he found himself surrounded by a horde of ghouls, his health plummeting to half. With no other recourse, Yo-Yo was forced to use a town portal scroll. Yet, the situation worsened. Tang Li commanded his ghouls to charge into Yo-Yo's base, encircling the prophet, who had just returned home, and sending him back to the altar. Tang Li laughed heartily. How about that? Last time I was the one who forced you, and now it seems you've been thoroughly overwhelmed again. Are you satisfied now? Evidently, a group against one is akin to overwhelming force. Tang Li reveled in his triumph, while Yo-Yo seethed with frustration. As a young woman, Yo-Yo had never encountered anyone as infuriating as Tang Li during a match. Unaccustomed to the rough banter prevalent on the Haofeng novice battle platform, she remained unaware that such rhetoric was commonplace among its denizens. One cannot entirely blame Tang Li. After all, one is influenced by their surroundings. Tang Li found himself at a loss, as he was merely a hero death knight, failing to summon a second hero and instead persistently producing ghouls. In no time, a formidable horde of ghouls had amassed, while Yo-Yo had successfully summoned his second hero, the Tauren chieftain. Furthermore, Yo-Yo had preemptively established a secondary base. Aware of Tang Li's formidable early-game maneuvers, Yo-Yo opted for a defensive strategy, retreating into a shell rather than engaging in early conflict. Tang Li's ghouls proved ineffective against the synergistic combination of the prophet and the Tauren chieftain, a fact Tang Li was acutely aware of, especially since he was unfamiliar with the undead faction, and this was his inaugural match. Faced with this predicament, a sudden inspiration struck Tang Li as he gazed upon the familiar orc race. After upgrading to Tier 3, he hastily began the production of banshees. Once living as the elves of Quel'Thalas, these banshees had fallen victim to the malevolent Death Knight Arthas, who led the undead legion in a brutal assault that resulted in the demise of Sylvanas and her sisters. The vengeful spirits of these elves were subsequently utilized by the Lich King, transforming them into warriors of the undead. The banshees, armed with Tier 3 technology, possessed a unique ability known as possession. This skill allowed them to seize the souls of enemy units, converting them into allies. Tang Li aimed to stealthily commandeer one of Yo-Yo's peons. However, Yo-Yo would not leave his peasants exposed, prompting Tang Li to feign an attack while secretly maneuvering the banshee. Managing two operations simultaneously was no challenge for Tang Li, who chuckled with delight at the thought. With that in mind, he commanded his ghouls to assault Yo-Yo's expansion, expending considerable effort to finally dismantle Yo-Yo's arrow tower. At that moment, the Tauren chieftain and prophet rallied their orc forces to provide assistance. Given Yo-Yo's two mines, his economic advantage over Tang Li was substantial, and his units were also of a higher tier. Fortunately, the heroes' levels were not yet high, or this battle would have been unwinnable. Although Tang Li's forces consisted solely of basic ghouls, their numerical superiority was undeniable. To afford the Banshee a chance to successfully possess a couple of peasants, this confrontation was imperative. After the Tauren chieftain unleashed a shockwave, he charged forth. Tang Li, undeterred, directed his ghouls to adopt a pocket formation and advance. Before Yo-Yo could react, Tang Li had encircled the prophet. Aware that ghouls were frail, Yo-Yo understood that by eliminating one or two ghouls, he could create an opening to rescue the prophet. Thus, without hesitation, the Tauren chieftain surged forward and executed a war stomp beside the encircled prophet. Tang Li's Death Knight, from a distance, cast a timely death coil, rescuing a wounded ghoul. In the meantime, the remaining ghouls closed in, surrounding the Tauren chieftain as well. An 8-shaped encirclement. In that moment, Zhu yipping beside Tang Li and Yo-Yo across the computer both exclaimed simultaneously. The 8-shaped encirclement was a rare and challenging maneuver, far more elusive than the conventional cross formation. As the name suggests, the 8-character encirclement entails a formation where all units are arranged in an 8-shaped pattern, effectively surrounding two of the opponent's units. Visually, this is far more exhilarating than the traditional cross encirclement. It is no wonder that Yo-Yo was momentarily startled, nearly sending his mouse flying. However, after a brief moment, Yo-Yo quickly regained his composure. His forces were not inferior to Tang Li's. Ultimately, although the prophet and the Tauren chieftain who were ensnared perished, Tang Li's army of ghouls was left severely diminished. Yet, the chaos on the battlefield was merely a smokescreen orchestrated by Tang Li. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Yo-Yo remained oblivious to the fact that his two peasant units had been stealthily commandeered by Tang Li's two banshees, who swiftly vanished from Yo-Yo's sight. These two peasants could facilitate numerous strategies. Soon, a formidable horde of orcs would be assembled. The unsuspecting Love Yo-Yo would be taken aback by the sudden emergence of a multitude of orc footmen and wyverns in his field of vision. Tang Li couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Chapter 16. Lifelong rivals and formal competitions. The appearance rate of banshees is notably low. This can be attributed to the general consensus among Warcraft players regarding the shortcomings of the undead faction. Their spellcaster units are often deemed superfluous, and their economic capacity is their Achilles heel. This understanding has become a shared acknowledgement among all undead players. Despite the Banshee's formidable magical abilities, such as the curse that grants a 33% chance of attack misfires for opposing units, and the anti-magic shield that protects allied units from 300 points of magical damage, alongside their soul control skill which allows for permanent commandeering of enemy elite units, this powerful unit remains relegated to the sidelines, particularly in major tournaments where their presence is seldom felt. The reasons for this are clear. The undead faction possesses the weakest economic capabilities among the three races. It is only after advancing to Tier 3 technology that the undead can become exceptionally formidable. With heroes capable of executing dazzling triple kills, bolstered by fully charged abominations and the Frost WIRM, the unit with the highest single target damage in Warcraft. Thus, employing the undead often allows for remarkable comebacks. An example of this is the retired Korean player, known as the King of Comebacks, Sweet. However, if the undead faction is suppressed and fails to secure an expansion, they typically struggle in economic competition against other races, often leading to their downfall. Given the undead's precarious economic situation, investing in Tier 3 technology solely for the acquisition of the Banshee's 3 skills can seem rather fruitless, especially in the late game with a single expansion. At this juncture, the undead would prefer to deploy a substantial number of abominations, or produce 1 or 2 Frost WIRMs. Nevertheless, both Tang Li and Yo-Yo cannot be classified as expert players. In the hands of seasoned competitors, utilizing Banshees to raid peasants would be inconceivable. Yet, in this dramatic encounter between novices, such a spectacle unfolded. Although Tang Li was operating with a single mind, his successive encirclements of the opposing hero had not left him in dire economic straits. Having pilfered a peasant, he swiftly established an expansion using the orc's laborer. However, Tang Li, despite his sordid demeanor, chose not to establish his expansion mine near his main mine, but rather concealed it in a secret location. He reveled in his own sleazy thoughts, gleefully constructing orc infantry at the expansion and upgrading the orc's Tier 2 technology. During this period of inactivity, Yo-Yo finally managed to catch her breath. Resurrecting her 2 heroes and assembling a formidable army, it wasn't until Yo-Yo's main mine was exhausted that she stealthily scouted Tang Li's situation. To her surprise, the location of Tang Li's expansion mine remained utterly vacant, and his main mine had yet to produce any advanced units, relying solely on a lone hero accompanied by a pitiful pack of small dogs. This novice seemed to be limited to using Chung Yaojin's 3 basic strikes. Once those were expended, he was rendered ineffective, likely holed up at home, desperately trying to summon frost dragons with a single mind. Yo-Yo mused. Summoning frost dragons with a single mind. Yo-Yo scoffed, realizing this was a tactic only a novice would employ. Upon discerning Tang Li's movements, she strategically deployed a plethora of self-destructing bats and wolf riders. The self-destructing bats, formerly known as trollbat riders, unleash devastating explosions upon detonation, inflicting damage on aerial units beyond their primary target, an invaluable weapon for the orc race against high-level air forces. The wolf riders, too, possessed a snaring ability, capable of ensnaring airborne units and dragging them to the ground. In her heart, Yo-Yo felt a thrill. No matter how many frost dragons he might conjure, she would ensure he would be left searching for his teeth. Yo-Yo's assessment had some basis. Previously, Tang Li indeed resorted to such tactics, relying on the undead faction and hoarding frost dragons at home. However, since his defeat to Star, he had abandoned this approach. Over the past several days, Tang Li had primarily employed the orc race, a faction with which he was most proficient. Yo-Yo had not witnessed him utilizing banshees to occupy her laborers, unaware that Tang Li intended to confront her with orcs. "Novice, why have you ceased your attacks? Come and challenge me." The tables had turned, and it was now Yo-Yo's turn to provoke Tang Li. Luring him into her home territory would grant her the advantage of waiting for him to come to her. Why not seize this opportunity? "Very well, I shall indulge you. Prepare yourself, for I am on my way." Now convinced she had glimpsed the glimmer of victory, Yo-Yo disregarded Tang Li's idle threats. Upon hearing he intended to come, she hurriedly reinforced her defenses with several arrow towers, ensuring he would find it challenging to approach. However, when Yo-Yo finally beheld the oncoming tide of Tang Li's forces, her eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. "Orc infantry? How could it be orc infantry? Where did you acquire ORC units?" ORC stands for orcs, HUM for humans, NE for night elves, and UD for undead. Yo-Yo could never have anticipated that Tang Li would seize her labor force so early with the succubus. In an instant, all of Yo-Yo's meticulously laid plans fell apart. In truth, Yo-Yo's subbase had been established considerably earlier than Tang Li's, and her population was significantly larger. However, she had initially produced a swarm of self-destructing bats to combat Tang Li's frost dragon. Alas, these bats were incapable of ground attacks. To her astonishment, Tang Li had deployed no air force, leaving a battlefield teeming with orc infantry and ghouls. Consequently, Yo-Yo's squadron of self-destructing bats became mere spectators. The English abbreviation for orc infantry is also G, as is that for ghouls. However, due to their larger size, Chinese players affectionately refer to the orc infantry as Big G and the ghouls as Little G. As she beheld her 100-strong infantry storming into Yo-Yo's domain, she found herself utterly defenseless. Her two heroes were swiftly besieged and overwhelmed by a pair of Big GS and Little GS, leading to the complete annihilation of Yo-Yo's ground forces. Tang Li erupted into laughter. Your two heroes have been thoroughly ravaged by my big dogs and little dogs. I trust your self-destructing bats are enjoying the show? Fuming with rage, Yo-Yo's eyes turned bloodshot. Shameless. Shameless? Have you not heard the saying that rape knows no guilt in 3 years of blind eyes? Retorted Tang Li. If we are to speak of shamelessness, it is your horde of self-destructing bats that stands as the true embodiment of disgrace. In terms of verbal sparring, Yo-Yo was no match for Tang Li. However, her fury had clouded her judgment, and she found herself incessantly spamming insults, repeatedly shouting, "Shameless rookie! Shameless rookie! Shameless rookie! Heh, who is the rookie here is quite evident. Shameless rookie! Shameless rookie! Shameless rookie!" Yo-Yo paid no heed, fixated solely on her refrain. "You didn't even notice that I had commandeered your peasants. Who, pray tell, is the rookie? Shameless rookie! Shameless rookie!" Tang Li had not anticipated that Yo-Yo was a girl. Her thin skin made the defeat less significant, but Tang Li's lewd remarks were unbearable for her. "Just wait. I will not let you off the hook." Yo-Yo spat vehemently. "I have never encountered someone so incapable of accepting defeat." Tang Li muttered at that moment. Yo-Yo's last structure was obliterated, and the game finally came to an end. Tang Li turned to Zhu Yipeng and made a V gesture. "Your rival has been thoroughly trampled. I suspect they will carry psychological scars henceforth." Meanwhile, on the other side of the computer, Yo-Yo clenched her fists tightly, and a furious scream echoed through the girls' dormitory. "You, vile scoundrel! I will not rest until I have my revenge." Chapter 17. I am Shimin Qing. The group continued their training at the Heroes Internet CAF until late into the evening. Han Tai remarked, "Let's head back early tonight. We're going on an outing with the ladies tomorrow. Don't oversleep." Everyone believed it was reasonable, so around 9 o'clock, they emerged from the Hero Internet CAF, carrying the items they had purchased earlier that day back to their dormitory. The university that Tang Li attended was Lushan University, situated right next to Lushan Mountain. However, he had only recently arrived at the university and, as a freshman, was burdened with a relatively heavy course load, leaving him little opportunity to explore the beauty of Lushan. This time, with the prospect of a social outing with the female dormitory to Sherman Stream, the allure of both the enchanting ladies and the stunning scenery was undeniable. Sherman Stream, renowned as the premier attraction of Lushan and the western gateway to the mountain, was a place that Tang Li had yet to visit, and hearing others speak of its sturdy yearning within him. Thus, early the next morning, before 5 o'clock, the three boys rose from their slumber. Typically, they lacked such energy for their classes, often struggling to wake up even for an 8 o'clock lecture. After freshening up, Tang Li intended to seek out Han Tai, but was halted by Zhu Yipeng. "With the easel on your back, we have 10 watercolor assignments due next week." Tang Li slapped his forehead. "How could I forget? If you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely overlooked the flowers of the smiling tiger." Once prepared, the trio hurriedly knocked on Han Tai's dormitory door, where the 4 residents were already eager and ready to embark on their adventure. "There are 7 beauties in the female dormitory. I must claim the one I fancy first, so don't you dare compete with me," one of Han Tai's roommates, Xiao Guang, exclaimed boisterously. "Your taste and mine are on entirely different levels. I assure you, the one you fancy will not be of interest to me," Han Tai retorted, turning to see Tang Li and his companions entering. "Let us get ready. We depart at 6 o'clock. We have not arranged a meeting with the beauties, so we shall gather at the school gate." "All right." Everyone cheered in unison. Han Tai exhibited quite the leadership quality, meticulously organizing everything. Tang Li and the others had long since become well acquainted with Han Tai's dormitory, and the group, filled with laughter, followed him out of the school gates. Although the appointed time had arrived, it was customary for the beauties to run late. Patience was the foremost virtue when vying for the affection of lovely ladies. Thus, this band of hopeful suitors squatted idly at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. After a while, they spotted a group of girls approaching from afar, precisely 7 in number, undoubtedly the female dormitory they would be mingling with today. Tang Li realized that Han Tai had indeed spoken the truth. The tourism department was known for its abundance of beauties, and this particular dormitory boasted 2 who could certainly be deemed campus queens, while the others, though not as striking, were still quite charming. During their initial meeting, A hint of awkwardness lingered, but being young, they quickly warmed up to each other with a few exchanged words. I am Zhuolan. And this stunning beauty beside me is Ouyang Jingxian. You may simply call her Ouyang. One of the girls began to introduce the members of their dormitory. Given the multitude of names presented during this first encounter, Tang Li could hardly remember them all, yet he made a note of the names of the two most beautiful, Zhuolan and Ouyang Jingxian. Zhuolan, with her extroverted and generous nature, asked after the introductions, "Are you all prepared? Riding to Sherman Stream is quite a distance. Are you up for it?" What men dread most is when women declare their inadequacy. Sun Chong, without hesitation, thumped his chest. Being a tall man from northeast China, he naturally exuded a sense of reliability. What inadequacy? Those two words do not exist in my lexicon. The group proceeded to the prearranged bicycle rental spot off campus, using their student IDs as collateral to secure several bikes. "All right, let us commence pairing up," Han Tai announced, referring to the pairing of a male student to carry a female student on the bicycle. With that, he pulled out a handful of slips of paper from his pocket. "Here, let us draw lots." Such playful banter is commonplace in university life, with many calling each other husband and wife in jest, and as such, most girls paid no mind to it. However, one girl named Ouyang raised her eyebrows at Han Tai's crudeness, but seeing her friend's enthusiasm, she refrained from dampening their spirits with any objections. Before long, the drawing concluded, and Sun Chong, unable to contain his excitement, unfolded his slip and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I am Yang Guo. Who is my little dragon girl?" At that moment, a girl voiced her displeasure. "What about Pan Jinlian? This is quite the mockery." This petite and charming girl, clearly of an exuberant disposition, persisted. "I have never even had a boyfriend. How could I be Pan Jinlian? No way, not happening." Ouyang Jingxian chuckled lightly. "It's just a joke. If you dislike it, we can switch." With that, she placed her slip, inscribed with Pan Jinlian, into the other girl's hand, raising her own slip inquiring, "Who is Shimin Qing?" After a brief silence, she reiterated loudly, "Who is Shimin Qing?" At that moment, Tang Li, blushing fiercely, with a grave expression, softly admitted, "I am Shimin Qing." Despite Tang Li's reputation for being rather lewd on the Haofeng gaming platform, he was, in reality, quite introverted. The personas people adopt online can starkly contrast with their real-life selves. The demure lady online might be quite the libertine in person, while a seemingly alluring character might be an austere and unattractive woman in reality. Tang Li epitomized this dichotomy. In real life, when interacting with girls, especially those he found appealing, he resembled a bashful middle schooler, blushing at the slightest provocation. Ouyang Jingxian, being precisely the type he was instantly drawn to, left him at a loss for words. Noticing his shyness, Ouyang Jingxian smiled gently and took a seat behind him on the bicycle. "Shimin Qing, let us depart, by this time." The others had completed their pairings. Sun Chang's little dragon girl was Zhuolan, and he was thoroughly satisfied, shouting, "Brothers, we set forth to Sherman Stream." It was still early, just past 6 in the morning, and the streets were relatively empty. "Let us have a race," Han Tai proposed. "Who wouldn't want to show off while carrying a beautiful girl?" "Excellent." A chorus of voices erupted in unison, as the group of boys pedaled their bicycles with the fervor of frenzied donkeys, charging towards Sherman Gorge. Although they had initially studied the route on a map, the reality was that the distance was far greater than a mere finger's length on paper. Once they began to ride, the effort proved to be taxing. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, they could no longer continue, coming to a halt for a much-needed respite. Upon inquiry, they were dismayed to discover that they had covered less than 1/10 of the journey. Whose brilliant idea was it to ride bicycles to Sherman Gorge? Zhu Yipeng grumbled, completely forgetting his earlier praise for Han Tai's suggestion. Chapter 18. The miserable Timmy. The road to Sherman Gorge was, in truth, quite distant. Furthermore, once they left the city, the rural paths were in poor condition, with significant elevation changes that often required climbing long, arduous hills. The boys quickly found themselves fatigued. In the beginning, they had all remained clustered together, sharing laughter and conversation, but before long, the disparity in stamina became apparent, and the group began to stretch apart. Tang Li, with a modest level of endurance, was neither at the forefront nor lagging behind, carrying Ouyang Jingxian in a comfortable mid-position. When they were in a larger group, the jovial atmosphere was manageable, but now, with classmates either ahead or behind, Tang Li found himself alone with the stunning beauty. Feeling somewhat bashful, he was at a loss for words, merely focusing on pedaling without uttering a single word. Ouyang Jingxian, however, was more at ease. With her arms naturally draped around Tang Li's waist, sitting sideways on the back seat of the bicycle, she noticed his shyness and felt the need to break the silence. "I say, Shimin Dagoran, where are you from?" The unconventional address brought a flush to Tang Li's cheeks. Engaging with a beautiful girl was far removed from his online bravado, and he replied with a hint of reticence, Hubei. After this, silence enveloped them once again. Have you ever been to Lushan? Ouyang Jingxian inquired. No, came Tang Li's curt response. Ouyang Jingxian felt exasperated. This boy was indeed a man of few words. How could they converse if he remained so taciturn? Do you have any hobbies? She pressed on, determined to pry open his shell. I used to enjoy playing football. Recently, I've taken a liking to World of Warcraft, Tang Li confessed, fearing she might not comprehend and adding an explanation, but not the online gaming type. I prefer the competitive aspect. So you also enjoy playing World of Warcraft? She remarked, and the conversation naturally flowed forth. Why though also? Do you enjoy it too? Tang Li countered that I appreciate the stories in World of Warcraft, though I'm not particularly skilled at playing games. Ouyang Jingxian replied with a smile. What's your gaming ID? In the presence of such a captivating girl, Tang Li would not be foolish enough to reveal his online handle, only, which meant the only one. That's a great name, quite intriguing and thought-provoking. Ouyang Jingxian genuinely complimented. Upon hearing the lady's praise, Tang Li felt as though a gentle spring breeze had graced his face, and he pedaled his bicycle with renewed vigor. And what about you? He inquired. I am called Timmy. Timmy, is that name of English or Chinese origin? The lady remarked. In formal competitions of Warcraft, English IDs are utilized. Only on the Haofeng Kainyao battle platform are Chinese IDs prevalent. It is Timmy. Timmy. The lady meticulously articulated each letter. This name has a story within Warcraft. Are you aware of it? Oh, what story? This question left Tang Li momentarily speechless. In truth, he had only recently begun playing Warcraft and had never heard of any stories within the game. For these boys, the thrill of gaming was paramount, and they rarely paid attention to the myriad other aspects of the game. Have you played Warcraft without engaging in the campaign's narrative? Tang Li chuckled sheepishly. In reality, he had never delved into the game's storyline. Initially, he merely played casually with Han Taiju, and Yupeng It was only after the emergence of Star that he began to engage meaningfully with Warcraft. Primarily through player-versus-player combat, he had never truly encountered the narrative or the campaign's plot. Please, share it with me. Well, that requires starting from the very beginning, and it is quite lengthy. No matter. After all, the road to Shiminjian is still long. Eager to hear the lady's tale, Tang Li was more than willing, especially since Ouyang Jingxian's voice was melodious. As Tang Li pedaled his bicycle, with Ouyang Jingxian seated behind him, she began to recount the story. The tale within Warcraft is extensive and intricate. Let us begin with the Lich King. Tang Li nodded in agreement. The Lich King of the Undead is known as Nazul. Originally a shaman of the Orcish clan, he ultimately fell into the clutches of the demon Kil'jaeden, who subjected him to unimaginable torment, leaving only his soul intact. Enduring insufferable pain and suffering, Nazul ultimately acquiesced to the demon's demands. The demon transformed him into the Lich King using potent dark energies, assigning him the task of commanding the undead and conquering the entirety of Azeroth. Thus, the Lich King arrived on the frigid continent of Northrend, where he resurrected countless dragon corpses, creating the Frost Wyrms, skeletal beings capable of inflicting frost damage. He then began to spread a plague, turning many of the deceased residents of the fallen kingdom of Lordaeron into mindless ghouls. During this time, the kingdom of Lordaeron was still embroiled in conflict with the orcs, and the king dispatched his two most valiant paladins to quell the Orcish incursions, Prince Arthas and the Light's champion, Uther. In the midst of the chaos, prior to the battle with the orcs, Arthas encountered a side quest in which a mother beseeched him for aid, lamenting the loss of her child, Timmy, and hoping that Prince Arthas could help locate him. And this child is indeed Timmy. Ouyang Jingxian continued to speak in a voice that was both melodious and magnetic. Little Timmy was captured by the war djinn, but before they could devour him, Prince Arthas rescued him and returned him to his mother's side. The prince had once promised little Timmy, "I shall protect you." And what happened next? Tang Li inquired. Ouyang Jingxian paused for a moment before replying. Subsequently, Prince Arthas triumphed over the orcs, yet soon after, the plague of the undead ravaged the land. In his quest to save his people, the prince pursued the source of the plague. Eventually, he learned that it was spread by Kel'Thuzad. During his pursuit of Kel'Thuzad, the prince encountered a ghoul trapped in a cage. Upon releasing it, he found that the creature posed no threat. Instead, it cowered away in fear. This was the only ghoul in War 3 that did not attack humans. Its name was Timmy. Ouyang Jingxian's voice was utterly captivating, and at that moment, Tang Li was completely absorbed in the tale. What? Timmy became a ghoul? Ouyang Jingxian nodded silently, though Tang Li could not see. And what happened to Timmy in the end? Later, The battles in Warcraft remained unspoken, Ouyang Jingxian remarked. However, Timmy reappeared in the world of Warcraft in the now desolate ruins of Stratholme. He had transformed. No longer a child, nor the non-aggressive ghoul he once was. He would frantically scream Timmy, Timmy, and tear apart humans, becoming a true ghoul. His name became the tragic Timmy. Chapter 19. Excursion. Tangli mused, surprised to discover such stories within Warcraft, noting that beautiful women tend to be more sentimental. What about Prince Arthas afterward? The prince, witnessing his once loyal subjects transformed into ghouls, resolved to acquire greater power to combat the undead invasion. The Lich King thus tempted Arthas into seizing Frostmourne, ultimately leading him to obtain the sword. Yet he fell into darkness due to its curse, becoming a Death Knight in the end. Prince Arthas returned to the kingdom of Lordaeron, slaying his own father and massacring all of Lordaeron's subjects, who subsequently became part of the undead. I never realized there were such stories in Warcraft. I must delve into the campaign's narrative once I return, Tangli expressed with deep emotion. Which race do you play? What draws you to it? Ouyang Jingxian inquired. I've only played for a couple of days. I'm a novice with every race, Tangli replied, speaking truthfully, not out of modesty. Ouyang Jingxian laughed, covering her mouth. I'm a novice too. We should practice together sometime. This was a splendid opportunity. Meeting a beautiful woman for the first time, he aimed to create a chance for future encounters. Advice imparted by Zhu Yiping on the art of flirtation. For instance, borrowing a book ensures a return, thus inherently crafting an opportunity for a second meeting. The method of borrowing books was unfamiliar to Tangli. However, the excuse of playing World of Warcraft together was far superior. Tangli eagerly responded, of course, anytime you wish to play, I am always available. Along the way, fields adorned with blooming rapeseed flowers surrounded them, and Ouyang Jingxian regaled him with stories, making Tangli feel no fatigue as they unknowingly arrived at Sherman Gorge. The others, moving at a slower pace, stood outside the scenic area's entrance, waiting for the last to arrive. After a considerable wait, the final person to dare approach was Qiao Guang from the Han Tai dormitory. Naturally frail in physique, he lacked stamina, and the girl he was carrying was none other than the petite and adorable girl who had drawn the short straw as Pan Jinlian. Upon seeing Qiao Guang finally catch up, Sun Chang chuckled and teased, "You really need to get in shape, moving like a tortoise." Qiao Guang parked his bicycle, panting heavily as he replied, "This isn't my fault. It's solely because Jinlian is too heavy." The petite and charming girl behind him wasted no time delivering a playful slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, "How dare you say I'm heavy?" Realizing her words were amiss, she followed up with another playful hit, "Who as part of your family?" Before Qiao Guang could respond, she struck him a third time, declaring, "And don't you dare say I'm Pan Jinlian." Qiao Guang, clutching the back of his head with a look of grievance, remained silent. Sun Chang erupted in laughter, pointing at Qiao Guang, "You yourself admitted she is Pan Jinlian. That makes you Wu Daling, no wonder you ride your bike as slowly as a tortoise." Just as Qiao Guang was about to retort, the petite girl was not having it anymore. Sun Chang could hear the crisp sound of her playful slaps on Qiao Guang's head, and, not wanting to receive a few himself, he quickly shielded his head and fled. The group, engaged in playful banter, entered the scenic area of Sherman Gorge. Among the 7 girls, Ouyang Jingxian and Zhuolan were the most striking, possessing beautiful faces, enviable figures, and heights around 1.70 meters. Besides them, the petite and charming girl named Chen Xia was also a beauty with a mischievous streak. While her features were undoubtedly stunning, her stature was more diminutive, standing at about 1.60 meters, with a relatively modest bust. However, her petite beauty endeared her to many, and Sun Chang loved to tease her by never using her name, simply calling her Jinlian. Initially, she was displeased, but over time, she became accustomed to it, casually allowing others to call her as they pleased. The other 4 girls, while not as captivating as the trio, were still quite fair in appearance. If placed within the civil engineering department, they would undoubtedly be regarded as campus beauties. Alas, they found themselves amidst an abundance of stunning girls in the tourism department. One of these 4 was Yan Shui, their dormitory leader and the eldest among them, known for her taciturn demeanor. Another was Lu Yu, whose name bore phonetic resemblance to the renowned host, yet she was a stark contrast, more of a tomboy. The third, Pan Shuyao, was rumored to be exceptionally talented, excelling in both singing and dancing. She had even performed at the welcoming gala for the tourism department. The group of boys couldn't help but murmur in admiration. The final individual is named Li, whose character, appearance, and name are all decidedly forgettable, lacking any distinctive traits, with her personality being the most reserved of all. Accompanied by beautiful women while exploring the mountains, it is undeniably the most delightful experience for these lecherous individuals. Each of them is brimming with vigor, and the ascent does not wear them out. The breathtaking scenery of Lushan requires no further elaboration. Everyone is thoroughly enjoying themselves, however. The steep paths of Sherman Gorge, compounded by the considerable distance traveled on bicycles, have left the boys utterly exhausted. Upon reaching the summit, their energy is long depleted, and no one possesses the inclination to admire the view. The first order of business is to sit down and rest. My goodness, how swiftly time has passed. It is already afternoon. Han Tai glanced at the sky and suggested, "Shall we have something to eat?" The group unanimously agreed. They had prepared food the day before, and everyone unstrapped their backpacks to extract their provisions. Zhu Yipeng and Tang Li discovered that their bags also contained watercolors for painting. "Oh, you can paint too?" exclaimed Zhu Yipeng. "Indeed, we are all budding artists," he added with a toss of his hair, believing himself to be exceedingly suave. After lunch, everyone began to engage in leisurely activities, with plans to reconvene in an hour or two to descend the mountain and return to school. Naturally, Tang Li and Zhu Yipeng would not forget about the 10 watercolor paintings they needed to complete. They grabbed their easels, seeking a picturesque spot amidst the mountains, and with a beautiful woman by their side. Zhu Yipeng was reluctant to paint alone. He called out, "Is there any lovely lady willing to join me in creating a magnificent masterpiece?" After shouting a few times with no response, Zhu Yipeng awkwardly chuckled and implored Lu Yu. "It's rather dull to paint alone. Would you accompany me?" With a personality akin to that of the boys, Lu Yu was the easiest to persuade. Zhu Yipeng would never dare approach anyone else for fear of embarrassment should he be rejected. Since Lu Yu had nothing else to do, she contemplated for a moment before finally agreeing. "All right then." As Tang Li picked up his sketchbook and watercolors, Chunxia approached and remarked, "Painting must be quite enjoyable. Why don't we paint together?" Initially, Tang Li had intended to invite Ouyang Jingxian to join him, but now that Chunxia had spoken, he felt it would be impolite to refuse her invitation, which would come off as too obvious. With his modest demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to decline. "Of course, that sounds wonderful." Thus, he led Chunxia into the mountains in search of a suitable place to paint. Chunxia had no real knowledge of painting. She merely found it amusing. Tang Li, on the other hand, intended to slap together a few pieces to appease the teacher, so he approached the task casually. Mixing colors haphazardly, the sky should be a brilliant blue. Observing Tang Li's erratic mixing of colors, Chunxia expressed her confusion. "I don't understand." "What is this?" "You see, this is called impressionism," Tang Li explained. His plan was to paint without rigor, merely to concoct something to satisfy the teacher, casually applying colors to the canvas. Watercolor painting employs a variety of brushes, both thick and thin. As Chunxia watched Tang Li paint haphazardly, she declared, "I could do that too. I'll paint the sky, and you can paint the waterfall." Tang Li assigned tasks, and soon the two of them began to paint, initially sitting a little apart. But as they painted, they naturally gravitated closer together. Times, tourists would glance curiously from behind, and these two individuals truly resembled a couple engaged in a picturesque endeavor amidst the mountains, collaboratively crafting a masterpiece that evoked deep envy. A young mother, guiding her small son up the mountain, overheard her child pointing at Tang Li's silhouette as he exclaimed, "Mom, when we return, I want to learn how to paint too." It was surprising to see such a young child already laying the groundwork for future romantic pursuits. Nonetheless, the young mother beamed with delight upon hearing this. "Good boy, once we get home, I'll enroll you in painting classes. One day, we shall traverse our magnificent homeland just like that older brother." Her words indicated that she had not approached to inquire about Tang Li's artwork. Otherwise, it's likely she would have been utterly astounded. Soon enough, Tang Li and Chen Xia completed their painting. Chunxia glanced left, then right, and finally looked up at the scenery before hesitantly asking, "Do you think it resembles the view? It seems somewhat off to me." "You are mistaken," replied Tang Li after scrutinizing the painting for some time. "It is not merely somewhat off. It is utterly unrecognizable." Chapter 20. Preparing for the campus esports tournament. Climbing mountains is undoubtedly one of the most exhausting endeavors, if one were to make such a statement. All those who ventured to Sherman Gorge today, including Tang Li, Zhu Yipeng, Sun Chong, and Han Tai, would wholeheartedly agree. The second most exhausting activity would unquestionably be cycling. After pedaling back from Sherman Gorge, it was already 7 or 8 in the evening, and this group of weary souls, despite their vigor, could hardly endure any further exertion. They hastily skipped the customary dinner with the ladies and returned to their dormitories, collapsing into their beds like exhausted dogs, unwilling to move a muscle. "Finally, I can rest for a while," Zhu Yipeng sighed as he collapsed onto his. Zhu Yipeng hastily feigned a retching gesture, disdainfully regarding Sun Chong. "But to speak candidly, Zhuolan is indeed a stunning beauty, and Tang Li's Ouyang is quite handsome as well. You two are certainly fortunate today." Listening to others praise Ouyang Jingshuan's attractiveness, Tang Li felt a surge of delight within, though he found it peculiar that he would take joy in someone else's commendation of another. Perhaps this is the power of affection, which leads one to wish for others to extol their beloved. However, Tang Li chose to conceal his feelings, merely bowing his head while secretly reveling in his thoughts. If you ask me, what you all have said is accurate, but I find Pan Jinlian rather appealing as well, albeit a bit petite and with a smaller bust. Nonetheless, I like her, heh. Han Tai seized the opportunity to interject, adopting a playful stance reminiscent of a dragon's claw. The power of fantasy knows no bounds. This group of lecherous souls, initially fatigued and thinking they would drift off to sleep, found themselves engrossed in their imaginings for another 2 to 3 hours. Naturally, the discussions in the boys' dormitory revolved around women, and it was not until they had thoroughly critiqued each of the girls from earlier that Han Tai returned to his own room, while Tang Li and his dorm mates, indeed weary from their musings, succumbed to slumber early. Perhaps this day marked the earliest they had ever retired to bed since starting university. The following afternoon, after classes concluded, Tang Li and his companions collectively ventured out of the school to the Hero Internet CAF. Upon entering, Fire immediately spotted them and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, you finally made it. I couldn't find you all weekend. We went on an outing over the weekend." "What is the matter?" Tang Li inquired. "Of course there's something to discuss. I've already registered all of you for the campus esports tournament. The competition begins in just a couple of days," Fire replied anxiously. "I had hoped to train with you all these past few days, but I waited for you yesterday and you never showed up, Dotto?" "The competition is approaching so quickly," Tang Li remarked, startled. Although he had asked Fire to register them, he had not anticipated the tournament commencing so soon, and he felt unprepared. Fire tugged at Tang Li, saying, "Come, play a couple of rounds with me. I've devised a new strategy for countering the orcs. Let us see if it works." Tang Li shrugged. "Actually, I was hoping to switch races. I came today to consult you and Boss Ian to determine which race would suit me best. Changing races at the last moment could have significant repercussions." Fire expressed his concern. At this time, Boss Ian also approached. "In truth, you have merely scratched the surface with each race. It is indeed wise to select one to specialize in. The 4 races in Warcraft each offer distinct gameplay mechanics, and without focusing on a single race, achieving mastery will be quite challenging." Tang Li nodded in agreement. "I share that sentiment, which is why I wish to settle on a race I enjoy before fully committing." "What race do you wish to play?" Fire inquired. Tang Li spread his hands. "I'm not quite sure. I intended to discuss it with you all today before making a decision. Once I settle on a race, I will dedicate the next few days to practicing for the upcoming campus esports tournament." Bossing pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, do not rush to determine your race. Instead, consider playing different races at various stages of your growth. Once your understanding of the game reaches a profound level, it will not be too late to specialize in a single race." Tang Li contemplated this and replied, "All right, I will heed your advice. Which race should I play now?" Noticing that Boss Ian was about to commence a lesson, Zhu Yipeng, Sun Chong, and Han Tai all dragged their chairs over to join. Leaning against the computer desk, Boss Ian began his analysis. "Tang Li, your current technical strengths lie in encirclement, yet your overall game awareness remains a weakness. Improving your macro understanding will take time. Significant progress cannot be expected in the short term. If the competition begins in just a couple of days, you will have to rely on your innate talent for encirclement during the matches." Everyone nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, Tang Li's encirclement skills were exceptional. His lack of macro awareness placed him at a disadvantage in late-game scenarios against opponents, especially when facing skilled players who utilize magic units, which could easily suppress him. Therefore, it is advisable to resolve battles in the early to mid-game phases. Boss Ian's analysis resonated with Tang Li, who readily concurred. Boss Ian continued, "Orc infantry are sturdy and possess ample health, making them suitable for your encirclement strategy in the early game. However, I still recommend that you employ a pure ghoul strategy with the undead. The undead's early game ghouls are abundant, and the hero, the Dreadlord, possesses a sleep-inducing skill that can maximize your encirclement maneuvers. Yet, be cautious when facing skilled opponents. If you become too fixated on encircling their heroes, it could lead to your downfall." Currently, encirclement was the only tactic Tang Li could effectively execute, and he nodded frequently as he listened to Boss Yin's analysis. "Let's focus on mastering encirclement for now. After you practice for a while and gain a deeper understanding of Warcraft, you can try other races and tactics. Over time, you will become adept at various skills within the game. At that point, you can choose a fixed race and develop a strategy that suits your personal style. With your talent, you will undoubtedly become a dazzling new star in the realm of Warcraft." Tang Li chuckled boastfully. "That day is not far off. After all, I am a genius." With that, he opened his computer and said to Fire, "Come on, Let's start practicing and prepare for the upcoming campus esports tournament. Chapter 21. A good person. A Master Warcraft has taken the world by storm and is immensely popular among university students. The campus esports tournament, being a school-hosted event, had certain limitations, thus the preliminary rounds were conducted online. As the name suggests, online matches are held remotely over the internet. However, when it reaches the quarterfinals, the format will shift to offline matches, sponsored by a large internet CAF near the school, allowing the numerous Warcraft enthusiasts within the university to come and watch. In Warcraft, solo refers to 1v1 battles, which is precisely the format of this campus esports tournament. The competition takes place on 4 commonly used maps, with a draw prior to the event determining which map will be utilized. Given the overwhelming number of Warcraft players registering on campus, the participants are a mixed bag, with many novices among them. Thus, the online matches adopt a single elimination format, which not only expedites the process but also renders the competition exceedingly fierce, as a single match determines the victor. Upon reaching the round of 16, the format shifts to a best-of-3 system. Since this is a school event, the majority of participants express little dissent regarding such a format. However, the online preliminaries, being elimination rounds, inevitably give rise to certain inequities. This aspect is contingent upon the player's fortunes. Encountering a skilled opponent too early in the preliminaries could easily result in being ousted from the competition. Conversely, it is also possible for 2 seeded players to face off, with only one advancing, leaving the defeated one unable to even reach the quarterfinals. Luck undoubtedly plays a pivotal role in such tournaments. This situation reminds Zhu Yipeng of an online joke. It is said that a certain company, during its hiring process, randomly discarded half of the resumes received, operating under the belief that they do not want individuals plagued by bad luck. Thus, prior to the competition, Sun Cheng fervently prayed to all the deities, beseeching not to be among the unfortunate souls, fearing that an early encounter with a formidable opponent could severely undermine his confidence. Sun Cheng's skill level already languished at the bottom of the hero club, making him particularly anxious. Devotion and prayer should be focused, for only then can one discern its efficacy. Tang Li instructed him on how to be a sincere believer. Nevertheless, Sun Cheng had his own perspective. You don't understand, I'm casting a wide net. Perhaps one will prove effective. Perhaps due to Sun Cheng's prayers, the preliminaries unfolded remarkably smoothly, as he encountered one novice after another, many of whom likely could not even best a single frenzied computer. In contrast, Tang Li faced a grim fate, as he found himself pitted against several formidable players in the preliminaries. In his opening match, he faced Alioth. This ID is quite renowned within the campus Warcraft community, having gained fame through relentless competition. Alioth is indeed a rare figure of distinction. In the last campus esports tournament, he was a favorite to win but unfortunately fell short in the semifinals against the previous champion. Although he finished 4th last time, his true prowess was likely not inferior to that of the 2nd and 3rd place competitors, and may even have surpassed theirs. However, he encountered the previous champion too early, and the best-of-3 match drained his vitality, severely affecting his competitive spirit, leading to his defeat in the battle for 3rd place. Having trained diligently for a year in preparation for this tournament, he came with aspirations of claiming the championship, only to find himself becoming a stepping stone for Tang Li, the newcomer, in the campus esports competition. Soon as the match concluded, the forum at the school erupted with fervor over REP. And the title of the post was enough to entice the Warcraft enthusiasts within the institution to download the match and uncover the details. Intra-school esports tournament. Alioth's narrow defeat to a mysterious master. Naturally, no one would suspect that Alioth's opponent was merely a freshman, having just embarked on his university journey. Setting aside the opponent's adept tactics and encirclement, even the idea of this individual is intriguing. Heroes only. It is evident that many have speculated that Heroes might be the name of a club, or at the very least, a team. Although Heroes, whether as a club or a team, is not particularly renowned, indeed, most had never heard of it. Esports in Warcraft are thriving, and clubs are sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, emerging overnight in considerable numbers. However, despite the proliferation of clubs, they do not just accept anyone. Thus, those who are able to join must undoubtedly possess skills far superior to those of amateurs. This is a matter of common sense, of course. They could not have guessed that the Heroes Club was merely an amateur assembly formed by a small internet CAF owner and a few Warcraft players who frequented his establishment, with members like Sun Cheng and Zhu Yipeng, who are merely of mid-level competence among amateurs. Within a day, this post shattered the click record on the campus forum. A question lingered in the air. Who, exactly, was the individual who had bested Alioth in this inaugural match? Among the circles of Warcraft players at school, no one recognized the ID only. Could it be a pseudonym of some senior? Or perhaps a new name adopted after joining a club? Who was he, really? Speculations abounded, Yet no one guessed that this only was simply a newcomer who had recently enrolled and had not been playing Warcraft for long. In truth, this match was a strenuous endeavor for Tang Li. Alioth played as the human race. Due to his association with fire, Tang Li had primarily encountered the undead race during his days of playing Warcraft, and he had little experience with humans. Tang Li's strategy was one that entirely sacrificed economic advantage. After discussions with Boss Ian, he realized that his current strength lay in his encirclement tactics. At present, both his overall awareness and comprehension of high-level units were his weaknesses. Should the battle progress into the later stages and introduce powerful units, his operational advantages would become constrained. Thus, he opted to use the undead race, not just for the sake of competition, but to sharpen his early-game operational skills. While the orc race is also well-suited for encirclement, orc infantry are notably sturdy and robust, whereas the undead schools are somewhat more fragile. It is quite clear that units that are more susceptible to defeat inevitably challenge a player's operational finesse. Furthermore, ghouls are inexpensive to produce, allowing for the rapid assembly of a substantial force. Managing 10 units is undoubtedly more complex than controlling a single one, making it ideal for Tang Li to hone his attention to detail in larger-scale engagements. Consequently, Tang Li was entirely sacrificing his economy, recklessly summoning ghouls, for he understood that if he could not outmaneuver his opponent in the early stages, he would face dire consequences. The human infantry, referred to in English as footmen, should be noted as footmen and not mistaken for Ultraman. When the first wave of ghouls emerged, Tang Li immediately launched an assault on Alioth's abode, only to be met with an unexpected defense orchestrated by Alioth, who deployed a multitude of peasant uprisings bolstered by several footmen. This turn of events left Tang Li somewhat disheartened. However, Alioth found himself in an even graver predicament. Being primarily a tech-oriented player, he had not anticipated the swiftness of his opponent's advance, leaving him with scant defenses. Although he successfully repelled the initial onslaught, the casualties among his peasants were severe, significantly disrupting his economy. With no alternative, he was compelled to replenish his peasant ranks. Just as Alioth managed to restore his numbers, and before he could even muster a few troops, Tang Li launched a second wave of attack, once again comprised of ghouls. Faced with this dire situation, Alioth had little recourse but to revert to the same strategy, transforming peasants into militia for a national defense effort. At last, he managed to withstand this second assault, yet by this point, his peasant count was decimated, and he dared not replenish them further. The relentless aggression of his opponent instilled a sense of trepidation within him. What if Tang Li were to strike once more? Thus, he reluctantly sacrificed some technological advancements, opting instead to amass troops at an accelerated pace, striving to ensure he could muster some resistance for the next inevitable confrontation. He converted every last coin into military might, yet Tang Li did not advance. Alioth's economy plummeted to a pre-liberation state, while Tang Li's resources flourished far beyond his adversaries, leaving Alioth unwittingly at a disadvantage. When Tang Li next approached, he commanded a formidable half-assembled battalion of ghouls, heralded by a death knight, advancing with great momentum. By heavens! Alioth gasped upon witnessing the sheer magnitude of Tang Li's forces. His hand faltering over the mouse in that moment of distraction, Tang Li encircled the human hero. Having withstood 2 of Tang Li's assaults, the latter remained cautious, fully aware that prolonging the conflict would not bode well for him. Seizing the opportunity presented by his current advantage, he unleashed all his capabilities, determined to execute a decisive strike. The intensity of his maneuvers left him feeling as though his hands were nearing cramping. The climax of the match unfolded at this juncture. Despite possessing overwhelming numerical superiority, Tang Li opted not to charge in a linear formation. Instead, he organized his forces into small squads of 4 or 5, each encircling a singular enemy unit. What a remarkable display of strategy! Even Shuecho, the previous champion observing the match, was taken aback by this spectacle. Although Shuecho had previously triumphed over Alioth, he humbly acknowledged that he had never exhibited the same nonchalance as Tang Li demonstrated in this moment. However, what truly humiliated Alioth was not merely his defeat at the hands of Tang Li, but rather the audacity of Tang Li to employ ghouls to encircle and eliminate his remaining peasants after decimating his military forces. Each group of 4 or 5 ghouls systematically besieged each of Alioth's farmers. Alioth found himself on the verge of tears, merely targeting farmers, and yet, did he truly require such an astonishing display of skill? In truth, it was not that Tang Li sought to humiliate him. Rather, it was Tang Li's first experience executing such maneuvers, compelling him to practice further lest he forget the sensation of such tactics post-match. Witnessing the encirclement of his opponent's farmers, Tang Li typed, "My friend, you might as well concede. Being forcibly ejected by the system would surely be more embarrassing for you." As soon as he sent the message, Tang Li pondered whether his words might come across as overly arrogant. I am not a proud individual, he mused, quickly adding, I am merely considering your best interests. Heh, I am a good person. There are many shameless individuals, particularly abundant this year. I in despair. Alioth nearly toppled from his chair. Tio insult his opponent by encircling farmers, all the while claiming to be a benevolent soul. Such audacity was truly remarkable. That voice belonged to Yo-Yo. Whether he was indeed a good person remained uncertain, yet one thing was unmistakable. He was a master. Blood Reward gazed at the game's conclusion screen, stating gravely, Chapter 22. Tang Li's dragon-slaying blade. While Tang Li's maneuvers were undeniably formidable, when it came to overall prowess, he could not quite match Alioth's caliber. The distinction lay in the fact that Alioth was a technology-driven player, and he had not anticipated that Tang Li would adopt such an aggressively militaristic strategy from the outset, recklessly sacrificing economy for a relentless onslaught of ghouls. Moreover, Tang Li's encirclement tactics were extraordinary, catching Alioth off guard and disrupting his rhythm, compelling him to adhere to Tang Li's pace, which ultimately led to his downfall. After the match, the replay of this encounter became the talk of the school forum, filling Tang Li with immense joy. Confronting a formidable opponent like Alioth had elevated Tang Li's speed, and receiving such abundant accolades for the first time left him exhilarated, even fostering a sense of self-admiration. Eagerly, he registered 3 or 4 aliases on the forum and ventured into the discussions, posting a plethora of nauseating compliments. A master indeed. You are so impressive. Hero, I am utterly in love with you, little miss. What amusement could be found in this? As Tang Li chuckled in a rather lecherous manner while typing, Fire leaned in to observe. However, upon noticing Tang Li's self-indulgent praise in the forum, Fire's face darkened. My friend, you truly possess a certain essence reminiscent of my shamelessness in years past. Tang Li chuckled, suddenly recalling a matter, and inquired. When I faced off against that Alioth, I felt my fingers were insufficient, and my actions did not keep pace with my thoughts. Is there any remedy for this? Fire pondered for a moment, observing that Tang Li was still using a standard double-flying swallow mouse from the internet CF, and replied, In my opinion, you should have already acquired your own mouse. Why should I buy my own mouse? Tang Li asked, puzzled. Isn't the CAF's mouse sufficient? Fire picked up the mouse in his hand and remarked, There is indeed a distinction between a standard mouse and one designed for competitive gaming. The sensitivity differs significantly. The mouse I am currently using is the Logitech G1, and it feels remarkably different from an ordinary mouse. Aside from sensitivity, what else sets them apart? Inquired Tang Li. A competitive gaming mouse boasts several more buttons than a standard one, Fire replied, gesturing towards the extra buttons on the sides of the mouse. In games like World of Warcraft, one often needs to coordinate multiple teams. Allow me to illustrate this with an example. Suppose your chosen starting hero is the Lich, and the first skill you acquire is Frost Nova. During a match, how would you execute this skill to attack an enemy? At that moment, Tang Li responded without hesitation, It's quite simple. First, press F1 on the keyboard to select the hero, then press N, and finally use the mouse to select the enemy unit. Precisely, Fire said, but the F1 and N keys are quite distant from one another on the keyboard. If you attempt to press them sequentially, you risk missing the crucial moment. Perhaps by the time you finish pressing F1 and reach for N, the opposing hero has already consumed a healing potion or invoked an invulnerability spell. Tang Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the distance between F1 and N on the keyboard could indeed prove inconvenient in the game. The right hand controls the mouse, while the left hand remains on the keyboard, which does make it somewhat awkward. There's also a tendency to inadvertently press the wrong key. He continued, the N key is adjacent to the M key, which serves as the movement shortcut in World of Warcraft. If one accidentally presses M instead of N, not only will your hero fail to cast Frost Nova, but it may also rush towards the enemy unit, leading to your own demise at the hands of the opponent's forces. What does that have to do with the mouse? Tang Li asked, puzzled. Fool, one must sharpen their tools if they wish to excel in their craft. Fire elaborated. An ordinary mouse only has 2 buttons, while a gaming mouse offers numerous additional buttons conveniently located near your fingers. For instance, you could assign the F1 key as a shortcut on the mouse, allowing you to cast Frost Nova with a simple flick of your right hand while your left hand presses N, significantly speeding up your response time. Fire's explanation left Tang Li momentarily dumbfounded before he proudly proclaimed, This is what we call professionalism. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Tang Li nodded repeatedly. A martial arts master should wield legendary weapons such as the heaven-slaying sword or the dragon-slaying blade. I, too, must acquire a formidable mouse. Fire assumed that Tang Li would merely purchase a Logitech G1 like his own, but Tang Li had greater ambitions. Of course, I intend to be even more professional than you. After achieving victory in his first match, Tang Li felt a surge of pride and thought it fitting to reward himself. Consequently, he hurried out of the gaming CAF and caught a ride straight to the city center. With his family's financial situation being relatively stable and having just received a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan, he felt confident that investing in a new mouse was well within his means. Moreover, having just achieved a resounding victory today, the match's REP was fervently discussed on the school forum in a moment of exhilaration akin to that of a newly affluent individual. He rushed to the Computer City's mouse display with unrestrained bravado, declaring, "Bring forth your finest, professional gaming mouse for my inspection." Upon hearing that Tang Li desired the best, the saleswoman, showing no restraint, presented a beautifully packaged mouse, proclaiming, "Sir, this mouse can be regarded as the pinnacle of gaming equipment." Encased in a transparent plastic box with a sleek, black base, it resembled a piece of exquisite jewelry displayed in a showcase, immediately distinguishing itself as extraordinary. "Sir, this mouse is the high-end Razer Mamba, an unparalleled value. As a novice, Tang Li was unaware of the nuances of superior mice, yet upon meticulous examination, he noted that this particular mouse boasted 6 buttons, 2 more than Fire's, undoubtedly making it more advanced. "Excellent! I shall purchase this one," he thought, convinced that using this mouse would enhance his professionalism beyond that of Fire. "How much is this?" he inquired. The saleswoman smiled slightly. 1050 yuan. Tang Li nearly stumbled in disbelief. How could he fathom that a mere mouse could surpass the cost of a large monitor? Noticing his expression, the saleswoman understood his financial constraints. "Sir, you do not seem to be a professionally sports player. For the average person, a standard optical mouse suffices. Only at a professional level can one appreciate the differences. May I suggest this model, the A4 Tech K3-200 mouse, which is only 40 yuan?" Her well-intentioned suggestion, however, struck Tang Li as disconcerting. Fresh off a victory and brimming with confidence, he thought, "Am I only worthy of a 40 yuan mouse? Who said I lack professional prowess? You have no idea how skilled I am." Growing dissatisfied, Tang Li's irritation mounted. The saleswoman, sensing his stubbornness, replied, "All right, if you're so professional, then purchase this one with that." She pushed the Mamba mouse towards him. Caught in a dilemma, Tang Li pondered deeply before resolutely deciding that spending 1,000 yuan on a legendary weapon was justified. He withdrew the complete 1,000 yuan recently sent from home, supplemented by some loose change he had on him. After rummaging through every pocket, he managed to scrape together 1040 yuan. At that moment, he realized he had no more coins to spare and shrugged helplessly. The saleswoman, visibly exasperated, offered a wry smile. "All right, consider it a discount." Exiting the computer city, Tang Li cradled the mouse as if it were a treasured possession. Although he had spent all his money, he felt elated until he arrived at the bus stop, suddenly troubled by the predicament of being utterly broke, pondering how he would manage to take the bus. Chapter 23. Speed, Speed, and Yet More Speed, Part 1. Tang Li stood beneath the city bus stop sign, troubled, when he spotted 2 familiar faces approaching to wait for the bus. None other than Zhuolan and Ouyang Jingxian, the duo from their recent outing to the countryside. Upon noticing Tang Li lost in thought, Zhuolan eagerly tugged Ouyang towards him. "What a serendipitous encounter!" she exclaimed, her vivacious nature shining through as she reached him. She playfully patted Tang Li's shoulder and inquired, "Why are you wandering about alone? How utterly dull." Zhuolan's cheerful demeanor left Tang Li feeling unexpectedly bashful. It was not that he felt shy in her presence, though Zhuolan was undeniably a striking beauty, but rather an inexplicable sensation had gripped him since the last time he had driven Ouyang to Sherman Gorge. It seemed that he had succumbed to an infatuation with her. Now, encountering Ouyang again, he found himself lacking the courage to even glance her way. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly and told Zhuolan, "I went shopping today and inadvertently spent all the money I had on me. I'm completely broke. Would you mind treating me to a bus ride?" Zhuolan's eyes widened in surprise. It was her first time hearing about a boy who could shop so extravagantly that he had nothing left to show for it. "No problem. It's just a bus ride," she replied, just as the 101 bus back to campus pulled up beside them. "Let's board." With that, Zhuolan took Ouyang's hand and stepped onto the bus, with Tang Li following closely behind. Clutching his newly acquired mouse, by the time they returned to school, evening was fast approaching. "How about we grab dinner outside before heading back?" Ouyang suggested as she alighted from the bus. Tang Li, having no money even for the bus fare, realized that a meal would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Although he wasn't particularly familiar with Ouyang, her innate inclination to consider others made her quite popular among her peers. Since she and Zhuolan were already planning to eat, why not invite him along? After all, it would only be a matter of a bowl of noodles. Tang Li quickly waved his hands in protest. No, no, that would be too much. Zhuolan playfully slapped him on the back. Don't be so hard on yourself. You have not a penny to your name and surely haven't had dinner yet. Let's go together. With that, she took hold of Tang Li's arm, and the trio made their way to a quaint noodle shop across from the school. Although the establishment was modest in size, it was impeccably clean. Once seated, Zhuolan wasted no time and asked Tang Li, "What did you buy today that left you completely broke?" Tang Li held up the mouse he had purchased. "Well, this is it." Zhuolan took the mouse from him, examining its exquisite packaging. "And what else?" "Nothing more. Just this mouse." "You spent all your money on just this?" Zhuolan appeared incredulous as she inspected the packaging. How much could this possibly be worth? 1,050 yuan. Zhuolan's mouth formed an shape, clearly capable of swallowing an egg. A mouse costs this much? You truly are generous. Concerned about the possibility of damaging such an expensive mouse, Zhuolan hurriedly cradled it with both hands and gently placed it back in front of Tang Li. Tang Li, feeling awkward, scratched his head. "Actually, I bought it on a whim. I've spent all my living expenses for this month on this mouse. I suppose I'll have to survive on instant noodles for the rest of the month." Ouying chuckled, covering his mouth. "But you still need money to buy instant noodles." This indeed posed a dilemma, and Tang Li paused momentarily. "It's fine. It's still the beginning of the month. Worst case, I can borrow a little from my dorm mates. You boys are always so reckless with your money," Ouying remarked with a smile. "How about I lend you my meal card?" Although Tang Li longed to get closer to Ouying, he was, after all, a man, and it seemed inappropriate. Besides, if he used Ouying's meal card, it would certainly inconvenience Ouying when he went to the canteen. He shook his head repeatedly, firmly refusing the offer. Ouying, seeing this, did not press the matter, instead chuckling. "If you run out of money, just give me a call. It's no issue to share a few meals. You can always pay me back next month when you have the funds." Although Tang Li did not intend to let Ouying treat him to meals again, he nonetheless jotted down Ouying's phone number, as it would make future communication more convenient. After dinner, the three of them returned to school together. Tang Li first escorted the two of them back before hastily making his way to his dormitory. He could hardly contain his excitement to experience the sensations this 1,000 yuan marvel of a mouse could offer. The hour was still early. Zhu Yiping and Sun Chong were undoubtedly still at the Hero Internet CAF, while the only diligent student in the dormitory, Xiao Peng, was likely studying in the self-study room. With no one else around, Tang Li eagerly set up the mouse and dove into a game, feeling an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Initially, he believed that having such a remarkable device would greatly enhance his gameplay, but upon entering the game, he realized that he was utterly unaccustomed to the mouse's speed. The Razer Mamba mouse boasted an astonishing DPI of 5600, with DPI referring to the number of pixels the cursor moves on the screen for every inch the mouse is moved. For instance, a mouse with 400 DPI would move the cursor 400 pixels on the screen when moved 1 inch. This means that, with a skilled hand, the Razer Mamba could precisely position the cursor 5,600 pixels with every inch of movement, whereas a standard mouse could only manage 400 pixels. While it was also possible to utilize mouse acceleration to enhance the performance of a regular mouse, this would require minimal movement, thereby increasing the cursor's range but sacrificing precision. In games like Warcraft, when controlling numerous units, a higher precision with each inch of mouse movement significantly boosts a player's chances of victory. However, as Tang Li discovered, the cursor was moving far too swiftly for him. With merely a slight tremor of the mouse, the cursor leaped from one end of the screen to the other, and in such circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging to accurately select a unit from a plethora of options, let alone execute intricate maneuvers. Of course, Tang Li could adjust the mouse's speed to a slower setting. However, he prefers not to do so. Instead of allowing the mouse to adapt to his pace, he believes it more advantageous to acclimatize himself to the mouse's speed. If he can synchronize his speed with that of such a rapid mouse while commanding his troops, then what is there to fear? Unlike games such as Warcraft and StarCraft, where the number of combat units is significantly fewer, Warcraft does not necessitate extensive operations. For skilled players, the emphasis lies more on strategy and overall vision. Nevertheless, Tang Li is still quite far from this level, and the only skill he can currently boast of is his ability to execute encirclement maneuvers. If he wishes to progress further in competition, the only solution he can conceive is to refine the intricacies of his operations to perfection. Chapter 24, Speed, Speed, and Yet More Speed. Part 2. Alone in his dormitory, Tang Li engages in combat against the computer. Due to the excessively rapid mouse speed, he finds it challenging to control, and unsurprisingly, he is thoroughly defeated in the first match. Yet, undeterred by this misfortune, he gradually acclimates to the pace after a couple of games. Tang Li feels a surge of joy, tinged with astonishment, as he realizes he has adapted surprisingly quickly. Sitting before the computer, His hand deftly maneuvers the mouse to select any unit among a multitude with precision. This sensation feels eerily familiar to him, yet he is unable to articulate its nature. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Tang Li cannot help but indulge in these fanciful thoughts. After playing a few more matches, Tang Li has completely mastered this rhythm. He understands that in Warcraft, excessive unnecessary actions render even the fastest fingers ineffective. Thus, he does not haphazardly click. His current practice focuses solely on maintaining the combat unit's positioning during battles, ensuring they remain in formation and achieving the highest possible level of detail and control. After several rounds, he decides to open 2 additional computers, believing that the presence of more units would further hone his operational precision. At this moment, Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong return to the dormitory. Upon entering, they see Tang Li engaged in a battle against the computer. What? Zhu Yipeng exclaims, puzzled that aren't you supposed to be fighting against real players on Haofeng? Why are you back here tormenting the computer? Isn't that a regression? Tang Li pays him no mind. Zhu Yipeng leans closer. How is it that you are still being trampled by the computer? Have you adjusted the health settings? However, upon closer inspection, Zhu Yipeng realizes that it is not Tang Li who has altered the health settings. Rather, he is single-handedly battling against 3 frenzied computers. AS is commonly known. The reason these mad computers are so formidable is that their peasant units mine gold at double the normal speed, thus allowing them to amass more resources in the same amount of time. Tang Li is utilizing this to push the limits of his operational skills. Now standing behind him, Zhu Yipeng finds Tang Li's maneuvers utterly dazzling. During large-scale engagements, Tang Li manages to control each unit with remarkable attention to detail, maneuvering them for positioning, pursuing enemies, executing encirclements, and extracting wounded units from the battlefield. At this moment, Zhu Yipeng could no longer utter any derisive remarks, utterly astounded by Tang Li's meticulous maneuvers to the point of disbelief. Once Tang Li concluded his actions, Zhu Yipeng finally took notice of his mouse. Oh, have you purchased a new mouse? Tang Li chuckled. This precious item set me back 1,000 yuan. Despite being financially drained after acquiring this dragon-slaying blade, Tang Li felt it was a worthy investment, only to be struck down the very next day. Upon arriving at the Hero Internet CAF and boasting about his remarkable device to fire, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. Are you not aware that the Razor series of mice is far better suited for shooting games? They allow for pinpoint accuracy during rapid movements, making it easier to hit targets on the screen. Such a mouse is rather limited in its utility for Warcraft. Fire's assertion held merit. In fact, professional Warcraft players predominantly opted for brands like Logitech, which were more appropriate for competitive play, while Razor was favored more by CS players. However, this was knowledge that Tang Li lacked. Han Tai joined in the mockery, feigning a heartbroken expression. Oh, novice, how could you be so foolish? If you were feeling down, there was no need to squander your money like this. You could have treated us to a nice meal, and we would have been grateful. Why throw your money away without so much as a sound? Tang Li remained unconvinced and turned to Yin Chongqing. Boss Yin, is that truly the case? Boss Yin, reluctant to shatter his hopes, replied, well, it's not entirely without merit. It does have its advantages. However, in comparison, the value-for-money ratio for this mouse in Warcraft is somewhat lacking. Hearing Boss Yin's words, Tang Li's spirits plummeted, resembling a wilted eggplant. Boss Yin patted his shoulder. Do not be disheartened. There are still significant benefits. Although Warcraft does not require the extreme hand speed necessary for large-scale battles like StarCraft, refined operations are undeniably advantageous. Just be cautious not to overemphasize speed and engage in excessive, futile maneuvers. Your current understanding of Warcraft is still quite superficial. If you wish to progress further in this competition, utilizing this mouse could indeed enhance your operational advantages. Tang Li nodded in agreement, having already made the purchase. Regretting the past was futile, and his mood began to lift. Boss Yin, since you are our coach, you ought to teach me a few more tricks. Relying solely on a ghoul for ambushes is rather dull. What should I do if I encounter a skilled opponent and cannot defeat him with my initial ghouls? Of course, you can summon the gargoyles. The dual gargoyle tactic, heavenly gargoyles for precision strikes and earthly gargoyles for encirclement, is a formidable strategy. However, I wonder if your skills can keep pace. The gargoyle, an aerial unit of the undead, is a tactic familiar to most Warcraft players, even those not aligned with the undead, rivaling the infamous Death Dance spider strategy in its renown. However, the dual entities of heaven and earth are considerably more challenging for novice players to master. The reason is simple. Such a flamboyant style of play demands an equally flamboyant level of operational artistry. Whether it be ghouls or gargoyles, their cost is relatively low, making it easy to amass a certain quantity. However, their health points are exceedingly low. Typically, units with lower health and more fragile armor, coupled with greater mobility, are highly reliant on precise control on the battlefield. Such fragile units can be effortlessly dispatched by a single volley from the opposing forces, particularly the gargoyle, which holds the distinction of being the air unit with the lowest health among all races. In addition to having no armor type at all, if one waits until their units are critically wounded before withdrawing them from the battlefield, it is oftentimes too late. Therefore, adept players tend to leverage the advantages of terrain and the high mobility of the dual entities to unleash the full potential of this tactic. During combat, one should not wait until health is critically low to maneuver. Rather, when the enemy concentrates their fire on a particular unit, that unit should be withdrawn. When the enemy shifts focus to another target, the initially targeted unit can then be re-entered into the fray while the one currently under attack is pulled back. This tactic exhausts the enemy's combat strength as they flounder in choosing attack targets, while preserving one's own forces intact. This encapsulates the essence of the dual entities tactic in Chapter 25, Speed, and More Speed, Part 2. If executed proficiently, the dual entities tactic indeed offers exceptional mobility. However, if mismanaged, it can easily become fodder for the opponent's experience points. At the outset, Tang Li was genuinely overwhelmed by these fragile units. Initially, he managed the ghouls quite well, but upon introducing the gargoyles, he found himself stretched too thin, overwhelmed by the chaos. While his operational speed did improve significantly with practice, much of his maneuvering proved unnecessary, lacking practical significance, and ultimately, he found it more effective to focus solely on the ghouls. Consequently, he was effortlessly dispatched by Sun Chong. Within the Hero Club, Sun Chong had the least experience and skill in playing Warcraft, often finding himself at the mercy of Tang Li during practice sessions. However, he finally seized the opportunity to secure 2 consecutive victories against Tang Li, exclaiming in delight, "Ha ha ha! I finally have a record of defeating you." As he spoke, Sun Chong gleefully saved the replay of the recent match against Tang Li. "What do you need to save a practice match for?" Tang Li inquired, perplexed. "You wouldn't understand," Sun Chong replied, his face beaming with pride. "One day, if you become renowned, this will serve as evidence that I once defeated you. Your ID is even on it. I am a genius. Fame is merely a matter of time. Be sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it when the time comes," Tang Li boasted shamelessly. "Not at all, not at all," Sun Chong declared joyfully. Come, let us play a couple more matches. I want to relish this moment." Sun Chong, filled with glee, anticipated further victories over Tang Li, yet he underestimated Tang Li's capacity for understanding. Every time Tang Li calms his mind and immerses himself in the world of Warcraft, he is enveloped by a familiar sensation that arises spontaneously, though he cannot quite articulate its essence. It is as if a sudden clarity washes over his mind, after which he becomes wholly absorbed, akin to the meditative state described in Buddhist lore. Yet, the source of this feeling eludes him. After a couple of familiar matches, when he re-enters the game, Tang's performance starkly contrasts with his earlier attempts. Following another round, he deftly utilizes dual demons to leave Sun Chong in utter disarray. Enough, I can't take it anymore," Sun Chong exclaims as he abruptly exits the game. However, he reflects on the astonishing speed at which Tang Li has progressed, believing it hard to accept that such a transformation could occur in just 2 games. "Let's start anew," he declares, eager for another chance. With someone to play alongside, Tang Li is more than willing, and he resumes the game with Sun Chong. Unsurprisingly, Sun Chong finds himself once again overwhelmed by Tang's prowess. Finally conceding defeat, he remarks, "You truly are a prodigy. They say a soldier should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart, yet in your case, it seems 2 games are sufficient for a complete re-evaluation of your skills. Your growth is nothing short of extraordinary." Defeated, Sun Chong resolutely refuses to continue practicing with Tang. Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai also turn a blind eye to him. After all, who would willingly face such a formidable opponent and risk their own self-esteem? Left with no other recourse, Tang Li beseeches Fire for assistance. In truth, Fire stands as the most accomplished player in the Hero Club, possessing the highest overall skill level, thanks to his extensive experience and dedication to the game. Despite having lost to Tang during their initial encounter, it was not indicative of his abilities. Rather, he was simply taken aback by Tang's astonishing maneuvers. Had he truly prepared to engage in late-game strategies, Tang would undoubtedly have been no match for him. Now, the disparity is even more pronounced. Fire remains steadfast in his enduring strategy, the spider build. Although his execution of the Dance of Death leaves much to be desired, his understanding of game dynamics, timing, and unit deployment far surpasses that of Tang Li, who is still grappling with mastering the dual demons. After playing 7 or 8 consecutive matches, Tang has yet to secure a single victory. While others would have grown frustrated after a few losses, Tang finds the experience increasingly captivating and addictive, while it is Fire who begins to feel the strain. Competing against someone as meticulous as Tang keeps his nerves taut, not because he lacks the desire to play, but because even the most seasoned players require moments of respite. As sweat beads on his palms, Fire finds himself in an unusual predicament, having exerted himself to the point of exhaustion while still yearning for more engagement. Despite Tang's fervent pleas for additional rounds, Fire remains resolute, aware that further exertion would lead to complete fatigue. Having played Warcraft for quite some time, Fire is accustomed to intense training. However, he has never felt as utterly drained as he does after these 7 or 8 matches with Tang, whose relentless precision has left his hands on the verge of cramping. Tang Li found himself in a predicament. With no one to engage in a match with him, he resorted to the Hao Fong platform. Although the skill levels on Hao Fong varied greatly, and there were often very inexperienced newcomers, he was bound to encounter at least one competent player after a few rounds. With no training partner by his side, he had no alternative but to continue in this manner. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Tang Li began to feel a sense of fatigue. Stretching his limbs, he turned around only to discover, to his surprise, that aside from Boss Ian, the internet CAF was devoid of any patrons. Where had everyone gone? Boss Ian was tidying up his belongings, remarking, "You might want to check the time. I was waiting for you to leave so I could close up." The Hero Internet CAF was a modest establishment, frequented by few patrons on ordinary days, and with it being neither a weekend nor a holiday, the likelihood of late-night visitors was minimal. This was understandable, given that there were numerous larger Internet CAFs near the school, boasting superior environments, LCD screens, and comfortable sofas. Why would anyone choose this small, dimly lit CAF for an all-nighter? Upon exiting the game, Tang Li glanced at the clock and exclaimed in shock, "Goodness, it's already 11 o'clock. Why didn't they call me before leaving? Even if they had, would you have responded? You were so engrossed in your game that they called your name several times before deciding to leave," Boss Ian replied. Tang Li hastily grabbed his jacket from the chair and rushed out, already at the doorway when he shouted, "I need to hurry back to school. If I don't, the dormitory will close soon." Thus, Tang Li hurried back, oblivious to the fact that on the second floor of the Hero Internet CAF, 2 beautiful women were quietly observing him. Once Tang Li was out of sight, Boss Ian ascended to the second floor and smiled at one of the women, saying, "He has gone." This was, of course, a redundant statement. The woman had been intently watching Tang Li below and was well aware of his departure. If Tang Li had been present to witness this scene, he would have been taken aback, for he recognized this woman. Only a few days prior, he had played a game of Warcraft with her at the Hero Internet CAF, which had ignited his fervent passion for the game. This woman was known in the Warcraft community as the Night Elf Star. "Why don't you share with him some deeper tactical insights and a comprehensive understanding of the overall strategy? Perhaps that would expedite his progress," Star suggested to Boss Ian. "He has only just begun to delve into Warcraft." "Interest is the finest teacher," Boss Ian replied. "Theo become a professional Warcraft player. One must memorize a plethora of tedious data, which he may not yet appreciate, and it could even prove burdensome for him. I wish for him to follow his passion. Haste makes waste." Boss Ian truly exemplified the qualities of a great coach. Star smiled lightly before saying, "I should also return to the hotel." The 2 women descended the stairs and exited the Hero Internet CAF, hailing a taxi by the roadside. "Yunjie, I still don't understand why you place such importance on him. Making a detour to come here whenever you have the chance. Don't you realize you need to ensure proper rest before a competition?" The woman beside Star inquired, puzzled. The woman known as Yunjie smiled and replied, "Don't you think there are still too few champions in Chinese esports? Indeed, while China boasts superstars like Sky, the emergence of new generation players with the potential to rival them is a rarity. I share this sentiment. However, what does it have to do with that young lad?" The other beauty inquired curiously. "It is because I firmly believe that one day, he shall undoubtedly rise to become a radiant star in the realm of electronic sports." Chapter 26. Let your fingers dance. In recent days, Tang Li has been somewhat disheartened. After purchasing a mouse, his living expenses dwindled to nothing, leaving him with an entire month to endure on a meager budget. Consequently, he had no choice but to borrow a few hundred yuan from his dorm mate, Zhu Yipeng, and resort to a diet of instant noodles. Yet, it is not merely the consumption of instant noodles that vexes him. Rather, it is the disappointment stemming from the 1,000 yuan gadget he acquired, which fails to unleash the formidable power he had envisioned. Admittedly, his hand speed has improved significantly. However, his overall performance has not necessarily shown marked progress. Particularly since he began practicing the Twin Ghost maneuver, his recent training sessions with Fire have resulted in more losses than victories, which has been the source of his greatest frustration. Nevertheless, such is his nature. The more poorly he performs, the more determined he becomes to master it, for he refuses to succumb to defeat. This obstinacy nearly cost him the second match of the campus electronic sports tournament, at his current level. It would be prudent for him to engage the opponent in the early game, where harassment and dual lanes truly showcase one's skill. Yet, he stubbornly insists on waiting until the mid-game to strike. To put it kindly, Tang Li is presently suited for early-game tactics. To speak bluntly, his grasp of the game and understanding of various units remain quite lacking. Fortunately, his opponent in this instance is not a seasoned expert. Despite holding an advantage in their decisive clash of twin ghosts, the opponent faltered by neglecting to produce units at home during the battle. Although Tang Li suffered considerable losses on the main battlefield, his operational prowess has indeed improved. The intensity of the skirmishes does not impede his capacity to generate forces and advance his technology back at home. Thus, a steady stream of units continued to reinforce the battlefield until he finally reached the third tier and upgraded to the Frenzy ability. Frenzy is a skill of the ghoul, which, once upgraded, enhances their attack speed by 25 and boosts their movement speed by 80. The soft fears the hard fears the reckless, and the reckless fears the frenzied. Although ghouls are the most basic combat unit of the undead faction, those imbued with frenzy should not be underestimated. Embracing the indomitable spirit of the unyielding Copper P, Tang Li ultimately triumphed over his adversary through a relentlessly overwhelming horde of ghouls. Although victory was achieved, the current situation cannot persist indefinitely. Ever since he began practicing the twin ghosts, he has felt a persistent lack of fluidity in his operations, which is the primary source of his discontent. Perhaps it is time for you to refine your finger techniques. While Tang Li remains in a state of frustration, Bossine has already devised a solution for him. In this world, teachers can be classified into two distinct categories. The first type embodies a relentless, rote learning approach, relentlessly imparting vast amounts of information for students to memorize, with the belief that comprehension will eventually follow. However, unbeknownst to them, this monotonous method gradually extinguishes the student's interest in learning. Conversely, the second type of teacher appears less concerned with what the students have learned. Instead, they gently guide students based on their interests, offering brief insights when students encounter something intriguing. Ultimately, the emphasis lies on the student's own capacity for understanding. While it may seem that this teacher does little, in reality, they accomplish a great deal. It is evident that Yin Chongqing epitomizes this latter type of educator. Tang Li has just begun his journey into the realm of Warcraft. If one were to consider all the knowledge he could impart, there is indeed a vast expanse of information to cover. For instance, Yin Chongqing could instruct Tang Li to memorize the armor types of all units, the construction times of all buildings, and the specific requirements for building a barracks at designated intervals during gameplay. He could even guide Tang Li on the exact time it takes to reach crucial locations on the map from his main base. With many years of Warcraft history and numerous professional players, such data is undeniably vital in formal competitions. Yet, Yin Chongqing refrains from adopting this approach. Many aspects of Warcraft necessitate personal insight from the players. The role of a coach is merely to provide timely guidance, allowing players to experience significant growth in their capabilities. Eventually, players will grasp this information, but their understanding will differ vastly from rote memorization. It will be fluid and dynamic. What Yin Chongqing aspires to witness is players being guided by their passions, continuously surpassing themselves through personal insights. In doing so, they will cultivate a deeper understanding of the game, leading to more graceful and agile performances. At this juncture, Yin Chongqing believes it is time for Tang Li to practice his finger techniques diligently. Finger techniques? Tang Li inquired, puzzled that I am not training in the six-vein spirit sword. What is there to practice? Finger techniques refer to how your left hand executes key presses more efficiently, Yin Chongqing explained. Do not underestimate the importance of key presses. A proficient Warcraft player must develop a personalized set of finger techniques. As the number of units increases, the complexity of operations escalates. Your struggles with control stem from issues related to your finger techniques. Tang Li, who had never considered the concept of finger techniques before, suddenly became intrigued upon hearing Yin's words. Oh, please, do tell. Warcraft features numerous hotkeys, especially as the number of units grows. Almost every commonly used key corresponds to a specific skill. Additionally, the intricacies of unit formation further complicate gameplay. A single match can involve extensive operations just to switch between formations. If someone plays Warcraft with only one formation, having all units, including heroes, grouped together, there is no doubt that this individual is a novice. Although Tang Li is not like this, his team composition indeed poses significant issues. If he could adeptly utilize his formations, coupled with his meticulous operations concerning each unit, his strength would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. Let your fingers dance gracefully upon the keyboard. Tang Li has only recently developed an interest. However, after Bossy made a remark, he ceased to elaborate. You have just won a match, and with 2 days until your next game. Take some time to study on your own. How am I supposed to study on my own? Tang Li initially intended to plead further with Bossine, but found himself at a loss for words when Bossine retorted. Haven't you always claimed to be a genius? Why aren't you exhibiting your genius now? Consider how you might operate more efficiently and devise a set of finger techniques that belong solely to you. Fine, if I must study on my own, then so be it. I will not be deterred. Tang Li pondered for a moment, believing it shouldn't be overly difficult. Chapter 27. Yo-Yo's deceptive scheme. Tang Li naively assumed it would be simple. Yet in reality, this was no trivial task. During a match, there is no time to lower one's gaze to the keyboard. Relying solely on instinct to press keys can easily lead to erroneous inputs. A standard keyboard boasts over 100 keys. While not all are necessary, several dozen are frequently used in Warcraft. With only 5 fingers on one hand, it necessitates that each finger must play a role. The more Tang Li delved into his studies, the more he realized the depth of knowledge required. Over the past 2 days, he seemed enchanted, his left hand perpetually hovering in the air, as though manipulating an invisible keyboard. Identifying the correct key positions is one aspect, but a well-organized formation is equally vital. Tang Li has memorized all the commonly used key positions for the undead faction. Regrettably, applying them in combat remains somewhat unrefined. Having just secured a victory, his next match is scheduled for 2 days hence, but that does not imply there are no other matches in the interim. The Campus Esports Tournament encompasses not only Warcraft but also titles like CS. Given the high number of registrants for Warcraft alone, it is improbable that all contestants would commence their matches simultaneously during the preliminary rounds. Although Tang Li has no matches in these 2 days, the competition continues to thrive. Thus, during his free time, Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai are set to face off in the second round. Han Tai plays as the Orcs, and his Warcraft style is as fierce as his name suggests, brutal and unstrategic. Orc units are typically tough and resilient, perfectly suiting his aggressive nature. Perhaps due to Han Tai's temperament, he seldom harasses his opponents early on, generally engaging in direct confrontations. When faced with stronger adversaries, his defeat is inevitable. However, against rivals of equal or lesser skill, he often gains an upper hand in momentum. A person's character truly dictates their style. Conversely, Zhu Yipeng embodies a style that is entirely opposite to Han Tai's, employing the human race and resorting to a strategy that elicits considerable disdain, the notorious turtling approach. The term sneaky style refers to the strategy employed by Zhu Yipeng, who utilizes the human race to create a series of defensive towers. In the early stages, he seeks opportunities to establish a mine, followed by the construction of yet more defensive towers. He never engages in direct confrontations, always opting to strike stealthily before retreating, subsequently hoarding resources at home to produce tanks. Those who have faced Zhu Yipeng on the Haofeng platform and suffered defeat have invariably voiced their disdain for him. However, Zhu Yipeng remains unfazed. After each victory, when confronted with their criticisms, he flamboyantly retorts, "One must be cunning in youth," infuriating his opponents. Yet today, it appears that his devious tactics have faltered. His adversary, known by the ID Mua Li, is evidently several tiers above Zhu Yipeng in skill. Despite Zhu Yipeng erecting over a dozen defensive towers, he could not withstand Mua Li's onslaught, and before he could even complete his third base, his home was besieged. During the second round of the preliminaries, Zhu Yipeng faced a disheartening elimination, leading spectators to believe he would be despondent. To their surprise, Zhu Yipeng joyously proclaimed GG. Tang Li, puzzled, inquired, "How can you be so cheerful after losing?" Zhu Yipeng, with a mischievous arch of his brow, replied, "You see, I finally encountered Yo-Yo on QQ today. I asked her to dinner, and she actually accepted. I have a date tonight." Ever since their chance meeting at a noodle shop near the school, Zhu Yipeng had pursued Yo-Yo, even having a dispute with Fire over her. Yet, Yo-Yo had consistently ignored his advances, leaving Zhu Yipeng baffled as to why she suddenly agreed to a date. With his heart soaring, he spent the afternoon consumed by thoughts of their evening rendezvous, and losing the match within 10 minutes felt like a minor inconvenience. "I must hurry to pick her up from school and share dinner together." "Oh, yes," he exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he dashed out of the internet CAF and into the school. Meanwhile, in class, Yo-Yo contemplated the evening ahead, a wicked smile creeping upon her lips. Her thoughts, however, did not dwell on accepting Zhu Yipeng's affections. Rather, she seethed with resentment towards the so-called youth with hemorrhoids, who had humiliated her twice on the Haofeng platform. She was unaware of his identity and pondered how best to exact her revenge. At that moment, Zhu Yipeng's invitation for dinner arrived via QQ, prompting a devious idea to form in her mind. Since the youth with hemorrhoids and Zhu Yipeng were acquaintances, why not use Zhu Yipeng to uncover this individual's identity? Once she discovered who he was, she could devise a plan for retribution. With these thoughts in mind, Yo-Yo eagerly accepted Zhu Yiping's invitation for the evening. In truth, Yo-Yo is not the petty-minded type. Rather, she is the kind of girl who acts on her whims. She simply wishes to locate this young man with hemorrhoids, seizing the opportunity to tease him a bit, ensuring he thinks twice before engaging in idle chatter about World of Warcraft with others in the future. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Yo-Yo stepped out of the classroom building and, as fate would have it, spotted Zhu Yiping huffing and puffing as he rushed in from outside. Upon seeing the beautiful girl, Zhu Yiping's face flushed, and he exclaimed with a mix of relief and urgency, "Thank goodness I ran quickly. I almost arrived late." Yo-Yo replied with a nonchalant, "I'm not late either. I just came out, hee." Seeing Yo-Yo so understanding, Zhu Yiping couldn't help but smile widely. "What are you grinning at?" Yo-Yo glared at him, feeling a surge of irritation. It was all his fault that she had earned the nickname Beef Noodles. Yet, suddenly reminded of her grand scheme for revenge, she realized she couldn't afford to delay the matter any longer. Thus, she grinned back at Zhu Yiping and asked, "What brings you here so late?" "I was just participating in a competition," Zhu Yiping replied candidly, "the campus electronic sports tournament." "You? With your skill level, you actually entered the campus electronic sports tournament?" Yo-Yo, using her Love Yo-Yo ID, had played a couple of rounds against Zhu Yiping and was well aware of his capabilities. A man looked upon with disdain by the woman he admired would undoubtedly feel quite displeased, and Zhu Yiping was currently experiencing that sentiment, eager to redeem himself. "I've only just started learning, but my potential is limitless. Don't be fooled by my current skill level. I'm actually a member of a club." "You're a member of a club? Which one?" "The Heroes Club," Zhu Yiping declared with immense pride, completely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into Yo-Yo's trap. "Could you take me to see your club?" Yo-Yo's intuition suggested that this so-called young man with hemorrhoids might very well be associated with that club. Zhu Yiping, puzzled, responded, "What is so interesting about that? It's getting late. Why don't we just go eat instead? If you don't take me to the club, I want to go eat with you." Yo-Yo began her subtle coercion. This tactic surprisingly worked on Zhu Yiping, who reluctantly conceded, All right, I'll take you to see it, but let us have dinner first. Tomorrow is the weekend. I can take you then." "How does that sound?" Yo-Yo considered this and realized there was no rush. Now that her plan was set in motion, she felt quite pleased, smiling knowingly and adopting a softer tone. "Okay then, let us eat first." Chapter 28. The newcomer of the Heroes Club, Zhu Yiping, was reluctant to bring Yo-Yo to the Heroes Internet CAF for a reason. Fire was also training there. The last time, he had a dispute with Fire over this very matter. However, it was precisely due to such incidents that they became acquainted and eventually formed the Hero Club, growing into good friends. Zhu Yiping was also aware that Fire had harbored feelings for Yo-Yo, yet Yo-Yo had consistently ignored him. Now, having brought Yo-Yo to the Internet CAF, Zhu Yiping wondered how Fire would feel upon seeing her. He hoped fervently that Fire would not misconstrue his actions as boastful. Caught in a dilemma, Peng struggled to find the right words, speaking ambiguously. Ultimately, however, he could not withstand Yo-Yo's relentless insistence. Under her combined tactics of persuasion and pressure, Zhu Yiping reluctantly agreed to take her to the Internet CAF the following afternoon. The Hero Internet CAF was small and dimly lit, making Zhu Yiping feel somewhat embarrassed as he announced, "Here we are. This is where we train." Albeit a bit cramped, Yo-Yo, eager to discover the identity of the young man with hemorrhoids, paid little heed to the CAF's ambience and pushed the door open, immediately spotting Fire engrossed in a game just across the way. Having heard from Zhu Yiping that Fire was also a member of their club, Yo-Yo approached him without surprise and remarked, "Big guy, so you're here too." When Fire first met Tangli and the others, they had dubbed him the Orc Infantry due to his robust stature, which explained why Yo-Yo referred to him as Big Guy. Fire looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yo-Yo. Their acquaintance was not a recent development. It traced back to blood debt. If there were a dominant force in the realm of Warcraft at Lushan University, it would undoubtedly be blood debt. Though he was now in his senior year and nearing graduation, he had consecutively claimed the championship of the university's electronic sports competition for 3 years, securing his reputation as the unrivaled champion of Warcraft within the campus. Yo-Yo happened to be Blood Debt's younger sister. Fire had first encountered Yo-Yo during a match against Blood Debt, and it was then that he fell for her at first sight. It was no wonder, given Yo-Yo's striking beauty, that she effortlessly captured the hearts of both Fire and Zhu Yiping. Thus, when Fire looked up and saw Yo-Yo, he was genuinely startled. "What brings you to this Internet CAF?" he inquired. "Why can you come, but I cannot? Or do you not wish for my presence?" Fire quickly waved his hands in denial. "I'm not here to play. I'm here to join your club." "Aren't you going to welcome me?" Yo-Yo declared with her head held high. "What?" Tangli, who had been focused on his game, suddenly perked up with interest. He had not seen Zhu Yiping bring her in and had missed the initial exchange between her and Fire. Just as Tang Li finished a match and removed his headphones, he caught Yo-Yo's declaration of her intent to join the club, prompting him to inquire further. Anyone who is unaware of Yo-Yo's background would surely be astonished. Suddenly, this individual appears, brimming with arrogance, declaring their intention to join your club, as if bestowing a great favor upon you. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Yo-Yo is but a young girl. Tang Li finds it hard to believe that a mere child could excel in World of Warcraft, which explains her incredulous question. Oh, who is this little girl who has just emerged? Tang Li's term little girl is not intended as an insult, yet Yo-Yo perceives it otherwise. This remark incites Yo-Yo's wrath. Who are you calling a little girl? Of course I'm referring to you. Can't you comprehend such a simple statement? Tang Li remains unfazed. You? Yo-Yo retorts furiously. How am I a little girl? In what way am I small? With that, she puffs out her chest defiantly. Tang Li smirks lewdly, surveying Yo-Yo from head to toe, and then brazenly glances at her chest, chuckling. Hee hee. Everything about you seems rather small in Yo-Yo's eyes. Tang Li's expression, words, and gaze are all exceedingly lascivious. Infuriated to the point of explosion, Yo-Yo stamps her foot, ready to unleash her fury, when Zhu Yiping rushes over to mediate. No need to quarrel. We are all friends here. Upon seeing Zhu Yiping's intervention, Tang Li begins to understand the situation. Pighead? Is this your new conquest? Zhu Yiping's nickname is indeed Pighead, a fact that Yo-Yo, though unaware, can surmise from Zhu's surname. However, being referred to as little girl by Tang Li is quite displeasing to her. Who are you calling a little girl? Yo-Yo exclaims again. All right, you're not a little girl. You're a big girl, okay? Yo-Yo believes that there is likely only one person in the world more detestable than Tang Li, and that is the hemorrhoid-stricken youth. Could it be that this person and the aforementioned youth are one and the same? Yo-Yo begins to sense a premonition. Under normal circumstances, her temperament would not allow her to relent so easily, yet considering her purpose for being here, she decides not to dwell on it. Surprisingly, she finds herself not angry at all. Instead, she turns to Zhu Yiping with a faint smile. Why don't you introduce me to the members of our club? Unbeknownst to her, she has seamlessly integrated into our club. It seems she is indeed determined to infiltrate the enemy ranks. Yo-Yo's desire to join the Hero Club certainly takes Zhu Yiping by surprise, yet he considers it a stroke of good fortune. After all, proximity fosters connection. Practicing together at the club, entering and leaving school side by side. Surely that will spark some chemistry, won't it? Zhu Yiping discreetly tugs at Tang Li's sleeve and whispers, for the sake of my lifelong happiness, please refrain from causing any trouble. With Zhu Yiping's words, Tang Li concedes. Fine, let her join. You don't seem like someone who would excel at World of Warcraft. But being a cheerleader wouldn't be too bad either. Don't mind him, Yo-Yo. That's just how he is, sharp-tongued, but with a heart of gold. Zhu Yiping, fearing a resurgence of hostilities between the two, plays the peacemaker and proceeds to introduce Yo-Yo to the other patrons in the Internet CAF. Today is the weekend, so everyone is training in the Internet CAF. The crowd is quite substantial, and Yo-Yo meticulously analyzed the individuals present. Fire certainly cannot be the one with hemorrhoids, and the remaining Han Tai does not seem to fit that description either. Sun Chang embodies the typical personality of someone from northeast China, so it is unlikely that he would exhibit such lewdness. Therefore, the most conspicuous target remaining is undoubtedly Tang Li. Yo-Yo wishes to join the club, and both Zhu Yiping and Fire warmly welcome her. However, for the owner of the Hero Internet CAF, it is essential to ascertain whether this individual is worthy of membership, especially since everyone trains for free at Boss Yin's establishment daily. It is indeed splendid to have someone wishing to join the club, but first, they must undergo a test. Observing Zhu Yiping's earnest expression, Boss Yin maintained his signature sinister smile. Thus, he launched a match against Yo-Yo on the computer. The outcome, of course, was a resounding victory for Boss Yin. Yo-Yo was thoroughly convinced by the defeat. In terms of strategy and timing, she felt that even her brother might not be a match for the formidable Boss Yin. To her astonishment, such a small Internet CAF harbored such a skilled player. Initially, Yo-Yo believed that being defeated so swiftly by Boss Yin would jeopardize her chance of joining the club, leaving her rather despondent. However, Boss Yin stood up and, with a smile, declared, though your skill may not be exceptionally high, you exhibit considerable potential. Welcome to the Hero Club. How could she be defeated so quickly yet still pass the test? Yo-Yo found it hard to believe. Zhu Yiping chuckled beside her, saying, I didn't realize you were such a master. The rest of us can barely withstand the first wave of Boss Yin's attacks. It seems you are destined to become one of our main team members. Is the entire team of such caliber? Surviving the initial assault from others is deemed a matter of pride. What then is the purpose of the club? Yo-Yo's expression darkened. Chapter 29. The Enigmatic Man, Part 1. Yo-Yo's understanding of World of Warcraft is not particularly profound, yet, being the sister of Shuecho. She has not witnessed the pig running but has certainly dined on pork. Among the present members of the Hero Club, her prowess in the game is relatively above average. At the very least, Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong would undoubtedly struggle against her, while Han Tai has a record of more losses than victories in their encounters. Typically, playing World of Warcraft for extended periods can become somewhat monotonous. But with the sudden arrival of a beautiful girl to train with them, everyone was quite welcoming, especially considering Zhu Yipeng and Fire's connections. After playing a couple of rounds, the new member was accepted by all. Thus, on Yo-Yo's very first day at the Internet CAF, she seamlessly integrated with the others, engaging in friendly sparring as she faced Zhu Yipeng, Han Tai, and Sun Chong several times. After yet another match, the outcome was, of course, a decisive victory for Yo-Yo against Sun Chong. She had gained some understanding of their skill levels. Winning against these players would indeed be a challenge, and they certainly did not match the individual she was searching for. "Hey, you there. Let us have a couple of rounds," Yo-Yo provocatively challenged Tang Elite. As long as Yo-Yo engages him in a match, she will undoubtedly ascertain whether that detestable Tang Li and the equally odious youth with hemorrhoids are indeed the same person. To her surprise, Tang Li did not even raise his head and simply remarked, "I have no time and no time. What are you occupied with?" Yo-Yo rushed to Tang Li's side. "Today, there is another match in the campus esports tournament that I must participate in, and it is about to commence." Upon peering closer, Yo-Yo was taken aback. Tang Li had already accessed the referee's console. However, what astonished her was not this fact, but rather Tang Li's ID. The first round match of Only against Alioth had been fervently discussed on the school forum, with everyone speculating about the true identity of this Only. Just a few days prior, Yo-Yo had watched the match replay with Shuecho and had left with a lasting impression of this ID. She had always presumed this ID belonged to some skilled player masquerading under a pseudonym, never imagining that the extraordinarily adept Only could actually be a freshman. Intrigued, Yo-Yo promptly dragged a chair over and sat beside Tang Li. "What are you up to? Do you wish to learn from me?" Tang Li glanced at Yo-Yo with a sidelong look. "Please, with your level, what could I possibly glean? I have encountered players far superior to you." In Yo-Yo's eyes, Tang Li was simply brimming with self-importance. "If you don't wish to learn, why are you sitting next to me?" The attention of a woman made him feel somewhat uneasy. "Is this your home? I can sit wherever I please, can't I?" Yo-Yo dismissed him with indifference. If she were truly seeking to learn, watching her brother compete would be far more beneficial than observing him. In Yo-Yo's heart, Shuechao's prowess was unmatched. If it were Han Tai, Sun Chong, or Zhu Yipeng, Tang Li would not have felt any discomfort, as it was common for everyone to observe each other's matches. However, now that the spectator was Yo-Yo, Tang Li found himself inexplicably nervous. Having a petite beauty's gaze upon him was distinctly different. As soon as the game commenced, he made a blunder in the opening. One must prioritize constructing the crypt, followed by the altar and spirit tower. The choice of whether to build the altar or the spirit tower first varies slightly. Placing the altar first is conducive for early single hero harassment, whereas starting with the crypt allows for immediate hero MF upon their emergence. Tang Li preferred to have the single hero act as a support while simultaneously utilizing ghouls for dual line MF. Thus, he typically built the altar first. Yet today, with Yo-Yo watching, he found himself distracted, and after constructing the altar, he inexplicably forgot to build the spirit tower for a considerable time. "Amateur, if you don't construct the spirit tower soon, you'll hit the population cap," Yo-Yo scoffed from the side. Only then did Tang Li come to his senses, hurriedly directing the acolyte to place the spirit tower. In his haste, the positioning was less than precise. Yet Tang Li retorted, "You are the amateur. I know how professional this is. In the realm of Warcraft, architecture is indeed an art form. Depending on the diverse strategies employed by each race, numerous distinct methods of constructing buildings can be derived, and these subtle nuances can play a pivotal role in the outcome of matches." Tang Li Gong, having only recently been introduced to Warcraft, remains somewhat oblivious to these intricacies. In contrast, Yo-Yo frequently observes the matches of Shuecho and possesses a far greater understanding of this aspect than Tang. He even forgets the initial building sequence, barely managing to place a necropolis after being reminded, and positions it poorly, yet still dares to claim he is not a novice. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Yo-Yo cannot fathom how such a player managed to triumph over Alioth in the previous round. A marksman, undoubtedly a marksman. It is certain that he must have enlisted someone to assist him in cheating to secure victory against Alioth. Yo-Yo has already formed a judgment about Tang's character in his mind. Although Tang professes his expertise, he secretly scorns himself for his blunders and promptly immerses himself wholeheartedly in the competition. As the pace of the match accelerates, Tang finally dedicates himself entirely to the game. oblivious to Yo-Yo's presence beside him. This is the essence of Tang. Whenever he becomes engrossed in Warcraft, he perceives the world around him as if it has come to a standstill. Even time itself seems to halt. As Tang's skills become increasingly refined, Yo-Yo's astonishment grows. From the initial hero harassment to the later dual-line operation with ghouls, his development at home becomes impressively adept. However, this does not surprise Yo-Yo, as she too could accomplish the same given her current proficiency. The moment that truly astonishes her occurs when Tang, having amassed a certain number of ghouls, launches his first assault against the enemy. His opponent, utilizing the orc race, has chosen the Farseer as his starting hero and possesses a few orc footmen. Ghouls, colloquially known as little dogs, are well known among many players, and the artistry of using them is epitomized in their encirclement tactics. Now, Tang stands at the enemy's doorstep, showcasing his encirclement prowess. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Tang's previous match replay has been fervently discussed on the forum, and anyone who has viewed that match would recognize the remarkable encirclement skills of the player known as Only. However, it is evident that his opponent has not seen this replay and thus fails to pay attention to the hero's positioning. Consequently, Tang seamlessly surrounds the Farseer. In desperation, the opponent is left with no choice but to utilize a return scroll, a costly expenditure of 350 gold coins. No small loss indeed. Yet, one learns from their mistakes. Having invested 350 gold coins for a lesson, the opponent becomes acutely aware of the Farseer's positioning upon emerging. It is clear that the opponent's skills are not lacking. He merely fell victim to a moment of carelessness, allowing Tang to ensnare the Farseer. Now, having taken precautions, can Tang still encircle the enemy's Farseer? Yo-Yo muses to herself. Chapter 30. The Enigmatic Man, Part 2, the Farseer. Once a prominent figure among the orcs many years ago, is now overshadowed by the Blade Master, who undoubtedly reigns as the most frequently encountered hero within the orc ranks. Although the initial strategy involving the Prophet has fallen out of favor, a considerable number of players still hold a fondness for this character, particularly when scouting reveals that Tang Li is employing a dogflow opening, potentially utilizing the dual ghost strategy. His opponents unhesitatingly opt for the combination of the Prophet and the Tauren. The Prophet and Tauren possess a splendid synergy with their chain lightning and shockwave abilities. Once these two heroes reach a certain level of growth, they become a nightmare for Tang Li's fragile units like the Earth Spirits. However, it is evident that the Prophet, at the outset, lacks the formidable harassment capability of the Blade Master in the early game, and as a spellcaster, the Prophet is significantly more vulnerable than the Blade Master. His opponent, not being a novice, recognizes Tang Li's aggressive ganking prowess and adapts accordingly, positioning 3 orc footmen at the front while the Prophet skillfully strikes from a distance before retreating. The hit-and-run tactic is not exclusive to the spider flow when executing the Dance of Death. Nearly all units that need to maintain distance from melee opponents should possess hit-and-run capabilities. The current Prophet embodies this principle, engaging from afar while Tang Li's ghouls charge forward, compelling the Prophet to retreat, all the while suffering attacks from the 3 orc footmen. Yet, Tang Li seems undeterred, preparing his ghouls to bypass the frontline orc footmen and continue their assault on the enemy Prophet. Yo-Yo couldn't help but shake her head. At this juncture, forcing a gank on the opposing Prophet is evidently ill-advised. Not only is it unlikely that they can corner the Prophet, but Tang Li's ghouls also risk being rendered incapacitated by the orc footmen. Novice, this won't do. Yo-Yo was about to voice her concerns, but she hesitated, holding back her words. As Tang Li's ghouls advanced, the enemy Prophet hastily retreated, only for Tang Li's ghouls to suddenly change direction, encircling one of the frontline orc footmen. Turns out this young novice was feigning an attempt to corner the Prophet, with the actual intention of trapping the unsuspecting orc footmen while the opponent hurriedly commanded the Prophet to withdraw. A flawless ambush ensued, prompting Yo-Yo to stifle her earlier warning. Clearly, Tang Li's adversary had not anticipated such a maneuver, resulting in the loss of an orc footman, leaving them momentarily stunned as Tang Li's forces pressed onward, their sights still set on the enemy Prophet. With no way to retreat without being surrounded, the Prophet had no choice but to continue falling back. However, another orc footman soon found itself encircled. Witnessing this scene, Yo-Yo became convinced that the individual who had defeated Alioth in the previous round must indeed be Tang Li himself. She was almost certain that within this club, the only person capable of besting her in such a manner while still engaging in idle chatter would undoubtedly be this young man. Yo-Yo cast a sidelong glance, surreptitiously scrutinizing Tang Li, who was, of course, fully engrossed in the game and oblivious to Yo-Yo's covert observation. Tang Li joyfully dispatched 2 opposing orc foot soldiers. His delight was evident, causing his brows to lift with a smile. Yet, the same expression, reflected in Yo-Yo's eyes, evoked an entirely different sentiment. The sight of this lecherous individual, grinning at the screen, was utterly shameless. Yo-Yo felt a profound sense of pity for Tang Li's opponents. Should Tang Li's adversary appear before Yo-Yo now, a bond of camaraderie might even be forged between them, united by a common foe. Tang Li, intimidated by Tang Li's prowess, his opponent retreated, cowering in his base and refusing to confront him head-on. Although Tang Li held a slight advantage in the current situation, it was insufficient to breach his opponent's stronghold, prompting him to also withdraw, opting instead to enhance his technology. He remained intent on employing the dual specter strategy in the mid-game. After 2 days of refining his techniques, Tang Li's skills had markedly improved, particularly in managing sizable armies with greater finesse. Consequently, he was not eager to engage in a futile war of attrition with his opponent. Instead, he sent his Death Knight and troops on a pleasurable hunting expedition. While hunting neutral monsters, Tang Li also discreetly instructed the Death Knight to scout his opponent's base. Although orc peasants could retreat into burrows when harassed, they would inevitably suffer a slowdown in lumbering and resource gathering. Balancing technological advancement at home and the dual harassment of the enemy with a single hero and ghouls, Tang Li reveled in his gameplay. Throughout the match, he maintained a firm grip on his opponent, and with this momentum, victory felt imminent. However, his adversary evidently harbored a different strategy. Patiently biding his time, he awaited the opportune moment. While Tang Li's execution was formidable, his opponent's strength lay in his timing. He recognized Tang Li's intent to employ the dual specter strategy and understood that the undead faction heavily relied on reaching Tier 3. For instance, ghouls could not unleash their full potential without the upgrade to Frenzy at Tier 3. Thus, Tang Li, during his time at Tier 2, would not allow any stagnation, directly ascending to Tier 3. This ascent required substantial resources, leading to a minimal army presence during that transitional period, rendering the undead quite vulnerable. Indeed, after Tang Li transitioned to Tier 2, his ability to exert pressure diminished significantly. Although his maneuvers and scouting were commendable, he discerned his opponent's intent to establish an expansion but lacked the forces to thwart it. Initially, Tang Li had retained a semblance of advantage, yet once the orcs secured a second mine, that advantage swiftly transformed into a deficit. The undead, already economically constrained, found themselves at a severe disadvantage when pitted against the orc faction benefiting from dual mines. Unless an unforeseen turn of events occurred, Tang Li was likely poised to suffer significant losses. Once the Prophet and the Tauren reach maturity, their magnificent chain lightning and shockwave become formidable area of effect spells, inflicting devastating damage upon the feeble ghouls. While the orcs possess self-destructive bats, adept at countering gargoyles, as the mid to late game approaches, what strategies can Tang Li employ to contend with the orcs' dual mines? Yo-Yo envisions the impending moment of Tang Li's catastrophic defeat. However, Tang Li remains blissfully unaware. Although his operational prowess is commendable, it must be said that his grasp of the broader strategic landscape of Warcraft still renders him a novice. Only after upgrading the ghouls to Frenzy and assembling a substantial squad of gargoyles does Tang Li, filled with exuberance, prepare to launch an assault against his opponent, completely oblivious to the impending slaughter that may very well be unilaterally orchestrated by his adversary. Chapter 31. The Enigmatic Man, Part 2. Economics has always been the Achilles heel of the undead. Now that the orcs have established a secondary mine, their dual mine economy greatly surpasses that of the single mine undead. Tang Li's opponent is no novice. Evidently, this adversary possesses a solid understanding of the overarching dynamics at play. Opening a second mine is not a trivial task. If the timing is misjudged, a poorly timed expansion could lead to a swift counterattack from the opponent, especially given the undead's lamentable mining capabilities, which could result in a loss due to reckless expansion. The timing of this opponent's expansion was executed flawlessly, anticipating Tang Li's struggle with technology and economics during the Tier 2 phase, where he would lack the surplus forces necessary to apply pressure. Thus, the opponent boldly established a secondary mine. Although Tang Li observed this development and yearned to thwart his adversary's expansion, he regrettably found himself powerless to intervene. Ultimately, all warfare culminates in a battle of economics, and this assertion holds true without exception. With the secondary mine now operational, the situation appears exceedingly favorable, allowing for the production of additional units. The longer this disparity persists, the more pronounced it becomes. Economics is one facet, while tactics represent another. No strategy in Warcraft is invincible, and the dual gargoyle strategy is no exception. Consequently, Tang Li's opponent strategically opted for the self-destructive bats. This unit, inexpensive to produce, possesses an innate ability known as Unstable Compound, allowing it to self-destruct and inflict 550 damage on its targeted unit. while also dealing 140 damage to other aerial targets within a 20 radius area, applying full damage within the effective range, in stark contrast to typical area damage spells where distance diminishes impact. Thus, the self-destructive bat serves as a potent weapon for the orcs against all airborne threats. Gargoyles, being frail units, inevitably suffer against self-destructive bats, which are the sworn nemesis of the low-health, high-damage gargoyles. As anticipated, the moment of excitement for Yo-Yo has finally arrived. Tang Li commands his forces to invade his opponent's base. At this juncture, due to the economic disparity, Tang Li finds himself at a significant disadvantage in terms of troop numbers. Upon engagement, Tang Li's gargoyle units sustain severe losses, while the ground-based ghoul forces, under the onslaught of the Prophet's Chain Lightning and the Tauren Shockwave, are equally beleaguered. Moreover, Tang Li's hero is devoid of any area defense or healing scrolls, leaving no doubt that if he does not retreat, his entire contingent is destined for annihilation. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Li swiftly rallied his troops and made a hasty retreat. Fortunately, his technological advancements outpaced those of his adversary, and with the tri-defensive measures of the Twin Ghosts already in place, coupled with the illuminating aura of the Death Knight, he possessed remarkable mobility, allowing for a relatively swift escape. However, his opponent was no slouch either. They promptly utilized an acceleration scroll to launch a fierce ambush, rendering Tang Li's forces in a state of disarray. Now you realize you are but a novice, Yo-Yo jeered gleefully from the sidelines. Tang Li, beads of sweat forming on his brow, remained defiant, declaring, "Not so fast. The battle is far from over. For a genius like me, as long as I have yet to utter G, anything is still possible." I shall see what other tricks you have up your sleeve, Yo-Yo scoffed, doubting Tang Li's ability to stage a miraculous comeback. However, Yo-Yo refrained from immediate humiliation, wary of Tang Li attributing his failure to her interference. Just wait until you lose. Then I shall delight in thoroughly ridiculing you. Yo-Yo fantasized about this splendid future. Realizing he could not withstand the assault, Tang Li retreated while hastily switching his focus to upgrading the Necromancer's tower at his home base. In the realm of Warcraft, aside from the human race, each faction's population providing structure possesses unique additional functionalities. For instance, the Orc's Burrow allows workers to take refuge during crises, forming a bastion to strike at foes. Similarly, the Night Elves' Moonwell provides sustenance to their units for health and mana restoration. The Undead's population providing structure, the Necromancer's tower, could be upgraded to transform into an attacking defensive tower. As Tang Li executed his retreat, he continued to produce units at home. However, he remained fixated on creating gargoyles, which puzzled Yo-Yo immensely. Gargoyles are rendered obsolete by self-destructing bats. Why does he not adapt? She pondered. Producing some spiders would be beneficial against those self-destructing bats, especially since upgraded spiders can ensnare airborne units. Yet, this novice seems oblivious, solely fixated on gargoyles. Eventually, retreating to his base, Tang Li managed to withstand his opponent's counteroffensive, relying on the defensive towers and newly created gargoyles. He finally exhaled in relief, but before he could catch his breath, Yo-Yo resumed her taunts. "It's evident you stand no chance. Why not concede now and preserve some dignity before you are utterly annihilated? Who says I cannot prevail?" Tang Li retorted, still defiant. "Very well, continue your efforts, and soon you shall comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly." Yo-Yo laughed with unrestrained delight. Ignoring her, Tang Li persisted in producing units. At that moment, as his opponent withdrew, a cunning idea struck him. He ceased the production of gargoyles entirely and instead opted to summon ghouls. His rationale was simple. "You think the self-destructing bats are formidable? You revel in using them against me? Very well, I shall not produce any air units. You will find yourself unable to strike me." Although most of Tang Li's ghouls had been rendered incapacitated, his formidable skills allowed many of them, barely clinging to life, to survive. The ghouls possessed a remarkably useful ability. They could consume corpses as long as there were dead bodies on the ground. Despite their current state of disrepair, they could quickly rejuvenate into formidable warriors. A fierce battle had just taken place within Tang Li's abode, leaving numerous corpses scattered about. The ghouls eagerly crawled upon the ground, feasting on the remains. The production of ghouls from the dual crypts was swift, and with the previously preserved ghouls now fully revived, it wasn't long before Tang Li amassed a considerable horde of them. Although he was a novice, Tang Li understood the urgency of the situation. His adversary controlled two minds, and the longer he delayed, the more detrimental it would be for him. He left all his gargoyles behind at home, first acquiring mass defense and mass healing scrolls from the shop, then commanding his pure ghouls to charge towards his opponent's residence. Just moments ago, the mixed forces of ghouls and gargoyles had failed to overcome the enemy. But could a purely ghoul army succeed? Yo-Yo sneered at the thought. However, Tang Li's assault yielded unexpectedly favorable results. His opponent had been preoccupied with Tang Li's production of gargoyles and had thus continued to produce self-destructing bats. Furthermore, their ground forces now comprised not only orc infantry but also a considerable number of wolf riders. Utilizing the self-destructing bats to attack the enemy's air force, while the wolf riders would ensnare the orc infantry, was indeed the optimal strategy. Yet, this time, Tang Li had not brought a single aerial unit. Instead, he advanced with a uniform legion of ghouls. For his opponent, the abundance of gargoyles necessitated a corresponding increase in the production of self-destructing bats. Conversely, with the ghouls' prevalence, it required them to train more of the relevant units. The orc race was most apprehensive about an opponent using gargoyles as bait, leading them to train a multitude of self-destructing bats, only to discover during actual combat that they faced an overwhelming number of ghouls instead. This rendered their unit training ineffective, complicating their subsequent engagements significantly. This was precisely the outcome Tang Li sought. The enemy's air force became mere spectators, and the wolf riders could not unleash their full potential. Fortunately, the opposing forces included a combination of a seer and a tauren. Tang Li could not evade the seer's chain lightning. However, he had devised a strategy to counter the tauren's shockwave. When the tauren initiated the shockwave, it would perform a characteristic motion, raising its massive axe to strike the ground with great force, subsequently unleashing a yellow wave from beneath its legs. Do not misinterpret. This yellow wave was the shockwave itself. Yet, it was precisely this action that signaled to others, I am about to unleash my attack. Although the time between the tauren's movement and the release of the skill was brief, it was sufficient for Tang Li to execute several maneuvers. As the tauren raised its axe, Tang Li's ghoul army suddenly parted like a grand door, the previously united force splitting apart to create a narrow gap. This opening, though not wide, was ample enough for the shockwave to pass through without striking a single unit of Tang Li's. Throughout this process, Tang Li exhibited unparalleled precision in the positioning of each unit. The extensive research on finger techniques and rigorous operational training over the past few days bore fruit, proving instrumental at this moment. As the shockwave accurately traversed the fissures created within the ghoul army, Tang Li's forces swiftly regrouped. This transpired in a matter of mere seconds. In that fleeting instant, Yo-Yo, who had been eagerly awaiting Tang Li's misstep, was left agape, staring at the screen in disbelief. The utilization of the group defense scroll rendered the already fanatical ghouls even more formidable, while the enemy's ground forces were sparse, allowing Tang Li to effortlessly breach their formation. The tauren, still brimming with magic, promptly unleashed another shockwave towards the ghoul horde as soon as his skills were off cooldown. Tang Li's ghouls swayed like dancers, creating yet another gap in the formation. Yet this shockwave failed to strike a single unit. Unlike the first instance, Tang Li's ghouls did not regroup. Having surged forth to the enemy's vicinity, they swiftly divided into multiple factions, encircling the opposing units, which included the enemy's tauren and prophet. The frenzied ghouls, bolstered by the group defense scroll, undoubtedly succeeded in eliminating the opponent's dual heroes. With the heroes fallen, the enemy's ground units paled in comparison to Tang Li's, prompting a hurried retreat to their base for a desperate defense. Although Tang Li had somewhat mitigated his previous disadvantage, he chose not to press the attack against the heavily fortified enemy base, opting instead to hunt elsewhere. While Tang Li's previous maneuvers had indeed startled Yo-Yo, his current strategy left Yo-Yo perplexed. Despite the opponent's dual mines, which would soon bolster their forces, Tang Li refrained from exploiting the opportunity presented by the enemy hero's demise, instead opting to pursue a different course of action. Although Tang Li's skills were impressive, Yo-Yo couldn't help but feel that his grasp of the broader situation was lacking. With such a meager economy, the undead forces would inevitably falter if the game dragged on. Despite the shock that Tang Li's actions had instilled in Yo-Yo, he remained dismissive. Tang Li's subsequent decisions only deepened Yo-Yo's confusion. As he began to produce gargoyles, given the potential for the enemy to deploy self-destructing bats, was producing gargoyles not tantamount to handing over experience points? Yo-Yo struggled to fathom the advantages of gargoyles in the face of self-destructing bats. Yet, as often happens, events unfolded in astonishing ways. Once Tang Li amassed a significant number of gargoyles, he sent forth both the initially reserved and newly trained gargoyles into battle. To Yo-Yo's surprise, the anticipated self-destructing bats did not materialize. As Tang Li commanded the mixed forces of gargoyles and ghouls towards the enemy's stronghold, the opposition's aerial response was unexpectedly comprised of wyverns. Clearly, the enemy had assumed that Tang Li's army consisted solely of ghouls, leading them to deploy a plethora of wyverns in anticipation. The bipedal dragons, also known as wind riders, thrive along the grand avenues of Kalimdor. These magnificent creatures enable the Orcish riders perched atop them to hurl venomous spears at their adversaries. The fully matured bipedal dragons inflict lethal damage upon ghouls, albeit under the condition that the opposing air force is relatively weak. Little did his opponent anticipate that Tang Li's assault was a mere ruse, with the ghouls serving only as a distraction while the true strength lay in the Gargoyle battalion. Although bipedal dragons possess aerial capabilities, their prowess pales in comparison to that of the gargoyles. In a clash between swarms of sky demons and bipedal dragons, the outcome is unequivocal. The sky demons would shred the dragons to pieces, resulting in devastating losses for the latter in mere moments. Nevertheless, Tang Li's adversary had evidently come to this realization, beginning to deploy a multitude of self-destructing bats, believing that Tang Li's primary forces would still consist of ghouls. Now, upon witnessing the presence of gargoyles, he would undoubtedly summon self-destructing bats to counter the threat. Consequently, training of these bats commenced incessantly within his beast pins. Yo-Yo could hardly fathom that under such circumstances, Tang Li could gradually reclaim the upper hand. However, he observed Tang Li continuously producing gargoyles, which sparked his confusion. Since the opponent had seen Tang Li's gargoyle forces, he would inevitably commence the production of self-destructing bats. Why, then, did Tang Li persist in training gargoyles? Wasn't this akin to courting disaster? In truth, within the realm of Warcraft, nothing is invincible, and self-destructing bats are no exception. For instance, when facing the Orcish forces, a strategy involving spider destruction often employs liches to first slow their speed with a spell, allowing spiders to ensnare the self-destructing bats in webs, thus minimizing losses and showcasing their true power. Although Tang Li lacked spiders and the means to ensnare the self-destructing bats, his gargoyles possessed a unique ability: stone form. The self-destructing bats could only detonate against aerial units, and once the gargoyles became petrified, they transformed into statues, falling to the ground, rendering the self-destructing bats' explosions ineffective against them. While this may sound straightforward, executing it is anything but simple. One must transform into stone form the instant the bats charge forward. A single misstep could lead to the gargoyles meeting a swift demise. Nevertheless, Tang Li achieved this feat. Yo-Yo was astonished to discover that this seemingly unassuming man possessed such exceptional skill, as the self-destructing bats sped towards them. All the gargoyles scattered in unison, a maneuver aimed at avoiding the collateral damage from the bats' explosions. Simultaneously, those few gargoyles targeted by the self-destructing bats entered their petrified state. All attacks landed harmlessly in the void, causing no damage whatsoever. Once the self-destructing bats had detonated, the now stone gargoyles ascended once more, having become the undisputed lords of the skies. What could possibly thwart Tang Li's advance? The level of execution was on an entirely different plane. Even with his opponent operating dual minds, what could he do in the face of such audacious maneuvers? After the aerial forces were annihilated, the opponent swiftly conceded with a GG. This lecherous man, at times, displays a level of ineptitude surpassing that of any novice, even erring in the construction sequence, yet at other moments, he exudes an air of expertise. Could he be a wolf in sheep's clothing? However, upon witnessing Tang Li's exuberant leap from his chair, shaking his posterior in celebration after winning the match, it is difficult to perceive him as anything but an amateur. Yo-Yo is utterly perplexed. She cannot fathom how this seemingly inept individual occasionally showcases such remarkable skill. Chapter 32. A chance encounter following the conclusion of the match. It is, of course, a hot topic on the school's forum. Even Xueqiu is now watching this match. Having reached his senior year, he is considered an upperclassman by all accounts. The distinction between upperclassmen and freshmen is significant, particularly in that once one progresses beyond their freshman year, they transition into upperclassmen and gain the privilege of renting accommodations off-campus. While many who choose to rent off-campus do so for the convenience of engaging in romantic escapades, Xueqiu's motives differ. He rents a place off-campus solely for the superior internet speed that is often unattainable on campus. For a Warcraft expert, even a second of lag during a match can have considerable ramifications. Thus, faster internet is undoubtedly preferable. Surrounding every school are numerous rental properties for students, most of which are rather rudimentary, though a select few boast luxurious decor, commanding higher rents. However, Xueqiu's family is well off, and he often secures prize money in various online competitions, allowing him to rent a rather exquisite residence. Whenever Yo-Yo has free time, she enjoys visiting, and it has essentially become her second home. Unfortunately, due to this pesky little sister's presence, Xueqiu has not had the opportunity to engage in any romantic endeavors during his 4 years at university, but he cannot help it. After all, Yo-Yo is his sister. At this moment, Xueqiu is comfortably situated in his rather lavish off-campus apartment, watching Tang Li's match. "Brother, why are you watching this novice's replay? Your taste seems to be declining." Yo-Yo comments as she barges in without knocking. Upon entering, she immediately spots Xueqiu engrossed in the match footage, which he is intimately familiar with, having sat beside Tang Li during the live event. Recognizing it instantly as Tang Li's replay, she expresses her dissatisfaction vocally. Xueqiu, having grown accustomed to her unannounced entries, does not admonish her but rather inquires, "How did you know whose replay I was watching? Do you know this person named Only?" Yo-Yo ponders briefly before responding dismissively, "There are so many people at school who play Warcraft. How could I possibly know them all? It's just that this match has been generating quite a buzz on the school forum, so I've seen it." Yo-Yo is reluctant to reveal her knowledge of Tang Li, so she decides to keep that information to herself. Xueqiu, not questioning her further, turns his attention back to the screen. "Brother, what do you think of Only's skill level?" Xueqiu nodded. He is indeed a master. Xueqiu's prowess in Warcraft was something that Yo-Yo greatly admired. She had always acknowledged Xueqiu's insights regarding the game. However, upon hearing Xueqiu's high praise for Tang Li, Yo-Yo's mood shifted abruptly. What does he qualify as a master? To my eyes, he appears more akin to a novice. Just look at the positioning of his spirit tower. It's utterly unappealing. Curious, Xueqiu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Given the level he has displayed, he should certainly possess knowledge of architecture within Warcraft. In my opinion, there is only one plausible explanation: feigning weakness." "Feigning weakness?" Yo-Yo questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Xueqiu nodded affirmatively. "I suspect he is attempting to create an illusion of being a novice for his opponent, thereby significantly lowering their guard, only to unleash his true prowess at the opportune moment." Listening to Xueqiu, Yo-Yo mused internally. Is Tang Li genuinely aiming to engage in psychological warfare with his opponent? Yet, she recalled how Tang Li, upon gaining even a slight advantage on the battlefield, would make faces at the screen, and upon victory, would leap and dance with glee. It seemed unlikely, but she could not voice her thoughts to Xueqiu. After all, she had initially claimed not to recognize Only, and to express otherwise would surely expose her. "Then enlighten me. What exactly is his strength?" Yo-Yo retreated strategically. "First and foremost, it is his control." Xueqiu analyzed with clarity. "His meticulous control has indeed reached an impressive level. In this regard, I may not even surpass him. Observe how his ghouls evaded the Tauren's shockwaves, expertly maneuvering in a brief span to ensure that the Tauren's attacks inflicted no damage, a feat not everyone can accomplish." Xueqiu continued. "Furthermore, consider his gargoyle control. The moment when the self-destructing bat surged forward, he skillfully dispersed all his gargoyles, which itself demands exceptional control. Moreover, while executing this maneuver, the gargoyles targeted by the self-destructing bats simultaneously transformed into their stone forms. Without such skillful execution, the outcome of this match could have very well been reversed." Although Yo-Yo disagreed with the notion that Tang Li was a master, she found herself unable to refute Xueqiu's points and pressed on. "If there is a first, there must be a second. What else? Then there is his strategy." "Strategy?" Yo-Yo interjected, eager to share her thoughts. "What is so remarkable about that? The dual go strategy has been employed by players for many years. He is merely regurgitating others' ideas." Xueqiu shook his head. "That is not the strategy one I'm referring to." "What then?" Yo-Yo inquired. Xueqiu, instead of answering, posed a question. "Do you know why the undead have historically struggled against the orcs with such dismal win rates?" Yo-Yo genuinely did not know and shook her head. When discussing what the undead fear most about the orcs, 9 out of 10 would assert that it is the orcs' wyverns. A significant number of wyverns poses an insurmountable challenge for the undead, rendering their strategies, be it the ghoul rush or the spider build, inevitably futile in the late game. One might argue that the undead possess the gargoyle, a high-damage unit capable of targeting aerial foes, and thus can counter the wyverns. However, the self-destructing bats from the Orcs' War Academy inflict area damage. Just a few can obliterate the gargoyles that the undead painstakingly amassed. Given the gargoyle's meager health pool, Blood Ransom's assertions were entirely valid, prompting Yo-Yo to nod in agreement. "Hence, I remarked on the prowess of the player known as Only." Observe as Blood Ransom elaborates. "He first trains gargoyles, effectively signaling to the orcs, do not produce wyverns. I have gargoyles." Unsurprisingly, upon sight of his gargoyles, his opponent resorts to deploying self-destructing bats. Yo-Yo tilted his head, pondering that Tang Li had indeed commenced with gargoyles, while his adversary focused solely on the self-destructing bats. In the initial skirmish, the opponent tasted a modicum of success. However, upon closer inspection, the undead forces had not suffered significant losses. Furthermore, when the opponent launched an assault on the undead base, one could still observe the undead training gargoyles. Since the undead were intent on producing gargoyles, the orcs naturally sought to counter this with self-destructing bats. Yet, just as the orcs began to incessantly train these bats, the undead halted their gargoyle production and shifted their focus towards ghouls. If my conjecture holds true, the player known as only aimed to exploit a unit disparity, and thus, when he next attacked, he did so with ghouls as his primary offensive force. The self-destructing bats produced by the opponent would prove ineffective, rendering their forces significantly weakened and thus at a disadvantage. Yo-Yo reflected carefully, recalling that Tang Li had indeed executed a similar strategy. Following this engagement, the undead had secured the upper hand, yet they refrained from aggressively dismantling the opponent's expansion, opting instead to withdraw and amplify their advantage in unit disparity. Blood Ransom continued his analysis. Upon witnessing the undead training ghouls, the orcs would logically respond by producing wyverns to counter the ghoul swarm. At this juncture, only resumed training gargoyles. Now, without needing Blood Ransom's analysis, Yo-Yo discerned the impending outcome. During the next confrontation, the opponent intended to utilize wyverns against the ghouls, only to be met unexpectedly by a cadre of gargoyles, which would undoubtedly counter the wyverns effectively. Observing his sister's swift comprehension, Blood Ransom smiled and nodded. Yet, Yo-Yo inquired, could they not still produce self-destructing bats to deal with the gargoyles? This brings us to the critical juncture of this strategy. Blood Ransom explained. It is about controlling the opponent's tempo and steering the battle towards a final test of execution. A test of execution. How does one compete in that regard? Blood Ransom chuckled, providing an example. If a dragon hawk encounters self-destructing bats, who do you think will emerge victorious in the end? No side can claim certain victory. The crux lies in whose maneuvers are swifter. If the self-destructing bats strike faster, then they prevail. Conversely, if the dragon hawk shackles are quicker, the dragon hawk emerges victorious. It is a race against time. Whoever is faster wins. The dragon hawk refers to the dragon hawk rider, a unit known to Yo-Yo, belonging to the human faction. This unit possesses an ability called aerial shackles, which allows a dragon hawk rider to immobilize an enemy airborne unit within a magical restraint, rendering the captured unit unable to move, attack, or cast spells. If a self-destructing bat is ensnared by the dragon hawk's shackles, it is, of course, unable to detonate successfully. The dragon hawk can similarly counter the self-destructing bats, and the stone gargoyles can evade the explosive damage through their stone form. Ultimately, the self-destructing bats are obliterated, leaving the battlefield dominated by the surviving stone gargoyles. Could it truly be, as my brother suggested, that Tang Li foresaw the eventual development of the battlefield from the very beginning? Did Tang Li meticulously lead his opponent by the nose, achieving his desired outcome? If this is indeed the case, then Tang Li's prowess is nothing short of terrifying, leaving Yo-Yo in a state of disbelief. In matches between the undead and the orc factions, stone gargoyles are often absent from the battlefield, primarily due to the presence of self-destructing bats. Without the stone gargoyles, the orcs' wyverns become a nightmare for the undead. Shuecho summarizes that the player known as only employs a strategy of utilizing unit disparities to exhaust his opponent, preventing the dual mine advantage from being realized, while continuously restraining his adversary, ultimately compelling them into a contest of skill. It can be said that throughout the match, he maintained control over the pace of the game. Although many might perceive this match as a stunning turnaround where a single mine undead faced a double mine orc, for me, his ultimate victory was far from unexpected. Chapter 33. Boss Yin's training plan. Following this victory, Tang Li was so elated that he could hardly contain himself. He was oblivious to Shuecho's praises. Otherwise, he would surely have floated up in delight. To be candid, during the intense moments of the match, Tang Li had no time to ponder deeply. However, once the match concluded and he reflected on the various segments, he was astonished to realize how thrilling and exhilarating the contest had been. As for how he achieved victory, the reasons eluded even him. The cause was elusive, yet it served as compelling evidence for his genius. Tang Li couldn't help but admire his own capabilities. A single mine undead triumphing over a double mine orc is indeed a matter of pride. Even Zhu Yipeng, Han Taisun, and Sun Chong, who usually revel in critiquing one another, could only express admiration after watching the match's replay. In truth, even the same individual can glean different insights at varying skill levels during a single match. Shuecho, as a Warcraft expert, recognized that Tang Li had skillfully employed unit transitions to create a unit disparity, thereby controlling the game's tempo. However, Zhu Yipeng, Han Tai, and Sun Chong could not perceive these subtleties. All they witnessed was Tang Li's astonishing maneuvers. Indeed, in the eyes of most, this match was undoubtedly a remarkable display of single-mind undead utilizing exceptional micromanagement to execute a stunning reversal against the double-mind orcs at the last moment. Such an extraordinary performance was ample to leave everyone utterly mesmerized. Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai now find themselves both envious and yearning for the level of skill that Tang Li exhibited during this contest. Moreover, they are astounded by Tang Li's rapid growth. They are perhaps the most familiar with Tang Li. It is worth noting that his journey in the realm of Warcraft has not spanned a considerable length of time. Yet, within this brief period, his progress is evident almost daily. It is common knowledge that mastering Warcraft requires far more than just a fleeting moment of practice. It demands extensive dedication and effort. Sometimes even months yield little in terms of surpassing one's previous abilities. However, Tang Li's astonishingly visible rate of improvement is nothing short of astonishing. As for the tactics and awareness Tang Li demonstrated throughout the match, Bossing remains non-committal. His silence is not due to an inability to perceive, but rather because the overall skill level of the players is still relatively low. The capacity for comprehension is often proportional to one's skill level. Thus, imparting the insights of seasoned experts directly to these novices may prove futile. Bossing prefers to provide guidance tailored to each individual's current stage of development, advancing their skills incrementally. After watching the replay together, Tang Li, brimming with pride, boasted, "What do you think? My progress with the Twin Spirits technique has been nothing short of rapid, hasn't it?" Although Tang Li's demeanor resembled that of a small-minded victor, there is no denying the truth in his statement. Fire nodded enthusiastically, stating, "If you can consistently perform at this level, I would undoubtedly be no match for you now." Tang Li, elated, nudged Bossing, who had just finished watching the replay beside him, asking, "How did I fare with the Twin Spirits technique? Am I considered a master now?" Bossing, being a seasoned individual, playfully doused Tang Li's enthusiasm with cold water, replying, "Your skill has indeed progressed, but you remain far from the level of a true master. How can I be so proficient yet still so distant from mastery?" Tang Li questioned, incredulous. One's skill cannot merely be gauged by the brilliance of their performance. It is equally essential to consider the caliber of one's opponents. If you find yourself facing weaker players, exhibiting exceptional prowess does not necessarily reflect your true capabilities. Only when you confront genuine masters and can still triumph in such a dazzling manner will your strength hold true merit. Having participated in the WCG, Bossing's insights carry weight. Although Tang Li perceives himself as a genius, he remains open to other suggestions. "Should I refine my execution of the Twin Spirits technique further? Your execution is nearly at its peak. Further practice in the short term may not yield significant improvement. It would be more beneficial for you to explore other areas," Bossing advised. "Explore other areas? What should I practice?" Bossing had already devised a plan for Tang Li. "You have utilized both Orc and Undead and possess a fair understanding of these races. However, your knowledge of human and Night Elf units may still be lacking. The ORC represents the Orc race, while UD signifies the Undead." Indeed, Boss Yin's assertion holds merit. When Tang Li first embarked on his journey to master Warcraft, he initially utilized the ORC, but upon heeding Boss Yin's counsel, he transitioned to practicing with the UD. It is evident that he possesses considerable familiarity with these two races. Coincidentally, during this period, Tang Li's encounters and battles have predominantly centered around these two factions. For instance, within their Heroes Club, Han Tai employs the Orcs, Fire chooses the Undead, and although Yo-Yo has recently joined their club, he has previously engaged in several matches online against Tang Li, also utilizing the Undead. While Tang Li has encountered players from the human and Night Elf races on the Haofeng Novice Battle platform, such instances are indeed rare. Now, should I begin with the Night Elves or the humans? Tang Li had originally intended to familiarize himself with all four races before deciding which one to specialize in. Thus he readily accepted Boss Yin's suggestion. In my view, it would be prudent for you to start with the Night Elves. Boss Yin does not offer opinions lightly. In fact, he has been guiding Tang Li's developmental journey throughout these days. The recommendation for Tang Li to begin with the Orcs is predicated on their unparalleled individual combat prowess among the four races. The Orcs are characterized by their robust and resilient units, ensuring they rarely suffer from a lack of health, coupled with commendable attack power. Notably, the Orc Grunt, as the primary unit of the Orc race, possesses the most formidable individual combat capability among the initial units of all four races. As Tang Li first delved into Warcraft, the Orc Grunt proved to be the most manageable option. Once he had honed his skills with the few, high-health grunts, Bossing then guided him towards mastering the Undead. The defensive capabilities of the Undead base are relatively strong, making it challenging to mount an early strong assault. It is precisely this advantage that prompted Bossing to have him practice with ghouls, subsequently transitioning to the dual ghoul strategy for early pressure. Although the ghouls have lower health than the Orc grunts, they can more easily form a substantial force compared to the Orc units. At this juncture, having grasped individual unit control, Tang Li found it easier to manage larger groups of units. Subsequently, when he became adept at controlling a sizable army, he was introduced to the Night Elves. The Night Elves are distinguished by their exceptional mobility and a plethora of ranged piercing units, making them exceptionally suited for relentless harassment of their foes. However, most units within the Night Elf race either possess no armor or light armor, and their mid-tier units often have low health and lack automatic healing capabilities, resulting in diminished sustainability in prolonged battles. Necessitating extreme operational precision, a foundational understanding of controls is, of course, indispensable. Finally, he would be guided to utilize the humans. The individual combat capabilities of human units generally lag behind those of the other three races, and their heroes exhibit considerably lower overall effectiveness in the early stages. This discrepancy necessitates that humans form mixed armies to pose a genuine threat to their adversaries. Due to the necessity of controlling a vast array of mixed forces when utilizing the human race, players of this faction often encounter a more intricate gameplay experience. Furthermore, to truly excel in the late game, a player must possess a keen strategic vision, an awareness of resource management, and an acute sense for timing. This complexity is precisely why Bossing ultimately decided to have Tang Li employ the human race. Although Tang Li is now relatively skilled in his maneuvers, he is still a novice in the realm of Warcraft. Consequently, relying solely on the human race may not allow him to fully harness its advantages. As it stands, Bossing has meticulously devised the entirety of Tang Li's initial training regimen. One should not assume that the purpose of having Tang Li familiarize himself with the four races is merely a casual exercise. Rather, it represents a carefully tailored path in Warcraft designed specifically for him. Given that Tang Li is still a fledgling player, this approach will deepen his understanding of each race while simultaneously igniting his interest in the game, preventing the experience from becoming monotonous. Along the way, he will also acquire the essential skills requisite for a competitive Warcraft player. Initially, Bossing believed that Tang Li would require a considerable amount of time to master all four races. However, after reviewing the replay of today's match, he was genuinely astonished by Tang Li's grasp of the game's dynamics. It appears that it will not be long before Tang Li successfully completes the training objectives set forth by Bossing for the first phase. Chapter 34. A first encounter with the Night Elves. When Tang Li first ventured into playing the Night Elf race, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. While there were no significant issues aside from this, he found the units of the Night Elves to be exceedingly fragile. Accustomed to the resilience of orc grunts and ghouls, he was surprised to discover that the archers would quickly deplete their health after just a couple of hits. Unlike the orc grunts, which possess formidable solo combat capabilities from the onset, or the ghouls, which can launch powerful assaults once amassed in sufficient numbers, Tang Li struggled to comprehend the utility of such a fragile early-game unit as the archer. During training at the Hero Internet CAF, Tang Li frequently teamed up with his allies. Among the players present, Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong demonstrated relatively lower skill levels, leading Tang Li to engage most often with Fire or Han Tai. Although Fire maintained a preference for the spider strategy, this did not imply a lack of proficiency with other units. Tio helped Tang Li acclimate to the fundamental unit of the Night Elves. The archer, Fire, also utilized ghouls. Han Tai, on the other hand, played as the orcs, embodying a robust and aggressive style of play akin to his name, which greatly influenced Tang Li's own preference for employing orcs to exert early pressure on opponents. When Tang Li engaged in combat with the opponent's orc grunts using Night Elves, he clearly faced significant disadvantages. The archer's attack type is piercing, and its armor type is medium. Conversely, both the orc grunts and ghouls employ standard attacks and possess heavy armor. In Warcraft, it is generally understood that magical attacks counter heavy armor, standard attacks counter medium armor, while piercing attacks are effective against light armor and unarmored units. Thus, the standard attacks from the orc grunts and ghouls inflict 150 damage on the archer's medium armor, while the piercing attacks of the archers are ineffectual against the heavy armor of the orc grunts and ghouls. For professional Warcraft players, grasping the various units' attack and defense types, as well as their interrelations and counters, is fundamental knowledge. Much like in StarCraft, in the game Warcraft, each unit is endowed with a specific armor type and attack type. Each attack type can inflict considerable damage on certain armor types while being significantly less effective against others. Thus, in Warcraft, all units counter one another, and there are no all-powerful entities. The specific offensive and defensive types, along with their counter relationships, adhere to certain patterns. To put it simply, not only ghouls and orc footmen, but the vast majority of melee units utilize standard attacks, which deal additional damage to medium armor. The majority of ranged units employ piercing attacks, which inflict extra damage on unarmored or light-armored units, but suffer a reduction against medium armor. And most spellcasting units rely on magical attacks, which provide extra damage against light and heavy armor, yet are diminished against medium armor. However, Tang Li remains oblivious to these intricacies. He simply perceives the archers as exceedingly fragile and incapable of withstanding assaults. After several rounds with Han Tai, he emerged victorious none. and then faced off against fire. Yet Tang Li could not grasp the archer's mechanics. "No more, no more," he declared. Tang Li is not one to shy away from challenges. He typically relishes confronting difficulties, yet he found himself particularly vexed while maneuvering the archers. This unit seemed utterly unmanageable. At this juncture, Bossing provided guidance. Archers are not to be used in that manner. You have become accustomed to employing ghouls and orc footmen. You cannot operate archers in the same way, for such an approach is destined for failure. Then how should they be utilized? For instance, if I encounter an orc footman in the wild, is there a secret to overcoming it? Tang Li knew that whenever Bossing spoke, he invariably offered valuable insights, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. There indeed exists a secret, 2 words, to be precise. What are those 2 words? Tang Li inquired eagerly. Boss-in, with his signature sly smile, replied, movement. Tang Li was bewildered. What kind of secret is that? Did he not move while encircling with ghouls? Boss-in, showing no signs of weariness, began to elucidate for Tang Li. You have previously played as the undead and the orcs. How much do you know about the night elves? Tang Li shook his head. Most units among the night elves are female, and they are quite frail. Even their buildings exhibit similar frailty. If they are all frail, how can one fight them? That is where your intellect comes into play. Bossing chuckled. Precisely because they are frail, the night elves require mobility the most during outdoor skirmishes. Thus, compared to the orcs and undead you have previously used, the night elves demand a higher speed of execution. However, given your prior improvement in hand speed, once you familiarize yourself with this race, it should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Tang Li seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, yet he remained somewhat perplexed. Bossing continued, saying, the night elves suffer from a lack of vitality, and in the early stages, they find it exceedingly challenging to confront the primary infantry of other races, such as the orcs, without relying on structures and terrain. Just like humans, those devoid of shortcomings must inevitably lack notable strengths. Where there are weaknesses, there are invariably compensating advantages. Within the lore of Warcraft, the Night Elves have always been portrayed as a race of exquisite beauty, ancient wisdom, and profound mystery. Most elven units possess remarkable speed and exceptional range capabilities, especially showcasing their advantages under the cover of night, a trait absent in other races. Furthermore, in the backdrop of Warcraft's narrative, the Night Elves are adept at wielding magic, in stark contrast to the Orcs, who are a warlike race, characterized by their ferocity. As such, Orc units generally boast substantial health, and one cannot employ the same tactics for the Night Elf archers as one would for Orcish infantry. Boss Yin's assertions are indeed accurate. It is precisely due to this characteristic of the Orcs that some claim they are a race suited for true warriors. Tang Li nodded vigorously in agreement as Boss Yin continued. However, the Night Elves are distinctly different. They embody elegance and mystery, excelling in the use of magic with versatile and adaptable tactics. To master the Night Elves, one must become a versatile player capable of both offense and defense. For instance, when battling the Orcs, prolonging the match into the later stages will increasingly favor you. If one wishes to excel with the Night Elves, it is imperative to have a keen sense of timing within the game. As the Night Elves can unleash unique effects during the night, alongside strategic unit transitions that manifest the ethereal grace characteristic of their kind. There is no need to rush. Take it step by step, gradually familiarizing yourself. Ultimately, what Bossine intended to convey to Tang Li regarding the essentials of mastering the Night Elves boils down to just a few key aspects. Tang Li, still with a novice mentality, nodded incessantly at the plethora of professional insights, though he truly grasped little of it. Han Tai, sitting beside him, playfully patted Tang Li's head. Novice, this time you have much to learn. Chapter 35. Brother will take you to chase girls. Sun Chong spotted Zhuolan and Ouyang at the school gate. He had just finished his last class of the day, hastily consumed a quick lunch, and rushed off to the hero's internet CF. However, upon stepping outside the school gates, he was taken aback to see the two stunning beauties, Zhuolan and Ouyang. Within the hero's club, Sun Chong held the lowest skill level. Although no one, including Boss Yin, criticized him, the saying goes, one must know shame to strive for improvement. He felt he could not measure up to the likes of Tang Li, a peculiar prodigy, nor could he compete with Fire, whose extensive experience in Warcraft had laid a solid foundation. Even against Zhu Yipeng, he found himself lacking, which fueled his determination to train diligently. He resolved to maximize his free time to improve his skills and catch up with others. However, upon seeing Zhuolan today, all his resolve was cast aside. The last outing had left a profound impression on Sun Chong. During the process of drawing lots for group assignments, Zhuolan ended up with the enchanting character of Xialong, while Sun Chong drew Yang Guo. Moreover, it was hard for Sun Chong to forget Zhuolan, given her stunning beauty. Zhuolan and Ouyang were initially ahead of Sun Chong as they made their way out of the school, and he spotted their figures from a distance, hurrying to greet them. Sun Chong, tall and robust, a native of northeast China, had developed a rather unrefined manner of speaking despite his attempts to appear more refined. What are two beautiful ladies off to? It turned out that Zhuolan was the same girl who had ridden on Sun Chang's bicycle all the way to Sherman Gorge, and of course, she wouldn't forget him so soon. With her straightforward and amiable nature, she replied, "I'm planning to go to the city to get a computer." Sun Chong, who had been pondering how to bridge the gap between himself and Zhuolan, found an opportunity drop right into his lap. Getting a computer? You should definitely take someone knowledgeable along. Zhuolan and Ouyang were from the tourism department, where the requirements for computers were generally not stringent, which explained why Zhuolan hadn't yet acquired one. In contrast, Sun Chong and his peers, who were majoring in advertising planning, had already equipped themselves with computers, needing them for various graphic design software. While they had told their families it was for educational purposes, once they had their computers, very few installed any study-related software. Instead, they filled their devices with a plethora of games. Zhuolan and Ouyang, not particularly savvy with computers, exchanged glances before Zhuolan remarked, "But we just started university and don't know anyone who understands computers." Sun Chong had been waiting for this opportunity, eagerly interjecting, "Oh, I'm quite the computer whiz. I accompanied my dorm mates when they bought their computers. If you two delicate ladies go alone, those unscrupulous vendors might take advantage of you." Zhuolan considered this, realizing she would indeed appreciate the company of someone knowledgeable, yet felt hesitant to impose. "So, you don't have anything else planned for the afternoon, right?" "Not at all, in fact. I can call a couple more friends. Once you've picked out your computers, we can help carry them back." Sun Chong was quite eager to please. Zhuolan smiled, saying, "But I feel bad about that. Besides, there are vehicles at the computer market. They'll deliver once we made our purchases." "That will cost you money," Sun Chong countered, genuinely concerned for Zhuolan's interests. "They'll charge you a fortune." "Of course, they'll deliver after making such a profit from you. Don't rely on them for delivery. I'll negotiate the best price for you. Trust me, I've got this covered." Seeing Sun Chong's enthusiasm, Zhuolan felt it would be impolite to decline. "All right, then I must thank you. It's merely a small favor. No need for thanks." Sun Chong waved his hand dismissively, exuding a sense of masculinity that he hoped would leave a favorable impression on Zhuolan. "Come on, let us go. I'll gather my dorm mates so we'll have more hands to help carry the computers later." Sun Chang's dormitory consists of just a few individuals, all of whom became acquainted during their previous outing, thus eliminating any potential for the awkwardness of strangers. After making this point, Sun Chong took the lead, guiding Zhuolan and Ouyang towards the Hero Internet CAF. Regarding the Hero Club, everyone had enjoyed themselves during the last excursion, and as such, no one felt the need to bring it up. Now, seeing Sun Chong exit the campus, Zhuolan and Ouyang could not help but inquire, "Where do you intend to find your dorm mates at this hour?" "Just after class." Of course, he was headed to the club. Sun Chong then had a moment of realization. "Perhaps I neglected to mention this last time, but we have our own club as well. Whenever we are free from classes, that's where we gather at the club." A fitness club. Ouyang's first instinct was to think of a gym, which piqued her interest. Nowadays, among university students, those who understand the importance of exercise are becoming increasingly rare, making it remarkable that they are aware of fitness. However, Sun Chang's next words swiftly diminished her favorable impression. "What fitness? Who even participates in that anymore? We are an esports club, located in a small internet CAF right next to the school. Playing games is one thing, but the term esports seemed to carry a stigma. To the average person, it was merely about gaming, hardly qualifying as a competitive endeavor." Ouyang, sharing a similar sentiment, chuckled lightly and remarked, "No wonder Tangli from your dorm purchased such an expensive mouse last time." Although she did not articulate her thoughts, she had already unconsciously labeled Tangli as someone who was neglecting their pursuits. At the Hero Internet CAF, Tangli was the sole occupant, a piece of bread still clamped in his mouth, alongside a bottle of mineral water resting by his monitor. "Strange, why are you the only one here today? Where is everyone else?" Sun Chong inquired as he entered the CAF. Tangli, having finally managed to swallow the dry morsel, kept his head down, immersed in practicing with his night elf character, his fingers deftly maneuvering the controls. "You should check the time. People need to eat," he retorted, still focused on the game. In his haste to consume the bread, he had inhaled some crumbs, resulting in an unexpected sneeze as he spoke. His hands continued to execute commands for the fragile night elf army, leaving him no time to reach for the water. Despite the bread's dryness, he managed to swallow it quickly. After class, while others rushed to the dining hall, the sheer number of students made mealtime feel like a competitive scramble. Tang Li had only started practicing with the night elf character the previous day, yet he felt completely out of his depth, preoccupied with his performance. Thus, he had skipped a proper meal, hastily buying a bread roll before rushing to the CAF, shoving it into his mouth during the brief moment it took for the computer to boot up. Noticing the absence of patrons, Sun Chong decided against making Zhuolan and Ouyang wait at the entrance for too long. He called out to Tang Li, "Got a moment? Come on, let us go help out. I barely have time to sip some water. Do you think I'm free?" Tang Li replied, his focus solely on mastering the night elf. Sun Chong, unfazed, shut down Tang Li's computer and cheekily quipped, "Come with me. I'll take you out to meet some girls." Chapter 36. Where there are women, there are disputes. Initially engrossed in an exhilarating gaming session, Sun Chong forcibly dragged Tang Li out of the internet CAF, leaving him quite displeased. However, upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of Ouyang Jingxian waiting at the entrance, instantly filling Tang Li's heart with joy. Matters of the heart are notoriously complex. Tang Li himself could not fathom why he felt bashful and anxious upon seeing Ouyang Jingxian, entirely contrary to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Sun Chong, a boisterous northeastern lad, was oblivious to such nuances, but women possess a remarkable sensitivity in these matters, much like Zhuolan, who effortlessly discerned Tang Li's feelings. Of course, Zhuolan chose not to voice her observations. After all, revealing such insights would diminish their intrigue. While it was evident that Tang Li harbored affections for Ouyang, Zhuolan, being a close friend of hers, relished in Tang Li's awkwardness. The group then boarded a bus to the computer market. Zhuolan, being a girl, was less particular about her computer requirements. Her usage primarily revolved around writing and chatting on QQ. Unlike Tang Li and his friends, for whom the computer served solely as a gaming device. Although Sun Chong possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding computers, it was limited to the trivialities gleaned from gaming experiences, leaving him no more informed than Tang Li, particularly regarding hardware. Sun Chong proposed a straightforward method for bargaining on Zhuolan's behalf, comparing prices across multiple stores. Throughout a lengthy afternoon, he led the group through nearly every shop in the computer market, acquiring identical configuration lists from each vendor. They meticulously compared each component, selecting the most affordable parts of equivalent quality to reassemble. Eventually, after haggling relentlessly with the shop owner for 2 hours, they successfully negotiated a further discount of 200 yuan. Although the final price was not significantly lower than what Zhuolan would have achieved on her own, she was nonetheless quite pleased with the outcome. Girls tend to be meticulous when shopping, unlike Tang Li, who had simply paid and accepted his assembled machine without a second thought. Finally, as evening approached, the computer was fully assembled. After numerous price reductions courtesy of Sun Chong, the internet CAF owner refused to deliver the equipment. This was when Sun Chong and Tang Li truly stepped into action. Sun Chong, being tall and strong, intended to make a good impression on Zhuolan, so he lifted the monitor while Tang Li carried the main unit, leaving the lighter items, such as the mouse and keyboard, to the two ladies. After considerable effort, they managed to transport the equipment out of the computer market. At this juncture, Sun Chong did not hesitate to hail a taxi, and upon arriving at the school, both he and Tang Li exerted themselves once more to help Zhuolan carry the computer into her dormitory and set it up. As the computer was finally assembled and night had fallen, Zhuolan noticed that Sun Chong and Tang Li were drenched in sweat. Feeling somewhat guilty, she graciously offered, "Thank you for your hard work today. Let me treat everyone to dinner tonight." Sun Chong and Tang Li, of course, were more than eager to accept her invitation. "I know of a hot pot restaurant nearby. How about we go there for dinner?" Ouyang suggested. Generally speaking, it is inevitable that the vicinity of university gates is replete with culinary delights and internet cafes. For the student market is simply vast. At Tang Li's school, directly opposite the main entrance stands a Paramount supermarket, and beside it lies a bustling street of gastronomy, offering a plethora of delectable options. The hot pot restaurant that Ouyang mentioned is a Sichuan-style establishment located in the heart of this food street, boasting a relatively upscale ambience for a locale near the university. Although the dinner hour has slightly passed, a considerable number of patrons are still indulging in their meals. Upon noticing the crowded first floor, the four friends opted to ascend to the second floor. Tang Li hails from Hubei, and one would typically assume that Southerners can handle spicy food, particularly those from Sichuan, Jiangxi, Hubei, and Hunan, renowned for their penchant for heat. However, Tang Li is an anomaly. In terms of spice tolerance, he is even outmatched by Sun Chong from the northeast. Yet, with everyone eager to savor the Sichuan hot pot, especially at Ouyang's behest, Tang Li refrained from voicing any objections. As the hot pot was served, before he could even take 2 bites, Tang Li resembled a monkey munching on chili peppers, his eyes reddening, fanning his face like the Monkey King from television dramas. Sun Chong was not far behind. While he could handle spice slightly better than Tang Li, he paled in comparison to Ouyang Zhua and Lan Bai, who had grown up in the south. In no time, a pot of tea was completely consumed by Sun Chong and Tang Li, who clamored for more. Ouyang, amused by the comical antics of Sun Chong and Tang Li, stood to refill the teapot. But upon turning around, he was taken aback that it was at this moment that everyone noticed a group of individuals had quietly gathered behind Ouyang. These newcomers were dressed ostentatiously, resembling playboys, with two sporting long hair. Among them, one with a small ponytail was particularly garish, clad entirely in designer brands. He addressed Zhua and Ouyang, saying, "Oh, two stunning beauties. Didn't you say you wouldn't date anyone during your university years? How is it that I've caught you dining with two boys today?" Ouyang, possessing a good-natured temperament, chose to disregard these individuals, but Zhua Lan was unable to tolerate their presence. Upon seeing them, she felt a surge of indignation. "What do you mean, Cot? Why must we report to you whom we choose to dine with? We can eat with whomever we please. It is none of your business. You all previously claimed that your studies took precedence during university and that you wouldn't date anyone. Are you not being disingenuous?" The ponytailed youth challenged. "Indeed, we are being disingenuous. What of it?" Zhua Lan retorted sharply. At this point, Sun Chong had discerned the situation. It is often said that every type of girl has admirers in university, and considering the allure of Zhua Lan and Ouyang, who were regarded as the belles of their department, it would be an exaggeration to suggest they had a fan club, yet it was likely that they had at least one suitor each. Sun Chong quickly recognized that these individuals were not of good character. He was taken aback by the ponytailed youth's lack of intellect. The notion of prioritizing studies was merely a convenient excuse for girls wishing to avoid dining out with boys. Yet this individual seemed to take it seriously, which explained why Ouyang and Zhua Lan held them in disdain. Sun Chong mused. The little ponytail was somewhat embarrassed by the manner in which Zhao Lan treated her. Feeling slighted, in a fit of anger, she pointed at Tang Li and Sun Chong, addressing Zhao Lan. "Fine. Fine. It may be one thing for the two of you to forego a date with me, but surely you could have found someone better than these two rustic bumpkins. Is it not deliberate to have them appear before me, perhaps to provoke my ire? Who is deliberately trying to irritate you? Pray, it is you who chose to stand beside our table," came the retort. At that moment, Ouyang, who had remained silent, could no longer bear the scene and shrugged his shoulders in resignation. It was not only Ouyang who found the situation intolerable. Sun Chong leapt to his feet in agitation. Had it not been for the desire to maintain a composed demeanor in front of Zhao Lan, he might have done more than merely stand up. The reason for his fury was quite simple. "Damn it, how dare you call me a rustic bumpkin?" Chapter 37. Newly rich and rustic bumpkins. The little ponytail labeled Tang Li and Sun Chong as bumpkins, primarily due to their attire. From head to toe, neither of them donned a single brand name item. Most of their clothing consisted of inexpensive market finds. Sun Chong fared slightly better than Tang Li, as he at least wore a jacket from Meters Bonwi. However, in the eyes of the little ponytail, including that Meters Bonwi jacket, their fashion choices were simply tasteless. Unbeknownst to her, the ostentatious display of designer brands on her own person may have contributed to the impression that she was a nouveau riche, which might explain why Ouyang and Zhao Lan held her in disdain. In truth, the little ponytail felt a sense of injustice. Was it not said that modern women are drawn to wealthy men? With her current attire, it was as if she had emblazoned "I am wealthy" across her forehead. She wondered how many women had cast flirtatious glances in her direction, yet Ouyang and Zhao Lan consistently avoided her. Like Ouyang and Zhao Lan, the little ponytail was also a student in the tourism department. Although not in the same class, the opportunities for encounters were plentiful. Yet each time they met, Ouyang and Zhao Lan treated her with indifference. While she had previously felt anger and had tolerated it, perhaps attributing it to the lofty nature of beauty, the sight of Ouyang and Zhao Lan laughing and chatting with two rustic bumpkins was the final straw, prompting her to provoke them. Seeing Sun Chong spring to his feet, Tang Li recognized that Sun Chang's temperament was typical of a northeasterner, blunt and fiery. It was prudent to ascertain the situation before acting further, so he gently pulled Sun Chong back and pointed to the little ponytail and her entourage, inquiring of Ouyang, "Who are these individuals?" "They are merely classmates from our department's international tourism program. I am not particularly acquainted with them," Ouyang clarified. Suddenly, Tang Li recalled something his friend Zhu Yipeng had once said. Among Tang Li's circle of friends, Zhu Yipeng was undoubtedly the master of theories regarding wooing women. Although he had yet to successfully charm a single girl, his title as a theorist was well-deserved, as he often articulated insightful observations. For instance, Zhu Yipeng once stated that one could discern a person's field of study simply by observing their approach to courtship. How so? Should a young man employ the strategy of befriending the acquaintances surrounding a particular girl, establishing rapport with her dormitory mates, frequently treating her roommates to meals, thereby ensuring that they speak favorably of him to her. Thus gaining proximity to the girl, one might conclude that he has mastered the art of social relationships. Conversely, if another young man endeavors to win her affection through excessive attentiveness, serving her meals daily, fetching water, assisting her with heavy items, and generally offering his help at every opportunity to garner her favor, such a fellow would undoubtedly be well-versed in customer management. Furthermore, if a lad aims to capture a girl's heart by adorning himself in a fashionable and stylish manner, frequently positioning himself within her sight until she develops a fondness for him on her own, it is evident that he is a student of advertising. As for the young man with the ponytail, whose attire undeniably reflects contemporary fashion, he is, however, a student of international tourism. Today, he and Sun Chong have spent the afternoon assisting the girl with her computer, despite their field of study being advertising. Tang Li mused that Zhu Tu's theory seemed not entirely sound. "You may have misunderstood. We are merely friends," Tang Li interjected, grasping Sun Chang's arm. He believed that as fellow students in the same institution, it was unnecessary to escalate trivial matters to the level of a rivalry akin to a vendetta. This was not born from a fear of confrontation, but rather from the conviction that sometimes it is wiser to avoid conflict. In their university years, they were all spirited youths, unaccustomed to adversity. Who among them could claim to know the meaning of fear? Historically, students have been the least fearful, as movements for revolution often commence with student activism, exemplifying their fervor. However, Tang Li's amiability was perceived by the ponytail youth as a sign of weakness. Sensing his opponent's concession, the ponytail youth scoffed, "I do not care what your relationship is. You are forbidden from appearing together with them in the future." The threshold of patience was breached for Sun Chong, whose temperament was fiery. He could no longer endure the affront and retorted sharply, "What if we do?" "You dare," before the ponytail youth could respond. His companions rallied in unison. As the saying goes, true emotions are revealed in times of adversity. "My brothers are indeed formidable," the ponytail youth thought with pride. "What is there to fear?" Sun Chong resolutely replied. "If you wish to fight, I shall not back down." Both sides were charged with intensity, and the potential for conflict loomed. Ouyang felt a twinge of concern, while Zhuolan remained seated, propping her chin on her arm, wearing a smile that suggested she was merely observing a spectacle. In truth, few girls would not relish witnessing a confrontation between young men ignited by their affections. This is, after all, a testament to a woman's allure. History attests to this, as the most celebrated beauties are often described as capable of toppling kingdoms. From Shi, who led to the downfall of Gojian, to Bao Si, whose beauty brought about the fall of the Western Zhou, to Yang Yuhuan, whose presence transformed the splendid Tang dynasty into chaos, and Chen Yuanyuan, whose allure facilitated the Qing's entry into power. Zhuolan had never considered her beauty to wield such disruptive power. Yet the thought of instigating some discord or minor skirmishes among young men due to her presence was certainly to her liking. Moreover, she indeed found Sun Chong rather pleasing to the eye, and she wondered what demeanor he would exhibit while fighting on her behalf. Zhuolan, resting her chin on her hand, was lost in a flurry of thoughts. In contrast, Ouyang's character was quiet and gentle. She did not wish to witness any altercation and promptly stood up to mediate. Upon seeing Ouyang stepping in to defuse the situation, Zhuolan felt certain that a fight would be averted. However, she suddenly conceived another idea to relish the spectacle, smilingly proclaiming, "In this harmonious society, what matters can only be resolved through conflict. Aren't you all adept at battling monsters? I suggest you channel your frustrations into the game instead and seize an opportunity for a proper contest. Are you skilled at battling monsters?" Little Ponytail's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What about you? Can you also engage in monster battles?" Sun Chong inquired as well. "All right then, let us schedule a time. You two will face off while I find another friend. We can have a one-on-one match followed by a 2v2 bout. The losers will gracefully step aside. How does that sound?" At this moment, Zhuolan interjected. "Just a reminder, do not consider me a wager. The outcome of your match holds no relevance for me." Little Ponytail pondered this and then turned to Sun Chong, saying, "The loser must bow to the winner as their master and must heed their master's commands." Sun Chang's skill in monster battling was rather mediocre. However, in front of Zhuolan, this had become a matter of pride rather than ability. Even if he were to falter, he preferred to face the challenge rather than leave Zhuolan with the impression of cowardice. Without a second thought, he agreed, "Fine, let us compete. Who's afraid of whom? When and where? How about this Sunday afternoon? I'll set the time, and you can choose the venue." Little Ponytail was quite fair in her approach. "The location needs no discussion. It shall be the home ground. The Hero Club, right next to the school gate. I shall accompany you to the end. We'll settle the score this weekend," Little Ponytail declared, pointing at Sun Chong, and as she departed, she disdainfully huffed. Humph, country bumpkin. Sun Chong retorted without backing down. Pa, newly rich. Chapter 38. Yin Huang and Tianji. What was supposed to be a delightful hot pot meal was severely disrupted by Little Ponytail's presence. Zhuolan had always detested the way Little Ponytail acted so self-importantly. In truth, she wished to see Sun Chong triumph. She believed that since Sun Chong had become a member of the club, his skills must be commendable, and teaching a lesson to that arrogant Little Ponytail should pose no difficulty. However, she had not anticipated the considerable discrepancy between her expectations and reality. Sun Chong, knowing himself better than anyone, felt a twinge of regret as he watched Little Ponytail walk away. He recognized his own level of competence, which could at best be described as upper amateur. Since Little Ponytail exuded such confidence, she must have some foundation to rely upon, and he feared he might face a setback. Yet, his greatest concern was not for himself. He was indifferent to his own fate. If he were to lose, he would willingly accept defeat. After all, what did it matter if he had to call Little Ponytail his master? Was he expected to kneel and pour tea as a form of submission? It was merely a verbal acknowledgement of master, which he found inconsequential. But this time, it was not solely about him. He had also involved Tang Li. Should he lose, Tang Li would inevitably be affected as well. Sun Chong was acutely aware that Tang Li's skill far surpassed his OWN in a best-of-3 match. Would he not become a mere burden to Tang Li? Ever since the Little Ponytail had left, Sun Chong had appeared listless, prompting Zhuolan to inquire, "Aren't you a member of the club? Surely you haven't lost your nerve so quickly?" Initially, Sun Chong had boasted to Zhuolan about being a club member, but now, having metaphorically shot himself in the foot, he reluctantly confessed, "You see, I'm actually just a reserve." Even stating that he was a reserve was a bid to save face. In truth, their club comprised mostly amateur players. Tang Li chuckled wryly, "Perhaps it's best not to mention our amateur club. You still dare to agree so readily despite being amateur?" Zhuolan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sun Chong found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his desire to maintain his dignity in front of Zhuolan had led him to this predicament. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Tang Li thought it prudent to first clarify the situation. What about that Little Ponytail? What is his background? How skilled is he at playing World of Warcraft? He's from our department's team, Ouyang replied. But he only joined recently after the semester began. His skill is rather average, and he is not a key player on the team. Sun Chong, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, recognized that even if he wasn't a key player, he might still struggle against him. After all, he was still part of the department team. The disparity between himself and Fire was evident, and given his current skill level, it seemed hopeless. I'm not overly concerned about him. But if he finds a friend to play with you guys in a best-of-3, I suspect that friend might be formidable. Tang Li speculated. It was inevitable. If he were in that position, he wouldn't be so confident without a solid plan. It was conceivable that he truly knew some expert, and judging by the confident demeanor of the Little Ponytail as he left, Tang Li's suspicions grew stronger. It's all my fault for being overly competitive, Sun Chong lamented, feeling dejected. The team from the tourism department might not be a pushover, and if that Little Ponytail brought in a ringer, how would they compete? Don't lose heart. I have a brilliant idea, Tang Li suddenly exclaimed, struck by inspiration. What is this brilliant idea? Do tell, Sun Chong urged impatiently. Tang Li, grinning mysteriously, said, "What about horse racing?" Horse racing? What are you talking about? Aren't we playing World of Warcraft? Sun Chong was utterly baffled. I mean that tactic used in horse racing, the one we learned about in our Chinese literature class. Tang Li struggled to recall the name of Tianji, seemingly on the tip of his tongue but unable to articulate it. Sun Chong, still perplexed by Tang Li's words, tentatively suggested after a long pause, "Are you referring to Tianji racing horses?" Tang Li, who had been on the brink of remembering, was suddenly prompted by Sun Chang's remark and exclaimed, Yes, it's Tianji precisely. I can't believe I thought you would propose a brilliant strategy, and it turns out to be this." Sun Chong felt utterly exasperated. "You mustn't underestimate the wisdom of our ancestors. I think this approach is quite clever. Those ancestors are not your ancestors. You are surnamed Tang, while Tianji is surnamed Tian." Tang Li observed Sun Chong engaging in a playful banter and couldn't help but exclaim, "We all claim to be descendants of Yin and Huang, do we not? Are we all surnamed Yin?" Tianji, bearing the surname Tian, posed the question of what surname Yin and Huang would possess. Zhuolan, finding the exchange amusing, interjected. Just as Tang Li was gaining momentum in his argument, he unwittingly fell into a linguistic trap, responding without a moment's thought, "Of course, Yin and Huang must have the surname Yin." As soon as he uttered those words, the other three burst into laughter. It was not their fault. If one could say that Xiaomei had wealth written all over his face, then Tang Li had quite plainly emblazoned the phrase unlearned and unskilled upon his own. Realizing his blunder, Tang Li understood he had been ensnared by Zhuo Lan's clever play on words, responding instinctively to Tianji's mention of his surname. He was well aware that the Emperor of Yin and Huang were not the same individual, yet now that the jest had been made, he chose not to contest it. What does it matter what surname Yin and Huang bear? I was merely referring to Tianji. Xiaomei might very well seek out a master. We could employ his strategy against them. Regardless of whether Tang Li could effectively wield the six-pull sword, he was undoubtedly more formidable than Sun Chang, a fact Sun Chang acknowledged. After all, Fire was still a member of the sports team, and he was the captain, yet he had still lost to Tang Li. If Tang Li were to face Xiaomei, his chances of victory would certainly increase. Are you suggesting that if Xiaomei brings in a master, I should duel the master while you contend with Xiaomei? Tang Li nodded vigorously in agreement. This plan seemed plausible, but Sun Chang pondered further. Even so, that would only result in a 1-to-1 tie. We still have a 2v2 match to address. What then? That is of no concern. After we finish our meal, we can consult Boss Yin. Having participated in W Siege, he is undoubtedly seasoned and a true expert. What master could possibly surpass Boss Yin's prowess? Moreover, a 2v2 differs from a solo match. There are bound to be some strategies involved. If we can learn a few tricks from Boss Yin, we may even stand a chance. Indeed, that sounds like a splendid plan. Let us proceed with it. With a solution in hand, Sun Chang's spirits lifted. Zhuolan, who had merely wished to witness the spectacle, had initially encouraged Xiaomei and Sun Chang to challenge one another. Now that the excitement was brewing, she was determined not to miss out. We must go as well. What do you intend to do? Tang Li inquired, puzzled. To observe the legendary masters, Zhuolan replied, growing increasingly enthusiastic. Let us go now. There's no need to rush, Ouyang interjected with a smile, gesturing towards the array of uncooked dishes still adorning the table. You've gone to great lengths to host, so let us ensure the guests are well fed first. Yes, yes, Zhuolan exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Today, I am treating you both as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Let us first satiate our appetites before discussing anything else. We must not allow those tiresome individuals to disrupt our joyous atmosphere. Let us swiftly consume all of this. The emergence of the ponytail and the subsequent agreement to his wager indeed caused Sun Chang a moment of distress. However, having devised a countermeasure, he felt a renewed sense of optimism, cheerfully exclaiming, Indeed, we have already ordered. To let it go uneaten would be a waste. Let us all dig in and finish it. Ah, Tang Li, why aren't you eating? The trio was filled with enthusiasm, yet only Tang Li wore a frown. In truth, Tang Li preferred to head directly to the Hero Club, not because he was full, but rather due to the fiery spiciness of the Sichuan hot pot. Chapter 39. Architecture in the World of Warcraft, Part 1. Tang Li's strategy of employing a tactic akin to Tianji's horse racing was quite sound. Competitions, both public and private, frequently occur among the various departments in the school. As the captain of the physical education department team, Fire had a fair understanding of the skill levels across departments. According to him, even the tourism department team lacked any particularly outstanding members. Their captain was hardly regarded as a formidable player within the school. Given Tang Li's current prowess, defeating an average member from any department should pose little challenge. Furthermore, the ponytail was not even a key player in the tourism department team. Thus the odds of victory remained quite favorable. In this light, regardless of the caliber of expert the ponytail might summon, there was a strong likelihood of achieving a stalemate in the initial 2 1v1 matches. The final 2v2 match would ultimately determine the outcome of the wager. Sun Chang's operational skills were indeed a cause for concern. If he faltered during the 2v2, he could easily become a liability for Tang Li. Fortunately, Boss Yin had an effective solution: shared unit control in Warcraft. After extensive practice and recent focus on refining his finger dexterity, Tang Li felt quite at ease commanding a sizable army in a 2v2 match. The key to victory often hinged upon the synergy of unit types. Without prior collaboration, achieving a level of tacit understanding between two players was challenging. If one could adeptly manage all troops, it would undoubtedly be ideal, allowing each unit type to perform its designated role. Boss Yin had great faith in Tang Li's capabilities. If all my troops are under Tang Li's command, what is my role? Sun Chang inquired. Construct buildings, Tang Li suggested. Given his current skill level and armed with an extraordinary mouse dubbed the dragon-slaying knife, he believed managing the two armies would pose no significant issue after some practice. Thus, he was quite supportive of Boss Yin's proposal. With shared unit control, while I can command your troops in battle, I cannot construct buildings for you. You should focus on developing at home, advancing technology in line with tactical progression. While I handle the operations on the battlefield, I will oversee the front lines, and you will manage logistics. This is what we call division of labor. Sun Chang recognized this as the best approach but felt a twinge of disappointment at the prospect of relinquishing his combat role. But isn't it rather dull to only build structures? Tang Li, noticing Sun Chang's discontent, patted him on the back with a smile, saying, in revolutionary work, there is no distinction between noble and humble tasks. Yet, who wouldn't wish to be a general? Do not be misled into thinking that constructing buildings is a trivial endeavor. It is, in fact, replete with profound knowledge. At this moment, Bossing suddenly chuckled and remarked. Previously, Tang Li had heard Bossing discuss the intricacies of building placements in Warcraft, and now, upon hearing him speak again, he eagerly inquired, what knowledge? Once this competition commenced, the foremost threat you face is the possibility of your opponents employing a one-base rush, Bossing articulated. After all, 2v2 is not the same as 1v1. If the enemy upgrades one attack and one defense early on, and both teams converge to rush a single opponent, the likelihood of success is significantly greater than in a 1v1 scenario. Indeed, should such a situation arise with a rapid technological ascent, evasion would be nearly impossible. How do we defend against that? We must rely on skillful execution, he replied. Furthermore, when defending against such low-tier unit rushes, the arrangement of buildings is of paramount importance. Bossing, with his extensive experience, noted, although this does not pertain to 2v2 tactics per se, it falls under a category of technique. An astute layout can substantially bolster defensive capabilities and mitigate losses when confronted with a rush. Consider the replays of those skilled players. They pay meticulous attention to building placements, effectively countering enemy rush tactics while minimizing hero harassment and troop deficiencies in the early game. Why not teach us a detailed strategy? Tang Li proposed, believing this would be more efficient. In truth, Bossing could indeed impart valuable knowledge regarding the strategies, unit compositions, and building layouts suitable for 2v2 scenarios, allowing Tang Li and Sun Chang to practice and become adept, thus increasing their chances of victory. However, this was not in Bossing's coaching style. I do not possess a specific strategy, but I can elucidate the underlying principles. As for how to construct your defenses, that is a matter you must explore independently, Bossing chuckled. Soon as they perceived that Bossing was about to commence his lesson, not only Tang Li and Sun Chang but even Han Tai, Fire, and others set aside their games to gather around and listen attentively. In Warcraft, every unit possesses a certain volume, known as collision volume or collision width. Each unit has a defined size. It is precisely because of this volume that units can block one another, resulting in scenarios where units behind obstruct the escape routes of those in front, or where units in front hinder the attack outputs of those behind, a common occurrence in novice matches. Tang Li's signature maneuver, encirclement, derives from this principle, allowing several units to trap a hero in the midst, rendering escape impossible. Some heroes may appear visually larger and bulkier, while others seem slender and diminutive. However, in Warcraft, all heroes share identical dimensions, each with a collision volume of 32. This means that any gap in Warcraft must have a width of at least 32 for a hero to pass through. Moreover, due to the varying sizes of buildings in the game, the distance between buildings, apart from small structures that may be adjacent, must be at least one tile apart. This single tile of space is precisely 31 units, rendering it impossible for any hero to traverse. In the realm of Warcraft, many architectural layouts are meticulously designed to effectively thwart early harassment from opposing heroes. The structures within Warcraft can be categorized into two distinct types. The first type comprises smaller edifices, including human farms, watchtowers, archer towers, lumber mills, blacksmiths, and griffin aviaries, Orcish burrows, mills, and archer towers, undead necromancer towers, and night elf moonwells, hunter lodges, ancient protectors, chimera roosts, as well as any ancient trees that can be uprooted. The second type encompasses larger constructions, which include the bases, altars, and shops of various races, such as the human sanctum, workshop, Orcish beast pens, spirit lodges, and tower and totems, undead crypts, graveyards, slaughterhouses, cursed temples, sacrificial abysses, and burial grounds, and the night elves' war trees, lore trees, and wind trees, among others. The spacing between small and large buildings also varies. Small structures can be positioned in close proximity, with a distance of 0 between them, rendering passage by any unit impossible. Conversely, there exists a 1-unit gap of 31 between small and large buildings, which can only be traversed by units with a collision volume smaller than 32. For instance, heroes cannot pass through, while human spellbreakers can freely enter and exit, as their collision volume is precisely 31. As for the distance between two large buildings, it is 2 units apart, allowing passage for any unit in the game. Upon concluding this discourse, Mr. Ian proceeded to enlighten everyone about the collision volumes of various commonly encountered population units in Warcraft. not expecting them to memorize the information but rather to gain a rudimentary understanding. As their interest in the game burgeoned, these figures would, almost unconsciously, be retained by those who admire the game. Rote memorization, however, often dulls one's enthusiasm for such monotonous data, particularly in a game like Warcraft, which has evolved over many years with professional players spanning the globe. Each unit, strategy, and the varying architectural configurations at different openings, as well as the precise timing of tactics, are all supported by a plethora of data that every professional player knows intimately. For the newcomers currently present, overwhelming them with such information all at once could indeed yield substantial improvement in a short span. However, if they were to resort to rote memorization of these dreary figures, it would inevitably sap their interest in Warcraft. Any gains achieved would merely be a case of pulling seedlings to help them grow. Where the detriments may outweigh the benefits, Mr. Yin's training approach diverges from this norm. Interest serves as the finest instructor. Once one develops a fascination for a subject, the learning process often becomes remarkably efficient. Tang Li exemplifies this. Although Mr. Yin only mentioned the collision volumes of various common units once, he had already committed them to memory with remarkable accuracy. In truth, the collision volumes of the units in Warcraft are limited to just a few types. Human peasants, militia, witches, and priests possess a volume of 16. Infantry and spellbreakers, 31. Rifles, cannons, knights, and level 1 to 2 water elementals, 32. While level 3 water elementals and tanks measure 48. The toil of orcs is arduous, their numbers vast, with the summoning of wolves at level 1 set at 16, alongside formidable entities such as the Great G, the Headhunter, the Berserker, the Wolf Rider, and the Soul Walker, while the summoning of wolves at level 2 reaches 32, coupled with the Kodo Beast, the Catapult, and the Tauren. The summoning of wolves at level 3 ascends to 48. The undead, on the other hand, boasts the presence of acolytes, shadows, banshees, and warlocks, with beetles of levels 1 to 2 at 16, followed by ghouls, skeletons, and skeleton mages at 31. Spiders, healing wagons, and level 3 beetles all stand at 32, while abominations and meat wagons are set at 48. In the realm of night elves, the diminutive elves and the bird druids are valued at 16, along with archers, huntresses, stags, bears, treants, and the Avenger, all at 32, while the ballista and mountain giants reach 48. Such foundational statistics within the Warcraft universe are indeed difficult to fathom. It is hard to imagine one capable of executing a cross-encirclement strategy without knowledge of these rudimentary figures. Yet, prior to this moment, Tang Li was utterly oblivious. Suddenly, Tang Li recalled his encounters against Han Tai's orcs while utilizing night elves. The initial defensive capabilities of the night elves were notably lacking, and the Blade Master's wind walk ability was nearly impossible to counter, often leading to the early demise of his elves. He frequently felt utterly helpless. However, after listening to Boss Yin's elucidation on building layouts, an idea struck him. What if he could shield the woodcutting elves by utilizing structures? By leaving only a single space of 31 units in the center, the elves could freely enter and exit, while the opposing hero would be unable to breach this barrier. Thus, the early harassment from the Blade Master would be significantly mitigated. Given that the hero's collision size is 32, such a gap would indeed be impenetrable. This strategy is frequently observed in the matches of skilled players. The fact that a single unit of space in Warcraft is merely 31 means that even when two buildings are positioned diagonally, as long as they are within 1 unit of each other, a hero cannot pass through. Therefore, at times, while the gaps between two structures might seem ample enough for a train to traverse, in reality, such openings are inaccessible to heroes. In recent days, Tang Li had primarily faced Han Tai's orcs and Fire's undead. After devising a plan to thwart the early harassment from the orcs, he turned his thoughts to countering Fire. The initial rush from the undead after the first Dark Night had indeed been a source of great vexation. With the ghouls' size also at 31, it was a challenge to obstruct their advance. Now armed with the knowledge of clever building utilization, he contemplated linking several structures together, positioning them in close proximity or forming diagonal arrangements that connect with the forest, leaving only a small opening. This configuration could create a protective circle, allowing archers to take refuge inside. Should the undead attempt to rush, the hero could seal the entrance, permitting the archers to retaliate from within. Even in the face of a double necropolis rush of ghouls, fear would be absent. The principle lies in the tight spacing between small structures and their adjacency to trees, leaving no gaps, rendering even peasants unable to pass through. Furthermore, this method could also be employed to lure the opponent's hero into his base, whereupon sealing the entrance would effectively trap them, at the very least. If the enemy wished to escape alive, they would be compelled to waste a town portal scroll. Tang Li often boasted of his genius, a claim he made in jest. However, at times, his demonstrated insight truly rivaled that of a prodigy. With only a slight nudge from Boss Ian, he could swiftly grasp complex concepts and often infuse them with his unique flair. In comparison to several other races, the architecture of the Night Elves is characterized by a more casual and uninhibited style. Yet, within this apparent randomness lies a profound wisdom. Many viewers of Moon's match replays often perceive his early game structures as excessively haphazard, seemingly lacking in purpose. However, rest assured, novices should never dare to question the expertise of a master. It is akin to a moment in a high-level Go match, where a player unexpectedly makes a move that appears irrelevant to the current state of play. Only after numerous turns do others recognize the significance of that seemingly inconsequential move. Marveling at the foresight exhibited by the player at times, that single move may not manifest its influence throughout the entire game, yet who can ascertain that it has subtly influenced the opponent's strategy from that very moment? The tactical flexibility of the Night Elves is remarkable, and the majority of their structures are colossal trees, many of which possess the ability to move, an attribute unique to this race in the realm of Warcraft. Consequently, the architectural layout of this race diverges significantly from that of others, appearing rather casual, yet imbued with considerable depth. After enjoying a hot pot meal with Tang Li and Sun Chong, Zhuolan and Ouyang accompanied them to the Hero Internet CAF. After all, this wager originated from their actions, and Zhuolan was eager to witness for herself what the unparalleled masters, as described by Tang Li and Sun Chong, truly resembled. Now, as Boss Ian elaborated on various aspects, Zhuolan and Ouyang were left utterly astonished. Zhuolan was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of Warcraft, while Ouyang possessed a modicum more understanding. In truth, Ouyang harbored a genuine fondness for the narratives within Warcraft, having taken the time to familiarize herself with them, yet she could never have anticipated that such a game encompassed such a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Truly, masters are indeed masters. It is astonishing that a mere game could yield such extensive insights. Zhuolan mused. This is far more than just a game. Boss Ian suddenly abandoned his usual trademark smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Electronic sports, as a category of athletic competition, is far more complex than simply being a game. What electronic sports? Isn't it just playing games? Zhuolan retorted bluntly. Her comment was not born from disdain for others engaging in gaming, but rather from her straightforward nature. She spoke her mind without reservation. It is perhaps understandable that Zhuolan holds such a view. Likely, most individuals who lack an understanding of electronic sports share a similar perspective. In China, since the inception of electronic sports, it has been perpetually misunderstood by the public, particularly parents, who generally perceive it as mere video gaming, a frivolous pastime. If they were to discover that their children spent entire days in internet CAFs playing games, they would likely spare no effort in attempting to prevent it. Boss Ian himself, when he first embarked on his journey into electronic sports, was similarly resistant to misconceptions. Even though he has since distanced himself from the competitive arena, he still vehemently opposes the notion of equating electronic sports with ordinary games. You view electronic sports too superficially. Tell me, is playing football merely a game? Is swimming just a game? Boss Ian remarked to Zhuolan. However, football and swimming have now been officially recognized as legitimate sports. And electronic sports are no different. They too belong to the realm of competitive athletics. Zhuolan, taken aback by Boss Ian's vigorous response to her casual remark, nonetheless held her ground. But how can they be considered the same? Football and swimming are undoubtedly sports. The very essence of sports, as the term implies, involves physical activity. One merely sits at a computer to play games. Where's the movement in that? And what about Go, chess, and bridge? These activities also do not require significant physical exertion. Should they not also be excluded from the classification of sports? At this, Boss Ian's probing question left Zhuolan momentarily speechless. Indeed, Go, chess, and bridge, like football, basketball, and swimming, fall within the category of sports. Numerous international competitions for chess and Go exist, a fact Zhuolan could not refute. These cerebral pursuits hold significant prominence on the global stage, and electronic sports share this status as well. Is there truly any fundamental difference between participating in a Go match and competing in an electronic sports tournament? Boss Ian continued. Particularly in real-time strategy games like Warcraft, the demands on players encompass overall strategic planning, macro tactics, precise execution, and rapid reflexes. All of these rely not only on extensive training but also on clear-headed thinking during competitions. Hearing Boss Ian's words, Zhuolan was astonished. As someone unfamiliar with gaming, how could she comprehend concepts like strategic planning and intricate tactics? Yet, Boss Ian's passionate description left her in awe. She had not realized a game could possess such depth. Although Warcraft is indeed a game, its epic lore and unique balance have captivated countless individuals worldwide. The interplay among four distinct races, each with its characteristics and diverse tactical approaches, has underscored its defining traits of competitiveness and rivalry since its inception. During matches, it is a contest of wits between individuals, akin to the strategic maneuvers in football, requiring players to engage in comprehensive thinking and swift reactions, showcasing a high level of skill. Players must refine their tactical prowess through rigorous training and practice. Thus, it certainly qualifies as a sport. In fact, it is not just Warcraft. StarCraft and CS also embody these qualities. Many are perplexed by the relentless nature of games like CS, where players engage in continuous combat, dying and respawning in an endless cycle. Numerous so-called experts deem this violent and detrimental to mental and physical well-being. Yet, why do so many find joy in such games, often playing tirelessly for an entire day? The answer lies in the fact that this is not merely a game. It is electronic sports, a confrontation between two sides, where true enjoyment is derived from the thrill of competition. Is this not the very spirit of competitive athletics? There exists a prevalent misunderstanding among many regarding electronic sports. It is not merely a simplistic engagement in video games, nor is it a futile pursuit devoid of ambition. Electronic sports should be recognized as a legitimate athletic endeavor, embodying the very essence of the Olympic spirit. Whenever the subject of electronic sports arises, Boss Yin's passion ignites fervently. In South Korea, professional gamers can rival celebrities, and competing in professional leagues there indeed yields substantial financial rewards. Yet, despite this widespread acclaim for electronic sports across the globe, it has yet to gain a foothold domestically, continually stymied by various opposing forces from different realms striving to hinder its progression. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that one day we shall inspire the public to regard electronic sports with the same reverence as football, basketball, chess, and Go. Boss Yin, visibly moved when discussing the misconceptions surrounding electronic sports, influences everyone present with his fervor. Rest assured, Boss Yin, we shall train diligently, akin to Sky. As long as we consistently clinch titles in international competitions and bring glory to our nation, we will undoubtedly reignite the fervor for electronic sports in China. Tang Li has never been one to shy away from ambition. Indeed, we are the Hero Club, and every member within is destined to become a hero in the realm of electronic sports. Sun Chong, filled with confidence, concurs. Heroes, Han Tai interjects with a smile, nudging Sun Chong playfully, but heroes must possess extraordinary skills. Should you neglect your training and falter in your weekend wager, you shall be no hero, but rather a bear. The camaraderie is palpable as they engage in friendly banter, and though Sun Chong is acutely aware of his inferior's standing within the Hero Club, he responds with determination. Fear not, I shall double my efforts. The heavens reward the diligent. Observing these young individuals harboring lofty aspirations, Boss Yin nods approvingly, a smile gracing his face. Suddenly, Zhuolan, inspired by the atmosphere, inquires, does your electronic sports club require cheerleaders? How about I join as one? Without hesitation, Sun Chong enthusiastically agrees, clapping his hands in delight. That sounds splendid. It is only natural. With Zhuolan joining the Hero Club as a cheerleader, they would frequently cross paths. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Yet, Han Tai interjects, but a single person hardly constitutes a cheerleading squad. He is correct. A team must comprise multiple members to be deemed a squad. No worries, Zhuolan declares, we can gradually increase our numbers. Allow me to assume the role of captain of the Hero Club's cheerleading squad. I shall oversee the recruitment of cheerleaders. How does that sound? Moreover, we shall soon have our second cheerleader, she adds, referring to her close companion, Ouyang. As Ouyang and Zhuolan are inseparable friends, she readily agrees with a smile. Very well, I shall join your cheerleading squad and accept your leadership. Captain. Chapter 42. The initial encounter with blood compensation during significant competitions, cheerleaders are indeed essential for rallying support and encouragement. The inception of the cheerleading squad for the Hero Club. The match scheduled for Sunday with the ponytailed girl became the first encounter featuring cheerleaders in attendance. Even Sun Chong could not have envisioned that this wager would hold significant commemorative value in the annals of Hero Club's evolution into a formidable esports organization. The parties involved certainly did not foresee this. Zhuolan merely found it amusing. Upon hearing from Boss Yin about the myriad skills required in the game world of Warcraft, her curiosity was piqued. Additionally, she harbored a modicum of affection for Sun Chong and thought it prudent to engage with him further. Zhuolan left her phone number, arranging with Sun Chong to include her and Ouyang when they gathered at the Hero Internet Cafe on Sunday. Sun Chong, taken aback by the swift acquisition of a beautiful girl's contact information, was elated and nodded eagerly. Initially, Sun Chong intended to escort Zhuolan home, but she remarked that she and Ouyang needed to purchase some daily necessities before returning to campus. When Sun Chong expressed a desire to accompany them, Zhuolan retorted, We're going to buy some things for girls. What purpose would a boy serve? Zhuolan spoke with an air of confidence, while Sun Chong, blushing, felt too embarrassed to insist on accompanying them further. The day's events unfolded smoothly, and it seemed that his afternoon toil had not been in vain. Even after Ouyang and Zhuolan departed from the Hero Internet Cafe, Sun Chong remained flushed with delight. Everyone in the cafe could discern Sun Chang's infatuation, and Han Tai chuckled. They've already left, and you're still grinning like that? Hurry up and practice more. Otherwise, I fear for your chances in the match on Sunday. Tang Li also had a fondness for Ouyang, yet, in contrast to Sun Chong, he maintained a more reserved demeanor, dutifully logging into his computer to practice more on Hao Fong. Just as he entered the rookie zone of Hao Fong, before he could even launch the game, QQ suddenly chimed, revealing a message from Yo-Yo.as members of the Hero Club. They had all added each other on QQ for ease of communication, though this was the first time Yo-Yo reached out to Tang Li. Rookie? What are you up to? Although Yo-Yo had joined the Hero Club, she did not spend her days immersed in the internet cafe like the others. As a university girl, she certainly had a more vibrant campus life to enjoy. I've recently learned some new moves and wanted to find someone to practice against on Hao Fong, Tang Li replied. Truly a rookie. What progress can you make just hanging around on Hao Fong? Only rookies linger there till become a master. You must face genuine opponents, Yo-Yo remarked. Her words diverged somewhat from Tang Li's understanding, and he couldn't help but reflect. It's not that I don't comprehend. It's merely the rapid pace of change in the world. Initially, it had been Han Tai who informed him that only rookies played against computers, while masters engaged in battles on Hao Fong. Now, Yo-Yo had re-emerged to assert that only rookies occupied Hao Fong. Where, then, do the masters reside? Tang Li could not refrain from inquiring. Yo-Yo had initially intended to offer him guidance, but upon witnessing his amusing expression, she decided against it and withheld her words. If you wish to practice against someone, why not challenge me? Though Tang Li had played 2 rounds with Yo-Yo, he remained unaware that the ID love of Yo belonged to none other than Yo-Yo herself. You? Are you capable? You'll know if you can handle it after playing. Hurry and find a room on Hao Fong to set up a host and wait for me, Yo-Yo said, her smile radiant. Isn't it said that only novices hang around Hao Fong? Why then would you have me establish a host there? Tang Li muttered, yet he felt a surge of joy at the prospect of someone challenging him. Yo-Yo had previously faced Tang Li in 2 matches and was well aware that she was no match for him. Her confidence stemmed from her clever strategy. At that moment, Yo-Yo was outside her school, renting a place with Shuecho, who was seated right beside her, using his computer to access the internet. Brother, this guy named Yoji Youth is too much for me. Come and help me teach him a lesson. Yo-Yo called upon her ultimate weapon. Shuecho found himself powerless against his sister's request. After all, he was her brother. This was not the first time Shuecho had intervened in such matters. He had frequently assisted Yo-Yo in dealing with others, and due to his exceptional skills, he had never failed to help her exact revenge. Thus, Shuecho had long since become a formidable ally for Yo-Yo. Upon logging into Hao Fong and locating the host established by Tang Li, Shuecho joined the game, only to be promptly kicked out the moment he entered. Confused, he tried again, but before he could utter a word, he was expelled once more. By the 3rd attempt, Shuecho had learned his lesson. He prepared a message in advance and, upon entering Tang Li's host, pasted it immediately. Why did you kick me? This time, Tang Li hesitated to kick him again and typed back, sorry, mate, I'm waiting for someone. Yet, almost immediately after, he kicked Shuecho out again. Yo-Yo then realized that Shuecho's ID was indeed Shuecho, and that this fool was unaware that she had summoned him to teach him a lesson. She quickly instructed Shuecho to switch accounts and swiftly sent a barrage of reprimands to Tang Li via QQ. Tang Li, needing to focus on the game, had set his QQ to silent mode. After waiting for a good 10 minutes without any sign of Yo-Yo's arrival, he thought to check QQ. Upon switching back, he was greeted by a screen full of messages, clearly indicating that Yo-Yo had been scolding him for quite some time. Fool, my ID is Shuecho. How could you keep kicking me? The final message from Yo-Yo read, fool, fool, fool. And was timestamped just seconds ago. Dazed, Tang Li lamented, You're called Shuecho? How was I to know? He felt aggrieved. Novice, did you even give me a chance to speak? You kicked me out the moment I entered. What an impressive host, kicking out anyone at will. Yo-Yo was relentless in her argument. Tang Li recognized his fault, yet refused to concede. Hee, you'll know who's a novice once we finish. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you in the game. With that, he switched back into the game. Although the school forum offers downloadable recordings of the recent campus electronic sports tournament, Tang Li, apart from occasionally viewing his own victorious matches and then praising himself under a pseudonym, has never taken the time to watch videos of others' games. Otherwise, he would surely know who this ID, Shuecho, truly belongs to. Shuecho, renowned for his unparalleled prowess that has secured him 3 consecutive championships, is universally acknowledged as the foremost player of Warcraft at Lushan University. In the realm of Warcraft, individuals like Tang Li, who are oblivious to the identity of Shuecho, are indeed a rarity. Beyond the striking nature of this ID, Shuecho's aggressive gameplay is equally formidable. His early game maneuvers are exceptionally strong, as he consistently opts for a random race, yet regardless of what race he randomly selects, he employs a ferocious strategy of early pressure. This particular style is commonly referred to as a one-base rush. In truth, Shuecho is not typically an impetuous individual. However, in Warcraft competitions, he invariably adopts a swift and decisive strategy, often termed rush in professional jargon. Moreover, Shuecho's signature approach of one-base rush has become emblematic of his playstyle. As the name suggests, this tactic involves executing a forceful assault during the early stages of a match, before advancing to Tier 2 technologies, characterized by its ferocity and a quest for rapid resolution. There exists a plethora of rush strategies in Warcraft, with each race boasting its own notable tactics. For instance, the human race has the one-base tower rush and Sky's wave-style rush. The orc race employs infantry rush and catapult rush. The undead utilize dual graveyard dog rush and violent spider rush, while the night elves have their huntress rush, ancient of war rush, and mass archer rushed. As the Warcraft versions evolve, these rush strategies have weathered the storms of numerous iterations, once yielding countless triumphs. However, with the continual updates to the game, some rush strategies have nearly faded into obscurity. Yet, as a once popular classic tactic, revisiting them can often yield unexpectedly effective results in the current era of increasingly sophisticated Warcraft tactics. The average player tends to employ rush as a surprise strategy to catch opponents off guard. In contrast, Shuecho's approach is well known among those familiar with his ID. Rush has become his hallmark. By continuing to utilize the rush strategy, he effectively communicates to his adversaries before the match even begins. I am coming to rush you. Rush undoubtedly tests a player's skills and awareness, and to unleash its full potential, timing must be executed with precision down to the very second. Shuecho's audacious use of the rush tactic stems from his unwavering confidence in his abilities. The adage "great skill breeds boldness" perfectly encapsulates Shuecho's demeanor. Even when his opponents are prepared to face a rush, he remains resolute in his intent to execute one, thereby gaining the psychological edge from the outset. Yet, such insights are lost on Tang Li. He opted for the Night Elves, and at the onset of the game, he leisurely immersed himself in the study of architectural layouts, showing no inclination whatsoever to prepare against a potential rush. Meanwhile, his adversary, Shuecho, found himself randomly assigned the Undead faction. Compared to other races, the Undead are relatively weak during the mid-game, primarily due to the lack of formidable units following their Tier 2 technology upgrade. The units produced by the Undead at Tier 2 are considerably less impactful than those of their counterparts. However, the Undead possess various early-game rush strategies, among which the classic dual Crypt Ghoul rush stands out. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuecho decided to employ this strategy to rush Tang Li. The dual Crypt Ghoul rush has long been one of the main tactics for the Undead against Night Elves, and Shuecho was certainly well-versed in its essence. The initial hero choice was undoubtedly the Death Knight, as the Death Knight's Death Coil and Unholy Aura are of paramount importance to the Undead forces. Promptly establishing a second barracks is crucial for the Undead's successful rush, so as soon as the Death Knight emerged from the altar, Shuecho swiftly sold his Town Portal Scroll, preparing for the dual Crypt production. In comparison to the Undead's ability to quickly amass a formidable ghoul army, the Night Elves face a distinct disadvantage in the early game. This is largely due to the Night Elf workers, Wisp, being defenseless. They cannot transform into militia like the human race, nor can they burrow for defense like the orcs. Furthermore, the Night Elf archers possess low health and their armor type is countered by various units of other races during the same period, making them perennial targets for mass unit rushes. When it comes to the Undead rushing the Night Elves, there is little to be said apart from the fact that it revolves around ghouls, simply ghouls. Conversely, Tang Li was oblivious to any signs of an impending rush from his opponent. He produced a meager number of archers and selected the least adept hero for fending off rushes, the Warden. The Warden, in the early game, proves to be somewhat lackluster. Her vulnerability stems from a lack of the high attributes and evasion skills that the Demon Hunter possesses. Due to the Warden's fragility, she is exceedingly susceptible to early rushes, and on occasion, she may even be eliminated within moments. Moreover, starting with the Warden presents a challenge in terms of unit composition for the Night Elves early on. Under typical circumstances with a Demon Hunter as the starting hero, one can field a substantial number of archers, as the Demon Hunter's superior attributes and evasion allow him to absorb considerable damage. However, when beginning with the Warden, the number of archers must be limited, as the Warden's fragility cannot withstand the opponent's onslaught, and no matter how many archers one possesses, without a front line to absorb damage, They will merely serve as experience points for the enemy. Yet, every weakness bears its strengths. Despite her early game frailty, the Warden boasts the highest growth attributes among all heroes of the Night Elf race. In the later stages, the growth values of the Watcher's attributes gradually increase, allowing her attacks to eventually surpass those of the Demon Hunter. Furthermore, she possesses two formidable offensive skills that excel in terms of instant kills, area damage and mobility, far outstripping the capabilities of the Demon Hunter. Notably, she wields a remarkable ultimate ability known as the Avenging Deity, which can summon numerous invincible spirits of vengeance. Time and again in grand tournaments, Night Elf players have turned the tide of battle in their favor thanks to this very skill of the Watcher. Despite the Watcher's overwhelming strength in the late game, her early game vulnerabilities remain a significant drawback. As expected, when Shuecho's Death Knight reached level 2 and led a horde of ghouls toward Tang Li's formation, Tang Li found his capacity for resistance to be exceedingly minimal. Deploying the Watcher alongside a small contingent of archers in the face of a burgeoning, heavily armored ghoul assault proved utterly futile. The Watcher's defensive capabilities are inherently low. As her health dwindled, Tang Li hastily commanded a retreat. However, before the Watcher could withdraw, she was already encircled by Shuecho's ghoul forces. Tang Li was taken aback. Encirclement was his signature tactic, and he had always been meticulous about the positioning of his units. He never anticipated that he would find himself on the receiving end of such a maneuver, as if the hunter had become the hunted. This young girl proved to be an adept strategist. Unbeknownst to him, he was not battling Yo-Yo, and upon sensing the dire situation, he quickly separated all his archers, attempting to form them into small groups that scattered into the gaps between buildings to launch ranged counterattacks while retreating. If the enemy's control was subpar, perhaps this hit-and-run tactic could delay the onslaught, allowing him a chance to withstand this wave of aggression. In Warcraft, dividing units into multiple formations undoubtedly increases the complexity of control. However, for Tang Li, this had become a manageable challenge. Frankly, after a period of training, his operational skills had seen considerable improvement. This strategy might indeed prove effective against ordinary opponents, but alas, his adversary was none other than the premier player of Warcraft at Lushan University, Shuecho. The separation of ghouls to hunt down archers is a fundamental lesson for every undead rush against Night Elves, and Shuecho had mastered it with finesse in an instant. All of Shuecho's ghouls swiftly paired off, each group pursuing a single archer. At this juncture, the outcome hinged on the fundamental skills of both players, and it was evident that Shuecho's execution of the separation tactic was already second nature. Within moments, several of Tang Li's archers lay slain on the ground. Tang Li found himself at a loss, unable to turn the tide, and without uttering a word of defeat, he simply stated next time before exiting the game. Chapter 44. 3 Battles, 3 Defeats, Part 1. Ha ha ha, indeed, a novice. How can one so inept dare to step into the fray? You can't even best a mere girl like me. Don't you feel ashamed? Perhaps you should return home and practice for another 3 to 5 years before challenging me again. However, considering your intelligence, even that might not suffice. Would you care for some brain-enhancing supplements? Tang Li had just exited the game when Yo-Yo promptly snatched the keyboard from Shuecho and followed suit, rushing to the mainframe that Tang Li had just constructed to unleash a torrent of humiliation. Her reasoning was simple. Tang Li had previously triumphed over her, causing her considerable vexation, and now she was determined to repay him in kind. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, Tang Li's mindset was evidently more composed. Not long ago, he had been an unabashed novice, and even now, he maintained a quintessentially novice mentality, showing no qualms about being labeled as such. Despite his disbelief that this little girl could indeed be a master, Tang Li recalled the words of Han Tai when he first ventured into the realm of Warcraft. To avoid being a novice, one must forever remain a dish. Only through competition can one improve. And the more one faces skilled opponents, the greater the enhancement. Thus, for Tang Li, he was always eager to encounter masters, and each time he faced someone of superior skill, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge from them. Although his own level was rather unremarkable, his aspirations bore no difference from those of legendary martial arts masters. He sought only to face defeat. Even when Yo-Yo berated him for being a novice, Tang Li remained unfazed, grinning and replying, "Bring it on." After enduring Yo-Yo's scorn for an extended period, her insults lost their impact, yet she was still unsatisfied. Handing the keyboard back to Shuecho, she angrily remarked, "Brother, this kid has an incredibly thick skin. You must help me teach him a lesson." Shuecho, exasperated with his sister, lowered his head, a frown etched upon his face. As another match commenced, Tang Li, having just lost, was now fully alert and prepared. Although he doubted that his opponent would continue to rush him, Having just suffered from a previous onslaught, he nonetheless prioritized early reconnaissance. The little elf scoured the map for signs of the enemy, and by a stroke of fortune, Shuecho was again randomly assigned the undead faction. He had no intention of holding back. In his view, deploying his full strength against an opponent was the ultimate sign of respect. With double crypts, it was evident that he intended to rush. During the initial rush, Tang Li was ill-prepared and responded hastily, resulting in significant losses. However, this time, he was determined not to succumb to another onslaught without adequate preparation. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Li devised a clever strategy to counteract the rush. Over the past few days, he had been delving into the architecture of the Night Elves, and he resolved to implement their building layout to defend against the enemy's double crypt rush. He arranged 4 moon wells in a trapezoidal formation, positioned at each corner of the shape, with the longer base snug against the trees, while leaving an opening on the shorter base and truth. This architectural design was not Tang Li's original concept. Many had employed this method prior to him with notable success against the double crypt rush of the undead. The netizens have whimsically dubbed this tactic with an unseemly moniker, referring to it as the sewage pit strategy. The underlying principle of this architectural arrangement is to exploit the positioning between the moon wells and the nearby woods, thereby creating a vacant space in the center of 4 moon wells. Within the realm of Warcraft, the moon wells are classified as minor structures, arranged in a trapezoidal formation. The 2 slanted moon wells can be positioned adjacently, leaving no gaps between the small edifices, so much so that even ghouls cannot traverse this minuscule space. As for the longer base of the trapezoid, it abuts the woods, allowing access solely through the shorter side, where a single gap is left between 2 moon wells. This gap permits archers to enter the central clearing formed by the 4 moon wells, while the demon hunter can activate the sacrifice ability to block the exit, absorbing damage from the ghouls. Should the demon hunter's health dwindle, they can replenish it using the nearby well water. All the while the archers remain safeguarded in the center, shielded from the ghouls' assaults. The term sewage pit is derived from the image of the demon hunter squatting at the upper exit of the trapezoid, reminiscent of one perched atop a cesspit, with the central clearing resembling a vast latrine. Thus, even if the opponent's hounds are particularly adept at targeting archers, they remain utterly powerless against those concealed within this sewage pit. Initially, Tang Li was oblivious to such strategies. A sudden spark of inspiration led him to envision this scenario, prompting him to experiment with it. Consequently, after scouting his opponent's continued use of the double crypt opening, he diligently constructed 1 moon well after another at home, laboriously creating his own sewage pit. Regrettably, despite his earnest efforts in this match against Shuecho, Tang Li's defeat was inevitable. Although he employed tactics beyond the sewage pit strategy, the overwhelming firepower unleashed by the double barracks producing numerous hounds set his home ablaze. The ability to convert one's economy into military strength at a moment's notice is, after all, a fundamental skill of a rush strategy. Shuecho executed his plan with impeccable precision, and by the time he launched a rush against Tang Li's home, he had amassed a substantial force of ghouls. Rush not only tests a player's meticulous operational skills in the early game, but also their capacity to maximize economic conversion into military might in the shortest possible time. A vital skill indeed. The rapid deployment of units can dramatically shake the opponent's confidence when these forces finally emerge on the battlefield. While economic management was Tang Li's Achilles heel, he had always prided himself on his operational prowess. Yet, in the face of Shuecho's relentless assault, Tang Li's perceived superiority in operations proved to be of little advantage. His once sharp maneuvers appeared clumsy under the weight of Shuecho's fierce onslaught, and he could barely manage to evade encirclement during his attempts to reposition. From the moment the Night Elves faced the undead's rush, they found themselves in a severely disadvantaged position. Within moments, his home lay in disarray, smoke billowing in all directions. Bloodshed would certainly not charge into the base of Tang Li, armed with archers from the cesspool, yet the structures of the Night Elves are inherently fragile, particularly buildings like the Moon Well, which possess limited health in the face of overwhelming military might. Any semblance of strategy becomes futile. Bloodshed, with an incessant tide of ghouls surging onto the battlefield, effortlessly dismantled a Moon Well, thereby breaching the defenses of the cesspool. The destruction of the Moon Well and the successful eradication of the cesspool were flawlessly executed. The Moon Well lay in ruins, the altar was obliterated, and ultimately, even the mine was forcibly dismantled by bloodshed. Chapter 45. 3 Battles, 3 Defeats, Part 2. Tang Li remained oblivious to the fact that on the other side of the computer, Bloodshed was avenging Yo-Yo. He could hardly fathom how a petite girl like Yo-Yo could display such ferocity in the realm of Warcraft. Logically, during their time at the Hero Internet CAF, although Tang Li had never played against Yo-Yo, Han Tai and others had sparred with her frequently. While Yo-Yo's skill surpassed that of Zhu Yiping and his ilk, It seemed unfathomable that she could reach such heights, leading him to harbor doubts. How could you possibly be this formidable? Surely, there must be some form of cheating involved. Defeat is simply part of the game. Only a novice would seek excuses for loss. Yo-Yo, with an air of superiority, typed, I just want to know, do you concede or not? Those who partake in electronic sports share a common trait. They seldom accept defeat. Tang Li was no exception. He could be beaten, but he would never yield. Without this competitive spirit, one cannot excel in Warcraft. The fact that Tang Li had lost 2 consecutive matches was undeniable, so he refrained from discussing concession. A man must demonstrate his resolve through action. Let us go again. Another match commenced, with Tang Li once more selecting the Night Elves, while Bloodshed opted for the Orcs. Given Bloodshed's prowess, his willingness to choose randomly indicated a profound understanding of each race. Although each faction in Warcraft possesses distinct characteristics, even experts would hesitate to claim mastery over all 4 races. In truth, this is often the case. Skilled players typically excel with their preferred race. While they may experiment with others during casual play or less significant tournaments, their performance will invariably lag behind when not employing their main faction. Bloodshed was no exception. However, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the early units of each race. Should the battle extend to the later stages, the effectiveness of a player using different races would undoubtedly be influenced by their personal style and habits. Nevertheless, for an early game rush, the outcome largely hinges on the player's execution and grasp of the battlefield dynamics. In these aspects, Bloodshed believed that his capability with all 4 races would yield similar results. Thus, even while wielding the Orcs, he remained sharp and formidable. Tang Li had always prided himself on being a genius, and it was not without merit, as his progress was indeed evident. However, even the most talented individuals find it challenging to triumph against absolute power. The myth of meteoric ascension would not unfold in today's skirmish. Tang Li Sin toiled diligently to arrange the buildings of the Night Elves to the most ideal configuration he could conceive. He exerted every ounce of effort he could muster to perfect even the minutest of operations. Yet, despite his endeavors, he found himself defeated without a hint of suspense as he watched his archers fall one by one beneath the savage axes of the Orc infantry. Tang Li Sin did not exhibit any signs of despondency. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. He had finally encountered a true master. To improve, one must inevitably engage in sparring with skilled opponents, a realization Tang Li Sin had come to understand deeply. Battling against a computer would yield an insurmountable barrier to learning. However, whenever he faced a more formidable adversary, he could swiftly glean a wealth of valuable insights from them. This was precisely the reason for his recent meteoric rise in prowess. Yet, as Tang Li Sin's skill level advanced, the opportunities for growth against the members of the Hero Club diminished significantly. Much like martial arts masters, if he wished to elevate his abilities, he had to urgently seek out opponents who surpassed him. Only through such encounters could he continuously absorb the necessary nutrients to ensure his rapid development. Thus, even though he was soundly defeated in the 3rd match without any doubt, he joyfully exclaimed, bring it on again? You lose every time and still want to seek more torment? How bold of you!" This remark was, of course, uttered by Yo-Yo, who had seized the keyboard from Blood Reward. Yo-Yo was a girl who played Warcraft merely for the enjoyment it offered, and she found it difficult to comprehend the urgent desire for improvement and advancement that boys exhibited in the face of victory and defeat. Having faced 3 defeats in succession, Tang Li Sin discerned that this opponent was unlike any he had encountered before. He was certainly unwilling to relent. The more he played, the more he learned, and with a mischievous grin, he suggested, if someone is here to thrash you and you don't enjoy it, let's play a couple more rounds, please. That I see you have a rather severe masochistic tendency. Yo-Yo's words, spoken without malice, piqued Tang Li Sin's interest. His mind, with its lewd associations, immediately conjured images of SM, and he wondered if this girl was aware of such concept. He replied, Indeed, I am a masochist. Why not indulge me with a couple more rounds? Very well, I shall grant you 2 more delightful rounds, ensuring your satisfaction. Blood Reward, sitting beside the computer, was Yo-Yo's elder brother, and he observed the exchange with a look of exasperation. He thought to himself that if this continued, the 2 might utter all sorts of nonsensical remarks. He quickly interjected, no more games, I have matters to attend to. I need to return to the school department shortly. When I have the time, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Yo-Yo pouted, but since her brother had business to attend to, she could not insist on him playing games and neglecting his responsibilities. Unable to defeat Tang Li Sin herself, she resorted to saying, I have things to do as well. Let us defer this to next time. Tang Li Sin, undeterred, persisted, You are now a member of our club. Do you truly think I would worry about you running away? There will be ample opportunities to teach you a lesson in the future. After speaking, he disregarded Tang Li and directly logged off, exiting the game. As Yo-Yo just left the game, Xueqiu inquired, "Is this Yu Zhiqing Yin from our school?" Yo-Yo nodded, informing Xueqiu that he was a freshman. Xueqiu further asked, "Which department is he from? Has he joined the departmental team?" Xueqiu had often played the role of a supporter for Yo-Yo, having taught many a lesson to those who crossed her path, yet he had never shown such keen interest in anyone as he did in Tang Li. Curiously, Yo-Yo asked, "Why do you care about this novice who plays so poorly?" Although he was indeed a novice, his potential for growth was undeniably vast. Xueqiu responded with pragmatism, "Oh? What potential does he possess? I fail to see it." Xueqiu elaborated, "Though he lost all 3 matches. Just look at the short span of these games. His improvement is quite remarkable. In the first match, he surrendered quickly, but when I faced him in the second match, it was far from the ease of the first. His abilities had clearly seen some enhancement. By the third match, although I still emerged victorious, he managed to prolong the game considerably. Had he held on for just 2 more minutes, my rush would have been rendered ineffective against him. If he wasn't intentionally concealing his true strength in these 3 matches, then his rate of growth is nothing short of astonishing. Before long, I fear my rush will hold no advantage over him." Yo-Yo was utterly astonished. He had never before heard Xueqiu praise anyone at that moment. Xueqiu extended his right hand. Initially, Yo-Yo was perplexed about the gesture, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that Xueqiu's palm was drenched in sweat. This young man possessed extraordinary skills and remarkable tenacity. During the critical moments of the third round, my fingers were at their peak performance, yet his execution seemed to grow increasingly proficient over the course of the 3 matches. Especially towards the end, even in defeat, he appeared to be growing more adept and comfortable. Xueqiu wiped the sweat from his palm, declaring, "Before long, he will be a master." Chapter 46. Sun Chang's unsavory scheme. On Sunday afternoon, Xiao Mowei arrived as promised, accompanied by a group of his friends to lend their support. Alongside Xiao Mowei, entering the Hero Internet CAF was a disheveled aide, whose long hair contrasted sharply with Xiao Mowei's neatly tied ponytail. This aide's hair was unkempt, resembling someone who hadn't tea-washed for days, exuding an aura of utter slovenliness. As they walked into the CAF, the stark contrast between the two was evident, leaving Zhuolan puzzled as to why Xiao Mowei would choose such a partner. Seemingly unbothered by the potential embarrassment, Zhuolan and Ouyang had arrived at the Hero Internet CAF quite early, as this wager had originated with her, and now they were both cheerleaders for the Hero Club. As soon as the ponytailed youth stepped into the Hero Internet CAF, he began to berate, exclaiming, "I wonder why you 2 country bumpkins chose such a small, dilapidated CAF. It lacks any grandeur. What does the size of the CAF matter? A mountain need not be high. It is the presence of immortals that grants it fame. AF need not be large. It suffices to have skilled players," retorted Han Tai, whose mockery was sharper than anyone else's. "Ha! You dare to call yourselves experts? I've never encountered such shamelessness. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is my master, and shortly, you country bumpkins will witness what true skill looks like." The ponytailed youth spoke with such bravado, not without reason. His confidence stemmed from the fact that the individual he had brought along was a professional player. The Hero Internet CAF might be small, but with the sudden influx of his entourage, it became rather cramped. Tang Li stepped forward and declared, "Enough chatter. You should quickly find 2 machines and prepare them. Otherwise, when you lose, do not resort to the pathetic excuse that the machines are inadequate." The ponytailed youth was reluctant to concede defeat, and was about to retort when he was halted by the disheveled individual beside him. True experts let their actions speak for themselves. He retrieved his mouse from a bag and found a computer to boot up, methodically adjusting his mouse with a calm demeanor. Despite his unkempt appearance, he exuded an air of expertise. The ponytailed youth had claimed this person as his master, suggesting he possessed genuine skill, although he appeared to be of similar age to the others and likely still a student. Observing his untidy appearance, one could hardly associate him with mastery. Nevertheless, Tang Li would not underestimate him. One must never judge a book by its cover, and regardless of the opponent's appearance, Tang Li would proceed with caution. After a while, the ponytailed youth's master finally completed his adjustments. Grinning widely, the ponytailed youth addressed Tang Li and Sun Chong. "Do you recall our wager? The loser must take the victor as their master." No cheating allowed. "You should mind your own affairs and not resort to any trickery," retorted Sun Chong. "All right," the ponytailed youth replied with satisfaction. "Since you have no issues, let us commence the competition. According to our previously established rules, we shall have 2 1v1 matches followed by 1 2v2. Who will step up for the first challenge?" Sun Chong and Tang Li had devised a strategy akin to the famous tale of Tianji racing horses, and Sun Chong countered, "Who among you will go first? Why should we decide? You should declare who will step up. The ponytailed youth was no fool. He was astute enough to realize the importance of taking the initiative. Just as the two sides were embroiled in debate, the ponytailed youth's companion interjected, "What is there to argue about? Why fuss over who goes first? I shall take the lead." When one possesses true capability, they often exhibit boldness. This disheveled individual likely believed that such trivialities were inconsequential in light of his absolute prowess. It was no wonder he felt this way. Despite his unkempt hair, he was indeed a professional player, and competing against a group of novices in such a modest CAF was beneath his stature. Very well, Sun Chong stepped forward as planned. "I will take on the first round." With that, he booted up a machine opposite the disheveled player, forgoing any mouse adjustments and diving straight into the game. Sun Chong commanded the orc faction, while his opponent represented the human race. Of course, Tang Li shamelessly positioned himself behind the rival to observe the match. The ponytailed player, however, was unperturbed, cheerfully exclaiming, "Be sure to pay close attention. Witness what it truly means to be a master." Indeed, he was right. There was no exaggeration in his words. In the first round, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The opponent's initial assault swiftly overwhelmed Sun Chong, leaving him utterly defenseless. Despite dispatching all his lumberjack peasants into underground shelters for defense, he was unable to withstand the onslaught and had no choice but to hastily retreat with the few remaining peasants. Remarkably, the match had barely progressed for 10 minutes. The disparity in skill was glaring, yet Sun Chong hesitated to concede defeat. The reason was simple. Although the plan had designated him as mere cannon fodder, he felt that losing so swiftly would be exceedingly humiliating. Thus, he resolved to endure a little longer. His method of perseverance was straightforward. He began to construct buildings across the map, as he still had a substantial amount of resources at his disposal. Fortunately, a few laborers had managed to escape, allowing him to erect structures far and wide. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I will annoy you to no end," Sun Chong mused internally. In Warcraft, the rules dictate that one party must demolish all of the other's buildings to claim victory. However, in actual gameplay, it is commonplace for the side that believes they can no longer win to type GG, an abbreviation for good game, signifying admiration for a well-fought match before exiting. This is considered a mark of courtesy among Warcraft players. Rarely does one encounter someone like Sun Chong, who, despite having lost all his troops and only managing to escape with a handful of laborers, clung to a pile of unspent gold while being unable to construct a town hall. Why was he unable to build a town hall? The answer was quite simple. When the opponent launched their initial attack, Sun Chong had shoved all his lumberjacks into the underground hideout, while the gold miners continued their work for quite some time. As a result, he found himself with a wealth of gold, but utterly depleted of wood. Constructing a town hall for the orcs requires 185 wood, leaving Sun Chong incapable of erecting even a single town hall. Among all orc buildings, only the war mill does not require wood. So he frantically built war mills across the landscape, refusing to type GG. To add to the absurdity, the map for this match happened to be an expansive one, which infuriated his disheveled opponent to no end. However, mere anger proved futile. The opponent scoured the map to dismantle the newly erected war mills, destroying one after another. With each structure dismantled, he hoped it would be the last of the orc buildings. But alas, fortune did not favor him, as he managed to dismantle 4 or 5 before the orc laborers tirelessly continued to erect more war mills across the globe. This relentless construction drove Sun Chang's opponent into a frenzy, prompting him to unleash a barrage of units from his base, positioning them strategically to illuminate nearly the entire map, ultimately succeeding in annihilating all of Sun Chang's peasants. Yet, even then, Sun Chong refused to concede, stubbornly waiting until his opponent dismantled all the war mills before he was forcibly ejected from the game. The opponent was so enraged that he resorted to expletives. Astonishingly, this round was dragged out for over half an hour. If Zhu Yiping's commonly employed human archer tower and tank strategy is deemed a scurrilous tactic, then Sun Chang's display in today's match could be succinctly encapsulated as utterly despicable. Chapter 47. The role of the sprite. Initially, Sun Chong found himself utterly powerless against his opponent within the first 10 minutes, leaving him quite frustrated. Yet, as the match lingered on, his spirits began to uplift. Engaging in a game akin to hide and seek for over half an hour, Sun Chong relished the experience. As soon as the match concluded, he jubilantly leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "Yay!" One might easily mistake him for the victor. The one who had actually won, however, with disheveled hair, was seething with rage. Given that this was a private match, the outcome was determined by a single game. Sun Chong was acutely aware of the significant gap in skill between himself and his opponent. Thus, Managing to prolong a match that he was destined to lose in 10 minutes to over half an hour was, in his eyes, a triumph. According to the pre-established rules, it was now Tom Lee's turn to face off against Little Ponytail. The disheveled individual accompanying Little Ponytail was his master, and naturally, Little Ponytail was utilizing the human race. Among the 4 races in Warcraft, Tom Lee had only a limited understanding of humans, having only recently started playing, and he rarely encountered human players in his usual matches. Consequently, he felt a tinge of anxiety at the beginning of the competition in the previous round. Sun Chong had been swiftly defeated by his opponent's human rush strategy. Thus, Tom Lee pondered whether Little Ponytail might employ a similar approach. In the past few days, Tom Lee had suffered 3 consecutive defeats, mistakenly believing his opponent to be Yo-Yo. Losing to a little girl was hardly a matter of pride, and since Yo-Yo had not been present at the club recently, Tom Lee refrained from broadcasting his losses. Although he had been defeated, it was not without merit. During this time, he had gleaned valuable insights into early defensive strategies. Now, should he face Yo-Yo again, he felt confident in his ability to withstand her one-base rush. Unbeknownst to Tom Lee, his true adversary was Xue Cho, renowned as the top player of Warcraft at Lushan University, a title he had rightfully earned. The one-base rush that Little Ponytail wielded, no matter how formidable, could hardly surpass the might of Xue Cho's rush. Currently, Tom Lee was brimming with confidence in countering Xue Cho's rush. Therefore, he felt assured against Little Ponytail. The strategy that Little Ponytail intended to employ was indeed the one-base rush of the human race. Although Little Ponytail's overall skill level was not particularly high, he had certainly prepared for this wager. He devised several tactics, and upon witnessing Tom Lee's choice of Night Elves, he unhesitatingly selected the one-base rush strategy. He deployed the Archmage as his initial hero, upgraded to water elementals, and subsequently produced a substantial number of footmen, advancing with his peasant army in a grand procession. The infantry of the human faction is referred to as footmen, transliterated as feutmen. The infantry, typically clad in heavy armor, is impervious to the piercing attacks of the Night Elf archers, which inflict no additional damage upon them. Conversely, the basic attacks of the infantry are particularly effective against the armor type of the archer units. Furthermore, once the human infantry has upgraded their shield skill, they endure only 30 of the piercing damage. Unfortunately, the Night Elf archer's attack type is precisely piercing damage. As for why the player with the ponytail brings along peasants, it is to construct arrow towers. It seems he intends to swiftly eliminate Tang Lee in one decisive move. At this juncture, Tang Lee's initial hero is the Demon Hunter. By the time the ponytail player applies pressure, Tang Lee has already successfully leveled the Demon Hunter to level 2 during the early game. Although the Demon Hunter is now level 2, he has only upgraded the Mana Burn skill, leaving one skill point unspent, which piques Sun Chang's curiosity. Could it be that Tang Lee has forgotten to upgrade his skills? He contemplates offering a reminder but fears being accused of cheating. Thus he refrains from acting, merely fretting within his mind, and of course, Tang Lee has not forgotten to upgrade his skills. This is a deliberate strategy. Experienced players of Warcraft would understand his reasoning, delaying the allocation of a skill point to upgrade when the battlefield conditions necessitate it. Currently, Tang Lee possesses a level 1 Mana Burn, and he has yet to decide whether to upgrade Sacrifice or Evade. The Sacrifice skill of the Demon Hunter is not frequently utilized, yet it can be effective against rushing tactics from other races. Once activated, it inflicts damage to all enemy units within a designated area. When faced with a mass of human infantry, Tang Lee finally allocates his remaining skill points to Sacrifice. Tang Lee begins with archers, who lack a meat shield, making it difficult to withstand a human rush. Therefore, he instructs the Demon Hunter to activate Sacrifice and position himself at the forefront, seizing the opportunity to drain the opposing Archmage's mana with Mana Burn while serving as a tank. When his health diminishes, the moon well behind him provides sustenance. Before the well's water is depleted, the Demon Hunter stands resolute against overwhelming odds. The opposing hero is the Archmage, who undoubtedly learns the water elemental as his first skill. At this moment, the Archmage has leveled up to summon his first water elemental and has also acquired the brilliant aura. In response to such a summoning-focused mage, Tang Lee devises a plan involving the Wisps. Although Wisps lack offensive capabilities, they possess a unique skill, self-destruct. The self-destruct ability of the Wisp is a tragic sacrifice. It ensures that the enemy gains no experience while simultaneously consuming 50 mana from enemy spellcasters within range and inflicting 225 damage to summon creatures. The damage output from the 2 water elementals summoned by the Archmage is formidable, especially during the early rush of the human faction, where their attacks are crucial. As water elementals are summon beings, Tang Lee selects 3 Wisps, intending to execute a self-destruct on the water elementals, and if positioned correctly, he may also deplete the Archmage's mana by a significant amount. The level 2 mage possesses a mere total of 330 mana, and having just summoned 2 water elementals, the act of summoning yet another requires a consumption of 125 mana. Although the glorious aura accelerates mana regeneration, the consecutive summoning of 2 water elementals leaves the mage's mana reserves perilously low, especially if 3 small sprites successfully self-destruct at this juncture, depleting the mage's mana to the brink. This maneuver could potentially consume half of the opponent's mana pool. The rationale behind selecting 3 small sprites is a conclusion derived from meticulous calculations by Tang Li. It is evident that at level 2, the mage can only summon level 1 water elementals, each possessing a meager 525 hit points. A single sprite's self-detonation inflicts 225 damage upon summoned creatures, and the simultaneous self-detonation of 3 sprites exceeds the water elemental's health points, sufficient to obliterate all water elementals in the vicinity instantaneously. Indeed, this was the eventual outcome. Tang Li's operational prowess is commendable. The 3 sprites successfully detonated, dissipating the water elementals and exhausting the mage's mana. While the glorious aura provides a degree of mana regeneration, the relentless mana burn inflicted by the demon hunter leaves the mage with no opportunity to summon another water elemental. Although Little Pony has a multitude of peasants constructing arrow towers, which would inevitably deal a devastating blow to the elf race once completed, the sacrificial demon hunter has already emerged in a short span. The peasants laboring under the construction of the arrow towers were ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon hunter, leaving behind a field of uncompleted watchtowers devoid of any offensive capability. This wave initiated by Little Pony was intended for suppression. Yet the tide of battle swiftly turned. Chapter 48, Tower Rush, Part 1. Little Pony, unable to withstand the onslaught, was compelled to retreat, while Tang Li's second tier was upgrading. Before long, the second tier was completed, and rather than summoning a hero from his own faction at the altar, this time, he opted for a neutral hero, the Pandaren Brewmaster. The choice of the Brewmaster is particularly intriguing, as he stands as the sole hero with an Eastern representation in Warcraft. His full title being Pandaren Brewmaster, inspired by Jackie Chan's Drunken Fist and China's national treasure, the giant panda. Consequently, all of the Brewmaster's abilities are alcohol-themed. However, Tang Li's decision to hire the Brewmaster was not predicated upon his Chinese heritage, but rather his skill that breathes fire from alcohol, perfectly suited for countering the human race's numerous footmen. After a brief period of resupply, Tang Li commanded the Demon Hunter and the Brewmaster, leading a cadre of bow-wielding maidens toward Little Pony's base. Little Pony had concentrated all forces on a single formidable assault, leaving his home defenseless. After the failure of this all-in strategy, he found himself severely weakened and utterly incapable of withstanding the sacrificial onslaught of the Demon Hunter, coupled with the Brewmaster's fiery abilities. Unlike Sun Chong, who possessed an indomitable spirit, Little Pony succumbed within 2 minutes, ultimately conceding with a GG. With the wager now standing at 2 completed rounds, the score rests at 1 apiece, rendering the third match of 2v2 crucial. The Little Ponytail was indeed no match for Tang Li, as the situation unfolded in accordance with the predetermined strategy set by Tang Li and Sun Chong, both of whom exhaled a sigh of relief. Interestingly, the master of the Little Ponytail seemed rather indifferent. As a professional player, he possessed the pride inherent to his status. Although Tang Li triumphed over the Little Ponytail, he believed that not only in a 2v2 scenario but even in a solo confrontation, his prowess as a professional player would enable him to easily take on 2 such novice amateur competitors. This was indeed the case. At the very onset of the match, the Little Ponytail's master made Tang Li face considerable challenges during the initial wave of attacks. Both the Little Ponytail and his master utilized the human race, while Tang Li and Sun Chong formed a combination of night elves and orcs to confront the dual human players. Prior to the match, the Little Ponytail and his master had certainly conferred on their tactics. Recognizing the Little Ponytail's limited skill, they understood that should the battle extend into the later stages, he might become a hindrance to his master. Hence, they opted for a dual human tower rush strategy. In the realm of Warcraft, a rush tactic denotes an extreme, fierce, and rapid assault, while tower refers to defensive structures. Thus, a tower rush implies employing defensive towers to initiate such an aggressive strategy, a common maneuver among human players. The heroes selected by both human players were archmages, as the 4 water elementals summoned by the 2 archmages during the tower rush would provide formidable offensive output. Once the human magical forces were fully formed, the archmage's brilliant aura would ensure an inexhaustible supply of magic for both himself and his allies. Given the fragility of the night elf structures in the early game, the primary target of the tower rush, in the presence of night elves, would naturally be Tang Li's night elf faction. Shortly after the game commenced, the Little Ponytail and his master united their forces, assembling all infantry, footmen, and a multitude of militia, marching robustly towards Tang Li's base. Having played as a night elf for some time, Tang Li was no longer the novice who knew little about the intricacies of the night elf race. He was now aware that the night elf peasants, the wisps, could serve as beacons of light. The night elf wisps harvested wood without the need to return to their base, simply entwining themselves around trees, thus illuminating the map, a common tactic employed by night elves. At this moment, the wisp stationed at the intersection swiftly detected the signs of an impending rush from both opponents. Defending against such a substantial tower rush solely with the night elf forces would prove exceedingly challenging. Following their earlier agreement, Sun Chong had long since shared control of his forces with Tang Li at the game's outset. Once Tang Li discerned the opponent's intention to rush, he promptly seized control of Sun Chong's orc forces, rallying them to assist in his defense. Fortunately, having previously engaged in 3 matches against Xue Chou, a player renowned for his rush strategies, Tang Li had gleaned substantial insights, particularly in countering rush tactics, from those encounters. Had this been in the past, witnessing such a large-scale early tower rush with scant defensive troops would have likely thrown him into a state of disarray. However, now he possessed ample experience, responding with calm and composure. However, this encounter diverges significantly from the previous one against Xue Chou. This time, the adversary is poised to besiege the tower with a cadre of peasants. The human forces, upon appearing in Tang Li's territory, will immediately witness 10 peasants commencing the construction of defensive towers simultaneously. The combination of the night elves and orcs finds it exceedingly challenging to eliminate well-protected human peasants in the early game. If they focus their attacks on the defensive towers, all human peasants will concurrently engage in repairs. With such meager forces and pitiful offensive capabilities at the game's onset, it proves quite arduous to dismantle a tower that is being fortified by troops and a throng of peasants. Once the arrow towers are erected in profusion, the night elves' prospects will dwindle significantly, rendering them incapable of stirring the tides of battle. Regrettably for Tang Li, he ingeniously discerned the opponent's intentions, and how could he permit the situation to unfold in such a manner? The 2v2 map is relatively expansive, and the one currently contested by Tang Li and his compatriots is no exception. Xiao Mawei and his mentor, both human players, occupy the upper section of the map, while Tang Li and Sun Chong find themselves positioned at the lower end. Xiao Mawei's mentor, a seasoned professional, demonstrates meticulous attention to operational details. Even the peasants earmarked for a tower rush are first transformed into militia before being commanded to advance collectively. Avoiding the formation of a long, serpentine-lined eye in contrast, Xiao Mawei simply selected his peasants without converting them into militia, directly ordering them to march towards the opponent's base. He intended to construct defensive towers as his peasants approached the enemy's doorstep. But unexpectedly, midway through their journey, they were intercepted by a horde of Orcish troops, severing the line of peasants. Operational finesse is Tang Li's forte. The Orcish infantry continually obstructed the movement of Xiao Mawei's peasants, while the Blade Master gleefully inflicted damage upon them from behind, in but a brief moment. All the peasants dispatched by Xiao Mawei met their demise at the hands of the Blade Master. For skilled players, the entirety of the battlefield must remain within their purview. Xiao Mawei's mentor, upon witnessing the emergence of the Orcish infantry, promptly signaled the urgency on the map. Alas, Xiao Mawei was preoccupied with reinforcing his infantry at home, leaving him no opportunity for dual-line operations. For heaven's sake, watch the minimap. Save the peasants. Xiao Mawei's mentor could no longer contain his exasperation and cried out. It was only then that Xiao Mawei grasped the situation. However, by the time he adjusted his screen, the peasants he had dispatched had already been reduced to a heap of corpses. Chapter 49. Tower Rush, Part 2. Xiao Mawei's mentor was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Initially, he had thought that perhaps he could best the opponent in a 1v1 scenario, bolstered by the modest support of Xiao Mawei. Yet, he now recognized that Xiao Mawei might not serve as an ally but could instead become a mere stepping stone for the adversary's experience. Nevertheless, the mental fortitude of a professional player prevailed. Despite the thwarted plan of a simultaneous tower rush against the Night Elves due to the massacre of Xiao Mawei's peasants, he resolutely dispatched all his remaining peasants to the battlefield. In the early stages, the farmers emerged in large numbers, severely damaging the household economy. Should they retreat midway, the disparity will only widen. Professional players of the game often refer to the slight disadvantages at the outset as incurring significant losses, and by the later stages, even a little extra loss is inconsequential. Although the initial gap may be minimal, as the game progresses, such a minor difference can be exponentially magnified. He is resolutely committed to the established strategy, determined to utilize his skills to eliminate the Night Elf's tower rush as swiftly as possible. Even if he cannot accomplish this, he must at least reduce his opponent to a weakened state. He possesses great confidence in his abilities, yet he has clearly underestimated Tang Li's skill level. The current Tang Li is far from the novice who played casually at a small internet CAF near his school for entertainment. In the early game, executing a rush largely hinges on skill. After several days of practice, Tang Li has mastered the Night Elf's build, and coupled with his already formidable skills, he successfully withstands this wave of attack. While managing Sun Chang's orc forces, Tang Li concurrently controls his own Night Elf army. With the Dragon Slayer in hand and his recent diligent training, operating on dual fronts is no longer a challenge for him, and his execution is both precise and fluid. Recognizing his opponent's intention for a tower rush, Tang Li promptly deploys the Demon Hunter as his first hero. Among the Night Elf heroes, the Demon Hunter is undoubtedly the best choice to face a potential dual race rush in the early game. As soon as the Demon Hunter is summoned, Tang Li immediately invests in the evasion skill. The growth attribute of the Demon Hunter's evasion skill is rapid, providing a 10 chance to evade enemy attacks even at level 1. Additionally, the establishment of a moon well at home aids in health regeneration, making the Demon Hunter more resilient and serving as an ideal meat shield for the fragile archer units. Simultaneously, Tang Li places down a second Ancient of War. At this juncture, the human forces have reached the outskirts of Tang Li's base, where they have simultaneously erected 2 defensive towers under the protection of the Archmage and Footmen. If these towers successfully transform into guard towers, the human player will relentlessly construct numerous arrow towers. The human race typically spares no expense in erecting defensive structures, and their farmers can construct buildings simultaneously, significantly accelerating the building process. It is no easy feat to destroy a defensive tower under the maintenance of so many farmers. The human race has a motto: there are farmers who never die, and towers that can always be built. Moreover, Xiaomao's master proves to be a professional player, executing every detail flawlessly, ensuring the Archmage and Footmen protect the farmers well. Even Tang Li's attempt to pull over 3 wisps to disrupt the Archmage's mana and the 2 water elementals he summoned fails. The situation is urgent, and without hesitation, Tang Li commands the first Ancient of War to rise from the ground. Many of the structures belonging to the Night Elves are colossal trees, many of which possess the ability to move and inherently possess offensive capabilities. This distinctive characteristic sets the Night Elves apart from any other race. A war tree rises from the ground to participate in the defense, while another engages in the continuous training of archers. Under the protection of military forces, attempting to eliminate a peasant, especially when facing a skilled adversary, is no trivial matter. However, once the enemy's defensive tower is completed, the situation may become precarious, as the watchtower has been constructed and begins its upgrade to an arrow tower. In this critical moment, a sudden flash of inspiration strikes Tang Li. He first instructs the Demon Huntress to attack an arrow tower that is in the process of upgrading. The human peasants promptly surround the tower to carry out repairs. But at that moment, both the archer and the Demon Huntress suddenly shift their focus to another arrow tower. This maneuver is Tang Li's tactic to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and positioning. The archers, being ranged units, require only a slight adjustment of their angle to change their target, whereas the human peasants face a different challenge. While a single peasant can easily repair between 2 adjacent defensive towers, a group of several peasants encounters complications. In the realm of Warcraft, every unit possesses a physical presence, and peasants can easily obstruct one another. As the group of peasants attempts to shift to repair another tower, congestion is inevitable, and their movement is certainly slower than the archers simply adjusting their angle. As these peasants position themselves to commence repairs on the second tower, Tang Li unleashes a full assault on the first. The human peasants are unable to repair immediately, and as the archers emerge one after another from the war tree, their offensive power continues to escalate, with the first defensive tower on the verge of destruction. The humans are compelled to dispatch their infantry to the front line to exert pressure on the archers, at which point the Demon Huntress, the sole male entity among the Night Elves, bravely positions herself to shield the archers. Given Tang Li's impeccable architectural layout, the human infantry must pay a steep price to bypass the Demon Huntress and inflict damage upon the archers behind her. Even before they can breach her defenses, one infantryman falls valiantly beneath the barrage of the archers. As the human infantry retreats slightly, the Demon Huntress and the archers immediately pursue, launching a volley of mounted arrows that ultimately brings down the first arrow tower, which was already ablaze. Although this tower could not be preserved, it deeply pained the master of the ponytail, who quickly commanded his infantry to advance once more. However, Tang Li simultaneously withdrew, maintaining a significant distance that made it difficult for the infantry to approach the archers. The master of the ponytail did not anticipate that this Night Elf player would be so remarkably skilled, rivaling his own prowess as a professional player, leaving him greatly astonished. He was aware that his own hand speed exceeded 300. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, although one arrow tower was destroyed, one of his own was successfully erected. Despite the high praise he had already bestowed upon Tang Li, the master of the ponytail knew it was insufficient. For Tang Li would not allow Sun Chang's orc forces to remain idle. At present, these orc units, under the command of the Blade Master, are poised to engage in some other undertakings. Chapter 50. Dual Line Operations. While this may be described in detail, it is merely a fleeting moment in the match, coinciding with the recent completion of an arrow tower constructed by the human faction in Tang Li's abode. The little ponytail is acutely aware that the initial tower rush by the dual human factions hinges crucially on speed. Naturally, he must play his part. However, due to an unexpected ambush by the orcs on his way to Tang Li's residence, he hastily found himself compelled to reinforce his troops back home. In the strategy he had previously devised in consultation with his master, his contribution was indispensable. For the dual human tower rush to achieve its most formidable effect, it necessitates a harmonious collaboration between the two human players. One must establish a dual barracks to produce units while simultaneously constructing a shop during the assault. The other must set up a single barracks to generate units and erect towers during the offensive. One must not underestimate the significance of this shop. During the tower rush, the enemy is on their home turf, thus rendering logistics a challenge for the attacking side, while the opponent enjoys the luxury of replenishing their resources at their leisure. In the agreed-upon strategy, the little ponytail's role was to swiftly construct a shop behind the tower and enlist peasants to assist in the maintenance of the arrow tower. Yet, since he was operating a dual barracks, the recent orc ambush has thrown him into disarray, resulting in his forces arriving at the battlefield a step too late. Frankly, the delay was not extensive, merely the time taken to erect a single arrow tower. However, even this brief postponement significantly alters the dynamics of the situation, compounded by the fact that there were no peasants among his arriving troops, as the ones dispatched earlier had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Blade Master. Although the little ponytail's prowess with the orcs is generally commendable, today, for reasons unknown, his performance is strikingly poor. As he intends to construct the shop, he realizes with dismay that he has no peasants left, prompting him to angrily slam his mouse against the desktop before hastily switching back to summon more peasants. Yet, before his peasants could even exit the threshold of his home, Tang Li has already orchestrated a charge into the fray with Sun Chang's orc forces. The Blade Master and the orc infantry commence a brutal onslaught, leaving not a single peasant unscathed. Go compound matters, as the little ponytail is preoccupied with establishing the dual barracks for the tower rush. His home is devoid of any defensive measures. The Blade Master and the orc infantry delight in their merciless slaughter of the peasants. According to the conventional wisdom of 2v2 matches, such a scenario is quite rare. For teamwork is of paramount importance, and it is customary for both factions to combine their forces rather than operate independently, particularly when faced with an immediate tower rush by the dual human factions. Under normal circumstances, without orc support, it would be exceedingly difficult for a lone night elf to fend off the pressure from both human players, and there exists a significant risk of being overwhelmed in a single assault. However, there is a notable difference today. Tang Li is single-handedly controlling both the night elf and orc units. As the orcs successfully eliminated all the farmers brought forth by the young ponytail and effectively delayed his arrival at Tang Li's abode. The pressure on the night elves during the early stages was relatively minimal. In light of this situation, Tang Li did not immediately withdraw the orc forces back to his home. It was evident that he sought even greater gains. Remarkably, he directed the orc troops straight into the territory of the human faction, fortuitously, right into the very heart of the young ponytail's domain. It was indeed unfortunate for the young ponytail that he had not employed a fortified layout for his buildings. Had it been his master, Tang Li would have been compelled to obediently command the orc forces back to the night elf base to commence a comprehensive defense. However, observing the gaps in the young ponytail's structures was akin to leaving a train station open for business, as the Blade Master and orc infantry merrily infiltrated his base to slaughter the farmers. All members of the Hero Club were riveted by this match, as Tang Li's performance left them utterly astounded. What he exhibited was a level of dual-line operation that they could only dream of achieving. Those familiar with Warcraft are well aware of the concept of dual-line operation, which entails managing not only the development of the main base, but also simultaneously controlling 2 or more squads of troops, which must be geographically separated. While this sounds simple in theory, executing it is far from an easy feat. Moreover, it is crucial to note that most novices' so-called dual-line operations merely involve heroes creating distractions while other units level up by battling creatures. This too is a form of dual-line operation, albeit one that lacks distinction. However, what Tang Li was accomplishing was distinctly different. On one front, he was maneuvering his night elf forces to fend off the humans' tower rush, while simultaneously commanding the orcs to wreak havoc in the young ponytail's domain. Each front required intricate and demanding control. The defense against the human tower rush was no small task. The archers had to maintain a safe distance from the human infantry, lest the fragile archers be swiftly eliminated. Simultaneously, he deftly managed the orc infantry as they slaughtered the farmers in the young ponytail's household with meticulous precision. The young ponytail was not lacking in acumen. Upon noticing the orcs' incursion, he hastily transformed his dwindling number of farmers into militia. In the early game, human militia possessed attack power comparable to that of infantry, with a slightly quicker attack interval and commendable mobility, making them excellent tools for resisting harassment. Tang Li had to ensure the positioning of all the orc infantry while safeguarding the health of the beleaguered orcs under militia assault, yet he executed each task flawlessly. This was the true essence of dual-line operation. In comparison, the dual-line operation involving a single hero harassing and a few infantry units was rendered trivial in light of Tang Li's current level of skill. Consequently, the young ponytail's maneuvers appeared strained. While he focused on the front lines, he could not attend to his home base in but a short span of time. The orc forces had decimated all the farmers within the young ponytail's residence. Subsequently, all orc units began to besiege the young ponytail's main base with relentless ferocity. The night elves, however, resisted with unwavering tenacity, unable to be subdued for the time being. Little Ponytail, in a state of helplessness, was compelled to retreat to the city to safeguard his own home. The very moment Little Ponytail returned to the city, the orc forces under Tang Li's command also activated their return. Naturally, they returned to the Night Elves' main base, allowing the orc faction to immediately engage in the defense alongside the Night Elves. This was precisely the objective Tang Li sought to achieve. Although both the orc and Little Ponytail's human faction utilized the return scrolls, the outcomes were drastically different. The orcs returned to the battlefield, while Little Ponytail departed from it in his haste. Little Ponytail activated the scroll, undoubtedly bringing his forces back with him, and should he wish to re-enter the fray, he would need to make a long journey back. The tide of battle underwent a dramatic transformation. The combined assault of the dual factions rendered the Night Elves' advantages null and void, morphing into a united front of Night Elves and orcs against the singular human faction, which was limited to a barracks and lacked supply stores. Under such circumstances, no matter how skilled Little Ponytail's maneuvers were, he could only succumb to overwhelming force. With orc infantry, the Blade Master and Demon Hunter serving as formidable shields, the archers emerged recklessly from the safety of their structures, and it did not take long before they expelled the human forces from Tang Li's base. It was at this juncture that Little Ponytail, leading a large contingent of troops, hurriedly arrived, only to find that the initial pressure exerted by the human faction had dissipated. The chapter has been locked. Having lost the match, Little Ponytail angrily slammed his mouse down. Lang Xian was considerably more rational than Little Ponytail, although he too felt a sense of humiliation in losing to an amateur. The damage to his pride was already done. If he were to throw a tantrum now, he would be further tarnishing his dignity. Thus, he quietly detached his mouse and placed it in his bag, making no further movements. Having lost the wager, Little Ponytail could not afford to act boastfully. Initially, he had rallied a group of friends to cheer him on, promising them that if he won, they would collectively humiliate these two country bumpkins. Ironically, he ended up being the one to trip over his own ambitions. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had summoned such a crowd. Despite his brash nature, Little Ponytail still possessed a sense of pride. In this predicament, he desperately wished for a crevice to hide himself in. Unfortunately, no such refuge existed, and thus he remained silent, head bowed like a defeated rooster, shuffling toward the exit. Sun Chong would not allow him to escape so easily. Swiftly positioning himself in front of Little Ponytail. "Oh, where do you think you're going? It seems there are still matters left unresolved." "No?" Little Ponytail, keeping his gaze lowered, remained silent, his face burning with embarrassment. Beside them, Zhuolan couldn't help but chuckle at the comical expression of the ponytailed youth, finding immense satisfaction in his embarrassment. The Ponytail, feeling utterly humiliated, realized he had truly lost face. Having wagered like a man, he now had to accept defeat with the same fortitude. It was time to pay his respects to his new master. Zhuolan had a knack for fanning the flames of a situation. The Ponytail's face burned crimson, as if he could bleed from his embarrassment. Yet he had indeed declared that the loser must pay homage to the victor. With everyone watching, he could not back down. A true hero does not shy away from immediate humiliation. After a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered a barely audible master, akin to a mosquito's whisper. That moment, Sun Chong was overjoyed. "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that." The Ponytail, having endured enough, retorted, "Regardless, I've said it now. Whether you heard it or not is of no concern to me." "Oh, Where is the decorum of a disciple speaking to his master in such a manner? Sun Chang intended to continue, but Tang Li interjected, pulling him aside, advising, let it be. One must not be too arrogant. There will always be someone greater. He was haughty before, but look at him now. He has indeed tasted the bitterness of defeat. We should not stoop to his level. Tang Li's reasoning resonated, and after a moment of contemplation, Sun Chang decided to relent, pointing at the ponytail and admonishing, this time, consider it a lesson from your master. Let it temper your arrogance in the future. The ponytail, unable to contain his frustration, pointed at Tang Li and Sun Chang, exclaiming, you two better watch yourselves. You dare to act so brazenly with me. I once let this slide. It was ironic that, despite his loss, he still wielded an air of arrogance, oblivious to the stark reality of his situation. Having finished his tirade, he disregarded everyone present and stormed out. His entourage, witnessing their leader's departure, followed suit, vacating the once crowded Hero Internet CAF, which now felt spacious in their absence. Among those who had initially accompanied the ponytail, only Longxin remained, standing rooted in place. Though he felt a profound sense of helplessness, he was well aware of the stakes of the wager. Accepting defeat with grace, he approached Tang Li and Sun Chang, saying, since I have lost, I concede to the terms of our wager. You both are indeed more skilled. Tang Li quickly interrupted Longxin, asserting, what master? This wager was between us and that ponytail. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, your skills likely surpass ours. Your loss was primarily due to your teammates' ineptitude. Sun Chang, not one to be unreasonable, agreed. Exactly, their essay saying. It's not the wolf-like opponent that one should fear, but the pig-like teammate. You were simply unfortunate to have a teammate like that ponytail. Even after the ponytail had left, Sun Chang couldn't resist a few more disparaging remarks. Truth be told, Sun Chang's skills were somewhat inferior to those of the ponytail. The match's outcome was primarily due to the thorough preparation of Tang Li and Sun Chang, while Longxin and the ponytail had underestimated their opponents. Tang Li added, indeed, let us not concern ourselves with titles, I'd rather have you as a friend. Why not join us for some Warcraft games in the future? It would be beneficial for all to engage more. After much effort, another skilled player was encountered, and of course, Tang Li would not let the opportunity slip away. Why not come and play often? While you have to pay for internet usage elsewhere, here at our internet CAF, it is entirely free. This was spoken by Zhu Yipeng. Where Zhu Yipeng was, how could Han Tai be absent? Just as Zhu Yipeng finished his sentence, Han Tai approached with a teasing smile. You may be generous with favors, but alas, you are not the owner of Hero Internet CAF. Your words hold no weight, haha. What do you know? Bossine would surely say the same. If not, why would Bossine establish this club? We can play World of Warcraft for free here as well. Zhu Yipeng turned his head towards Yin Chongqing. Bossine, isn't that right? I established this club with the hope that you all excel in World of Warcraft. Bossine replied with a smile. If someone is here to spar with you, I could not wish for anything more. Observing the lively banter among the patrons of Hero Internet CAF, a sense of moisture gathered at the corner of Lang Xian's eye. He had dropped out of school to play World of Warcraft and had drifted through life for years, experiencing the warmth and coldness of human relationships, but when had he ever encountered such enthusiasm directed towards him? Although he lost today's match, it was a loss worth enduring. Zhang Qi patted Lang Xian on the shoulder. If you don't mind our inferior skills, let us become friends from now on. Lang Xian nodded vigorously, then quickly shook his head, leaving others puzzled, until he clarified. A loss is a loss. Since I am aware of the terms of your wager from the beginning and chose to participate, I am now part of the bet as well. You have been generous, and I am not one to go back on my word. From this day forth, I shall be your disciple, and even if others inquire, I shall not hesitate. It was merely a jest, yet Tang Li intended to advise him against taking it seriously, but Lang Xian interrupted him. You shall be my master. He then patted Sun Chang's shoulder. You shall be my second master. Sun Chang chuckled, fully aware of his own limitations. He humorously remarked in front of his friends. Who would have thought that with my meager abilities, I would become a master? Where is the justice in that? The Hero Internet CAF erupted in laughter. Han Tai walked over and pointed at Tang Li. We are all part of the Hero Club, so Bossing can be considered our master. Now, you are the leader and Sun Chang is second. Where do we fit in? Sun Chang became quite animated. How about you become third? You certainly cannot be ahead of me. Han Tai laughed. Then Tang Li is the eldest brother, and you are the second brother? Sun Chang shamelessly nodded. Indeed. Let me hear you call me second brother. Second brother? Why do you not protect our master? Han Tai's emphasis suddenly took on an odd tone. At first, Sun Chang did not comprehend, but when Han Tai referred to Tang Li as monkey brother, realization dawned upon him. Oh my, It turns out you were trying to rope me into becoming Zhu Beiji all along. Chapter 53. The Romantic Waltz, Part 1. The wager had culminated in victory, and Sun Chong was overjoyed. His greatest concern had been losing to the ponytail girl in front of Zhuolan. The title of master was of little consequence, but maintaining his dignity before the girl he admired was paramount. Having triumphed in the contest, Sun Chong excitedly turned to Zhuolan and inquired, "What would you like to eat this evening? It's on me, let us celebrate with a splendid meal." Before Zhuolan could respond, Han Tai had already sidled up, declaring, "I want to feast on fish and meat." "Mind your own business. Go find somewhere cool to linger," Sun Chong retorted, shoving Han Tai aside. Han Tai feigned sorrow, shaking his head and sighing, "Ah, truly, once there is a beauty, one forgets their friends, as the ancient said. To see beauty is to forget righteousness." Indeed, it is a profound truth. In truth, even if Han Tai were invited to dine, he would not want to play the third wheel. Moreover, Sun Chong and Han Tai often enjoyed jesting with each other, so Sun Chong paid him no heed. "I am indeed forgetting my friends for the sake of beauty. What can you do about it?" With that, he grasped Tang Li's arm and said, "Let us go eat." Ignore their nonsense. Sun Chang's insistence on bringing Tang Li along was not merely because he valued Tang Li more than a beautiful girl. There was a strategic reason behind it. Only Tang Li could effectively draw away Ouyang from Zhuolan's side. His ultimate aim was still to enjoy some alone time with Zhuolan. After all, who relishes having a third wheel while courting? "Where shall we dine?" Tang Li inquired. "Without a doubt, it shall be at Nyomoong." Nyomoong is a renowned hot pot restaurant in the city. Having won the contest and gained face before the beauty, Sun Chong was prepared to spend generously on this meal. Tang Li and his companions hailed from the suburbs, nestled at the foot of Lushan Mountain, while Nyomoong was located in the city center. Typically, they devoted their free time to playing games, rushing to the internet CAF after class, and were thus not very familiar with the city's environment. They had scarcely taken the bus to the city a few times. Moreover, given that this was a meal with a beautiful girl, Tang Li was unexpectedly treated to a rare luxury, a taxi ride. The wager with the ponytail girl had taken place in the afternoon, and after the match, considerable time had passed. Coupled with the fact that the journey from their school to the city took over half an hour, they arrived at Nyomoong just in time for dinner. Sun Chong, a northeasterner known for his hearty demeanor, displayed this trait particularly vividly when it came to dining. He feared that Zhuolan and Ouyang might hesitate to order, so he ordered a plethora of dishes in one go. The table was laden with food, and after more than 2 hours of indulgence, the four of them were left with full bellies. Yet the dishes remained largely untouched. Sun Chong continued to urge, "Eat up, eat up. I am exceptionally happy today, so everyone must indulge a little more." Ultimately, it was Tang Li who first surrendered, exclaiming, "Hero, spare me. I truly cannot eat another bite." Tang Li had initially been puzzled by Sun Chang's reluctance to settle the bill. Just as he was about to prompt him, he noticed Sun Chong subtly signaling him, "It's he first." Tang Li remained oblivious, wondering if Sun Chong had forgotten his wallet and intended to dine and dash. However, upon seeing Sun Chong discreetly gesture towards Ouyang, Tang Li suddenly realized the situation. This young man is asking me to take Ouyang away, so as not to disturb his romantic escapade with his date. I can hardly bear it. My stomach is rumbling with hunger. Tang Li, rubbing his belly, turns to Ouyang and says, "It's not ideal to go back after eating so much. Why don't we go watch a movie instead?" "Sure, sure." Before Ouyang could respond, Zhuolan exclaimed joyfully. Tang Li looked at Zhuolan with confusion. "I meant that Ouyang and I would go watch a movie. What are you so excited about? You and Ouyang?" Zhuolan's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Oh, are you planning to sneak off and engage in some mischief with our Ouyang? You big mouth, just eat your food." Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly picked up a piece of food to silence Zhuolan. Ouyang is the most understanding. How could she not grasp the situation? Besides, Sun Chong is a decent person. They are all classmates, so there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, helping others is akin to helping oneself. Why not embrace it? Reflecting on the notion that aiding others is beneficial to oneself, Ouyang suddenly stole a glance at Tang Li, her face aflame, before hastily lowering her head. Yet, this expression did not escape Zhuolan's notice. "Oh, still in denial? Look, your face is all red." Tang Li also felt a bit bashful and glanced at Sun Chong. But at that moment, Sun Chong sat upright, saying nothing. This guy is truly ungrateful, Tang Li thought. Am I not helping you win her over? Yet now you won't even come to my aid. Seeing that Sun Chong had no intention of speaking, Tang Li could only smile and say, "Heh, then it's settled. After dinner, Ouyang and I will go watch a movie, and we'll each have our own activities without disturbing one another." Sun Chong certainly had no objections. Although he remained silent, he was already overjoyed internally. After dinner, the street was illuminated with the glow of streetlights. It was fine in a crowd, but now, walking alone with Ouyang, Tang Li felt increasingly anxious. Although they were strolling together, there was at least a meter of distance between them. Tang Li walked ahead in silence, not because he didn't want to speak, but rather because he was too nervous to find the right words. This manner of strolling might lead onlookers to believe they were complete strangers. Eventually, Ouyang broke the silence with a gentle smile. "Why are you keeping such a distance? Are you afraid I might eat you?" Tang Li, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, inching closer. Remaining silent was not a solution, so to alleviate the awkwardness, Tang Li mustered the courage to engage Ouyang in casual conversation. "Earlier, we mentioned going to the movies, but I'm not very familiar with the city center and truly can't find the cinema." Just as Tang Li was about to go ask someone, Ouyang pulled him back. "Don't ask? What is so captivating about movies? We just ate so much. Why not just wander around for a bit?" "All right," Tang Li replied, somewhat woodenly. Then, the two fell into silence, walking side by side down the street. Despite the lack of conversation, it seemed they both relished the tranquility, and before they knew it, they had reached the riverside. The embankment along the Yangtze River is unlike that of the Yellow River. The Yellow River is a terrestrial river, with some areas quite wide, yet the flow is narrow, and both banks are muddied. In contrast, the Yangtze is flanked by concrete embankments. Ouyang was the first to hear the sound of the Yangtze River lapping against the shore. And with excitement, she proposed, "Why don't we sit by the river for a while? Since I came to university, I haven't had the chance to enjoy the riverside properly." All of them were freshmen, and the semester had just begun. In truth, Tang Li felt the same way and nodded with a smile. However, he harbored some concerns about the safety of the area at night. It would be troublesome if they encountered any unsavory characters, so he deliberately sought out a more populated spot. Not far away lay a riverside square, bustling with people, while he and Ouyang found a clean set of steps to rest on, less than 200 meters from the square. Along the embankment of the Yangtze, the river was dotted with several boats, and the steps extended from the embankment down to the water, allowing for easy passage. The steep embankment nearby was not suitable for sitting. One could easily slip and fall into the river. The water of the Yangtze crashed against the shore beneath them, and beside Tang Li sat a captivating beauty, evoking an indescribable warmth that left him enraptured. The view by the river was expansive, and the wind was rather brisk. "I feel a bit cold," Ouyang suddenly remarked. Without hesitation, Tang Li removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Yet, after a short while, she expressed, "I'm still cold at this moment." Tang Li was clad only in a shirt. If he removed it, he would be left bare-chested. What could he do? As he pondered this dilemma, he caught a glimpse of Ouyang, who wore a mischievous smile at the corner of her lips. Had it been anyone else, they would have understood the implication and pulled Ouyang into an embrace. But Tang Li hesitated, too timid to act. Observing Tang Li's awkwardness, Ouyang turned her head, blushing, and softly called him silly. Finally mustering his courage, Tang Li gently placed his hand on Ouyang's shoulder, and she instinctively leaned her head against him. Neither spoke. Yet in that fleeting moment, it felt as though their hearts resonated in unison. Time seemed to evaporate as they sat there. Ouyang nestled against him, and Tang Li scarcely noticed its passage. When he finally glanced around, he realized that the once crowded square had emptied significantly. Ouyang, too, noticed this and curiously asked, "Why have people gone home so early? What time is it?" Tang Li shrugged. "I don't have a watch, nor a phone." Ouyang lacked one as well, and as the crowd dwindled, Tang Li felt a twinge of concern. The riverside was shrouded in darkness, and what if they encountered a rogue? He, being rather frail, could hardly protect a stunning beauty like Ouyang. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "Why don't we head into the city, find a shop to check the time, and perhaps catch a ride back to campus?" Tang Li was accustomed to frugality. Had it been up to him, he would have taken the bus rather than a taxi. Ouyang nodded in agreement and stood up, naturally taking Tang Li's hand. Initially, they had walked side by side like strangers, but now, returning hand in hand, anyone would assume they were a couple. After some effort, they reached the bustling area of the city, only to find the streets nearly deserted, with scarcely any vehicles in sight, and not a single bus to be seen on the road. Why do the buses stop operating so early nowadays? Tang Li found it hard to believe, but upon stepping onto the street and glancing upwards, he spotted a colossal clock on a distant building, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness, it's already 10 past 10. The dormitory doors would close promptly at 10:30, particularly for the freshmen, with regulations being exceedingly stringent. What should he do? Tang Li realized that even if he were to hail a taxi back to the school, It would be impossible to arrive before the gates shut, considering it takes over 20 minutes to walk from the entrance to the dormitory. Tang Li felt anxious, while Ouyang remained remarkably composed. I can't believe it. I thought we had only sat for a while, yet it's been over 3 hours. Chapter 54. The Romantic Waltz, Part 2. Engaging in activities devoid of interest often makes time drag on interminably. While two individuals immersed in sweet, romantic sensations frequently perceive time as fleeting. It is no wonder that 3 hours slipped away so effortlessly, leaving them both without a destination. Were they to spend the night on the streets? Tang Li was troubled. Along the banks of the Yangtze River lies a lake, neither too large nor too small, known as Ganting Lake, situated right in the heart of the city. With the school already closed, they had nowhere else to go. So Tang Li took Ouyang's hand and they strolled around Ganting Lake, the night growing increasingly profound. Concerned that Ouyang might catch a cold, he suggested, "Why don't we find a hotel?" Tang Li's words were uttered without intent, yet Ouyang interpreted them with a certain eagerness, chuckling softly as she turned to him and replied, "You are quite the dreamer." It dawned on Tang Li that the phrase "find a hotel" often carries different connotations for young men and women. In truth, Tang Li had no such thoughts, but it was evident that Ouyang perceived it otherwise, leaving him at a loss for words. "How about we watch the sunrise together?" he proposed. The sunrise, of course, could only be witnessed once the sun emerged, and they had a long night ahead to wait. "Sounds good." Ouyang expressed genuine interest in the idea. "Then let us watch the sunrise together." Having never experienced watching a sunrise with a girl before, Tang Li felt a flicker of anticipation. It was only midnight, which meant they had quite a wait ahead. Tang Li mumbled quietly to himself. After circling Ganting Lake, they grew tired and, hand in hand, settled onto a bench by the water's edge. The southern night was not particularly cold. It was past midnight now, and the streets were eerily quiet, devoid of any passers-by. Only the faint yellow glow of street lamps lining the lakeshore illuminated the scene, casting an enchanting ambience across the lake's surface. With no one around, Tang Li felt a decrease in his shyness, and one hand ventured onto Ouyang's shoulder, while she leaned comfortably against him. Both relished this ambiguous yet delightful moment, reluctant to speak for fear of disrupting the rare atmosphere. However, they could not sit in silence until dawn. Conversation was inevitable, and ultimately, it was Tang Li who broke the silence. "Are you cold?" "Not at all. What about you?" Ouyang replied, snug in Tang Li's jacket, clearly unbothered by the chill. "I'm fine too," Tang Li responded, though it was evident he was being disingenuous. He had merely donned a shirt, and although it was the South, the onset of the academic semester had brought with it a touch of evening chilled. Ouyang's cheeks flushed crimson, yet he still extended his arms to embrace Tang Li's waist. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely fear you might catch a chill. If you were so concerned about my comfort, why not lend me your coat?" Tang Li chuckled, tightening his grip around Ouyang's arm. "Life at school must be dreadfully mundane. You ought to come watch us compete more often." In truth, Tang Li yearned for more moments with Ouyang, yet he found himself at a loss for words, resorting to using the excuse of their gaming sessions. "Who says school life is boring? I attend classes, engage in clubs. It is quite engaging indeed." "You participate in clubs? Which one?" Tang Li inquired. "The dance society, naturally. I am the lead dancer in our group," Ouyang declared with pride as he spoke. His enthusiasm grew. "How about I teach you some dance moves?" That indeed sounded intriguing, but Tang Li glanced at the narrow path by the lakeside and mused that there might not be enough space to dance there. "Here?" Ouyang, noticing the same predicament, looked around and pointed to a nearby area. "There is a square over there. Let us head there instead." The square was circular, extending into the lake, where they currently stood by the water's edge. The square was illuminated by pristine white streetlights, distinct from the soft yellow lights found elsewhere. It seemed the design had intentionally set the square apart, creating an enchanting scene as the lights reflected off the water, resembling a small island at the heart of the lake. Ouyang grasped Tang Li's hand and dashed to the center of the square, which was not particularly large, yet it appeared charming beneath the glowing white lights. "What shall we dance to?" Tang Li, admittedly a novice in dance, had never even swayed to the music in a nightclub. "How about the waltz? Do you know it?" Ouyang asked. Tang Li shook his head in response. "No matter, I will teach you." With that, Ouyang took hold of Tang Li's hand with one hand and placed the other around his waist. The waltz was inherently intimate, with the two of them swaying closely together. Of course, if Tang Li did not keep stepping on Ouyang's feet, it would have been even more romantic. The basic steps were not particularly challenging to learn, yet with their bodies so closely intertwined, Ouyang's chest brushed against Tang Li's, stirring sensations that Tang Li, still innocent, had never experienced before. Unbeknownst to him, his body reacted, and he felt a slight arousal, flushing his face a deep shade of red. To avoid embarrassment in front of Ouyang, he dared not move too boldly, cautiously swaying left and right, while internally, he was a whirlwind of emotions. After a considerable time of Ouyang's patient instruction, it became evident that Tang Li still struggled, continuously stepping on Ouyang's toes. Unable to contain himself, Ouyang exclaimed, "You seem quite clever while playing games. Why are you so clumsy at dancing? What occupies your mind?" As they held each other tightly, their bodies moved in synchrony, causing Ouyang's chest to brush against Tang Li's, leaving Tang Li lost in thoughts about the alluring contours before him. Just as Ouyang posed his question, Tang Li, feeling guilty for his wandering thoughts, became flustered and accidentally stepped hard on Ouyang's foot. The impact was significant, and Ouyang winced, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Tang Li hastily supported Ouyang, guiding him to a nearby bench by the roadside where he could rest. As he gently massaged Ouyang's feet, an elderly couple, an old woman and an old man, happened to pass by, returning home late at night. In the stillness of the midnight hour, their voices resonated clearly. The old woman remarked, "Look at the youth of today. How romantic they are, dancing in the square at such an hour." The old man clasped the old woman's hand and replied, "What is so surprising? We too once lived through our youth." With that, their hands intertwined more tightly. Their conversation fell upon the ears of Tang Li and Ouyang Jingxian, prompting a chuckle from Tang Li, while Ouyang's eyes glazed over, a blush creeping across his face. They missed the sunrise the following day, for when they finally awoke on the bench, it was already past 7 in the morning, and the streets were bustling with the morning rush. Seated together, Ouyang lay sideways against Tang Li's thigh, while Tang Li cradled Ouyang, his head resting against Ouyang's back. They had failed to witness the dawn. Tang Li murmured, "I suggested we find a room. Yet you hesitated. Dio, take care not to catch a cold." Ouyang felt a surge of warmth at Tang Li's concern and tugged at his hand, saying, "Let us head back to school. I haven't returned to the dormitory all night. I can only imagine how anxious Shualan must be." Chapter 55. A new round of competition. In recent days, the electronic sports competition within the school continued to thrive with fervor. Due to the initial influx of participants, the schedule allowed for considerable intervals between matches. However, as the preliminary rounds eliminated contestants, the remaining competitors dwindled, tightening the competition for everyone involved. Tang Li emerged as the most surprising contender of this tournament. His gaming ID had become well known among the school's Warcraft enthusiasts. His match videos circulated fervently on the school forum, and he had indeed eliminated several formidable opponents in the qualifying rounds. Regrettably, apart from a few members of the Hero Club, no one knew the true identity behind the alias only. Besides Tang Li, the other surviving members of the Hero Club were Fire and Han Tai. Yo-Yo played Warcraft out of mere interest and did not sign up for the competition this time. Sun Chong, the weakest of the trio, was expected to struggle to last long in the matches, while Zhu Yipeng had been eliminated early by a player known as Muali.Yo-Yo, with her sharp tongue, often teased the two for their early exits from the tournament. However, both Sun Chong and Zhu Yipeng possessed thick skins and felt no shame. After all, even the wisest of sages acknowledge that no one is without fault. How could two ordinary novices expect to avoid defeat? They consoled themselves with the understanding that their time spent playing Warcraft was simply too short. Mastery in Warcraft cannot be achieved overnight. Otherwise, it would not have become a popular esport. Although they were eliminated early on, Sun Chong and Zhu Yipeng gleaned valuable insights from the competition. The growth of these two individuals is commendable. Should the intra-school esports tournament commence anew, their current prowess would undoubtedly propel them further than before. Progress in any form is commendable. In the grand scheme of things, why must one fixate on fleeting victories and defeats? As the competition reaches its climax, the emergence of skilled players becomes increasingly probable. Tang Li must also learn to gauge his opponent's strengths and weaknesses beforehand. In this new round, Tang Li's adversary bears the ID HJJ, prompting him to familiarize himself with this rival. Understanding this individual is not particularly challenging, as he is not a novice like Tang Li. Unlike Tang Li, who is relatively unknown, HJJ is a prominent figure within the school, even more renowned than the ID Shuecho. His fame extends so far that even many girls, who typically have no interest in Warcraft, have heard of him. He is undeniably impressive. His notoriety stems not from superior gameplay compared to Shuecho, but rather from the fact that he and his group often dominate the school's gaming platform, frequently intimidating fellow students and running black market games on Haofeng. Furthermore, this group shares a dormitory, with 4 IDs that are equally ostentatious and provocative. Point 1 is HMimi, another HBB, a third HXXO, and the final one is Tang Li's current opponent, HJJ. The meaning of the letter is all too apparent. One can easily imagine the audacity of this group. The player behind the IDHJJ is named Han Junjia, who finds himself in quite a predicament. He is genuinely innocent, having chosen this ID due to the hassle of creating a more elaborate one, opting instead for the initials of his name, HJJ. Little did he expect that his dorm mates would follow suit, transforming their IDs into similarly attention-grabbing monikers, believing that such IDs would instill fear in their opponents. Indeed, these 4 IDs have proven to be quite intimidating, not only scaring off skilled Warcraft players, but also captivating the attention of attractive young women. Now in his 3rd year of college, Han Junjia is not unattractive. With a bit of grooming, he could be quite dashing. However, due to his ID, he has yet to date a single girlfriend. One cannot help but wonder how frustrated Han Junjia must feel. He and his dorm mates frequently engage in battles on the school's Warcraft platform in Haofeng. And while their skills are commendable, they are at a disadvantage in direct confrontations with more skilled players. Nevertheless, the school does not boast many exceptional players, and after 3 years of university, Han Junjia would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 Warcraft players within the institution. Since he often struggles in head-on encounters with formidable opponents, he has resorted to developing a few cunning tactics. Coincidentally, Han Junjia, like Tang Li, is also part of the human race, and he believes his most formidable strategy involves the stealthy cannon. This unit, belonging to the human faction, possesses extraordinarily high attack power, while the stealthy cannon's effectiveness relies on another unit, the which die in contemporary times. The human race predominantly favors the Archmage as an initial choice. For the early game utility of the water elemental presents an admirable cost-effectiveness. Moreover, in the later stages, the Archmage's brilliant aura significantly enhances the mana regeneration rate of magical units, thus establishing a prevailing strategy among human players to prioritize the Archmage. This ensures a robust supply of mana for both male and female spellcasters in the late game, allowing for the mass production of sorcerers following the construction of a second tier. The master-level sorceress possesses a unique ability that grants invisibility to a chosen unit. A cadre of sorceresses can cloak a battalion of mortars, enabling them to stealthily infiltrate the enemy's base. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent's main forces are absent, these mortars can swiftly dismantle crucial structures, often reducing even a level 3 main base to ruins with just a few barrages. By the time the adversary returns from afar to defend, the mortars have already made their escape. This occasional subterfuge has proven to be consistently effective, prompting Han Junjia to diligently practice this tactic, mastering both the timing and resource allocation involved. Unfortunately, Tang Li had uncovered several of Han Junjia's match recordings on the forum early on and meticulously analyzed them. Consequently, Han Junjia's strategy of employing invisible mortars now appeared as transparent as an unclad maiden before Tang Li. In recent days, despite facing several opponents utilizing the human race and achieving victory in each encounter, Tang Li lamented that the outcomes were determined in the mid-game, never allowing the matches to extend into the late stages. The true threat posed by the human race lies in their mixed-unit combat in the late game, and Tang Li surmised that it was time to delve into mastering strategies for this phase. Among the 4 races in Warcraft, Tang Li possessed limited knowledge about the late-game tactics of any race, as his exceptional skills often forced opponents into a desperate struggle in the early game, rarely allowing for a true late-game confrontation. Should he encounter a skilled adversary, the lack of significant disparity in early-game execution could lead to his downfall in the late game, a reality he was well aware of. Thus, recognizing the formidable power of the human mixed-unit strategy in the late game, he resolved to first study the Night Elves' approach against humans. Chapter 56. The power of calculation. The Night Elves boast remarkable mobility, allowing for a plethora of tactical options, particularly in the late game, where Night Elf players often exhibit a grace unattainable by other races. However, Tang Li was acutely aware of his limited knowledge regarding these late-game strategies and decided to adopt a methodical approach, mastering one tactic at a time. His initial focus was on the renowned strategy of the Illustrious Moon, known as the Chaos Mine strategy. The essence of the Chaos Mine strategy lies in the Night Elves rapidly establishing expansions early in the game. Since the Night Elves' wisps do not need to return resources to the main base, they can be dispersed across the map, serving both as scouts and facilitators for establishing expansions. Wisps continuously construct trees of life near various mine sites to exploit resources, ultimately resulting in a considerable economic advantage, essentially overwhelming the enemy with financial might. In the latter stages of any war, the struggle invariably revolves around economic supremacy, and this assertion holds true without exception. Thus, once chaotic mining takes root, any race will be subjected to immense pressure. For even the most adept player, devoid of economic resources, will inevitably be submerged by the relentless tide of Night Elven forces. While this concept may seem straightforward, its execution proves to be a formidable challenge. To effectively employ a strategy of chaotic mining, the fundamental prerequisite is adeptness in gameplay. Night Elves must strive to secure time for their chaotic mining efforts, necessitating constant pressure and harassment of their opponents. Otherwise, before the mining can truly disrupt the enemy's economy, it may be suffocated in its very infancy. Ideally, one should leverage exceptional skills in the early game to constrain the opponent, inflicting unrelenting harassment that leaves them overwhelmed and unable to respond to the Night Elves' burgeoning mining operations. When the economic advantages of chaotic mining finally manifest, any race can be crushed beneath the weight of an overwhelming force. Therefore, the ability to restrain the opponent in the early stages, allowing one's own chaotic mining to flourish, becomes a pivotal aspect of this strategy. This concept bears resemblance to the Zerg expansion in StarCraft, as both share numerous similarities. Although Blizzard Entertainment, the creators of Warcraft, originally intended to craft a game distinct from StarCraft, aiming to allow players to excel without requiring exceptionally high APM, actions per minute, a feat not easily achievable by the average individual during large-scale battles. Warcraft instead emphasizes a deep understanding of tactics and a keen sense of the overarching game dynamics. In terms of pacing, it is considerably slower than StarCraft. Yet, who would ever lament their own proficiency in execution? Tangli has always excelled in operational prowess and has contemplated the need to exert pressure on his opponents through harassment. However, during practice sessions at the Hero Club, he often found himself perplexed as to why his harassment yielded limited results, while his initial expansion was consistently dismantled prematurely. Since his foray into Warcraft, Tangli had never doubted his skill, yet he now found himself questioning why those adept players in videos could restrain their opponents, diverting their attention from the Night Elven expansions, while he could not. Perhaps it was time to refine his skills further. After being bested by fire, Tangli muttered to himself, "Your execution is already formidable. If I may say, your inability to capitalize on the advantages of chaotic mining does not stem from a lack of skill." At that moment, Bossing appeared behind Tangli. "What is the reason for this?" Tangli inquired hastily. With a smile, Bossing replied, "Chaotic mining requires both operational awareness and a comprehensive understanding of the game. And the Night Elves possess remarkable mobility. These elements must be harnessed to their fullest potential." Tangli, unabashedly, retorted, "Is my strategic awareness not sufficiently strong? There is still much to be desired." Bossing showed no mercy to Tangli, saying, "Let me ask you, if your opponent is the human race, starting with an Archmage, producing 13 peasants alongside the initial 5, totaling 18, with the first peasant constructing an altar, the second a barracks, and the third and fourth building houses, ceasing military production after 3 footmen to save gold for upgrading the base, then if your opponent develops in this manner, at what precise minute and second after the game begins will they upgrade their base?" Bossing spoke swiftly, leaving Tangli bewildered, as if he were listening to a tongue twister. "Now let me ask you," Bossing continued, "assuming we are on the map Lost Temple, and the human player follows the conventional strategy, dispatching the Archmage along with 2 footmen to simultaneously lure 4 militia to eliminate the creeps at his expansion. Approximately when in the game will you arrive to catch him in the act of micromanaging?" Tangli was utterly speechless. Furthermore, Boss-Een was far from finished. How long does it take for a level 3 hero to respawn? Assuming you have slain your opponent's hero at their expansion on Lost Temple, how quickly can their hero return to the battlefield? Additionally, without boots of speed, how long does it take for a hero to traverse diagonally across the Lost Temple map? How much time is required to reach the Fountain of Life? And if it's further away, how long to arrive at the opponent's base? After a prolonged silence, Tangli finally interjected, "But what is the use of knowing all this?" "Of course it is useful," Bossing replied, "Aren't you lamenting the lack of impact in your harassment? Do you not understand that for skilled players, upon scouting the opponent's opening strategy, they should have a mental map of when and where the opponent is likely to act in the next phase? This is why those experts excel at catching others off guard at expansions and ambushing during micromanagement. Often, when they slaughter peasants, the opponent's main force is absent. This is not solely due to scouting. A significant part of it is the result of calculation. If you, like yourself, fail to calculate anything, by the time you reach a certain leveling point, your opponent has already completed their levels and taken the loot. How can you harass then? You waste time running back and forth, performing actions but with exceedingly low efficiency. Tangli slapped his thigh, realizing the truth of this statement. No wonder his harassment never seemed to strike at the opponent's weak spot. As for expansion, when to expand? Regarding unit transitions, when should one switch unit types to counter the opponent's forces? All of these require scouting and calculation. Only by mastering the broader strategic understanding can one grasp the essence of chaotic expansions. It dawned on Tangli just how profound the late-game mechanics of Warcraft truly were, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. Do you remember when you first started playing as orcs against me? The sword saint of yours has come invisibly to harass me. Even though I am capable of revealing you with the dust of appearance, it is largely due to the prowess of my calculations. The timing of your sword saint's potential arrival by my side has long been within my computations, yet you have remained utterly oblivious to it. Thus, my ability to expose your concealed sword saint is not the manifestation of an extraordinary sixth sense. With a sinister smile, Boss Ian patted Tang Li's shoulder, saying, "Novice, you still have much to learn." Chapter 57. Are you not the whole map? When it comes to the game Warcraft, it would be inaccurate to assert that Tang Li's greatest advantage lies solely in his operational skills. A more precise assertion would be that his greatest asset is his intuition. He possesses an innate ability to grasp concepts with minimal guidance, swiftly translating them into practical application during combat. Even Tang Li himself is unaware of the reason behind this phenomenon. It is as if these ideas have always existed in his mind, yet he could not recall them until prompted by others. During competitions, these insights would suddenly materialize in his thoughts, a most peculiar sensation. It resembles his encirclement maneuvers, akin to the diverse array of computational abilities he exhibits in Warcraft. Had Tang Li previously memorized these data points, it would be a different matter, yet prior to this he had never even heard of them. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that he was able to utilize this newfound knowledge effectively in practice, leaving even him astonished. After a brief exercise in timing, the next round of competitions arrived as scheduled, featuring Tang Li's Night Elves against HJJ's human race. The match took place on the map Turtle Rock, commonly referred to as TR, much like Lost Temple is abbreviated as LT due to the abundance of neutral creatures resembling turtles on this map. Chinese players colloquially dubbed it Turtle Island. While Tang Li had not played on this map excessively, he had made it a point to familiarize himself with relevant data, given that it is a recognized competitive map. Overall, the Night Elves hold certain advantages on this terrain, particularly in executing harassment strategies. The distribution of monsters on this map is distinctly pronounced, establishing a relatively fixed order for each race's macroeconomic flow, MF, thereby facilitating better timing for ambushing opponents' MF in the early game. Moreover, the advantageous factors for the Night Elves on this map are numerous. For instance, the terrain is particularly conducive to their ranged units. Many pathways are narrow, allowing the archers to inflict considerable damage before the opposing forces can fully engage. At present, Tang Li has summoned the Night Elf archers with a clear objective in mind. He intends to employ a strategy of economic disruption. This marks the first occasion he has utilized such tactics outside of practice matches, and he feels a flutter of excitement. He initially sends his demon hunter and several archers to eliminate the 3 large turtles at the entrance. Among these turtles, one is of level 4, while the other 2 are level 1, which is why Warcraft players refer to this location as 411. Had he adhered to his previous notions, he would undoubtedly have dispatched the demon hunter to the front lines at the earliest opportunity to harass the opposing archmage with relentless vigor. However, ever since Boss Ian imparted his insights regarding calculations, such thoughts have dissipated. According to the calculations of distance, if the opponent's speed remained consistent, by the time his demon hunter arrived at the critical coordinate of 411, the enemy's archmage would have already dispatched the 3 turtles. If the demon hunter were to advance at that juncture, it would merely squander precious time in retreat, yielding no experience and exerting no impact on the opposing player's mana flow. Thus, Tang Li opted for a more prudent approach to leveling and harassment. Since direct harassment was futile, why not focus on his own leveling? Meanwhile, not far from the expansion mine, Tang Li also constructed a Tree of Life. This Tree of Life serves as the base for the Night Elves, akin to a town hall, being the production site for the Little Night Elves. Distinct from other races, many of the Night Elves' arboreal structures possess the ability to uproot and move. Tang Li's plan was to have the Tree of Life completed shortly, allowing the demon hunter to distract the enemy forces while he himself maneuvered the newly constructed Tree of Life to the expansion mine, coordinating with the output of the archers to successfully secure the expansion. Both sides progressed at a similar pace, simultaneously clearing the second group at 411, with their respective heroes reaching level 2 almost concurrently. It was at this moment that Tang Li prepared to initiate his harassment, and it was also from this point that Han Junjie began to feel the weight of frustration. As the first night descended upon the map, the shoes and the dust of invisibility available in the store became highly coveted items. The significance of these 2 items is paramount. Should the human race acquire the dust of invisibility first, the Night Elf archers would be unable to utilize stealth to evade pursuit. The importance of the shoes is self-evident. With heroes of equal level, a demon hunter equipped with shoes can easily hunt down the archmage, while an archmage with shoes can leverage his speed to evade and counter, skillfully toying with the demon hunter. Han Junjie, well aware of these dynamics, rushed to the shop. Yet, just as he hurriedly prepared to embark on a significant shopping spree, Tang Li's forces seemed to anticipate his every move, suddenly emerging from the shadows to sever all escape routes for the Archmage, encircling him amid the archers and the neutral creeps of the shop. How did he discern my intentions? Han Junjie gasped in astonishment. Yet, despite his shock, being cornered left him with no recourse but to utilize a town portal to flee. Meanwhile, Tang Li reveled in quiet triumph, having successfully driven Han Junjie away while simultaneously acquiring the coveted shoes, a promising sign indeed. Although Han Junjie felt disheartened, the match must continue. As the Archmage returned home, he quickly realized that the footman's shield skill had been upgraded. Just as the Archmage returned to the town, realizing that his excursion to the shop had yielded no bargains, he naturally sought to recuperate his losses elsewhere. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the Archmage and the infantry, leading the militia directly to the main mine adjacent to his residence. The decision to upgrade the infantry's shields stemmed from the fact that the local monsters predominantly employed piercing attacks. Enhancing the infantry's shields would significantly bolster their defenses against such damage, thus rendering the task of clearing this area a mere formality. Although he had failed to acquire the boots, should he succeed in leveling up here, the Archmage would undoubtedly attain level 3, at that juncture. Even if the level 2 Demon Hunter possessed boots, it would prove exceedingly difficult to vanquish a level 3 Archmage. However, what perplexed Han Junjie was that the enemy seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his actions, as if they had eyes in this very location. He had just roused the slumbering monsters when the Night Elf forces materialized within his line of sight. This turn of events left Han Junjie in disarray. Not only had Tang Li pilfered the monsters' treasures, but with the dual assault from Tang Li and the neutral creatures, all of his units were left bloodied and battered, forcing Han Junjie to retreat in disgrace. Regrettably, the Archmage lacked boots, and the Demon Hunter, capitalizing on her speed advantage, pursued relentlessly. Before Han Junjie could escape too far, the Archmage's soul was sent soaring to the heavens by the Demon Hunter. At that moment, Tang Li was elated beyond measure. The victory on the front lines, while significant, was insufficient to elicit such exuberance from Zhang Qi, who had faced numerous skirmishes far more thrilling than this. His excitement stemmed from the fact that, under his successful harassment, he had seized control of the match's tempo, and his expansion base was finally operating smoothly without any pressure. The repeated ambushes had left Han Junjie feeling utterly exasperated, pondering why his forces seemed incapable of evading the enemy's watchful gaze. Nevertheless, Han Junjie was not overly concerned about an immediate loss. His human faction held a strategic advantage in the late game with a mixed army. He resolved to play cautiously, thinking that as long as he maintained a steady economy, the late-game mixed forces would wield considerable power. As he observed the completion of his expansion base, he finally exhaled in relief, directing his troops to continue leveling up, determined to elevate the Archmage to level 3. However, to his astonishment, just as he departed, Tang Li's harassment forces had already descended upon his expansion base to wreak havoc among his workers. Just as he was about to return for rescue, Tang Li seemed to possess foreknowledge, retracting his troops just a few steps before Han Junjie could reach home. This occurred repeatedly, preventing the Archmage from leveling up properly, while the enemy appeared to anticipate his every move, launching harassment precisely when his forces attempted to engage in monster farming. Han Junjie found himself stifled by this predicament. Moreover, the Night Elf harassment comprised solely archers. With no sight of the enemy hero it was evident that the opposing hero was likely leveling up on a separate front. If this trend continued, the hero's level would only escalate, leaving Han Junjie in a precarious situation. How could he possibly contend with such a threat? In a fit of rage, Han Junjie hastily erected numerous defensive towers within his abode, only then feeling reassured enough to venture out and continue leveling up. By this time, the second hero had already emerged for some time, yet the Archmage remained stuck at level 2. The pressing concern was to ensure that his hero's level did not fall too far behind that of his opponent. In the realm of Warcraft, a hero embodies the very soul of an army. Otherwise, in the later stages, a mere mixed force would prove ineffectual. At this moment, Tang Li's second hero, the Pandaren Brewmaster, made his entrance. Seizing the opportunity while Han Junjie's hero was occupied leveling up, 2 heroes and half a squad of archers stormed into Han Junjie's expansion base. MD. Han Junjie muttered an expletive, feeling increasingly exasperated by Tang Li's relentless onslaught. In the face of such a formidable force, the defensive capabilities of the towers were evidently insufficient. Reluctantly, Han Junjie managed to elevate the Archmage to level 3 and promptly commanded all his troops to rush back to defend the expansion. Typically adept in his maneuvers, Han Junjie found himself overwhelmed by frustration during this match, persistently feeling as though all his actions were under his opponent's scrutiny. This irritation led to a minor lapse in positioning. Under ordinary circumstances, such a slip would bear little significance. However, today was different, for his adversary was Tang Li, renowned for his penchant for encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Li's fingers danced with remarkable speed, and soon the human archmage was ensnared amidst a circle of archers. As arrows rained down in a synchronized volley, the archmage met his demise, eyes wide in disbelief. Yet, Han Junjie, seasoned and resolute, refused to succumb to despair. While lesser players might have resigned themselves to defeat at this juncture, Han Junjie swiftly concealed all his troops beneath the protective aegis of the towers. Although bereft of a hero, as long as he could safeguard the towers from destruction, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround once the archmage resurrected. Indeed, bolstered by the swift repair efforts of the human peasants, breaching the defenses to obliterate all towers proved a formidable task, with potential losses that could rival those of the attacking force. Tang Li, undeterred, was in no rush to assault. His main army engaged in a tug-of-war at the entrance of Han Junjie's expansion base. During the match, Zhu Yiping observed from behind Tang Li, utterly astonished by the caliber of Tang Li's awareness and skill. Remarkably, Tang Li had managed to keep his opponent confined to their base through mere reconnaissance and harassment, preventing them from stepping outside even a single stride. Meanwhile, the Night Elves had successfully established 2 expansion bases while simultaneously harassing and constraining their adversary. Throughout the match, Tang Li's adept multitasking had become commonplace. Although his population had yet to surpass 50, given the current economic trajectory, he could effortlessly amass a full population of 100 whenever he deemed it necessary. As far as Zhu Yipeng was concerned, the outcome of this match was already a foregone conclusion. However, Tang Li continued to relish the game, accumulating resources without rushing to produce an army, and remained enthusiastically engaged in occupying additional mines. Suddenly, Tang Li directed his demon hunter towards the corner between his opponent's main base and expansion, setting the stage for his next move. What purpose does one have in going there, especially when there is no one present? Zhu Yipeng found himself bewildered. However, shortly after uttering this question, Zhu Yipeng fell completely silent, for at that very moment, as the demon hunter turned the corner, a resurrected mage of the human race fortuitously approached from the opposite direction. It was then that Zhu Yipeng grasped the true intention behind Tang Li's command for the demon hunter to intercept the recently revived mage en route to the battlefield. The instant the mage arrived, both he and the water elementals he summoned would unleash considerable offensive power, which explained why Tang Li had sought to obstruct him midway. What astonished Zhu Yipeng was the remarkable precision of Tang Li's calculations. The demon hunter had just rounded the corner when the mage appeared in tandem, a perfect synchronicity. With the demon hunter's elevated level and an abundance of treasures, not to mention the advantage of his footwear, he relentlessly pursued the mage. Before the latter could reach the battlefield, his soul ascended once more, as expected. How could he possibly know the precise location of my mage? Coupled with the fact that whether he was engaging in MF or selling items at the shop, he had been ensnared by the opponent's ambush at every turn. Han Junjie could no longer contain his frustration and typed, "Damn it, are you using full map vision?" Chapter 58. Another promotion. Han Junjie uttered a frustrated exclamation, though he restrained himself from unleashing a torrent of curses, mindful of the competitive context. Such scenarios were not uncommon on the Haofeng platform. Some players indeed employed full map vision, while others, through superior reconnaissance skills, heightened awareness, and adept calculations, would be mistakenly perceived as having such an advantage. Being thought of as using full map vision, while somewhat amusing to Tang Li as it indicated his reconnaissance and calculations were well executed, still left him with the necessity to respond, lest he inadvertently acquiesce to the accusation. Thus, Tang Li retorted, "Why don't you mention that everyone you cannot defeat is using full map vision? If it weren't for that, how could you possibly intercept my hero?" Han Junjie felt that the implication of full map vision was glaringly obvious. "Is your hero immune to being ambushed?" Tang Li countered, "Perhaps next time you compete, you should inform me in advance that your hero is untouchable if it is slain. Then it must mean I am using full map vision, and I promise not to slay your hero." Han Junjie was on the verge of exasperation. The rationale for full map vision was infuriatingly sound. "Then tell me, if you are not using full map vision, how do you know where my hero is? How do you know when I am shopping? How do you know my location when I am MFing to catch me?" Han Junjie grew increasingly agitated. "Once could be excused, but you continue to do this. What else could it be if not full map vision?" Finally seizing an opportunity to gloat, Tang Li took on an air of superiority and typed, "Let me enlighten you. Being caught is not solely a result of your opponent employing full map vision. It can also stem from their reconnaissance and calculations." Han Junjie, unconvinced, Shot back. What calculations? Do you think this is some mathematical exercise? Lacking a coach like In Chongqing, Han Junjie struggled to comprehend such concepts of awareness at this moment. In his perception, consciousness merely constituted a rudimentary level of intermittently surveilling what the opponent was engaged in. Do you have any inkling regarding the duration required for the resurrection of your level 3 archmage at the altar? Upon inquiry from Tang Li, Han Junjie found himself at a loss, as he had never paid heed to such data within the game. You are unaware, aren't you? Yet I am informed. Furthermore, given the urgency of the conflict, your archmage will undoubtedly hasten to the battlefield immediately upon emerging from the altar. Hence, through deduction, I can ascertain the path your archmage will traverse before ambushing you. What is the matter? Is that unfeasible? Han Junjie was rendered speechless. Although he remained skeptical in his heart, he possessed no tangible evidence to counter Tang Li's assertions. He merely felt that if this adversary truly wielded such prowess, it would indeed be profoundly astonishing. Not only was he astounded, but the referee of this match shared his astonishment as well. After all, this was an amateur contest held within a school, and currently, it was still the preliminary round. The majority of preliminary matches typically exhibited a lower caliber of play, as a plethora of participants had registered, with many contenders hardly able to best a single frenzied computer. Yet, amidst such a competition, the emergence of a player so adept at calculations could not help but astonish the officials. The school's electronic sports tournament was organized by the Electronic Sports Association within the institution. Thus, the referees were generally members of this association. The association was not particularly large, and with the undertaking of such a grand event, especially for its leaders, everyone was undeniably swamped with responsibilities. The primary reason for their busyness was the necessity of referees for each match. With a high number of initial registrations, individual players could afford to wait for a while before their next match. But referees could not. The Electronic Sports Association consisted of only a handful of individuals, thus most of their leisure time was devoted to officiating matches. The referee for the match between Tang Li and Han Junjie was the vice president of the Electronic Sports Association, and it was from this match onward that he began to pay particular attention to the player known as Only. Despite currently being at a disadvantage, Han Junjie understood that the game of Warcraft was unpredictable. Until the final moments, no one could foresee what twists might occur, and thus he persisted. He could not fathom that such an exceptional player could arise within a humble school, as if all his strategies were already anticipated by his opponent. I shall see if you can predict my late game. It is no wonder that Han Junjie remained resolute, for the mixed forces of the human race indeed held an advantage in the late game. He too was calculating, and though many statistics eluded him, certain simple observations did not escape his notice. The Night Elves began by deploying archers, yet as the game progressed, the effectiveness of archers would diminish, likely transitioning to the use of hippogriffs. The hippogriff, resembling both a bird and a stag, could only engage aerial foes, but upon researching the technology to incorporate archers, the archers could mount the hippogriffs, merging the two into hippogriff riders, thus enabling attacks on both ground and air units in this scenario. As long as the expansion mines are preserved and economic stability is assured, one can elevate technology. When the time comes to deploy mixed troops, the Dragonhawk can restrain the griffin beast, while the small cannon can bombard the deer from a distance. The witch slows down the bear, the griffin attacks the bear, and the sorcerer provides healing for his units, creating a plausible opportunity for a turnaround. Should the opponent refrain from deploying griffin beasts, it remains inconsequential. Our side can still rely on spell-breaking knights, sorcerers of both genders, and the small cannon. Although our hero levels may be relatively low, at least we can hold our ground on the battlefield. Whenever an opportunity arises, we can utilize the invisible small cannon to infiltrate the Night Elf base and dismantle it. Han Junjie envisioned an infinitely favorable outcome, unable to suppress a chuckle, thinking to himself, "You may control the entire map, but I shall bring your downfall upon you, and we shall see how you maintain your arrogance then." Indeed, the battle unfolded as Han Junjie had anticipated. Although Tang Li consistently pressured him, he never managed to breach Han Junjie's base in the late game. The human forces with 2 expansions, once fully developed, exhibited considerable explosive potential. After accumulating a substantial force of sorcerers and small cannons, they dared to confront the battlefield. While Tang Li's troops predominantly comprised deer and bears, a single wave of attack effortlessly shattered Tang Li's blockade. Although they could not eliminate his hero, many of his other units fell. How can it be this easy? Even Han Junjie was taken aback. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased to have repelled Tang Li's defenses. It appeared that the need for the invisible small cannon had diminished, and he promptly directed all his forces toward Tang Li's base. Meanwhile, Zhu Yipeng, positioned behind Tang Li, erupted into laughter. Tang Li's penchant for humiliation was astonishing. He had already secured 5 or 6 expansions, all functioning normally, and amassed an enormous reserve of gold and wood. Yet, his population had stubbornly remained below 50 as Han Junjie charged toward Tang Li's base. He was astonished to discover that his opponent had established expansions near his own territory. Shocked, he hastily commanded his units to dismantle the expansion. Tang Li's expansions were unprotected, devoid of any defensive structures, making them relatively easy to destroy. However, just as Han Junjie had demolished one mine, Tang Li swiftly set up another. For every mine Han Junjie had destroyed, Tang Li would replace it, maintaining a steady count of 5 mines, 4 of which were operational. After dismantling 2 mines, Han Junjie finally comprehended that his opponent was engaging in a chaotic expansion strategy. With such a vast map, it was impossible to dismantle them all. And at this juncture, Tang Li began to amass troops in earnest. With 4 operational mines, Tang Li was poised to unleash a significant number of units in one fell swoop. Han Junjie recognized this and deliberated before deciding to employ the invisible small cannon to first target the level 3 main base. If the opponent lost their technological edge, perhaps he could seize a slender opportunity. However, Tang Li had long studied Han Junjie's invisible small cannon strategy and was well prepared to counter it. His third hero was deliberately chosen to be the Moon Priestess. This choice was strategic, as the Moon Priestess possessed a skill to summon an invincible owl. Although this invincible owl could not attack, it could detect all nearby invisible units. The third-tier Moon Priestess employs this skill with a mere 20-second cooldown, while the summoned owl boasts an impressive 90-second duration. Under the watchful gaze of the owl, all invisible units are rendered utterly conspicuous, making it an unparalleled tool for reconnaissance. Concurrently, Tang Li has upgraded the technology of Natural Blessing. Upon completion, the armor of the Night Elf structures rises from 2 to 7 points. Should one inadvertently overlook an invisible cannon, these additional points of armor can significantly delay the damage inflicted by the artillery. Indeed, thanks to the owl's reconnaissance capabilities, as soon as the human's invisible cannon approaches Tang Li's main base, it falls into an ambush. Although the time elapsed since Han Junjie breached the lockdown at his doorstep is minimal, the forces that Tang Li now deploys are on an entirely different level. The advantages of economic superiority are glaringly evident, and among the formidable troops, 2 fearsome chimeras soar high above. The chimeras, beyond their offensive prowess, possess an intimidating presence far greater than one might anticipate. Furthermore, their splash damage ensures that, with just a few strikes, all the small cannons are annihilated without a single one escaping. At this juncture, Han Junjie realizes that further resistance is futile. Under the dual threat of the chimeras and the overwhelming numbers of deer and claw druids, his mage forces find no room for survival. Most critically, the economic disparity between the Night Elves and himself has become insurmountable. Even if Tang Li were to refrain from aggressive maneuvers, the inevitable collapse of the human forces would still be assured, especially given that the human main base is on the verge of being completely depleted. With no hope of a counterattack, Tang Li adopts a strategy of direct assault, embodying a relentless attitude of overwhelming his opponent with financial might. Han Junjie, a man of pride, would never permit Tang Li the opportunity to crush him with sheer wealth. Before Tang Li could strike, he hastily typed out GG and exited the match, allowing Tang Li to level up once more. Chapter 59. We Are All Heroes. Zhu Yipeng had been observing the entire match from behind Tang Li, utterly astounded by the spectacle. What are you daydreaming about? Tang Li turned around just in time to see Zhu Yipeng staring blankly at the monitor. I need to learn your technique. What technique? Are you referring to the mining? Tang Li assumed Zhu Yipeng was talking about the strategy of resource gathering. However, Zhu Yipeng meant something entirely different. He was astounded by Tang Li's remarkable calculation abilities displayed throughout the match. Having followed closely behind Tang Li, he was acutely aware that he was not privy to the entire map. How do you know what your opponent is doing at any given moment? I want to train to that level. Zhu Yipeng has always played as the human race, embodying the archetype of a defensive player, often retreating into his base early on, relying on arrow towers for defense, and ultimately hoarding tanks to eliminate his adversaries. This strategy requires time in the early stages, necessitating the creation of opportunities for his forces to occasionally engage in sneaky tactics. It was precisely upon witnessing Tang Li's harassment that he suddenly conceived the idea. If he, while employing a defensive strategy with humans, simultaneously harassed his opponent with his troops, wouldn't that further hinder his opponent's development? Generally speaking, harassment requires a certain level of dexterity. Zhu Yipeng's skills are markedly inferior to Tang Li's, resulting in his frequent failure to evade the opponent's advances and subsequently having his defenses breached. However, should one possess the ability to accurately gauge the opponent's actions and deliver a decisive strike at critical moments, even with modest operational skills, one can achieve commendable results. Nevertheless, accomplishing this is no simple feat. Tang Li's prowess stems from his extraordinary talent. In truth, he has not memorized all the game data but has merely skimmed through it. Even he is unaware of why, after receiving guidance from Boss Ian, he suddenly experiences a profound clarity during competitions, as if the knowledge had been concealed within his mind all along, only to elude him until the moment it was needed in the match. When that moment arises, he can suddenly wield this knowledge with ease. Conversely, Zhu Yiping faces considerable challenges in his training. The first step for him is to diligently memorize the construction times of all buildings in Warcraft. The game is relatively balanced, with each race possessing unique strengths and weaknesses, and each also undergoing periods of vulnerability. For instance, during exchanges between two races, before a specific unit is introduced, one can exert perfect dominance over the adversary. However, once that unit emerges, the tide of battle can shift dramatically. If one aspires to excel in strategic calculations and impose a temporal advantage, it is imperative to accurately predict the timing of the opponent's key unit's arrival. For example, how long does it take the orcs to construct a beast pin and train a grunt? During this interval, what actions can one undertake to suppress the opponent? Possessing such a strategic vision allows one to seize the initiative, even when one's operational skills are inferior to those of the opponent, thus controlling the rhythm of the match. Rhythm is essential in all endeavors. It governs music, reading, and even football. When opportunities are scarce, one must disrupt the opponent's rhythm, compelling them to follow one's lead. By controlling the rhythm, one secures half the victory. This principle extends beyond football. Even in fighting games like King of Fighters, rhythm is paramount. Rhythm is a term both profound and deceptively simple. While everyone understands its meaning, grasping its essence in the heat of competition is no easy task. Initially, Zhu Yiping did not see the value in memorizing tedious data, believing instead that skillful execution was of greater importance. Consequently, he devoted considerable time to honing his operational abilities. However, in a game like Warcraft, significant improvement cannot be achieved in just a day or two. Otherwise, it would not have attained its status as a global competitive sport. Such leaps in progress require long-term, diligent practice. Of course, Tang Li is an exception to this rule. Zhu Yiping had aimed to perfect his skills to stand out. Yet after witnessing Tang Li's performance today, he was genuinely astonished. In Warcraft, the true crux lies in one's understanding of the overall strategic landscape, as mere hand speed does not encapsulate the entirety of the challenge. Your hand speed is not particularly high, and significant improvement in a short time seems unlikely. It may be more beneficial to develop in this direction and strive to become a player of stream of consciousness style. Bossing has also spoken. Zhu Yiping has found his own path for future development, feeling quite pleased. At this moment, Sun Chong, with a furrowed brow, lamented. You all have suitable training methods, but what about me? My skill level is the weakest. My execution is lacking, and my awareness is insufficient. Despite diligent practice for so long, I have seen little improvement. That is simply because you are unaware of your progress. Bossing reassured him. You regularly train here with them, and since their levels are all higher than yours, you perceive no growth. However, compared to when you first began playing Warcraft, you have indeed made considerable strides. Really? Sun Chong questioned, doubt creeping into his mind, and of course it is true. If you don't believe me, refrain from playing with Tang Li and the others for now. Go to another internet CAF and challenge some amateur Warcraft players. You will certainly notice your improvement. I will definitely give that a try when I have time, Sun Chong replied, feeling exuberant. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, but they all have clear paths for future development. How should I train next? Perhaps I should also follow Zhu Tu's example and become a player of stream of consciousness style. Your grasp of the overall situation is still lacking. Even if you memorize the data from Warcraft now, it would not be of much use, Bossing reflected. In my opinion, it would be wise for you to watch videos of those expert players' matches and then memorize their building sequences. What is so special about these strategies? Sun Chong was perplexed. Do not underestimate these strategies. Every tactic employed by experts in matches is the result of careful consideration. Each building placement is intentional. Initially, different layouts require a specific number of peasants to mine and gather gold to achieve maximum economic efficiency. The timing of building certain structures and the order of leveling up heroes must be followed according to the strategies of those experts. Practice several of these strategies, and once you become familiar with them, your understanding will deepen. Boss Yin's words resonated with reason, and Sun Chong nodded in agreement. All right, I will heed Boss Yin's advice. Everyone in the Hero Club is progressing, and Fire is no exception. Just after Tang Li's match concluded, it was Fire's turn to compete. Like Tang Li, Fire has advanced through the rounds, triumphing over his opponents. If he cannot even defeat these novices in the preliminary rounds, he would not be able to serve as the captain of the sports department team. Moreover, due to daily interactions with a player as exceptional as Tang Li, his operational skills have improved significantly. At the very least, he has now mastered the flawless execution of the Death Dance maneuver. The undead spider is truly a versatile unit, capable of attacking both ground and aerial units, as well as burrowing underground. Its attack power is notably formidable, and now Fire has also mastered the spider's sticky maneuver, making it impossible for opponents to hit or shake it off. Thus, this round of competition held no suspense. Observing Fire's successful match, Sun Chong could not help but sigh in admiration, saying, "I wish I could be like you all someday." Tang Li chuckled as he patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Hard work will not betray those who are diligent. As long as we put forth our efforts, success is certain. Since we are called the Hero Club, then each one of us must become a hero." Bossine gazed at the individuals in the internet CAF and suddenly felt a sense of comfort. Although their overall skill levels were still quite modest, each of them possessed immense potential. More importantly, for them, World of Warcraft was a passion. They genuinely loved and cherished this game, finding endless joy in competing against others. Perhaps the club he had established indeed held great promise, and these individuals might just help him realize his unfulfilled dream of becoming a world champion. Chapter 61. Who is the one that buries you? Tang Li dashed out of the internet CAF in one breath, disappearing from sight in an instant, leaving Yo-Yo with nowhere to vent her frustration. Her little mouth pouted, and her belly puffed in and out, making her look exceedingly adorable. Early in the morning, she had nowhere to go. Typically, when Yo-Yo felt wronged, she would be the first to seek out her brother, Xueqiu. However, it was still early on a weekend, and Xueqiu likely hadn't even risen yet. After pondering for a moment, Yo-Yo sat down at a machine, aimlessly browsing the internet to kill time. She mused whether she and Tang Li might have some unresolved grudge from a past life. Otherwise, why would he provoke such animosity in her? Just then, she stumbled upon a post online. The post recounted a Buddhist tale from long ago about a scholar who had promised to marry his fiancée. However, on the day of their wedding, she married someone else instead. Heartbroken, the scholar fell gravely ill later. A wandering monk passed by and pulled out a mirror for the scholar to gaze into. In the mirror, he saw a vast ocean and the lifeless body of a woman. Naked and lying on the beach, a passerby glanced at her, shook his head, and walked on. Another person came by, stripped off his clothes, and covered the corpse before leaving. Yet another individual carefully buried the body. The monk explained that the woman on the beach was the scholar's fiancée in a past life. He was the second passerby who had offered her a garment in this life. She fell in love with him to repay a kindness. However, the one she was destined to repay for a lifetime was the last person who buried her, her current husband. The scholar attained enlightenment through this revelation. Yo-Yo, too, felt a sudden clarity. If this were true, could it be that Tang Li was the one who had wronged her in a previous life? Then who was it that buried her? She quickly dismissed the thought. Why dwell on past lives? In this life, she vowed not to bury Tang Li with her own hands. Girls can be such emotional beings, and they can hold grudges fiercely. Especially someone like Yo-Yo, who had just been taken by surprise by Tang Li. She felt an impulsive desire to bury him alive. Before she knew it, midday had arrived. Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong had finally risen from their slumber, and after lunch, they made their way to the Hero Internet CAF. Oddly enough, Tang Li had not returned to the dormitory since last night. She initially thought he was at the CAF, but now it seemed he was nowhere to be found. Could he have gone out to chase after girls? Could it be that Tang Li and Ouyang have gone on a date? The first thought that crossed Sun Chang's mind was Xuelan. For Xuelan and Ouyang are close dormitory sisters. This rascal, going off to pursue women without bringing me along, indulging in pleasures alone, how inconsiderate. Such were the musings of Sun Chong. One wonders what level he has reached in the art of courtship these days. Has he made any progress? Zhu Yipeng chimed in. Deep down, Tang Li is rather the reserved type, seldom sharing matters of the heart with this group of lecherous friends, leaving others oblivious to the extent of his romantic endeavors. In truth, since that fateful night in the city, he has not seen Ouyang again. All you think about is chasing women, you buffoon, Yo-Yo thought to herself, perceiving this group as utterly devoid of virtue. Sitting behind the monitor, her petite figure unnoticed by Zhu Yipeng upon his entrance, it was only when she spoke that he realized her presence. Ever since he met Yo-Yo, Zhu Yipeng had harbored a desire to pursue her. However, Yo-Yo's elusive demeanor left him perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. If he pursued too ardently, he feared irritating her. Yet if he eased off, he worried she might slip away. Now, with her having discovered his less than innocent nature, he felt quite embarrassed, involuntarily sticking out his tongue. Go be frank. Zhu Yipeng had earned the nickname Beef Noodle in their dormitory due to his antics, which had initially soured Yo-Yo's perception of him. Yet, after spending time together, her impression had significantly improved. Overall, Zhu Yipeng was not a bad person. Though he certainly did not evoke feelings of affection, in truth, Yo-Yo was uncertain about what it truly meant to like someone, being merely a slightly spoiled and headstrong young girl, with her understanding of love limited to the melodramas of Korean soap operas. Currently in a huff, upon witnessing Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong discussing their pursuits of women, she felt a surge of irritation, standing up to leave. "Move aside, you foolish buffoon," Yo-Yo exclaimed, pushing past Zhu Yipeng as she made her exit. "Where are you going?" Zhu Yipeng, noticing her agitation, quickly inquired. She had no real destination in mind and retorted, "I'm off to have lunch. Mind your own business. How about I treat you? Let us go eat something delicious," Zhu Yipeng hurriedly offered. Having already eaten breakfast that morning and still fuming from Tang Li's audacious actions, Yo-Yo was too full of indignation to even consider food. "Not hungry," she declared, striding out. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around, pointing menacingly at Zhu Yipeng trailing behind her. "Don't follow me. If you dare, I'll devour you." Startled, Zhu Yipeng quickly retreated. Watching Yo-Yo exit the internet CAF, Sun Chong nudged Zhu Yipeng with his elbow. "Look at her attitude toward you. Your journey in the realm of romance is fraught with challenges." "Oh please," Zhu Yipeng scoffed. "What do you know? She is merely upset because she overheard us discussing our pursuits of women. This is just her way of being jealous. Everyone is feeling jealous on my behalf. Do you think that is a good omen?" Sun Chong pondered for a moment and realized that it truly was the case. Zhu Yipeng was still lost in his daydreams, unaware that Yo-Yo was seething with anger over Tang Li, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Just wait until I bury you alive, you despicable, shameless scoundrel." Yo-Yo muttered to herself as she walked, still unable to quell her rage. But she was not the only one fixated on Tang Li. At the very least, two others were also preoccupied with him. One of them was Han Junjia, who had just suffered defeat at the hands of Tang Li in the previous round. Tang Li claimed that he was not relying on a comprehensive strategy, but rather on reconnaissance and calculation to anticipate his opponent's moves. However, Han did not believe that such a player could exist within the school, so after the competition, he meticulously reviewed every available recording of Tang Li's matches, determined to uncover evidence of his omniscience. Unfortunately, he had come up empty-handed thus far. Who else could he possibly dwell upon if not Tang Li? The other individual who was mulling over Tang Li was Star, who was currently participating in a domestic all-star invitational in Shanghai, alongside the most renowned players in the Chinese Warcraft esports scene. Today marked the final match of the tournament, with the competing IDs being Star and Crazy Xiaodaojie. Although Star was one of the top professional players in the country, China had long since emerged as a powerhouse in Warcraft esports, and she was not the only elite contender. The Madman Club held a significant position within this realm, with every member's ID preceded by the Crazy designation. Crazy Xiaodaojie was a key player within this esteemed club. Despite Star's remarkable performance in this particular round, she ultimately succumbed with a score of 2-3 in the decisive match. Just before Star was about to exit the competition, Crazy Xiaodaojie typed, "Whoever laughs last, laughs best. You will still fall to us, the madman." Star smiled in response. "You are not wrong. Whoever laughs last, laughs best. I believe it won't be long before someone defeats your madman." "Who do you refer to?" he asked. "Which of the current Warcraft players or clubs in China could possibly contend with us, the madman?" Star calmly typed an ID. "Only." Chapter 62. Arrogance and Achievement. There was always another beautiful companion by Star's side, named Caillou. After the match, she inquired, "Sister Yun, are you referring to that boy we often see mingling in the internet CAF playing Warcraft?" Star nodded, but Caillou was perplexed. "But he is merely a novice. How could he possibly contend with the currently resplendent madman?" "How long have you been involved in the Warcraft esports scene?" Star suddenly asked. Caillou was puzzled by Star's sudden inquiry. After careful consideration, she replied, "It was Yun Jie who discovered me. Ever since I officially entered the realm of Warcraft esports, I have been following her. And it has been less than a year." Star chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. Your time in this circle has been relatively brief. Just before I got to know you, there was an ID that once shone brilliantly in the domestic scene. He went by Only. What happened thereafter?" Caillou was curious as to why she had never heard of him before. With a hint of nostalgia, Star recounted, "He suddenly vanished, as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. It wasn't until a year later that I managed to locate him, but by then, he had forsaken his esports aspirations to devote himself to his studies." Caillou surmised that the illustrious only Star mentioned must be Tang Li, who had been frequenting internet cafes at Lushan University to play Warcraft. "But why had he disappeared?" "Drug addiction," Star replied. "You have just entered the world of Warcraft esports, and there are many underlying truths you are yet to comprehend. They say wherever there are people, there exists a community, and the gaming realm is no exception. It is not merely a matter of diligent training and surpassing others in skill to achieve victory. Sometimes, the battles you must fight extend beyond the confines of the game itself. You found Star's words to be particularly profound. Bossine had previously remarked that Sun Chang's influence had significantly increased. Though Sun Chang was skeptical, Bossine explained, the reason you do not perceive your progress is that you spend all your time in the internet CAF, playing with Tang Li and the others. Everyone is improving, yet you remain at the bottom. So it feels as though you haven't advanced at all. If you were to venture to another CAF and compete against amateur players, you would clearly see how much you have improved. Thus, on a dull weekend afternoon at the Hero Club, Sun Chang decided to seek someone to test his skills. Naturally, he would not go alone to stir up trouble, as it would be difficult to succeed on his own. So, he enlisted Zhu Yiping to accompany him. Zhu Yipeng, who enjoyed the excitement of the moment, eagerly joined in the venture. The school gate. Countless internet CAFs lined the street, and almost every CAF had a group of students who regularly gathered to play Warcraft. Students tended to form cliques, frequently congregating in the same CAF, which over time evolved into a loose organization. Although it was called an organization, there was little actual structure. It was simply a group of individuals enjoying themselves, haphazardly forming teams for casual play. Occasionally, they would connect with skilled players from other CAFs for a few matches, but there were rarely any spectators, just self-entertainment. The internet CAF that Sun Chang and Zhu Yiping visited today was named Youth Internet CAF, located directly across from the school gate, just a 2-minute walk across the street. Here, nearly every internet CAF surpassed Hero CAF in size, and Youth Internet CAF was no exception. On a weekend afternoon, it was quite bustling with players in search of an opponent. Sun Chang began to wander around the CAF, surveying the surroundings. After observing for quite some time, Sun Chang realized that there were no exceptionally skilled players in the entire internet CAF, which greatly reassured him. That moment, he was standing behind a player engaged in World of Warcraft, watching as he battled against others. This individual was using the Orc faction, yet his evident lack of skill was apparent. Unable to contain himself, Sun Chang exclaimed, "Quickly pull back the low health units, you fool." Who would be pleased to hear themselves called a fool? The player, too, felt disheartened, but Sun Chang's observation was indeed valid. It was only natural to withdraw the weakened units from the battlefield. The player hastily maneuvered the low health character to retreat. "What are you bringing him back home for, you brainless pig? Heal him with a potion." The pace of the match was already swift, and the player's execution was clearly lacking. Now, under Sun Chang's incessant prodding, he became even more clumsy. "You only know how to heal your units. Your population cap is already full, and you still haven't built any houses." Upon checking, it was indeed true that he had reached his population limit, prompting him to switch back to his base and hastily place down 2 additional burrows. "Do you even know how to play Warcraft? You're neglecting your rear while focusing on the front. Your second tier is ready, so quickly construct the Tier 2 buildings." Given his already mediocre performance, the player could perhaps have held on if he had only focused on the front line, but now, under Sun Chang's barrage of commands, he faltered even more. Before long, the opponent had stormed to his base's doorstep. "Damn it, all your frontline troops are dead. You're finished? It's game over." Sun Chang reveled in his misfortune. Finally, the player, unable to endure any longer, retorted, "Shut your mouth. No one thinks of you as mute. But you don't know me. How would you know if I'm mute if I don't speak?" The player felt that Sun Chang was simply asking for trouble. Enraged, he shot back, "Don't you think it's disgraceful to give advice while others are competing?" "I believe it's disgraceful not to give advice. Haven't you heard the saying, to see someone in distress and not lend a hand is the mark of a villain?" Sun Chang chuckled, blaming the latrine for not being able to relieve oneself as foolish. "Rookie? Who are you calling a rookie?" "I never said you were a rookie," Sun Chang corrected. "I said you are a little rookie." After saying this, he even gestured with his fingers, indicating a distance of about a foot between his 2 index fingers, just to emphasize the word little. Sun Chang had thoroughly flummoxed the other player. "I challenge you to a duel. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you." In truth, this was precisely Sun Chang's intention. He was unfamiliar with this youthful internet CAF, and with so many patrons online, he couldn't very well enter and shout, "Is anyone playing Warcraft? I'm here to cause trouble." He would surely be deemed insane. This method was both amusing and far more effective. Others soon noticed the two were about to duel, drawing a crowd, some of whom might even be seasoned players who frequented this internet CAF. Satisfied that his scheme had succeeded, Sun Chang gleefully settled into a machine, and thus the two began their match. As the battle commenced, Sun Chang immediately sensed that his opponent was indeed quite inexperienced. Ironically, not long ago, Sun Chang himself had been similarly unskilled. Yet now, when faced with an opponent of comparable strength to his former self, The disparity is unmistakable. Sun Chong, utilizing the Beast Race, found that intra-clan battles lack flair. It all comes down to raw power. In a matter of moments, his adversary was decisively repelled from the game. Naturally, losing the first match left him indignant, prompting a rematch. However, the outcome of the second round was even more lopsided. The difference in skill was evident, and after suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Sun Chang's opponent fell silent. With such a lackluster performance, how could one dare to engage in Warcraft? Sun Chong, wearing an exaggerated expression, felt no satisfaction in defeating such a feeble opponent. Rather, he sought to lure forth some seasoned players. He yearned to ascertain the extent of his disparity with the average skilled players in the internet CAF, aside from the peculiar Tang Li. Is there truly no one here capable of challenging me to a couple of matches? Sun Chong sensed that he was no different from the overzealous Zhongshan wolf, reveling in his newfound prowess. Chapter 63. The cycle of grievances. Sun Chang's actions had ruffled many feathers, inciting a wave of challengers. I will fight you. Count me in. Numerous individuals clamored to step forward. Zhu Yipeng, observing the commotion, noted that Sun Chang's current demeanor was indeed quite irksome, bound to provoke a flurry of challengers, though it remained uncertain if any skilled players were among them. The spark had been ignited by Sun Chong, and naturally, Zhu Yipeng was eager to fan the flames. You, and you, quiet down one at a time. He claims he will take on 10. Sun Chong found this line oddly familiar. Upon reflection, he realized it was a quote from the film IP Man. Perhaps the skilled players were absent today. For among those who faced Sun Chong at the Youth Internet CAF were indeed rather pedestrian characters, with several falling swiftly to his prowess. Zhu Yipeng, enjoying the thrill of the game, sought to assert himself by taking Sun Chang's place for a few rounds. His own skill slightly surpassed that of Sun Chong, and upon entering the fray, he wreaked havoc. The two exhibited remarkable synergy, both thinking, typically, we are trampled by Tang Li at the Hero Internet CAF, but today we can finally hold our heads high. They swiftly defeated 7 or 8 opponents from the Youth Internet CAF, maintaining an unblemished record. Their original skill levels were merely average for Internet CAFs, yet as the owner Ian had noted, the rapid progress of each member since the establishment of the Hero Club was indeed commendable. A sizable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, yet no one dared to challenge them further. In the realm of Warcraft, many elements require gradual accumulation. Without a benchmark, it is challenging to gauge one's improvement. Thus, Sun Chang's elation was palpable. Having consistently ranked at the bottom within the Hero Club, he had toiled diligently without perceiving any advancement. Yet today, he finally recognized that, while he may not progress as swiftly as the extraordinary Tang Li, he was indeed evolving. With the thrill of victory now behind him, Sun Chong, feeling wholly satisfied, called for Zhu Yipeng, and the two prepared to depart. Yet, could they simply flee after their triumph? One individual, having resigned, confronted 2 others and declared, "Today is your fortunate day. Our most formidable team is absent. If you possess any courage, do not depart. Wait until our team members arrive, and you shall find that neither of you stands a chance." In truth, Sun Chong had merely come to ascertain whether his skills had genuinely improved since his last encounter, rather than seeking to challenge any formidable opponents. Thus far, he had achieved his objective. However, since he had been asked, and being a person who values face, he readily replied, "If you wish to reclaim your honor, that is acceptable. This weekend, you may find us at Heroes Internet CAF. We are always accessible." Sun Chong perceived the opponent's words as akin to a defeated fighter's empty threat, uttered solely to save face, and he presumed they would likely not follow through. To his surprise, as evening approached, a group indeed arrived at Heroes Internet CAF. Coincidentally, Han Junjia, who had lost to Tang Li in the previous round of the school's electronic sports competition, typically frequented Youth Internet CAF, but on this day, he was absent during Sun Chong and Zhu Yipeng's visit. Upon arriving at Youth Internet CAF, his regular companions informed him of the incident and shared the recorded footage they had preserved. Among the many rivalries that commonly arise between the adept players in these CAFs, the disputes often lack real significance. Han Junjia, in particular, had little interest in such rivalries, whether he won or lost. He often ended up with a belly full of frustration. He preferred engaging with others online, where he could disregard those of lesser skill and challenge those more proficient, often inviting them to become friends for future practice. However, today was different, for he had seen Sun Chong and Zhu Yipeng's IDs in the footage. Since the establishment of the Heroes Club, players had begun to prefix their IDs with heroes in most arenas, except for the novice zone in Haofeng. Thus, upon encountering this ID, he effortlessly recalled his recent opponent from the school electronic sports competition. Heroes only. It was evident to any fool that these individuals frequently played together, Whether they were part of the same team or simply friends was a matter of speculation. Han Junjie had long suspected that only referred to the entire map, yet lacked evidence to substantiate his claim. Now, eager to verify this, he gathered a few friends, those who had just suffered defeat at the hands of Sun Chong, and, with their mice in hand, made their way directly to Hero's Internet CAF. Though Hero's Internet CAF was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, the vicinity around the school was not extensive, and they soon found it at that moment. Sun Chong and Zhu Yipeng were still engaged in matches in the novice zone of Haofeng. When they noticed such a crowd had entered the CAF, they were momentarily taken aback, but upon closer inspection, recognized several familiar faces. "Ah, you truly have come to seek revenge. How is your skill?" "You'll know once we play." Han Junjie offered no further words. Although Sun Chong had indeed improved, the disparity in skill became evident when pitted against a seasoned player like Han Junjie. Utilizing the orcs against Han Junjie as humans, he found himself overwhelmed once the human side had access to a full array of units, ultimately succumbing to the combined forces of dual heroes, both male and female sorcerers, and human infantry. Although Zhu Yipeng possesses significantly stronger overall capabilities than Sun Chong, he, like Han Junjie, is also reliant on the human race. In the context of internal strife among the human faction, much depends on skillful execution, an area where Zhu Yipeng evidently falters. Unable to prevail in direct confrontations, he resorts to his customary defensive strategy, fortifying his base with towers. However, as he constructs more defenses, the pace of his technological advancements inevitably slows, resulting in a noticeably delayed formation of Tier 2 units compared to Han Junjie. This growing disparity leaves Zhu Yipeng increasingly overwhelmed, gasping for breath under Han Junjie's relentless pressure. By the time he reaches Tier 3, he has yet to deploy his tanks through his defensive strategy, while Han Junjie's mixed forces are already advancing. Under the long-range assaults of small cannons, the arrow towers crumble effortlessly, leading to an outcome devoid of suspense. Today, the Internet CAF is bustling with patrons, yet most members of the Hero Club are conspicuously absent, leaving only Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong behind. Even Han Tai is nowhere to be found. One would expect that after defeating the opponent, one might take their leave, yet Han Junjie harbors other intentions. Having finally found an opportunity, he is determined to ascertain whether the player who triumphed over him last round is indeed a master of the entire map. "Are you part of a team?" Han Junjie inquires. "I suppose so. Why do you ask?" Sun Chong responds, puzzled by Han Junjie's reluctance to depart after his victory, and his friends linger without any intentions to leave. "Are you and only on the same side?" "Hey, do you know Tang Li?" Zhu Yipeng asks, astonished. "So, his real name is Tang Li," Han Junjie notes, but he refrains from replying to Zhu Yipeng, simply stating, "I want to challenge him to a match at that moment." Tang Li returns just in time, perplexed by the sudden surge of business at the Hero CAF, where even the entrance is crowded with people. Before he can push through the throng, he overhears the final exchange between Zhu Yipeng and Han Junjie. "Huh, who is looking for me?" Tang Li inquires as he squeezes in. Chapter 64. I compete solely. I do not gamble. Earlier that morning, Tang Li inadvertently brushed against Yo-Yo's chest, and upon witnessing her irritation, he hastily fled. However, where could he possibly go? After wandering aimlessly for a while, he ultimately resolved to return to his dormitory for some rest. The previous night had been sleepless, and he had only managed to doze off briefly at the computer desk just before dawn, only to be roused once more by Yo-Yo's antics. Thus, upon returning to the dorm, he lay down on his bed and swiftly drifted into slumber. With Zhu Yipeng and Sun Chong absent from the dormitory, it was tranquil, allowing him to sleep soundly until evening. Refreshed after a day of rest, Tang Li mused that Yo-Yo surely could not still be at the Hero CAF. If she were waiting for him there, her perseverance would be remarkable. Contemplating this, he decided to check the CAF, considering that tomorrow was Sunday, and without visiting it tonight, he would have nowhere to spend his time. Thus, he navigated through the crowd, scanning for any sign of Yo-Yo, and upon finding none, he felt relieved and called out, "Who is looking for me?" "Are you Tang Li?" Han Junjie asks, having never encountered him before. Tang Li nodded slightly. "Is your ID only?" Han Junjie continued to inquire. "Yes." Tang Li nodded once more. Han Junjie remarked, "Then it must be correct. I specifically came to find you today. I wish to challenge you to a match. Am I truly so renowned that challengers seek me out?" Tang Li boasted unabashedly. "You've truly gone to great lengths to discover even my real name." This statement from Tang Li silenced everyone, leaving Han Junjie both amused and exasperated. "I am the one who lost to you in the last round of the campus esports tournament. I suspect you exploited the entire map, and I wish to confront you in person for another match." Han Junjie was not one to shy away from defeat. Yet anyone would feel a sense of injustice after being eliminated due to an opponent's cheating. He contemplated reporting the matter to the judges but lacked concrete evidence. Today, he was determined to defeat Tang Li face-to-face, rendering him incapable of participating further in the competition. If you lose, you must declare to the judges that you cheated to win in the last round and withdraw from the tournament. Allowing me to advance, Han Junjie articulated his intent. Tang Li then realized the situation. It was not his fame that attracted this challenger. I won T. He shook his head. T wasn't that he feared Han Junjie. Since mastering the timing in Warcraft, he felt confident he could defeat him again. However, nothing was ever certain. Warcraft is a game with a high degree of immediacy, and even experts cannot guarantee victory in every battle. At best, they might maintain a higher win rate, especially for someone like Tang Li, who had yet to fully refine his six-pulse divine sword. What, are you afraid? Han Junjie sneered. At that moment, Sun Chong could no longer remain silent. I say, what's wrong with you? If he loses, he has to forfeit for you to advance. But what happens if you lose? You've already been eliminated by Tang Li. This is fundamentally unfair. Oh, be candid. It was indeed somewhat inequitable. Han Junjie was not one to take advantage of others. He pondered for a moment with a stern expression, then suddenly pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and said, how about this? If I lose, this 500 yuan goes to you. Now it's fair, right? In truth, under normal circumstances, Tang Li would welcome the opportunity to spar with someone, wishing for challengers of a higher caliber to engage with him daily. However, this was not just a mere match. It would devolve into a personal vendetta. Thus, Tang Li shook his head again. What, do you find the sum insufficient? The more Tang Li retreated, the more Han Junjie felt cornered, further solidifying his resolve to duel Tang Li. Lacking sufficient funds himself, he turned to his friends from the youth internet CAF behind him. Does anyone have any money to lend me? Those friends pooled together another 500 and handed it to Han Junjie, who slammed the money on the table. I'll add another 500. Will you fight now? All eyes turned to Tang Li. Yet he responded unhurriedly, I will not fight you. I engage in competition, but I do not gamble. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the notion of gambling over Warcraft, Tang Li felt a surge of indignation, a visceral aversion rising from his core, as if he had experienced something similar in the past. Han Junjie was almost certain that Tang Li was feeling guilty and dared not confront him, pointing a finger at him and exclaiming, are you going to fight or not? However, at that moment, Tang Li seemed like a completely different person. Typically, he was always jovial and sharp-tongued, but now he wore a cold expression. Completely ignoring Han Junjie, he replaced his mouse and booted up a computer. Observing Tang Li's actions, Han Junjie initially thought his provocation had worked, but before he could feel pleased, he saw Tang Li log into Haofeng and find an opponent, playing as if Han Junjie did not exist. Damn it, did you all see that? This kid initially cheated to win a round against me, and now that I confront him, he is scared and refuses to fight. Exactly, what a joke. The group of youths from the youth internet CAF rallied behind Han Junjie, joining in the mockery. Yet, Tang Li appeared oblivious to their taunts, remaining steadfast and unyielding. While others might not know whether Tang Li was fully equipped, Zhu Yipeng was all too aware. Having observed the match from the very beginning while standing behind Tang Li.it, was precisely this match that made Zhu Yipeng realize the importance of honing his timing skills. If you aren't fully equipped, why not take him on? Show him who's boss and send him packing, Zhu Yipeng urged Tang Li. Ignoring the crowd, Tang Li could not disregard his brother's plea. I'll only play if there's no gambling involved. Han Junjie chuckled. If you're stronger than me, it's like giving you $1,000 to spend. You're afraid of losing. Worried that if you lose, everyone will know it was due to your lack of skill. No matter what Han Junjie said, Tang Li remained unperturbed and replied to Zhu Yipeng, I'm not afraid of him. I simply don't wish for a competitive game to devolve into a gambling tool. Let him say what he wants. Those with clarity will understand. With that, he turned his attention back to his game. Han Junjie, infuriated, pulled a chair to the center of the internet CAF, declaring, if you want to fight, then I want to leave. Right? None of us are leaving, the youths echoed in agreement. For Yo-Yo, today could easily be marked as the most unfortunate day of her life. Early in the morning, Tang Li had inappropriately touched her chest, a place that had never been touched by anyone but herself. How could she not be furious? She remained agitated until noon, feeling a tremor throughout her body. When Yo-Yo was upset, she turned to food for solace. Thus, after leaving the Hero Internet CAF, she rushed to the refreshment hall across from the school, indulging in cold treats for over half an hour. Why this time? Hunger struck her. Despite her anger, she could not let her stomach suffer. So she resolved to have a hearty meal and casually entered a restaurant. Having just consumed cold treats, she then opted for hot dishes, but the contrast proved too much for her teeth, leaving her in agony throughout the afternoon. To make matters worse, the restaurant she had chosen was a Sichuan cuisine establishment, which she could hardly tolerate due to her aversion to spicy food. After consuming spicy dishes, she found herself incessantly drinking cold water and spent the entire afternoon grappling with an upset stomach. After numerous trips to the restroom, she finally began to feel better by evening. Though her legs had grown weak from the ordeal, Yo-Yo's animosity towards Tang Li had deepened significantly. How could she be so unfortunate to encounter that fellow? Yet, Yo-Yo remained undeterred. She would not let this matter slide so easily. Just as the evening arrived, her toothache subsided and her stomach felt at ease, prompting her to decide to visit the Hero Internet CAF once more. Typically, Tang Li regarded the CAF as his stronghold, and perhaps he had returned there again, as fate would have it. Yo-Yo indeed caught sight of him. However, upon arriving at the CAF, before she could confront Tang Li, she sensed something amiss. Usually, the Hero Internet CAF was sparsely populated, yet today it was brimming with patrons. The atmosphere was tense, with every pair of eyes fixated on Tang Li, who was engrossed in his game, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tension. What was happening? Yo-Yo inquired of Zhu Yipeng, who candidly relayed the entire sequence of events. Han Junjie interjected, claiming Zhu Yipeng's account was flawed, asserting, "This coward fears me and won't face me in battle. If he backs out due to fear of losing, I shall challenge him to a wager. I refuse to believe he can defeat me without using his skills." Although Yo-Yo harbored a profound hatred for Tang Li, in this pivotal moment, she found herself siding with him. She couldn't quite fathom her own thoughts. It was one thing for Tang Li to be bullied by her, but being oppressed by outsiders was entirely unacceptable. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Li had come to be regarded as one of her own. Thus, as soon as Han Junjie finished speaking, Yo-Yo's anger flared. How could she tolerate this? She rushed over to Tang Li and exclaimed, "They've brought the fight to your doorstep, and you remain so spineless? Are you still a man? Fight him, and if you lose, I will cover your losses." Yo-Yo's family was quite well off. She often found herself with leftover living expenses each month and had accumulated a fair amount of savings. 1,000 yuan was of little consequence to her. Tang Li, however, remained obstinate. This was not merely a matter of money but one of principle. "I am a man, but I refuse to fight." Unable to endure Tang Li's calm demeanor, Yo-Yo swiftly pressed the restart button on his computer and seized his ear. "Will you fight or not?" "Ouch, ouch, don't pull my ear." "I will fight, I will fight." Tang Li was at his wit's end. Chapter 65. The heroic spirit. The map remained Turtle Island, with Tang Li controlling the Night Elf, facing off against Han Junjie's human. Upon seeing this young man's ID, it was evident he was no saint. Yo-Yo recognized Han Junjie's ID. HJJ. Han Junjie was nearly beside himself with rage, for he had indeed attracted the scorn of numerous women due to this ID. Nonetheless, he was not the type to stoop to a woman's level. His priority was to decisively defeat Tang Li and showcase his prowess. Thus, he merely shot Yo-Yo a glare before immersing himself fully in the competition. Once again, Tang Li started as an archer. In truth, many Night Elf players prefer to commence with the Huntress, as her agility and health significantly surpass those of the archer. Furthermore, the Huntress possesses the ability to strike two targets simultaneously, with the damage automatically rebounding onto an adjacent unit. Upon upgrading the Huntress's Moon Glaive ability, the damage reflection is further enhanced. However, the most pivotal aspect is that engaging against human footmen is more advantageous with the Huntress than with the archer. The ordinary attacks of human footmen inflict additional damage upon the medium armor of Night Elf archers, and when the footmen raise their shields, they effectively mitigate the piercing damage dealt by the archers. Thus, if one were to pit a human footman against a Night Elf archer in a direct confrontation, the archer would undoubtedly perish. Conversely, this advantage dissipates when facing the Huntress. Her armor type is unarmored, and while the human footmen's shields can adeptly defend against piercing damage, they are ineffectual against the Huntress's standard attacks. Despite this, Tang Li remains accustomed to starting with archers, and the rationale is rather straightforward. His operational prowess is formidable. In comparison to the Huntress, archers possess lower health, move at a slower pace, and their armor type is countered by human footmen, thus demanding greater finesse and execution. Nevertheless, archers boast attack power, speed, and range that the Huntress cannot match. Although archers have diminished health and suffer additional damage from human footmen, if one can keep the footmen at bay, such concerns become moot. Additionally, there is a distinct advantage in utilizing archers due to their affordability, allowing for a quicker technological advancement for the Night Elves. Therefore, Tang Li continually favors early game transitions with archers, for despite being countered by the attacks of the other three races, their status as ranged units often grants him an upper hand in the early stages, especially with his adept control. After receiving invaluable insights from Bossing regarding timing and engaging in recent study and reflection, he has developed a deeper understanding of this aspect. Although he still initiates with archers, there are various nuanced scenarios. At the game's onset, the Night Elves possess 5 wisps. From these, 2 are summoned, one to construct an altar and the other to erect a war tree. The first wisp produced by the Tree of Life is tasked with building a moon well. This opening strategy, which promptly establishes the war tree, accelerates the production of archers, whose English abbreviation is AC, hence this approach is termed the fast AC opening. Alternatively, another common opening involves summoning only one wisp to construct the altar while the remaining wisps gather gold and wood. Once the first wisp is produced from the Tree of Life to build the moon well, the second wisp is then utilized to erect the war tree, resulting in what is known as the slow AC opening. The subtle distinction between these two methods lies in the fact that the fast AC opening allows for the appearance of archers 10 seconds sooner than the slow AC opening. The significance of the strategy is quite evident. A swift Ancient of War opening allows the Demon Hunter to eliminate the nearby 411 camp, thereby amassing sufficient forces to tackle the 3322 camps situated above. However, Tang Li opted for a more gradual Ancient of War opening, as this approach enables the Demon Hunter to disrupt the human player's leveling after conquering the initial 411 camp on the Turtle Island map. Meanwhile, his archers can engage in dual-line monster hunting, aided by the towering trees that rise from the ground. As Tang Li had anticipated, when the Demon Hunter traveled a considerable distance, he fortuitously intercepted the opposing Archmage, who was preparing to engage the second group of 411. At this juncture, Tang Li's intent was not to interrupt the Archmage's training. Rather, he merely sought to delay the Archmage's leveling progress, with the possibility of striking the final blow on a monster to seize the experience for himself. This maneuver alone was sufficient to vex Han Junjie immensely. If he chose to attack the monsters, he risked allowing the Demon Hunter to gain an advantage and potentially miss out on experience. Conversely, if he targeted the Demon Hunter, he would have to endure the monster's assaults. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to drive the Demon Hunter away first. However, as the human footmen charged forward, the Demon Hunter retreated. And when the footmen turned to engage the monsters, the Demon Hunter followed suit. Tang Li adeptly employed a guerrilla tactic of retreat when the enemy advances and advance when the enemy retreats. Han Junjie found himself at a loss against this persistent Demon Hunter, akin to a stubborn piece of gum, and could do little but continue battling the monsters. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the highest level turtle, the Demon Hunter approached once more, brandishing his crescent-shaped blade and snatching the experience from right under him. Frustrated to the point of gnashing his teeth, Han Junjie commanded his troops to pursue the Demon Hunter. Yet, as the Demon Hunter fled, neither hero possessed boots, making it impossible to catch up. Han Junjie realized that continuing the chase would be a futile waste of time, leading to no gain, and thus he had no choice but to withdraw his forces. By this time, Tang Li had grown increasingly aware of the importance of reconnaissance. With the Archmage yet to reach level 2, there were only a couple of potential leveling spots, and he had already positioned a wisp in a concealed location to act as a sentinel. However, these wisps failed to reveal the Archmage's whereabouts. According to the timeline, it was improbable that the Archmage was not engaging in monster fighting during this interval, leading Tang Li to confidently deduce that Han Junjie was likely heading to the expansion area, transforming his peasants into militia to join the human footmen and the Archmage's water elemental in vanquishing the monsters there. Indeed, Han Junjie was contemplating just that, but just as he was in the midst of his endeavor, Tang Li's Demon Hunter and archers emerged within his line of sight. Tang Li chuckled inwardly. If he could not discern Han Junjie's actions now, it would surely reflect poorly on his own intellect. A group of spectators in the youth internet CAF behind Tang Li was observing the match, making it impossible to cheat under such circumstances. Han Junjie, taken aback, inquired, "How did you know my movements?" Tang Li pointed to his head and replied, "Speculation, reconnaissance, calculation." In the initial stages, Han Junjie attempted to seize resources, only to be outmaneuvered by Tang Li, who adeptly countered his every move. Tang Li, armed with meticulous preparation, outclassed Han Junjie in execution, leading to significant losses in military strength for the latter, including several casualties among the dispatched farmers. From this juncture, Tang Li began to establish a distinct advantage on the battlefield. Although this slight edge was not sufficient to penetrate Han Junjie's base, Tang Li's pervasive harassment prevented Han Junjie from mounting an effective counter-dash strategy. It was as if Han Junjie were a venomous cobra, capable of delivering lethal strikes, yet perpetually thwarted by Tang Li, whose grip remained steadfastly on his vital points throughout the encounter. As both sides advanced in technology, Tang Li's initial advantage expanded exponentially over time. ultimately influencing the course of the entire match. Han Junjie, without question, succumbed to defeat. This time, he faced Tang Li directly, and there was no possibility of retreating to the entirety of the map. Reflecting on how he had previously pressured Tang Li into battle, only to be met with disdain, Han Junjie felt a surge of humiliation and anger, his face flushed with emotion. I in such a state. How could he bear to linger even for a moment longer? Rising abruptly, he marched towards the exit, leaving behind not only the 1,000 yuan he had slammed on the table, but also his mouse, turning away without a second glance. Wait. Tang Li suddenly called out to him. Anticipating humiliation, Han Junjie remained rooted in place, not daring to turn his head. Tang Li gathered the 1,000 yuan neatly from the table and approached Han Junjie, extending the stack of money towards him. What do you mean by this? A loss is a loss. I wagered willingly, and I have no intention of retracting my bet. Han Junjie, displaying a semblance of dignity, protested. Tang Li smiled gently and replied, I have always maintained that I engage in competition, but I do not gamble. Should you wish to spar with me, I am always open to it, but you should take this money back. Holding the money, Han Junjie found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, he finally spoke. I unjustly accused you of being a map camper. That was my fault. However, you should still take the money back. I will train diligently and, sooner or later, I will defeat you and reclaim my earnings through my own efforts. You are mistaken, Tang Li responded. There are always those beyond oneself and realms beyond this world. While competition is inherent in matches, the purpose of such rivalry is not merely to vanquish your opponent, but to elevate oneself and transcend one's limitations. Beyond yourself, there should be no enemies. Han Junjie was left utterly speechless. Let us listen to a song, Tang Li suddenly declared as he approached his computer, locating a piece titled Beyond the Game. This song, an English composition, translates to in Chinese, and serves as the theme for the 2004 WCG, renowned as one of the most iconic tracks, pulsating with energy and fervor. Tang Li closed his eyes, immersing himself in the exhilarating passion of the music until it concluded. With a smile, he proclaimed, Transcend yourself, transcend the game. Transcend yourself, transcend the game. Han Junjie, perhaps enlightened, lowered his head in contemplation. My true opponent is not you, but merely myself. As Han Junjie stepped out of the Hero Internet CAF, he felt considerably lighter than when he had entered. Who could have imagined that losing a match could yield greater rewards than winning? At that moment, Han Junjie was utterly in awe of Tang Li. If pressed to describe Tang, he could only conjure the phrase. The demeanor of a hero. It was not just him. Even the patrons of the CAF were astounded by Tang Li's performance today. The Tang Li they knew seemed to have transformed entirely. Everyone was left speechless. Yet, Tang Li remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Turning around and noticing the astonished expressions on their faces, he curiously touched his own face and asked, What is the matter? Is there something on my face? Just as he uttered these words, he spotted Yo-Yo nearby, her mouth agape in disbelief. Suddenly, Tang Li exclaimed, Oh no! I forgot my mother called me home for dinner. With that, he dashed out of the CAF in a flurried eye. In truth, he was not like Jia Junpeng. No one had summoned him home for a meal. He merely felt a pang of guilt upon seeing Yo-Yo and hastily concocted an excuse. Damn, you've managed to bother me from this morning all the way to the evening. Your perseverance is commendable, Tang Li muttered as he ran. Tang Li had departed, but the others remained in the CAF, still reeling from the shock he had delivered. How could someone who usually bore a carefree demeanor suddenly metamorphose into someone so formidable? The essence of his presence was akin to that of a master, an aura that only the skilled possess. Once such an aura is unleashed, even before the match begins, the opponent has already lost. Sun Chong remarked in awe. Of course, when Sun Chong referred to the opponent, he was alluding to Han Junjie SID, HJJ. Just as Sun Chong finished speaking, a few scoffs echoed in response. The others resumed their gaming, while only Yo-Yo had no inclination to play. She settled at the bar, confiding in Boss Yin, Do you think Tang Li is a fool? Even when faced with bullying, he refuses to retaliate, letting them push him around. After winning, he even returns the money. He might as well buy me a gift or something, don't you agree, Bossine? Naturally, when a woman vents her grievances, she hopes for affirmation, but Bossine remained preoccupied with tidying up the bar. Yo-Yo nudged him. Bossine, you ought to say something, don't you think? Finally, Bossine paused and replied to Yo-Yo. Do you know why Tang Li despises gambling with Warcraft? Yo-Yo, clueless, shook her head. Bossine opened a drawer and retrieved an old newspaper. Handing it to Yo-Yo as she glanced at the headline, she realized it was a 3-year-old article, leaving her perplexed. What do you want me to do with this outdated newspaper? Just look at the content, Bossine urged. Only then did Yo-Yo examine the article, and one particular piece of news immediately captured her attention. In the WG Finals, championship favorite only mysteriously succumbs to drug poisoning, withdrawing mid-match. Wasn't he only Tang Li's ID? In a hushed tone, Yo-Yo inquired with astonishment, could it be that the only mentioned above refers to Tang Li? Bossine nodded in affirmation. 3 years ago, an extraordinarily gifted prodigy emerged in China's Warcraft scene. Known by the name Tang Li, with the ID of only. During the WG Finals, he remarkably defeated the previous champion, quickly becoming a frontrunner for the title. However, his unexpected rise severely undermined the interest of the betting houses, who attempted to bribe him into losing the final match, but he resolutely declined their offer. Subsequently, just before the finals, he fell victim to a bizarre drug overdose involving psychotropic substances, a situation far more complex than the newspapers reported. And then what happened? Yo-Yo pressed, eager for more as Bossine paused. Later, thanks to timely medical intervention, he was rescued. However, due to the excessive consumption of stimulants, he experienced prolonged disorientation and lost all memory of his time playing Warcraft. Additionally, he suffered from lingering psychological effects. Thus, a rising star in China's gaming realm fell abruptly from grace. Listening to Bossine's account, Yo-Yo couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. I never imagined that even the world of Warcraft could be as dark as Chinese football. Chapter 66. A story to tell. After hearing Bossine recount Tang Li's past, Yo-Yo's perception of him subtly transformed. She was astounded to discover that he was such a legendary figure. One can only imagine how a young girl of her age might fantasize about her beloved being an unparalleled hero with a storied past. Thus, in Yo-Yo's imagination, Tang Li inadvertently became her ideal man. Pa. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly spat a few times, chastising herself for considering him her ideal. She should be wishing for nothing less than to tear his head off in frustration. Yet, her mind still wandered to envision Tang Li standing on the grand stage, vanquishing opponent after opponent from various nations, while the audience collectively chanted his ID. He had become a national hero, triumphing over all challengers, finally ascending the world podium, trophy held high, gazing down upon all. Oh, not share what I have told you with Tang Li, Bossine cautioned, interrupting Yo-Yo's daydreams. Why not? She asked. His amnesia stemmed from an overdose of stimulants, and he has residual neurological effects. It is best not to provoke him, allowing his development to unfold naturally. Isn't this, in fact, Boss Yin's consistent training philosophy? Tang Li possesses immense potential, and should he manage to regain his former state, his abilities would undoubtedly flourish geometrically. However, with every benefit comes a drawback. Gain and loss, one cannot attain without sacrificing something else. Who can truly ascertain whether the gains are worth the losses? Moreover, haste makes waste. So it is indeed wiser for everything to unfold in its own time. Yo-Yo nodded and, lowering her voice, assured, rest assured, Bossine, I shall safeguard this secret and refrain from divulging it to anyone. Anyone, including my brother Xuecho. After a considerable duration of elimination rounds, the campus electronic sports tournament finally identified the 8 finalists vying for the championship, and the competition was poised to transition into the offline stage. At this juncture, the regulations of the offline matches would differ significantly from those of the online rounds. The preliminary matches were conducted online, with a single decisive outcome, primarily due to the overwhelming number of initial registrants. However, once the top 8 were determined, such a format was deemed inappropriate. Thus, the tournament shifted to offline matches, and each round would adopt a best-of-3 format. This event was organized by the school's electronic sports club, which had already secured sponsorship. The offline matches would take place at the E-Century Internet Cafe located across from the school entrance, where a colossal electronic display would be set up, allowing students to watch the matches and cheer for their favored competitors. As the competition approached its climax, Yo-Yo's concern for Tang Li deepened. Ever since Yo-Yo had listened to Bossine recount Tang Li's past, her desire for him to regain his former stature intensified. The first step towards this was, of course, to step outside the confines of the school for a broader stage. Presently, the greatest obstacle standing in Tang Li's path was none other than Yo-Yo's brother, Xuecho. While others may be unaware of Xuecho's true prowess, Yo-Yo was acutely aware. Xuecho was not only the foremost player at Lushan University but had also participated in numerous online competitions. The reason Xuecho chose to rent an apartment off-campus was precisely due to the high-speed internet available, facilitating his participation in a variety of online tournaments. Indeed, he had achieved remarkable success in several competitions. Although Tang Li had made rapid progress, Yo-Yo believed that if her brother unleashed his full potential, victory would remain elusive for Tang Li. In truth, Xuecho's skill level was on par with many professional players, and several electronic sports clubs had long since extended offers to him, yet he had never expressed any intention of pursuing a professional career. Today, when Yo-Yo visited Shuecho, she surprised him considerably, for she had brought a bag of fruit. Typically, it was he, the elder brother, who would buy things for his sister. It was a rarity for her to purchase anything for him. Such an occurrence seemed unprecedented in Shuecho's memory. "What does this sudden kindness mean?" Shuecho inquired, preparing himself for an ulterior motive. "What is the occasion for you to buy me fruit?" "Well, I'm your sister." "So why would there need to be a reason for a sister to buy something for her brother?" Yo-Yo replied with a playful smile. However, Yo-Yo's cunning intent did not escape Shuecho's keen perception. "Is it really that simple?" he probed. "Well, the campus electronic sports tournament has progressed to the offline stage, so I thought I'd bring you some tasty snacks to replenish your energy for the matches," Yo-Yo explained. "Seeing my younger sister's concern for me brings me a sense of joy. It is merely a small competition. After all, I have garnered numerous awards in major contests across the country, so securing a victory in this modest school event is a trivial matter." "Brother, you say you win first place every year. Don't you ever tire of it? Why not occasionally settle for a second place for a change?" Yo-Yo revealed her true self. Shuecho found it puzzling. "Why should I aim for second place when I can achieve first?" "Oh, come on, you win first place every year. You ought to leave some room for newcomers," she retorted. Shuecho began to understand her insinuation. "So that's why you decided to buy me something today, to let me win in the competition, in a way. What sort of brother are you, refusing even a small request from your sister?" Seeing her brother's reluctance, Yo-Yo resorted to her invincible tactics and began to act cute. Yo-Yo tugged at Shuecho's hand, shaking it incessantly, making him feel as though his shoulder might dislocate, prompting him to exclaim, "Stop shaking. Tell me, who should I let win? The ID is only." Only? In the realm of Warcraft at school, Shuecho had encountered few IDs he did not recognize, but he had no clue who this one belonged to. Igniting his curiosity, "Who was this person? Could it be that you have a boyfriend now?" Yo-Yo's face flushed crimson. "What are you talking about? He is not my boyfriend. If he is not your boyfriend, then why should I let him win?" Shuecho teased Yo-Yo, firmly declaring, "No way, no way." "Well, even if he were my boyfriend, you still ought to give way a little to my sister, who usually wouldn't look twice at an ordinary person. Seem to have a peculiar interest in this only. When did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Come on, tell your big brother what he is like." Yo-Yo struggled to find the words to describe Tangli, simply smiling shyly as she said, "Sometimes he drives me to the brink of frustration, yet at other times, I feel a deep sympathy for him. In any case, I just hope he finds success. How should I put it? He is certainly a person with a story. They say girls are outgoing. Indeed, she seems to have forgotten about me, her brother, now that she has a boyfriend." Shuecho couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 67. I Can Rush to. Tangli is a competitor who does not mind being defeated by others, for it is only through such losses that he can absorb more knowledge from his opponents. However, the most frustrating thing for Tangli at present is the inability to find a worthy adversary. With his rapid progress, he finds little challenge in battling the players at the Hero Internet Cafe. The last time Yo-Yo covertly enlisted her brother Shuecho as a stand-in, Tangli suffered 3 defeats without a chance to retaliate. Although he had intended to approach Yo-Yo for a rematch, the memory of the previous incident made him hesitant to speak to her. With no one capable of challenging him, he was left with no choice but to pester Bossian daily. Bossian's prowess is on an entirely different echelon compared to Tangli. After all, Bossian was merely a step away from becoming a world champion in his prime, and despite Tang Li's remarkable progress, it is implausible for him to ascend to greatness in a single bound. Thus, any confrontation between him and Bossian would undoubtedly result in his utter defeat. Yet, even in the face of this reality, Tang Li remains undeterred in his pursuit. Bossian possesses a keen understanding of Tang Li's masochistic tendencies and has already devised a strategy for him. He asserts that training with individuals whose skill levels are either significantly superior or inferior is not the most beneficial approach. Rather, the ideal scenario involves sparring with opponents whose abilities are comparable or slightly superior to one's own, as this fosters greater learning and accelerated improvement. But where am I to find such adversaries? Tang Li cannot help but lament. Perhaps I could introduce you to an opponent, Bossian offers, confident that his recommendation will not disappoint. Tang Li eagerly nods in agreement. Bossian continues, your proficiency with the Night Elves has improved considerably. It is time for you to familiarize yourself with the strategies and mechanics of the human race. Familiarizing yourself with all 4 races is part of the first phase of training I have outlined for you. The opponent I am introducing is also a Night Elf player, whose skill level is slightly above yours, making her a suitable sparring partner for honing your human gameplay. Upon hearing that this player's skill is merely above his own, Tang Li feels a surge of excitement. That sounds excellent. A challenge is what makes it exhilarating. However, there is one caveat. You will find it quite difficult to communicate with her within the game. Bossing cautions. Why is that? Tang Li inquires, puzzled, as he considers his own communication skills to be quite strong. Bossing chuckles, because she does not understand Chinese. Indeed, the individual that Bossing recommends is not Chinese but rather Korean. Known by the ID Moonlight. She is in China to participate in the Chinese Warcraft League and engage in advanced studies of the game during her stay. Although South Korea is a powerhouse in the realm of esports, boasting higher remuneration for professional players, the overall skill level in the Warcraft domain remains superior in China, prompting many Koreans to seek knowledge in this arena. In today's flourishing esports landscape, it has become commonplace for players from both countries to participate in each other's leagues, akin to Argentine footballers playing in Serie A in Italy. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the owner of the club Moonlight is representing in China is one of Boss Yin's close comrades from his days battling in the Warcraft world. Moonlight, unaware that her opponent is merely an amateur, happily agrees when her boss, through a translator, expresses the desire for her to frequently spar with the apprentice of his former ally. After all, her purpose in coming to China is to engage with Chinese players and rapidly enhance her tactical skills. However, during the initial match, she felt somewhat disheartened, as the prowess exhibited by the player named only was far less formidable than she had anticipated. It is not entirely fair to blame Tang Li. After all, it was his first time utilizing the human race. Although he had never directly faced the human faction, he had observed their strategies, and his previous encounters had been against amateur players from his school, whose skills were undoubtedly limited. With defeat seemingly inevitable, Tang Li initially contemplated requesting another round, but suddenly recalled what Bossing had mentioned to him, that this opponent did not comprehend Chinese. What to do? Speak in English? However, Tang Li's command of English was still at a middle school level. While he recognized a few words, he could only articulate 2 complete sentences. I love you and I love you too. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to rely on single words, repeatedly typing again numerous times. Fortunately, Moonlight understood and responded with an okay. In the second match, Tang Li underwent a remarkable transformation. The reason was quite straightforward. It was not that his skill had genuinely improved at such a rapid pace, but rather that he suddenly recalled a tactic employed by his mentor, Lang Xin, during his time with the Ponytail, a tower rush strategy. Why should he allow others to rush him while he could not reciprocate? With a sly grin, Tang Li thought to himself, I can also rush. Interestingly, in the second round, the Night Elf and the human faction appeared in close proximity on the map. After scouting, Tang Li found himself chuckling with glee. Generally speaking, when the Night Elf and the human faction are positioned near each other, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the Night Elf to evade the human's tower rush, significantly reducing the distance required for a swift assault, thereby amplifying the effectiveness of the tower rush. However, Moonlight was evidently not to be underestimated. Tang Li had detected her base, and she, in turn, had certainly scouted his. Tang Li began to grasp the calculations inherent in Warcraft, while Moonlight had already mastered various strategic computations within the game. Moonlight understood that in the early stages of an encounter between the Night Elf and the human faction at close range, a key tactic for defending against the human's tower rush lay in monitoring the population providing structures for both sides. The building that supplies population for the humans is the house. Thus, if the Night Elf observed that the opponent had constructed a third house early on, it could be inferred with certainty that the adversary intended to employ a rush strategy. As for how to defend against the opponent's rush, the utmost priority for the Night Elf was to establish a moon well, which also aids in providing population. This is crucial because calculations reveal that if the opponent initiates a rush promptly, and the Night Elf's second moon well is still under construction, that structure is highly vulnerable to destruction. The human player only needs to dispatch a few militia to effectively achieve this objective. If the Night Elf fails to complete the second moon well, they will soon find themselves constrained by population limits, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with the imminent tower rush from the human faction. As the game commenced, Moonlight adopted a building layout adhering to the slow AC standard, while Tang Li established an altar, barracks, and several houses, forming a quintessential linear single-channel architectural arrangement. Upon discovering the proximity of his opponent, he decisively placed a third house. If Moonlight remained oblivious to the necessity of fortifying defenses against an impending rush at this juncture, she could hardly be deemed a competent professional player. Moonlight's response was rather straightforward. She summoned 2 wisps and directed them towards Tang Li's domicile. She understood that if her adversary intended to execute a tower rush strategy from such a close distance, he would likely prioritize transforming his peasants into militia to demolish the second moon well currently under construction. While for an average player, the primary role of wisps might merely involve resource gathering, with the more astute among them utilizing their self-detonation ability. For a seasoned expert, the significance of every unit within the game is unparalleled. The initially fragile wisps serve a crucial purpose for the Night Elf race, positioning by obstructing the approach of the enemy's peasants. Even a brief delay could enable the completion of her moon well, rendering any subsequent arrival of the enemy's peasants futile and resulting in a sudden waste of their gathering time. However, she evidently underestimated Tang Li's dexterity. Unexpectedly, as he continued to develop his base, he meticulously maneuvered each peasant with precision. This is quintessential Tang Li. Ever since acquiring the mouse he affectionately dubbed the Dragon Slayer, he ensures that every moving unit, regardless of its nature, exhibits a grace surpassing that of models on a runway. Indeed, Moonlight's positioning proved ineffective, as Tang Li's peasants deftly navigated their way to her base just before the completion of her second moon well. The ordinarily feeble peasants transformed into militia, boasting an attack power that rivaled that of human footmen, and even outpacing them in attack speed. With only a few seconds difference, Moonlight was reluctantly compelled to cancel the construction of the moon well. Lacking population capacity, it was evident that she could not continue to produce archers from the barracks during this period. Before she could even re-establish the moon well, the two militia had reverted to peasants and commenced the construction of an arrow tower right at Moonlight's doorstep. Simultaneously, the Archmage, accompanied by his summoned water elemental and two human footmen, materialized within the Night Elf's line of sight. Moonlight's options were limited to the self-detonation of her wisps and the mana burn from her demon hunter hero to deplete the Archmage's magic. Despite Tang Li's loss of the water elemental, Moonlight, stymied by population constraints, was equally unable to produce any units. In contrast, the human forces continued to pour onto the battlefield, and before long, they had amassed a considerable battalion. Under such circumstances, it was not merely the moon well that faced delays. Even the construction of her second Ancient of War remained indefinitely stalled. Many of the Night Elf structures are grand trees that can rise from the ground, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. If she were to place two ancient protectors in advance, she could effectively defend against the human race's early rush. However, due to Moonlight's excessive underestimation of her opponent in the early game, coupled with Tang Li's rather lackluster performance in the first match, she mistakenly believed that merely relying on two little wisps would suffice to delay her opponent until her second moon well was completed. Yet, this overconfidence backfired, as her usually reliable calculations led to a significant setback. It is no exaggeration to say that the Night Elf situation was perilous. To be candid, Tang Li's skill level with the human race is still far inferior to Moonlight's proficiency with the Night Elves. This match merely afforded him an unexpected advantage through a close-range rush. Moreover, Moonlight, overly confident in her abilities, sent only two wisps to block the way and did not even place a second ancient protector at her base. As a result, Tang Li's two peasant units easily demolished the Night Elf's second moon well. At this juncture, the second moon well represented a crucial turning point. Had it been delayed by merely 5 more seconds, the outcome of the rush and counter-rush could have been dramatically altered. Those two peasants truly earned their keep. After achieving their objective, the two peasants continued to exert pressure, rapidly erecting 2 watchtowers, while the arrow tower was on the verge of finishing its upgrade. The Night Elves were constrained by population limits and could not produce additional units, while the human forces continued to flood in. Faced with the imminent threat of the arrow towers, the situation grew increasingly dire. Without the ability to construct the moon well, no units could be produced, rendering the ancient protectors ineffective. Thus, Moonlight decisively commanded them to rise from the ground, simultaneously establishing a new moon well deep within her base, followed by the placement of an ancient protector and a second Ancient of War. The ancient protectors serve as the Night Elf's defensive towers. Should they manage to complete construction, there may still be a glimmer of hope for a final stand. At this moment, Moonlight's control was pushed to its limits as she maximized the range advantage of her archers, ensuring that each archer maneuvered skillfully to evade the attacks of the human infantry. Furthermore, should the human infantry charge forward, they would inevitably face the onslaught of the rising trees. If she could not effectively stall for time, her defeat in this match would be all but assured. However, despite her efforts, Moonlight's demon hunter found itself encircled by Tang Li's infantry. Moonlight had not anticipated that this opponent would manipulate the human infantry with such precision, reminiscent of how the undead race expertly handles their ghouls. If one were to assert that the undead have elevated the art of encirclement to its zenith, it would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the human player before Moonlight had similarly transformed the act of encirclement into an art form. It is worth noting that Moonlight is no novice. It is no simple feat to surround her units in one fell swoop. In truth, the majority of the time, even when a pack of small dogs gathers under the ominous aura of the Death Knight, Moonlight consistently manages to identify a gap within a remarkably brief moment. With just a step or two, he can evade the encirclement, rendering the adversary's attempt at ambush futile. Both sides possess their own maneuvers. Thus, among skilled players, even the accelerated small dogs must continuously strive to ensnare the opposing hero. If the first attempt fails, all forces must swiftly disperse, only to converge again at a suitable point with precision, meticulously managing their units to swiftly block all potential escape routes of the opposing hero. This demands an exceptionally high level of skill and is no trivial task. However, now, this hallmark art of ambush, characteristic of the undead masters, has been mirrored in the human infantry before him. The human infantry does not boast swift movement, nor is it bathed in the sinister glow of the Death Knight, making the act of encirclement considerably more challenging. Yet, astonishingly, a remarkable scene unfolds before Moonlight's eyes. All of Tang Li's human infantry rhythmically contract and expand, resembling a flower that suddenly blooms in a riot of colors, only to close again in the next instant. Ordinary flowers cannot blossom and retract at such a rapid pace. Only one type of flower can do so, the carnivorous plant. Before Moonlight, Tang Li's human infantry resembles such a carnivorous flower, with the target of its predation being his own demon hunter. The complexity of this encirclement operation is already formidable, yet even more astonishing to Moonlight is the presence of a human infantryman strategically positioned before the demon hunter, meticulously blocking its path, causing the demon hunter to falter step by step. Ultimately, it could not escape Tang Li's trap, and after yet another infantryman swiftly closed in, the demon hunter found itself ensnared in the center. An infinitely stunning display of skill. Even Moonlight, seasoned in grand spectacles, was left in utter shock. Could it be that he had intentionally thrown the previous match? A thought flickered in Moonlight's mind. The demise of the demon hunter was akin to adding insult to injury for the already beleaguered night elves, as they watched the opposing arrow tower take form. The resurrected demon hunter found itself helpless against the archmage. Moonlight typed, "You are awesome." Tang Li responded with a question mark, as he could not comprehend the more complex vocabulary. Understanding the implication of the question mark, Moonlight opted for a simpler phrase. "You are very good." Though Tang Li was not well versed in English, he understood this compliment, interpreting it as praise for his excellent play, and replied with, "Horse, horse, tiger, tiger." This response left Moonlight bewildered. What could it possibly mean? In truth, Tang Li intended to convey that he was merely SOSO. Although his command of English was lacking, he had nonetheless memorized a fair number of words, a feat entirely attributable to the Chinese educational system. The English word for his horse, while translates to tiger. Thus, when combined, becomes horse-horsetiger tiger, does it not? After encountering a formidable opponent, Tang Li was certainly unwilling to engage in merely a single match. He pondered for a moment and, despite his rudimentary command of English, continued to type. Later, you and me again, in truth. Tang Li intended to convey that they should play together frequently in the future. However, his English proficiency was so lacking that he couldn't help but chuckle at his own inadequate expression. With no other recourse, he brazenly pressed on. "I go eat, bye-bye." Tang Li meant to say he was going to have a meal, but Moonlight only comprehended the final phrase, bye-bye, leaving the rest entirely lost on her. Fortunately, he had a Chinese translator who, after a painstaking study, managed to elucidate Tang Li's clumsy English to Moonlight. One could hardly blame Tang Li. He was an art student who scarcely retained any vocabulary from high school, let alone engaged in English conversations, and his command of the language had only deteriorated further in university. Chapter 69. The wild creatures are my soldiers in the blink of an eye. The first round of the campus electronic sports tournament's offline competition had finally arrived. Due to Sun Chang's unfortunate elimination in the final round of the preliminary matches, only Tang Li and Fire from the Hero Club had advanced to the top 8. Since there were 8 finalists, they were paired off for battle, and in the first round, Tang Li faced an opponent with the ID muile.as soon as the online matchups were announced. Everyone flocked to the school forum to gather information. Upon seeing Tang Li's opponent, Zhu Yiping exclaimed with vivid recollection, "It was this very person who eliminated me. Tang Li, you must avenge me this time." Zhu Yiping was not mistaken, for the day he competed against Muali coincided with the very day Yo-Yo had first agreed to go on a date with him. Muali was a player of the Orc faction, and during Tang Li's recent forays into Warcraft, he had become quite familiar with the Orcs. Additionally, he frequently battled against Han Tai, who also played Orcs, instilling him with confidence. "Rest assured, I will give it my all to help you seek vengeance." Ever since that night Tang Li had spent with Ouyang by the banks of the Yangtze River, he had been at a loss for an appropriate excuse to approach Ouyang again. Their next encounter occurred by chance in front of the school's teaching building. This time, there seemed to be an unspoken understanding between them, as neither mentioned the events of that night by the river. From a distance, Tang Li spotted Ouyang approaching, and Ouyang, clearly having noticed Tang Li, paused momentarily. Ultimately, Ouyang smiled and walked over, inquiring, "Why didn't you train at the Hero Internet CAF today?" "I'll be going shortly," Tang Li replied. Tang Li grinned widely, then scratched his head, at a loss for words. In fact, Ouyang harbored a lingering resentment towards Tang Li. After all, her intentions had been quite apparent that night. Yet this oblivious Tang Li remained utterly clueless. When it comes to romance, girls often adopt a degree of reserve, and thus Ouyang yearned for Tang Li to take the initiative. Since their return from the banks of the Yangtze River, Ouyang had been incessantly mulling over the situation in her mind. Whenever the phone in the dormitory rang, she would invariably be the first to rush and answer, only to be met with disappointment as none of the calls were from Tang Li. Thus, the two found themselves embroiled in a protracted stalemate. "Well, I must head to class now," Ouyang finally declared, her face flushed after hesitating for a considerable time. She had resolved to wait for Tang Li to make the first move. Just as Ouyang was about to leave, Tang Li hurriedly followed, summoning his courage to say, "I made it to the top 8 in the school's Warcraft competition. This weekend at the E-Century Internet CAF by the school gate. I would love to have you there to cheer for me. I hope you have the time." "Of course," Ouyang replied joyfully. "I, along with Xuelan, will be your cheerleaders, so we will definitely be there for such an event." With Ouyang's words, Tang Li eagerly awaited the arrival of the weekend's competition. The school's electronic sports tournament was scheduled with the final matches of the top 8 taking place on Saturday and Sunday. Accommodating the students' class schedules, this arrangement allowed not only the contestants but also other Warcraft enthusiasts to attend and support their favorite players. Tang Li's duel against Mu Ali was slated as the first match of the opening round on Saturday morning. E-Century was the largest internet CAF near the school, and at that moment, a massive electronic display screen had been erected in the lobby for everyone to watch the competition. There were indeed many Warcraft enthusiasts at the school, and Tang Li's match recordings had been generating significant buzz on the forums. Consequently, the turnout on Saturday was substantial, with the E-Century Internet CAF bustling with spectators. This phenomenon was undoubtedly what the CAF's owner was most pleased to witness, as he could take solace in the fact that his sponsorship had not gone to waste. The presence of tens of thousands of students represented a considerable market for him, and this sponsorship had served as excellent advertising for his establishment. Tang Li arrived at E-Century early but lingered outside, anxiously waiting for Ong. As the start of the match drew near, he finally spotted Ouyang and Xuelan approaching hand in hand. Xuelan was the first to speak. "With our stunning Ouyang here to cheer for you, you must perform exceptionally well." Xuelan's words rang true. Upon seeing Ouyang, Tang Li transformed, exuding an energy akin to that of a bull after consuming Viagra or a wheat field sprinkled with glittering gold. Mu Ali immediately sensed the immense pressure emanating from Tang Li as the match commenced. Although Tang Li has recently commenced practicing with the human race, he has yet to master its intricacies. Thus, in this competition, he continues to rely on the night elves with which he is already familiar. The initial clash transpired at the onset of the game, with neither side possessing any troops, save for the peasants venturing out to scout. Neither player managed to locate the opponent's position immediately, leading to an encounter between Tang Li's little elf and Mu Ali's peasant in the wilderness. Just as the elf was about to depart after scouting a location, Mu Ali's peasant fortuitously arrived, and the two units narrowly brushed past each other. Ordinarily, the elf would be unable to engage, leaving Tang Li at a disadvantage against the peasant. However, he devised a clever strategy. Could two peasants engage in combat? Certainly, though it requires a modicum of wit and finesse. The aggro range of neutral creeps is relatively broader towards buildings, implying that their awareness of mobile units is comparatively limited. Thus, in that fleeting moment when the elf and the peasant brushed past each other, the elf swiftly placed a moon well. The neutral creeps were undoubtedly roused and charged towards Tang Li's illicit structure, while he promptly canceled the construction of the moon well. With the intended target vanishing, the creeps redirected their aggression towards Mu Ali's peasant, unleashing a flurry of blows that resulted in the peasant's untimely demise. Although the elf lacked offensive capabilities, this ingenious maneuver of utilizing the creeps to eliminate an opponent was entirely unexpected, earning Tang Li resounding applause from the audience. The act of constructing and immediately canceling the moon well transpired in an instant. Thus Mu Ali, engrossed in managing his own units, failed to notice it was only upon hearing the thunderous applause that he felt a twinge of curiosity, hastily switching his view to discover his peasant being mercilessly attacked by the creeps. This revelation left Mu Ali utterly astonished. The peasant had evidently not entered the creep's line of sight, so how could it be attacked? Chapter 70. Closing the door to beat the dog, Muali remained perplexed by the incident, yet the tournament left little room for contemplation. Although he had lost a peasant, he was not overly concerned. As soon as his first hero, the Blade Master, emerged, with its formidable harassment capabilities, the elf's low health would surely succumb to a few swift strikes. After Tang Li's little elf scouted Muali's base, it lingered within the opponent's territory, reluctant to depart. Muali, showing no mercy, awaited the Blade Master's emergence from the altar to pursue the elf. Naturally, the elf could not evade the Blade Master's relentless chase, and to prevent granting the Blade Master experience, it was compelled to self-destruct. And truth, Tang Li could have withdrawn his little sprite much earlier. However, he chose not to do so, as he increasingly recognized the significance of reconnaissance. The cost of employing a single sprite to scout the architectural layout of his opponent's base and ascertain the identity of their initial hero proved to be a remarkably advantageous strategy for him. Given that the adversary's first hero was the Blade Master, he was certain to implement strategies to thwart any harassment from it. After the sprite's self-detonation, Muali's Blade Master hastened towards Tang Li's homeland, pausing only to sell his town portal scroll at the neutral shop situated at the center of the map, while concurrently purchasing a dust of appearance and a circlet of nobility. The Blade Master, endowed with the wind walk ability, found the early town portal scroll to be of limited utility, whereas the dust of appearance and circlet were of considerable importance. Most units of the Night Elves possessed the ability to become invisible at night. Without the dust of appearance, the Blade Master's capacity for slaughter would be severely diminished. Moreover, the circlet would enhance the Blade Master's attributes, significantly bolstering his harassment capabilities in the game's initial stages. As the fully equipped Blade Master arrived at Tang Li's base, Muali could not restrain a laugh, perceiving that his opponent's skill was rather lacking. Despite having detected the identity of the Blade Master as the initial hero, Tang Li had failed to adopt a fortified architectural layout to safeguard his sprite. Muali shook his head. In his view, the lumbering sprites were destined for tragedy. Indeed, the Night Elf sprites are rather frail. Human peasants can transform into militia, while orc peons can burrow into tunnels. Conversely, the Night Elf sprites and the undead acolytes possess no offensive capabilities whatsoever, rendering them prime targets. Generally, the optimal method for the Night Elves to prevent the Blade Master from decimating their sprites in the early game is to construct several buildings closely aligned with the forest, thereby creating a clearing where the sprites can gather resources freely, while preventing both the Blade Master and orc footmen from gaining access. This arrangement would ensure the sprite's safety while harvesting. However, Tang Li had opted for a haphazard placement of his buildings, leaving them scattered. Xueqiu, likewise a top 8 contender, had his first match scheduled shortly. With some free time, he was intrigued by Tang Li, as Yo-Yo mentioned that only was her boyfriend, and he was currently observing the unfolding match. Yo-Yo stood beside Xueqiu, and as she witnessed the scene, she could not help but exclaim, "Oh no, this is bad." "Why is it bad?" Xueqiu inquired. Pointing at the screen, Yo-Yo replied, "Look, the Blade Master is already here, and Tang Li's buildings are all over the place. Aren't he the sprites doomed?" Yet Xueqiu merely chuckled, "Not necessarily. How can that not be the case? The Blade Master is swaggering in. With his attacking power, he can easily withstand the demon hunter's assaults while slaughtering the sprites. Besides, he possesses Windwalk. Killing a few sprites would be child's play." Yo-Yo questioned, puzzled. "You'll see," Xueqiu said with a knowing smile, leaving the outcome tantalizingly uncertain. The Sword Saint, true to Yo-Yo's assertions, swaggered into Tang Li's base, embarking on a delightfully brutal slaughter of the little elves. Each strike of his blade upon the delicate beings resonated painfully in Yo-Yo's heart. Ever since she became aware of Tang Li's past, her feelings towards him underwent a profound transformation. Women, after all, are creatures overflowing with empathy. While there were a few who fervently wished for Tang Li to reclaim his former glory, none desired it more than Yo-Yo herself as she observed the Sword Saint mercilessly dispatching the elves. One tiny creature fell before it could even sip from the Moonwell's waters. Tang Li's sole remaining hero and a couple of archers posed no tangible threat to the Sword Saint, which allowed him to swiftly eliminate a second elf using his Windwalk ability. He could have slain even more, but Tang Li skillfully revived the elves with the Moonwell's waters, leaving Muali at a loss. As Muali noted that both his magic was depleted and his health had dwindled by half, he contemplated retreating the Sword Saint. Yet, at that moment, he was taken aback. The buildings in Tang Li's base appeared quite scattered, with a vast expanse of open ground between them, so much so that not even a hero could traverse it, let alone a train. However, as the Sword Saint merrily slaughtered the elves within Tang Li's base, another elf had already planted a war ancient in that very open space, effectively sealing off the Sword Saint's escape routes. It became clear that this was a trap specifically laid by the Night Elves for the Sword Saint. Blood Reward, predictably, began to chuckle. Yo-Yo, still processing the situation, exclaimed, "Oh, what is happening? Please explain." Despite the seemingly haphazard layout of Tang Li's buildings, each element had been meticulously calculated. The small outer structures were placed diagonally with one space in between, creating the illusion of a vast gap. Yet this very space was precisely 31 units wide, making it impossible for a hero of 32 units to pass through. Blood Reward pointed to the large screen and remarked, "Initially, when the Sword Saint arrived, he deliberately left a substantial open area to facilitate the Sword Saint's entry into his base, thus transforming his layout into a massive trap." Upon closer inspection, Yo-Yo confirmed the accuracy of this observation. However, once the Sword Saint ventured into the trap, Tang Li placed a large building between two smaller structures, creating yet another passageway of only 31 units, once again impassable for the Sword Saint. Thus, although the entire architectural arrangement appeared loose and disjointed, it effectively ensnared the Sword Saint, leaving him with no means of escape. Blood Reward was indeed correct. Tang Li aimed to employ this close-the-door-on-the-dog strategy to confine the enemy's Sword Saint within his own domain, rendering him utterly trapped. Muali, compelled to sell his recall scroll to purchase anti-invisibility and a headband, found the Sword Saint in a truly lamentable predicament. When Muali first arrived at the Tang Li base, he couldn't help but mock and disdain the level of Tang Li. However, it was not long before Muali paid dearly for his arrogance. The Sword Saint was brutally slaughtered by the Demon Hunter and the two archers under Tang Li's command. Chapter 71. Mastering the game. Tang Li skillfully set a trap with his own structures, leading to the demise of the opposing Sword Saint, even though the game had only just begun and he possessed merely 2 or 3 archers. Immediately, Tang Li directed his troops towards his expansion point. Was he planning to establish a new base? Yo-Yo remarked with confusion, but the forces are clearly insufficient. Indeed, Yo-Yo was correct. Although Tang Li's elimination of the opposing Sword Saint rendered them incapable of effectively preventing him from expanding, his own forces were woefully inadequate. Attempting to secure an expansion with such a meager army would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Nevertheless, Tang Li pressed on. He first used his archers to strike a nearby creature from a distance before swiftly retreating. Naturally, the wild beast pursued him relentlessly. Once the creature was drawn out, Tang Li commanded his troops to converge upon it, focusing all their attacks on a single target. After slaying one creature, he unhesitatingly ordered a full retreat. Yo-Yo was left even more perplexed. If one were to engage, why not finish the fight? Why retreat after only a partial assault? In Yo-Yo's mind, Tang Li's maneuver this time was an utter failure, and she couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. At that moment, Tang Li directed his forces, led by the Demon Hunter, straight towards the stronghold of the orcs, initiating his pervasive harassment. This was Tang Li's forte. In the blink of an eye, day transitioned into night within the game. During this time, Tang Li summoned a small sprite at home, heading directly to his expansion point. In Warcraft, wild monsters also slumber at night, allowing Tang Li's sprite to construct a tree of life right under the noses of the beasts. Upon witnessing this audacious act, Yo-Yo was astonished, unable to fathom how one could so brazenly expand without clearing the area of monsters. Such a move was indeed reckless. Shuecho chuckled and remarked, "Now do you understand why the Night Elves only killed one creature at the expansion before turning to harass the orc base?" Yet, Yo-Yo remained baffled. Shuecho continued to elucidate. In Warcraft, wild monsters possess varying levels of intelligence, referred to as AI. The AI differs among monsters. What are the distinctions? Yo-Yo inquired. Shuecho elaborated, the AI of typical wild monsters is categorized into 2 settings, normal vigilance and camp vigilance. If a creature is under normal vigilance, constructing anything nearby will awaken it, prompting an immediate attack, even at night. Conversely, creatures under camp vigilance will peacefully slumber at night, remaining undisturbed as long as they are not attacked, regardless of construction occurring right beneath their noses. Yo-Yo nodded, acknowledging her understanding of the matter. If a group of wild creatures consists of both normal sentries and camp sentries, once the normal sentry is roused, the camp sentries will awaken as well. Take, for instance, the 5 wild creatures at the mining site of Tang Li. Only the level 3 Wargen assassin, which was recently slain by the Night Elves, is a normal sentry, while the other 4 are camp sentries. As Shuecho spoke of this, Yo-Yo began to grasp the concept more clearly. Shuecho continued, "First, eliminate the normal sentry, the level 3 Wargen assassin. This way, even if the other creatures remain, when night falls and the Night Elves establish a base in the mine, these creatures will not be disturbed. This strategy allows for a swift mining operation. However, would he not fear a rush from his opponents so early in the game? With Xueqiu by her side, Yo-Yo always felt she was learning a great deal. Thus, after the Night Elves had dispatched the level 3 Wargen, they immediately proceeded to harass the Orc encampment to impede the opponent's development, ensuring that the Orcs would be oblivious to the Night Elves' early mining operation. Just moments ago, you two found it hard to believe that Tang Li would attempt to secure a mine with such a minimal force, did you not? Surely, his adversaries would share the same skepticism. Xueqiu elaborated. Moreover, even if the Orcs were to gather their forces with the intent to rush, there is no need for concern. Do not forget that this map contains 2 mercenary camps, conveniently located near the mine. More importantly, the wild creatures in front of the mercenary camp possess no limiting abilities. Yo-Yo was puzzled. What does their lack of limiting abilities have to do with anything? Xueqiu smiled and continued. The absence of limiting abilities signifies that even if the Orcs discern the Night Elves' mining intentions and plan a rush, the Night Elves can utilize one archer to divert the wild creatures from the mercenary camp, subsequently employing a small sprite to easily procure mercenaries to assist in repelling the potential Orc rush. Upon hearing this, Yo-Yo was left utterly astonished. Indeed, the perspective of an outsider merely observes the spectacle, while that of an insider perceives the intricacies. The same match reveals different insights to players of varying skill levels. For Yo-Yo, she initially failed to comprehend Tang Li's actions, but under Xueqiu's guidance, she finally grasped the intentions behind Tang Li's mining strategy. Nonetheless, she still regarded Tang Li as merely a speculative player aiming to stealthily mine without detection. It was only after listening to Xueqiu's explanation that she realized the entire tactical framework was remarkably cohesive. She was taken aback by the depth of Tang Li's considerations. Yo-Yo found herself increasingly impressed by Tang Li. There is far more to this than you might think, and it was, of course, Xueqiu who spoke next. I believe this outcome had already been anticipated in the Night Elf player's plan when the sprite was scouting. Why? Xueqiu continued. Do you recall when the Night Elf sprite discovered the Orc base? Instead of completing its reconnaissance and departing, it lingered until the Blade Master emerged from the altar. Although the little sprite may be forced to self-destruct, it nevertheless witnessed the conventional opening strategies of the Orc clan and the initial deployment of the Blade Master. Despite the sprite's demise, from that moment onward, the Orc faction had already fallen into the cunning schemes of the Night Elves. This time, Yo-Yo learned to remain silent, patiently awaiting Xueqiu to continue. In a standard opening with the Blade Master leading, most players facing the Night Elves would opt to employ early harassment tactics to eliminate the little sprites. However, the Night Elves had long since set up a pocket ambush within their base, anticipating the Blade Master's entry. Yet, if the opposing Blade Master chose not to retreat to the fountain, wouldn't he that render the pocket ambush ineffective? Xueqiu chuckled. I suspect the Night Elf player himself did not anticipate successfully eliminating the Blade Master. In truth, whether the Blade Master is killed or chooses to return to base is of little consequence. The Night Elf merely requires a window of opportunity. If the Blade Master had not been slain but opted to retreat, the Demon Hunter would similarly forcefully eliminate the level 3 wolf from the expansion, subsequently transitioning to harassment, thereby prolonging the construction of his fast expansion. All of this must have been within his calculations. Thus, Yo-Yo couldn't help but ponder how it felt as if Tang Li had begun to embody the strategic acumen of Zhuge Liang, orchestrating victories from afar. Chapter 72. A surge from the Orcs indeed. Given Tang Li's current rate of development, he could be regarded as virtually unmatched among the amateur players at Lushan University, save for Xueqiu. This remarkable pace of growth appeared almost miraculous to the ordinary observer. Among those who bore witness to this marvel was Han Tai, who also played as the Orcs. Therefore, as he watched the match, he felt particularly awestruck. Muali's early development unfolded as if from a textbook, devoid of any issues. Yet, within the brief span of the first night, Tang Li had completely seized control of the match. However, this did not imply that Tang Li was assured of victory, for once the Orcs completed their Tier 2 technology, they would enter a relatively powerful phase. If the Orcs could effectively capitalize on this period, a turnaround might still be possible. Nevertheless, Tang Li would certainly not allow such an occurrence. The methods he employed to delay his opponent were quite straightforward, constructing burrows. If one were to name the most tragic building for the Orcs, it would undoubtedly be the burrow. For while other races possess population-providing structures such as town halls, the Orcs' burrows are classified as heavy armor. Heavy armor is inherently easier to assault than fortified structures. Thus, the Orcs' burrows have consistently been one of the weaknesses targeted by their adversaries. By attacking the Orcs' burrows, they would become population-capped, unable to produce further units, and rebuilding a burrow necessitates a significant expenditure of wood and gold. Moreover, given how easily burrows can be targeted, Tang Li found great delight in this strategy. With his advantages in execution and overarching strategy, Tang Li's harassment became particularly lethal. At the outset, when the Sword Saint was away, one could stealthily venture to dig tunnels, swiftly detonating one before making an escape. However, after several attempts, Tang Li had amassed a considerable number of archers, making the offensive against the tunnels increasingly brazen. Although Mua Li possessed the high-damage Sword Saint, it was inevitable that he would exploit the vulnerabilities of Tang Li's archer maidens. Nonetheless, for Tang Li, sacrificing one or even several archers to eliminate an opponent's tunnel was a worthwhile exchange, especially as he consistently maintained a population cap, preventing Mua Li from even deploying a second-tier hero. Mua Li was on the verge of tears. Despite his rapid technological advancements, having completed his second tier and constructed the requisite buildings, he found himself in a population deficit, the red numbers glaringly apparent. And yet he was unable to produce any units. Tang Li was a formidable adversary, capable of magnifying even the slightest of weaknesses tenfold or 20-fold during the match. Should Tang Li seize upon a single oversight, he would unleash relentless waves of assault targeting that specific vulnerability, creating an unending cycle of pressure. In his heart, Mua Li was crying out, "Is this even fair? Why not wait until I can field a proper army for a head-on clash?" Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, reluctant to voice them in front of the audience on the large screen. After all, such a demand would undoubtedly invite ridicule. From the very beginning, Tang Li had opted for an expedited resource-gathering strategy, allowing him to maintain a technological edge throughout the match, yet Mua Li's advancements failed to translate into military strength. Without troops, even the highest technology was rendered moot. Thus, Mua Li found himself continuously suppressed by Tang Li. And by the time Tang Li's dual mine advantage culminated in a substantial troop surge, Mua Li was left utterly defenseless, inevitably leading to his concession of GG. The audience in the gaming center was captivated by Tang Li's stunning performance in this match, erupting into prolonged applause that resonated throughout the venue, chanting only, "Uli, Uli." Having never experienced such adoration, Tang Li was overwhelmed, his heart racing in sync with the cheers of the crowd, a sensation he cherished deeply. The countless hours of training had not been in vain. In a moment of triumph, he raised his arms high in a victorious V-shape above his head, exuberantly exclaiming, "Yay!" It felt as if he had already clinched the championship. Tang Li reveled in his celebration for a full 2 minutes before the referee, wearing an expression of disbelief, approached him and remarked, "Enough with the yay. It's a best-of-3 format. You haven't finished yet." Only then did Tang Li realize that the offline matches differed from the previous online contests, necessitating a best-of-3 format to determine the victor. They had merely completed the first game. His foolish demeanor drew a dismissive expression from Yo-Yo, reminding him that the match was still far from over. And Mua Li was not without his chances in the initial match. Mua Li was thoroughly dominated from start to finish by Tang Li, and in the subsequent round, he displayed a somewhat hesitant demeanor. Despite still commencing with the Blade Master, he was left wary by a previous encounter, akin to the adage that once bitten by a snake, one fears the well rope for a decade. Consequently, this time, he dared not venture into Tang Li's realm to slay the little night elves. The Blade Master was unable to exhibit his formidable early-game harassment capabilities. Nevertheless, Mua Li harbored a strategy. Since Tang Li's structures were so ostentatiously positioned, if early harassment was unfeasible, it would be wiser to adopt a more cautious approach, biding his time until the second-tier buildings were completed to execute a decisive offensive maneuver. The one-push strategy is typically associated with the human race, yet it is not exclusively confined to them. Among the 4 races in Warcraft, each possesses its unique characteristics, which implies that each race, in comparison to others, enjoys distinct advantageous periods throughout the course of the game. However, these relative advantages are often fleeting, sometimes merely spanning a few seconds. Any delay could result in the opportunity slipping away. Yet, seizing such ephemeral moments, evading one's disadvantageous phases, and identifying one's advantageous periods can yield remarkable results when one is willing to go to great lengths to contest with the opponent during those advantageous times. This encapsulates the essence of the one-push strategy. Though Mua Li's skill may be limited, he is acutely aware that the orcs possess a pronounced advantage when facing the night elves. Upon the completion of their second-tier technology and the emergence of the Shadow Hunter, orcs exhibit notable strength during this phase due to the Shadow Hunter's shape-shifting abilities, the Blade Master's Windwalk, and the strategic deployment of speed scrolls. During this period, their capacity for swiftly eliminating enemy heroes is significantly heightened. The orcs are a race capable of claiming dominion as soon as they reach Tier 2, with a clear mid-game advantage. Not only do their heroes possess formidable assassination capabilities, but their Tier 2 units also hold substantial sway. The inclusion of a few raiders and wolf riders substantially enhances the combat efficacy of the entire army. In contrast, the Night Elves' more technologically advanced stag composition struggles to amass a formidable force at the same stage. Mu'a Li's initial cautiousness afforded Tang Li little opportunity for harassment. Thus, once the second-tier preparations were fully realized, Mu'a Li's heroes procured health potions and speed scrolls, along with scrolls for area defense and healing. With both heroes accompanied by their entire army, including the mining laborers, they surged towards Tang Li's abode with great fervor. Mu'a Li's intent was abundantly clear. He was prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle alongside his entire family. Following this encounter, there were inquiries directed at Mu'a Li regarding his sentiments after suffering defeat in his first match. After reaching the top 8, Mu'a Li's response was one of acceptance. He felt both respect and acknowledgement of his opponent's superiority. After these 2 matches, Mu'a Li recognized that he and his adversary were not in the same league. If in the first game Tang Li employed a cunning strategy to undermine Mu'a Li, in the second game, he decisively vanquished him on the battlefield. Recently, Tang Li has developed a penchant for rapid mining, perhaps succumbing to the addictive allure of chaotic resource gathering. Consequently, when Mu'a Li initiated his second-tier technological advance, Tang Li found himself at a slight disadvantage in terms of technological progression, with his cherished stag yet to undergo training. Upon recognizing this disparity, Mu'a Li's excitement grew, as he had already acquired second-tier magical units, while his opponent lacked such advantages, evidently placing him in a position of considerable benefit. The White Bull is an indispensable unit of the Orc's second-tier technology. However, this designation is merely a colloquial term used by Chinese players, as its true name is the Spirit Walker, with Soul Link being its signature ability. This ability allows the Spirit Walker to tether allied units, thereby enabling them to share 50% of the damage sustained by the unit currently under attack. A well-known adage in the realm of Warcraft states, "It is better to sever a single finger than to injure all 10. With Soul Link in play, one can ensure that damage is sustained without loss, thereby maximizing the survival rate of one's units. Previously, Mu'a Li had also enlisted the laborers from his lumber operations onto the battlefield, merely to utilize them for damage distribution among combat units. This magical effect is susceptible to dispelling, and the stag, known as the Tree of Life among the Night Elves, possesses this capability. It has almost become a staple unit for the Night Elf race, boasting a remarkably high appearance rate. In truth, even if the opposing side's technology were to align with his own, Mu'a Li would remain unperturbed, for the stag's dispel is singular in nature, unlike the area of effect dispel of the White Bull's Soul Link. Moreover, at present, the Night Elves have yet to summon the stag. Mu'a Li's strategy was astute. However, he regrettably overlooked the fact that the Night Elf race possesses additional units capable of dispelling magic. One such unit, the Sprite, is equipped with a self-detonation skill that also generates a dispelling effect. Night Elf players typically incorporate sprites into their combat strategies, and one must not underestimate these seemingly innocuous units lacking offensive capabilities. In the lore of Warcraft, even the formidable Archimond ultimately fell victim to the self-detonation of these sprites. To dismiss them would certainly incur a hefty price. Mulia's forces surged forward. The White Bull activated Soul Link, and the Blade Master employed Windwalk while simultaneously consuming a speed scroll. All units charged ahead with remarkable swiftness, and the Shadow Hunter cast Transformation on the Demon Hunter, metamorphosing her into a crab. Every maneuver was executed flawlessly. However, just as Mu'a Li prepared to unleash a full-scale assault, the Night Elf's sprite unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, positioning itself perfectly to detonate. The explosion's radius coincidentally enveloped the majority of Mu'a Li's magical effects, returning the Demon Hunter to her original form and simultaneously dispelling the White Bull's Soul Link effect. In Tang Li's grasp lay the formidable weapon he dubbed the Dragon-Slaying Blade. Complemented by his naturally astute maneuvers, the judicious architectural layout of his home, the almost flawless utilization of the well water from the Moon Well, the impeccable positioning and movements of his archers, and the exquisite self-detonation of the little sprites, with these seemingly fragile units of the Night Elf race, he resolutely repelled Mu'a Li's relentless onslaught at his doorstep as the minutes of the battle ticked away. The scales of victory began to tilt ever so slightly in Tang Li's favor. Mu'a Li had committed to a desperate strategy, deploying even the woodcutters to the battlefield. However, once Tang Li navigated through this critical technological and manpower void, what could Mu'a Li possibly wield to confront the double-mind Night Elves? This was a clash occurring purely on the front lines. Thus, upon the conclusion of the match, even Mu'a Li himself could not help but acknowledge Tang Li's prowess with genuine admiration. Yet, Mu'a Li was not the only one astounded by Tang Li's performance. There was another, Ouyang. Although Ouyang was not particularly well-versed in Warcraft, the enthusiasm of everyone in the internet CAF cheering and applauding for Tang Li, stirred her emotions. Watching Tang Li on the battlefield, he appeared increasingly radiant. Once he stepped off the stage, he made a beeline for Ouyang, grinning foolishly, and asked, "Hee hee, how did I perform?" "You played brilliantly. I never knew a game could be so captivating," Ouyang replied sincerely. Shortly after Tang Li's victory, Fire also triumphed over his opponent, advancing to the semifinals. However, given that this was merely an inter-school competition with limited resources and only one large screen available, Fire's match did not receive live broadcast coverage. "Finally, you're done. I came rushing over this morning just to watch your match, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. But you certainly did not disappoint. Both of you have brought honor to our hero club," exclaimed Sun Chong joyfully upon witnessing the victories of Tang Li and Fire. Although Sun Chong was elated, his level of excitement paled in comparison to Yo-Yo's. At this moment, Yo-Yo could be said to be the most gratified by Tang Li's success. Yo-Yo was somewhat oblivious to the nature of the relationship between Tang Li and Ouyang, but when she approached and saw the stunning beauties Zhuolan and Ouyang standing beside Tang Li, she instinctively felt a twinge of threat, especially from Ouyang, whose gaze towards Tang Li spoke volumes. One should never underestimate a woman's intuition. In matters of the heart, women often possess an uncanny precision. Casting a cold glare at Ouyang, Yo-Yo nonetheless turned to Tang Li and said, "After all, I am a member of the Hero Club. To celebrate your advancement, let us go. I'll treat you both to a feast." Her demeanor resembled that of a wealthy patron, brimming with generosity. It is, in fact, only 10 o'clock in the morning, and the hour for lunch has yet to arrive. However, Yo-Yo can easily surmise that this group of individuals, typically so lethargic, has undoubtedly skipped breakfast. Tang Li's stomach, indeed, rumbles with hunger, yet he shakes his head and asserts, "We have only just reached the semi-finals. It is not yet time for celebration. I shall wait a while longer to observe the match of the reigning champion." Shuecho, as the saying goes, a hasty preparation leads to failure. Although Tang Li does not frequently visit the school forum to scrutinize his opponents, at this crucial juncture, he must diligently analyze and comprehend Shuecho's characteristics, so that when the moment arrives for their confrontation, he will be prepared with a strategy. Chapter 74. When Fire encounters Shuecho, the reigning champion of the school's electronic sports competition for 4 consecutive years, has become a formidable figure that countless students aspire to surpass through relentless training, yet no one has succeeded in 4 years. His prowess is akin to that of a professional player, a fact that is indisputable. Typically, Shuecho employs a single rush strategy, which suffices to eliminate the majority of his opponents in the early stages of the game. His rush strategy, utilizing a randomly assigned race, does not imply that he lacks strength afterwards. Rather, it is simply that one does not require a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Watching Shuecho's matches often evokes a sense of exhilarating clarity, as he is perpetually on the offensive, attack, and yet more attack. This round is no exception. Shuecho randomly draws the human race, while his opponent is a night elf player. Given their close proximity, Shuecho undoubtedly opts for a militia rush. Human peasants can be summoned and armed as militia when needed, and these transformed peasants possess attack power rivaling that of foot soldiers, even boasting a faster attack speed. However, there is a drawback. The transformation from peasant to militia takes only 45 seconds, after which they revert to their original form. Rush strategies demand exceptional skill, particularly with militia rush, as one must maximize the attack potential of each militia to defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if the militia reverts back to peasants, calamity ensues. Shuecho's dexterity is beyond question, and although he has but 45 seconds, it is ample time for him to accomplish a great deal. As 2 water elementals, accompanied by a battalion of militia, boldly advance towards the night elf space, the opponent experiences a moment of terror. The enemy hero has already been ensnared by several militia. Naturally, Shuecho does not squander too many militia on encircling the hero. 5 or 6 militia are sufficient for that task. However, while the militia possess formidable attack power, their vitality is limited, which prompts Shuecho to retain a few militia nearby to counter any attempts by the opposing hero to escape. Meanwhile, other militia rush into the night elf space, commencing the slaughter of the wisps. From the commencement of the match, in a mere 4 minutes, Shuecho has decisively concluded the first round of battle. Powerful, brutal, exquisite. Such are the hallmarks of Shuecho's rush strategy. The spectators at eCentury Internet CAF have not witnessed such an exhilarating and ferocious rush in a considerable while. Although the match lasted merely 4 minutes, it ignited a fervor among the audience. Even Tang Li was not exempt from this excitement. He found himself anticipating a direct confrontation with Shuecho. By the time the second game commenced, the night elf player had developed a psychological aversion to Shuecho's aggressive rush tactics. Coincidentally, in this round, Shuecho was again assigned the human race. As the match began, the Night Elf player was alarmed to see 3 human militia charging towards him, causing a momentary panic. To avert a repeat of the previous 4-minute defeat, he instinctively constructed 2 additional Ancient of War and planted a moon well. His concern was that if the humans were to rush him again, he would at least have 3 Ancient of War, 2 of which could rise to defend, while the remaining 1 would train units. The extra moon well was intended to ensure he wouldn't be hindered by population limits. However, just as the newly planted Ancient of War began to take root, the 3 militia retreated. The placement of the 3 Ancient of War had depleted the Night Elf's lumber reserves, significantly impacting both his technological development and growth. Yet, it turned out that Shuecho's militia rush was merely a ruse. Aside from those 3 militia, the rest were preoccupied with gathering gold and wood. Consequently, when Shuecho launched his true rush later, the Night Elf, still short on lumber, was busy reinforcing his base with additional wisps. The second game unfolded without suspense, and by the time Shuecho secured his second victory, the other match taking place simultaneously had only just reached its mid-game at it. Is no wonder that Shuecho often employed a rush strategy in campus competitions. Competing against vastly inferior opponents offered little opportunity for meaningful growth. His lightning-fast victory over his opponent undoubtedly placed considerable psychological pressure on Tang Li, who had already regarded Shuecho as his ultimate rival in the ongoing campus esports tournament. Conversely, Yo-Yo was unfazed, as she had already instructed Shuecho to ease up in his match against Tang Li. From her perspective, the championship of this campus esports tournament seemed destined for Tang Li. However, what Yo-Yo was unaware of was that, despite agreeing to her request, Shuecho had his own plans. As he stepped off the stage and observed Tang Li, Yo-Yo, Sun Chong, and Han Tai merrily exiting the CAF, he mused that perhaps he should have a word with Tang Li before the finals the following day. Given the nature of the campus esports tournament, the schedule was not particularly structured, aiming to identify a champion within the weekend, leading to a tightly packed series of matches. 4 matches were completed in the morning, narrowing the field from 8 to 4, and the victorious quartet would continue their quest for the last 2 spots in the afternoon. The competitions are set to conclude all within the span of Saturday, leaving only the final match for the championship on Sunday. After the morning matches, everyone gathered for lunch, and Yo-Yo was in high spirits, thus treating everyone to this meal. Ouyang had intended to return to her dormitory first, but Tang Li detained her, suggesting, "Since you'll be coming out to watch our match in the afternoon anyway, why not join us for lunch? After the matches conclude, I can escort you back to school." Tang Li's request was earnest, and Ouyang, reluctant to undermine Tang Li's sentiments, nodded with a smile. The two exchanged glances filled with unspoken affection, yet to Yo-Yo, the scene unfolded quite differently, a pair of thieves and harlots. Yo-Yo murmured to herself, ensuring her words went unheard. Although she felt a twinge of discontent, her generosity was not so meager as to begrudge them. Besides, Tang Li and Ouyang were not yet an established couple, and there was still potential for separation. From that lunch onward, Yo-Yo began to scheme quietly in her heart. After their meal, everyone returned to the East Century Internet Cafe, as 2 matches awaited them in the afternoon, necessitating a draw for the matchups. Fire's luck was not particularly favorable, drawing the lot to face blood compensation. Play well. While blood compensation may seem formidable, you are no slouch either, especially with your increasingly sharp spider dance. Tang Li encouraged Fire. Chapter 75. Clear's ultimate move. Tang Li yearned to witness the clash between Fire and blood compensation in person, yet it was impossible, as the 2 afternoon matches were to be held simultaneously. The matchups among the top 4 were determined by drawing lots, and with Fire and blood compensation already paired, the remaining contender was, of course, Tang Li's opponent for the day. Thus, as she watched Fire step onto the competition stage, she also caught sight of her opponent smiling and nodding in her direction. What a polite individual, Tang Li mused. Her opponent was no unknown. His ID was Clearer. Currently a third-year student, Clearer was a well-known figure within the Warcraft community at their school, with his reputation well established among forum-goers. His style had earned him notoriety for its lewd and unscrupulous nature, making it difficult for anyone who had witnessed his matches to forget him. While Clearer was infamous for his questionable tactics, his appearance today contrasted sharply with his gaming persona. Adorned with large black-framed glasses and dressed in a gray-black Zhongshan suit, he resembled an intellectual from the late Qing dynasty or early Republican era, evoking the image of someone who had just stepped out from the 1920s or 30s. Unaware of Clearer's reputation on the forums, Tang Li, judging solely by his exterior, perceived him as quite cultured and knowledgeable, albeit his attire appeared somewhat outdated, particularly the large black glasses that obscured much of his face. Tang Li, a student at Lushan University, has witnessed the evolution of the electronic sports tournament, which has now reached several editions. In the previous year's campus electronic sports competition, Clearer ranked a commendable third, trailing only behind Shuecho and another competitor. The champion of that edition was Shuecho, while the runner-up was a senior who has since graduated and ventured into the complexities of society, a realm fraught with uncertainty and challenges, rendering him unlikely to return for such campus contests. The individual who secured third place, Clearer, is Tang Li's opponent today. Alioth, who fell to Tang Li in the first round of this year's competition, held the fourth position. If we were to assess the misfortune of participants in these two tournaments, Alioth would undoubtedly emerge as the most wronged competitor. In the previous edition, he was among the top 8, possessing the skill capable of challenging Shuecho, at the very least. His prowess surpassed that of Clearer, and he deserved a higher placement, ideally second or third, to do justice to his capabilities. Unfortunately, during the semifinals, he faced Shuecho first, and after 2 exhausting matches, he found himself depleted of energy. Consequently, in the battle for third place, he succumbed to Clearer, finishing in a disappointing fourth. If his previous experience could be deemed unfortunate, this year's outcome can only be described as tragic. After a year of rigorous training aimed at defeating Shuecho and claiming the championship title, Alioth found himself eliminated by Tang Li, the unexpected powerhouse. Before he even had a chance to settle into his seat during the preliminary match, one cannot help but sympathize with his plight in terms of overall strength. Alioth was evidently superior to Tang Li at the onset of the tournament. However, Tang Li's aggressive and reckless tactics disrupted Alioth's rhythm, leading to his downfall. The preliminary rounds are inherently unfair, as no competitor can guarantee consistent performance, and the nature of this format, which determines winners in a single match, left Alioth with no time for lamentation. These events belong to the annals of the past, and being a newcomer, Tang Li is, of course, unaware of them. Yet, Clearer's victory over Alioth cannot solely be attributed to luck. He possesses a formidable ultimate move that, when executed, is virtually uncounterable. Consider that even Alioth, who surpassed him in skill last year, fell victim to this tactic, underscoring the fearsome nature of Clearer's strategy. Now, as Clearer advances to the semi-finals, and with Tang Li, the dark horse, gaining momentum, the moment for him to unleash his ultimate move has arrived. Despite his seemingly antiquated appearance, his ultimate move is anything but outdated. Rather, it is quite avant-garde, an assertion that might be seen as praise, for in the eyes of many, the more risque and unconventional the strategy, the more innovative it is perceived. Clearer's so-called ultimate move, in essence, embodies the extreme of linguistic harassment tactics. The phenomenon known as linguistic harassment in gaming refers to the act of using typed words to disturb one's opponent during the course of play. Indeed, this tactic has not been unfamiliar to Tang Li, who, during his initial online confrontation with Yo-Yo, engaged in a fair amount of typing. However, it is evident that Clearer operates on a significantly higher level. His objective is to employ verbal interaction to sway his opponent's judgment, and of course, to effectively utilize the method of linguistic harassment in a match, one must balance personal development while simultaneously persistently typing to distract the opponent, which inherently demands a considerable level of dexterity. Tang Li continues to play as the knight-elf race, while Clearer represents the human faction. Once both players have selected their races, they count down from 5, and the game commences. Clearer, clearly a player with commendable speed, initiates the exchange with a friendly greeting, GG, GL. These 2 letters, commonly seen in Warcraft matches, stand for good game and good luck, respectively. Tang Li muses to himself that his initial intuition was indeed correct. This individual is genuinely a courteous and well-mannered young man. Recognizing Clearer's politeness, Tang Li responds while managing his little elves, typing, "Well, let us have a good match, and I wish you luck." Unbeknownst to him, Clearer's seemingly rigid demeanor has misled many opponents regarding his true intentions. Just as Tang Li finishes his message, Clearer inquires, "I will summon the Mountain King. What hero do you plan to use?" Tang Li is taken aback, wondering why this opponent has divulged such personal information, deeming it rather excessive. Thus, he hesitates, not responding. Friendship comes first, competition second. Isn't it all right for us to communicate? Clearer states. Logically, one might question Tang Li's trust in such words. Yet, as he glances at Clearer, who sits upright with an air of propriety, he reflects that there are few players who present themselves in such a manner while engaging in Warcraft. It would be a shame to extinguish someone's enthusiasm for the game. Moreover, since Clearer has already revealed his hero choice, Tang Li feels that withholding his own would be unfair. After some consideration, he replies, "I will be using the Demon Hunter." Following a brief silence, Clearer suddenly poses another question. "By the way, which race do you think holds the advantage in a matchup between humans and night elves?" Tang Li muses that there is no definitive answer to such a query, responding, "That would depend on who is using them, Wouldn't he it? Ah, insightful, Clearer remarks. Tangli finds himself suppressing the urge to facepalm at this assertion. Not long after, Clearer continues, however, I feel that if the humans do not establish an expansion, the late game can become quite challenging. How about I expand and you do the same? Since Tangli had already intended to expand quickly, he responds affirmatively, sure. Tangli felt that since both sides had already reached an agreement, there was no need for him to conduct a thorough investigation. He promptly set aside his expansion base, only to find that just as the tree of life in his expansion was nearing completion, the human forces appeared in his main base. What bewildered Tangli the most was that leading the charge was the human archmage accompanied by 2 summoned water elementals, followed by a throng of militia, clearly intent on a tower rush. What the hell? Didn't you say you were going for Mountain King? It was evident that Tangli had been deceived. Clearer shamelessly chuckled. I did say I was going for Mountain King, but only after reaching Tier 2. I merely stated my intention to produce the Mountain King, without specifying that it had to be my initial choice. But didn't you just say you were going to expand and wanted me to expand too? Indeed, I am going to expand, but I never claimed it would be an early expansion. Besides, I never said that expanding precludes harassment, Clearer retorted confidently. With Tangli having established the expansion first, he was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of forces, and with Clearer bringing over his peasants, it wasn't long before several guard towers were erected. In such a dire situation, Tangli had no recourse but to concede defeat. What the hell? Having played as the eagle before, I never expected to be pecked in the eye by one today. Tangli was utterly disheartened. Chapter 76. Fighting fire with fire as the greatest dark horse of this tournament, Tangli indeed attracted considerable attention and garnered high praise. However, compared to Xueqiu, who had clinched 4 consecutive championships, he remained somewhat overshadowed. Thus, when Tangli and Xueqiu faced off in their respective matches, the large screen broadcasted the clash between Xueqiu and fire. Xueqiu was once again executing a Tier 1 rush, engaged in a fiercely contested battle with fire. The intensity of Xueqiu's early aggression was truly captivating, causing the audience to erupt in cheers and thunderous applause, alternating in rhythm with the match. Nonetheless, despite the large screen coverage and Xueqiu being the older brother of Yo-Yo, Yo-Yo remained primarily concerned about Tangli's situation. Tangli's match was not being broadcasted, prompting Yo-Yo to position himself at the front of the venue, straining to catch a glimpse of the action. The distance was considerable, making it difficult to discern the unfolding details of the match, especially the tiny messages exchanged between Tangli and Clearer during their conversation. Tangli had been inexplicably defeated in the first round, leaving Yo-Yo perplexed. What the hell? This guy Tangli is usually so formidable when we play together. Why did he falter so quickly today? This statement from Yo-Yo carried a hint of ambiguity, especially given that those nearby were university students who often holed up in their dorms watching questionable content. As soon as the words left his mouth, many heads turned in curiosity. Yo-Yo felt a twinge of concern, yet Tangli remained unperturbed, stretching his arms and neck before re-entering the game console. With a best-of-3 format, despite losing the first match, Tangli wasn't overly worried. After all, if one was not merciful first, one could hardly expect fairness in return. Originally, Clearer's tactics were unlikely to deceive Tangli. However, the attire he donned today exuded an air of profound ambiguity, leading Tangli to unconsciously perceive him as an honest individual. Nevertheless, today's experience at least imparted a valuable lesson to Tangli. One must not be swayed by appearances, for often those who inspire trust through their facade can deliver a shocking revelation at a crucial moment. Indeed, Tangli resolved to adopt a strategy of counteracting poison with poison, akin to the principle espoused by Morong Fu in Demigods and Semi-Devils, wherein one employs the enemy's own methods against them. Tangli's dexterity was not in question. If you could employ this tactic, why could I not? After all, the match was not being broadcast on the big screen. With a firm determination, Tangli swiftly entered the game and typed first. You played exceptionally well in that last round. Heh, you flatter me, Clearer responded, graciously accepting the compliment. So, are you still going to expand? Tangli inquired while allocating his peasants. Of course, why wouldn't I? Are you planning to expand as well? Clearer asked. Tangli confidently replied, I am indeed. However, as Tangli made this assertion, Clearer was skeptical. The art of war teaches that what is real can be feigned, and what is feigned can be real. Having already fallen victim to deception in the previous round, Clearer was certain that Tangli would not speak the truth this time. If such trickery could fool me, I might as well take your surname, Clearer mused. Given that he had been tower rushed due to his expansion in the last round, Clearer doubted that the Night Elves would dare to expand again. Thus, Clearer prudently led his archmage and footmen to summon water elementals and initiate a merciless farming strategy. Indeed, As his forces approached the second leveling point, the opposing demon hunter arrived to disrupt their efforts. "Did you not say you were expanding? Why are you here so early to cause trouble?" Clearer questioned. "Heh, expanding is indeed on the agenda, but that does not preclude me from simultaneously providing you with some company," Tang Li retorted. As his archers joined the fray in such circumstances, Clearer was understandably more doubtful of Tang Li's intentions to expand. The infantry of the human faction held a distinct advantage over the armor of the night elf archers. Thus Tang Li's early harassment necessitated a strategy of guerrilla warfare, retreating when the enemy advanced and counterattacking when they withdrew. "Why are you running? We are both men. Let us engage in a fair confrontation," Clearer urged. Tang Li was no fool. "Not a chance. Your human infantry may be male, but my archers are all female." Clearer chuckled in jest, remarking, "The male night elves are far too few, lacking in masculine energy. It is rather pitiful that the only male among them is blind." The reference to blindness pertained to the demon hunter, who, as per the game's lore, was indeed visually impaired. "Better than the orcs, who only have males and not a single female," Tang Li bantered, enjoying the light-hearted exchange during the match. "No females? Is it true that orcs reproduce asexually?" Clearer had never considered whether the orc units included females, and upon Tang Li's suggestion, he realized he had indeed never seen one. In his mind, Clearer had also reviewed the units of the orc faction. While contemplating the various units available to the orcs, he inadvertently lost focus, resulting in one of the human infantry, under Tang Li's command, being eliminated by a volley from his archers. How could this happen? He found himself unwittingly influenced by Tang Li's strategic thinking, which was certainly not a favorable sign. Clearer hastily redirected his thoughts back to the ongoing match in terms of operational prowess. Who could rival Tang Li at school? Thus, while engaged in lively conversation, it did not impede his ability to simultaneously establish a secondary mine. In contrast, Clearer was not as adept, having carelessly lost 2 units in the process. The two sides remained in a stalemate during the early stages of the game, until the human archmage reached level 2. It was then that Clearer decided to dispatch a small unit to scout the opponent's base, only to discover that the night elf's secondary mine was nearly completed. To his astonishment, he realized, "You actually opened a mine." Clearer's expression was one of disbelief. "Did I not inform you?" Tang Li replied innocently. Clearer was left speechless, in a mid to late game scenario. A human faction battling against night elves would typically rely on a mixed army. Maintaining a robust economy was paramount. Economic strength dictated population capacity, and only with a solid economic foundation could one hope to reach an advantageous 80 population in the late game. If the combined population of his male and female spellcasters and artillery fell significantly short of the night elves' bear and stag composition, victory would indeed be a formidable challenge. As the human infantry circled Tang Li's base, Clearer not only discovered the establishment of a secondary mine, but also noted that Tang Li's forces were absent from home, likely preparing for a major offensive. Clearer felt a surge of relief, realizing that his scouting had been timely. The night elf base was still forming, prompting him to quickly rally his troops in hopes of capitalizing on the moment to dismantle the opponent's mine. Tang Li, of course, noticed the human infantry's reconnaissance efforts and cheekily typed, "Haha, I was just leveling up my units. Why didn't you come to disrupt me? Are you planning to attack my secondary mine now?" "Too bad. I've already finished leveling up and am back to defend," he continued. "I've also found an incredibly powerful treasure. Can you guess what it is?" At this moment, even the referee could not help but chastise Tang Li for his audacity, as his demon hunter and archers had only just begun their major offensive. There was no treasure to be found, not even a single item. Indeed, Tang Li was in the process of leveling up but had only made it halfway. Had Clearer chosen to harass the secondary mine at this juncture, Tang Li's offensive would have been thwarted, prompting Tang Li to devise this clever ruse. His words effectively achieved their purpose, to dissuade Clearer from engaging in battle. How infuriating, Clearer thought to himself, realizing it was too late. The opponent's units had already returned home, and should he attempt to disrupt the secondary mine now, it was likely that Tang Li had already prepared his defenses. Thus, Clearer pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against venturing to Tang Li's expansion mine. Instead, he turned his troops back midway and directed them towards the expansion location right at his doorstep. Since his forces had returned home for defense, he thought it prudent to seize the opportunity to establish his own expansion. Although Clearer recognized that initiating the expansion at this point would render him slightly slower than the night elves, he believed the impact would be negligible. Little did he anticipate that just after awakening the creatures at his expansion site, Tang Li's army would emerge within his line of sight. How could Clearer have imagined that Tang Li's forces had not returned home at all? but instead had leisurely finished training at the larger point and were now heading straight for Clear's expansion. Wait, weren't you supposed to take your troops home? Clear questioned. I intended to go home, but I never said I would return immediately. Once I finish wrapping your troops in dumplings, then I'll head back, Tang Li replied. The tides of fortune had shifted. It was Clearer who had previously spoken in a tone that was infuriatingly nonchalant. Yet now it was Tang Li who had assumed that role. Chapter 77. The magical forces of the Night Elves. Although Clearer's mining operation was promptly thwarted by Tang Li, he bore no ill will and instead chuckled. Impressive, impressive. I never expected we would be kindred spirits. Tang Li echoed in agreement. Likewise, as the battle intensified, it did not hinder their light-hearted banter. In fact, as the match progressed, their trivial conversations only escalated. If this match were broadcast on a large screen, the audience would undoubtedly be astounded, for the topic of their conversation had veered into the realm of Japanese adult film stars. Which do you prefer, Aoi-Sora or Matsushima Makide? Tang Li inquired. Believing himself to be somewhat of an aficionado, he was taken aback when Clearer mentioned someone he had never even heard of. Hee, I actually prefer Sato Masako. Sato Masako is quite attractive, isn't she? Of course. She is my dream girl. Tang Li found it hard to fathom that Clearer, clad in a gray-black Zhongshan suit and large black-rimmed glasses, could possess such a fervent heart beneath such a staid exterior. Hee, do you have any of her good films? Send me a couple when you get back, no problem. I've got several gigabytes on my dormitory computer, and I guarantee you'll enjoy them. Clearer was generous, but soon his true intentions surfaced. I'll only send you the good stuff if you let me win this round. In a way, Tang Li retorted, not one to be easily swayed. Please, just let me win. Not happening. If you don't let me win, I won't send you the good films of Sato Masako. If you don't send them, I'll just download them online myself. The two remained locked in this stalemate, as neither was able to gain the upper hand in the early stages, indicating that a protracted battle was inevitable. Given the late-game dynamics between human and night elf factions, the economic demands would undoubtedly increase, rendering the establishment of expansion mines a pivotal focused in the early stages. The incessant harassment by Tang Li indeed made it exceedingly challenging for Clearer to secure a secondary mine. However, as the human faction advanced to the second tier, the situation began to improve. With the advent of the second tier, both male and female witches, alongside spellbreakers, entered the fray. Such a mixed force, relying solely on Tang Li's archers and a scant few fawns for guerrilla tactics, proved insufficient for resistance. The human faction finally liberated itself from Tang Li's relentless disturbances and successfully established a secondary mine. Clearer was exuberantly amused, exclaiming, "Ha ha, I revel in my triumph. You have ultimately failed to thwart my expansion." He added playfully, "Fear not, I shall bring you to tears shortly." Tang Li, joining in the banter, adeptly embodied the essence of trivial chatter. Throughout the match, he incessantly typed and engaged in conversation, a considerable test of dexterity, though such a challenge was negligible for him, while it significantly affected Clearer. Thus, Tang Li relished the situation. From the beginning to the conclusion of the match, the two engaged in lively discourse. However, unbeknownst to Clearer, who believed that their continuous chatting must surely hinder Tang Li's development. After all, how could he have amassed such a formidable force while Tang Li remained reliant on merely archers and a few fawns? Tang Li had already commenced preparations for his next offensive. Not long after Clearer's secondary mine began operations, Tang Li's third tier nearly coincided with the human faction's advancement. Subsequently, Tang Li commenced the training of numerous bear-deer combinations. The late-game strategy of the Night Elves often revolves around the bear-deer composition, where the bear refers to the Night Elf's Claw druid unit, which, upon mastering advanced skills, can transform into a bear form. Similar to the druids in World of Warcraft, once transformed into a bear, he can serve as a formidable frontline tank akin to Abominations or Tyuran. In his druid form, he possesses the ability of rejuvenation, akin to a priest, endowing him with life-restoring capabilities. This combination of high offensive and substantial support units, augmented by magical units like the Fawns, undoubtedly becomes a nightmare for any adversary. The reason Tang Li initially relied on archers was largely due to their low cost, which indeed allowed him to amass considerable funds for the production of advanced units in the later stages. Thus, by the time Tang Li unleashed his wave of 50 population for attack, it was already sufficient to give Clearer a considerable headache. In truth, Clearer had long suspected that the Night Elves would deploy the bear-deer combination, and he had his own strategies in mind. The choice of male and female witches alongside spellbreakers posed no inherent issues. The male witches could restore allied health, while the female witches could slow down enemies. Coupled with spellbreakers and a handful of human infantry at the forefront, as long as his mage units maintained distance from the enemy, there remained a significant opportunity for success. The name Spellbreaker itself suggests its defining characteristic. It is a crucial anti-magic unit for the human faction, equipped with the skills of spell theft and magical feedback. The Spell Thief possesses the remarkable ability to transfer beneficial magic from enemy forces to adjacent allied units, with the rejuvenation skill being no exception. Meanwhile, the magic feedback ability allows the Spell Thief to deplete the enemy's magical resources while inflicting damage equivalent to the consumed magic upon their magical units. Thus, Clearer believes that although the Spell Thief's armor type is vulnerable to the bear's attack type, a skilled player can still prevail. Most importantly, as a magic immune unit, the Spell Thief is impervious to any magical harm. As the game progresses into the mid to late stages, various races will introduce magical units. The human Archmage's water elemental, summoned as a creature, is susceptible to being dispelled by opposing magical units, quickly transforming into experience points for the enemy hero. Consequently, human Archmages typically opt to replace the water elemental skill with Blizzard. Upon casting Blizzard, a tempest descends within a defined area, inflicting damage on all units caught within its reach. Being an area of effect spell, it not only harms the enemy forces but also affects the human units within the range. However, with the presence of a Spell Thief, these concerns are alleviated. The Archmage can unleash Blizzard at will, secure in the knowledge that their own units are safe from harm. In a confrontation between the mixed forces of humanity and the Night-Elf combination of bears and stags, the victor remains uncertain, heavily reliant on the player's skill. At the outset of the match, Tangli commands his transforming druid to continuously roar, keeping the Spell Thief preoccupied. This roar, a magical ability of the Clawed Druid, enhances allied attack power by 25, affecting multiple units, whereas the Spell Thief's spell theft can only target one unit at a time. Do not underestimate these subtle distinctions. A single roar may necessitate several Spell Thieves to activate their spell theft abilities, rendering them unable to attack. More crucially, the roar consumes a significant amount of magic, thereby shielding the druid from potential damage inflicted by the spell feedback of the enemy Spell Thieves. When facing a fully charged Clawed Druid, the Spell Thief may hold a slight advantage. However, against a drained druid, the magic feedback becomes ineffective, making the Spell Thief no match for the Clawed Druid. Clearer originally had plans for a witch to cast slow on Tang Li's bear and a warlock to heal his units. But at that moment, Tang Li's dragon also entered the battlefield. The dragon can be regarded as a nemesis to all magical units, possessing a skill called Magical Brilliance. When activated, any enemy unit within the area casting spells will suffer considerable damage. Before the witch could cast her slow spell 3 or 4 times, her units were already critically wounded, leading to an overwhelming advantage for Tang Li. It seems you possess a commendable understanding of magical forces. The outcome appears predetermined. However, Clearer remains unfazed, continuing to engage in conversation with Tang Li. In this intense confrontation, Tang Li and Clearer truly epitomize the spirit of friendship first, competition second. Even amidst the most heated exchanges, they did not forget to engage in light-hearted banter. The magic of your human race was all learned from us Night Elves. How could a disciple ever hope to triumph over the master? While rapidly executing commands for his troops' next assault, Tang Li deftly typed his retorts as if it had no impact on his gameplay whatsoever. He referenced the lore of Warcraft, explaining that since meeting Ouyang, he had become increasingly attuned to the narratives within the game. Indeed, among the 4 races, the Night Elves are renowned as the most adept in magic, while the humans only grasped the essence of magic after learning from the Night Elves. Chapter 78. Another devious scheme before Tang Li's vast army, Clearer's units were almost entirely obliterated. Within mere minutes, the battlefield had declared a resounding defeat for Clearer. He was the first to type out GD. Resulting in a tie at 1-1 at IT was evident that without employing some underhanded tactics, Clearer stood no chance in a direct confrontation against Tang Li. Initially, Clearer had felt reassured by his powerful ultimate ability. Yet when pitted against Tang Li, it failed to yield the miraculous results he had envisioned. With only one match remaining, the victor would advance to the finals, and Clearer knew he needed to devise some alternative strategies. Surprisingly, he concocted a rather underhanded scheme to complement his strategy of verbal harassment. Thus, as the third match commenced, Clearer began typing once more. "Hey brother, what tactics do you plan to use this round? Are you going to build any towers at your base?" Tang Li's speed surpassed that of Clearer's, so he felt no trepidation in engaging in this exchange. "What if I build? What if I don't?" "If you don't build towers, I'll apply early pressure with the Huntress," Tang Li replied. "If you construct towers, I won't harass you early on." Clearer contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided to lie. "I'll build several towers, so you better not come harassing me." And of course, chatting hindered his maneuvering. As Clearer typed, his scouting peasant inadvertently wandered into the line of sight of wild creatures, resulting in its swift demise at their hands. Unable to contain himself, Clearer exclaimed, "Damn it!" Tangli, having anticipated his scouting efforts, typed, "Are you starting to scout? I'm at the 6 o'clock position. Come on over." However, Clearer was not so easily convinced. A master of deception himself, he doubted Tangli would be so forthcoming in this decisive match. Based on Clearer's deductions, if the opponent claimed to be at the 6 o'clock position, they must be in the opposite direction. Thus, Clearer dispatched another peasant from his base and continued scouting in a counterclockwise direction. A result. The farmer traversed a considerable distance around the map and ultimately discovered the night elf's base at the 6 o'clock position. "I had informed you of my location at 6 o'clock. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Do you not trust me, your brother?" Tangli jested. Clearer was immensely frustrated, pondering why he tended to trust at the wrong moments and doubt when he ought to have faith. At this point, he was utterly confounded, unable to discern which of Tang Li's statements were genuine and which were false. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Clearer's strategy. From the outset, he had opted for a dual altar summon, resulting in an earlier formation of the altar. Traditionally, Clearer would debut with the Archmage. However, on this occasion, he chose to initiate with the Blood Mage, a master of demonic magic and a hero steeped in legend. Yet, due to the Archmage's unassailable status among the human race, the Blood Mage rarely received the recognition he deserved, often going unnoticed in competitive matches for centuries. Clearer's choice to commence with the Blood Mage was undoubtedly deliberate. As the Blood Mage emerged from the altar, he made a beeline for Tang Li's base, immediately learning the spell Flame Surge. This spell could be considered the most formidable area of effect damage spell in War 3, igniting a circle of fire on the ground that inflicted substantial harm on enemy units within its radius. Even the damage dealt by the Archmage's blizzard paled in comparison to that of Flame Surge. However, such high damage naturally comes with certain weaknesses. Otherwise, it would be invincible. To balance this, the Blood Mage experiences a 2-second delay upon casting Flame Surge, allowing opponents a chance to maneuver their units out of harm's way. Clearer intended to exploit this skill for some underhanded tactics. Although Flame Surge has a 2-second delay, any opponent who is not a novice would know to reposition their units away from the damage zone. Buildings, however, are a different matter. Thus, upon reaching Tang Li's base, the Blood Mage set fire to Tang Li's mine. This action perplexed Tang Li. While the spell was indeed potent, what effect could a level 1 skill have on a night elf's mine? It was evidently impractical to destroy a structure with a single spell, leading Tang Li to suspect that Clearer had lost his wits. "What are you trying to accomplish?" Tang Li inquired. "Do you not find certain aspects of Blizzard's design for Warcraft somewhat unreasonable?" Clearer retorted with a question. Tang Li had not considered this before. "What is unreasonable, pray tell?" "According to logic, your night elf buildings are great trees. It would be more reasonable for my Blood Mage to inflict additional damage to your trees upon casting Flame Surge." Clearer explained, "For instance, after I cast the spell, the trees should continue to burn. Shouldn't we then provide the night elves with a fire extinguisher?" Tang Li quipped, "A fire extinguisher is unnecessary, but it would certainly make things more realistic." Clearer replied. Clearer spoke up, "If we follow your reasoning, I believe the rejuvenation ability of our night elf druids is somewhat misleading and could certainly use some revision. How should it be modified? Given that it is called rejuvenation, it should affect the opposing units, transforming them into their youthful forms. For instance, one could turn a human paladin back into a human footman, or even transform a Tauren chieftain into a Tauren warrior." Clearer couldn't help but exclaim, "Your imagination is quite rich." The most amusing part was the Death Knight. Upon using rejuvenation, it morphed into a paladin, rendering it incapable of healing its own undead troops, which was quite the irony. The two continued their animated conversation, while Clearer felt an immense sense of joy within. Clearer dispatched the Blood Mage to the residence of Tang Li, with intentions far removed from the foolish act of burning down mine roots. The Flame Shock ability could likewise affect trees. In truth, Clearer's ulterior motive was to feign the burning of mine roots while clearing a patch of land behind Tang Li's gold mine. Why, you may ask, would he seek to clear such a space? This was precisely where Clearer's audacity lay. He intended to airlift 2 peasants to this newly cleared area, where they could construct an arrow tower. On this map, the path behind the Night Elf's expansion was exceedingly narrow, and once the 2 peasants erected the tower, it would be immensely challenging for the Night Elves to breach, especially in the early game when their forces were scant. With merely the Demon Hunter at their disposal, eliminating the constructed watchtower would indeed be a formidable task, not to mention that human peasants could still perform repairs. As Clearer typed away and engaged Tang Li in conversation, he covertly aimed to implement this strategy. Indeed, Tang Li had never encountered such a devious tactic, and quite unexpectedly, he suffered considerable losses. Wow, that move is utterly sneaky, rivaling a monkey stealing peaches, Clearer reveled in his delight. Fortunately, the Night Elf's wisps collecting gold were unlike any other race's peasants. They were arguably the safest, nestled within the mine roots. Thus, despite the arrow tower's attacks from behind the gold mine, Tang Li's gold collection was not immediately hindered. Consequently, Tang Li was compelled to produce units at an alarming rate, knowing that he must destroy the arrow tower before it obliterated his gold mine to secure his survival. Clearer was determined not to permit Tang Li such ease in dismantling the arrow tower. He simultaneously directed the peasants to perform repairs while gathering the newly produced infantry at his base. Under the leadership of the Blood Mage, they advanced towards Tang Li's residence, planning a pincer assault. Resolute in his belief that he could ultimately prevail at this juncture, the game had only just commenced, and the number of archers at Tang Li's disposal was quite limited. Under such circumstances, if he were to attack the arrow tower situated behind the gold mine, his troops would inevitably fall prey to the onslaught of the human infantry. Conversely, should he redirect his efforts to confront the human soldiers, the arrow tower would assuredly be fully operational by then. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Nevertheless, Tang Li was cognizant of the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. If he were to assault the arrow tower, even if he succeeded in demolishing it, his forces would most certainly be decimated, leaving him defenseless against the relentless tide of human reinforcements. Hence, Tang Li promptly adjusted his strategy, with the ancient war tree rising from the ground to confront the enemy's living forces. The human side was initially led by a blood mage. Without the presence of a grand mage, the number of troops was not particularly substantial. The demon hunters relentlessly pursued the blood mage, ultimately bringing him down beneath their blades. However, at this moment, the situation for the night elves appeared increasingly dire. Why now? Clearer had ceased to concern himself with the fate of the blood mage. His historical mission had been accomplished. In fact, within Clearer's strategy, igniting the forest behind the night elf gold mine was already a significant achievement. Hey there, my hero takes care of you. But my arrow towers stand tall. It seems you have no way to avoid defeat this time, Clearer gloated. Chapter 79. Marching towards the finals until the very last moment, Tang Li would not easily concede defeat. Although he found himself powerless against the towers constructed behind the gold mine, the combination of demon hunters and archers was still capable of handling the human infantry, especially in the absence of any heroes. During the frantic skirmish on the front lines, he could scarcely attend to the arrow towers that Clearer had erected behind his gold mine. In a mere short span, Clearer had established 2 more arrow towers, and by now, removing these structures would prove to be no simple task. The tower line unleashed a barrage upon the Night Elves' gold mine. At this rate, it would not be long before the Night Elves would suffer a permanent loss of their economic harvesting capabilities. Clearer was particularly exhilarated by this development. It was no wonder, for victory in this match would grant him a place in the finals, and success was now tantalizingly close. Are you still not ready to concede? You are about to face a most humiliating defeat. Tang Li, perceiving this impudent fellow's remarks, could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia for his own past bravado. He typed back, until the final moment, anything is possible. Just wait until I sever your economic lifeline. We shall see what possibilities remain for you. This was no empty threat, as Tang Li's gold mine was already under the relentless fire of multiple arrow towers, nearing its demise. Nevertheless, at that very moment, Tang Li had successfully cleared the human infantry from the front lines, and the demon hunters had reached level 2. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Night Elves was mobile, to avoid being targeted by the arrow towers. The life tree rose from the ground. Tang Li realized that he could no longer afford to hesitate. On one hand, he was training archers amidst the ancient trees of war, depleting his treasury of golden flowers, while on the other, he hastily gathered all his mobile units and rushed towards Clearer's home with murderous intent. To Tang Li's astonishment, he intended to exchange bases with his opponent. His judgment was sound. At this juncture, it would not be a trivial matter to eliminate the human archer towers protecting the gold mine. Yet, if he delayed even for a moment, the human forces would be able to produce a new wave of troops to mount an assault. Having just vanquished the first wave of human infantry, Tang Li recognized that this was precisely the moment of vulnerability for his adversary. Therefore, if he were to execute the exchange, he could not miss this opportunity. A mere few seconds could determine the outcome of the match. At the onset of the match, Clearer had erected several archer towers behind Tang Li's gold mine and had purchased an airship, deploying troops without the economic surplus to establish defensive structures at his own base. Thus, when Tang Li's forces surged into Clearer's stronghold, There was little resistance apart from the recently revived blood mage, and even the number of peasants was not substantial. Clearer had evidently not anticipated that Tang Li would adopt such an audacious strategy, leaving him with no recourse but to incite a peasant uprising. All peasants transformed into militia to support the blood mage in fending off Tang Li's all-out assault. Clearer understood that if this wave could be thwarted, victory would be assured. The night elves had already exhausted their resources, and while his forces might sustain losses, as long as the gold mine remained intact, he could rebuild. The level 2 demon hunter, having learned the skill of sacrifice, activated it and plunged into the midst of the human militia, initiating a delightful massacre. With the demon hunter serving as a formidable shield, the archers, possessing superior maneuverability, utilized their exceptional attack speed and range to relentlessly deplete the lives of the militia. The blood mage unleashed a flame shock, but before Clearer could capitalize on it, Tang Li's death maneuvering allowed him to withdraw all units from the damage radius within 2 seconds. Before long, he had entirely exhausted Clearer's militia. Fortunately, Clearer had previously procured an airship, which he used to evacuate the blood mage, thus escaping the clutches of the pursuing demon hunter. Though the demon hunter was nearly depleted of health, it remained undeterred, while the archers executed a flawless pursuit, ensuring that not a single peasant from Clearer's base escaped alive. Now, the match had taken a dramatic turn. Tang Li's gold mine had been obliterated, his wealth entirely squandered, yet he still possessed a demon hunter and 4 or 5 archers. Conversely, Clearer's base was fully equipped, but not a single miner remained. The only 2 peasants were within Tang Li's territory, while the airship meandered chaotically with the blood mage aboard. "Let us call it a draw," Clearer suggested. Among all races, the Night Elves undoubtedly stand as the most formidable faction in the endgame scenario. Their base possesses the unique ability to relocate, prompting Tang Li to vehemently reject Clearer's suggestion. "Who are you fighting against?" "I intend to obliterate all of your structures." With that, Tang Li commenced the demolition of Clearer's edifices within his domain. Despite possessing only a handful of archers and a single demon hunter, whose attack power was limited, the destruction of the buildings progressed at a notably sluggish pace. However slow it may be, there would eventually be a point of completion. Meanwhile, Tang Li's tree of life steadily advanced towards what was once Clearer's stronghold. The colossal tree crawled at an excruciatingly slow pace, yet Tang Li remained unperturbed. Seizing the opportunity of the lull, he began to chat. "I must ask, my friend, why do you not retreat even in such dire circumstances? Do you truly wish to engage the Night Elves in an endgame scenario? Once my base arrives, your fate is sealed." Clearer was well aware of this reality, yet he was not without recourse. "If you can maneuver your base, is it not within my capability to construct a new one? Then why have you not begun yet?" In truth, it was not that Clearer was unwilling to build. Rather, he lacked sufficient gold. Fortunately, his blood mage yet lived, and he possessed an airship. Thus, he approached a nearby neutral camp, deploying the blood mage to cast Flame Strike, before retracting him back into the airship. Engaging the creatures directly with the frail blood mage was out of the question, as his delicate form could scarcely withstand the onslaught of the savage beasts. Regrettably, after casting Flame Strike twice, the level 1 blood mage found himself devoid of mana, leaving Clearer to wait patiently. After multiple trips back and forth, he finally vanquished the creatures at that location. The blood mage had now reached level 2, yet this was not the cause for Clearer's elation. The true source of his joy lay in the treasures dropped by the monsters, which he could sell at the shop to amass the funds necessary for reconstructing a main base. At this juncture, Tang Li had nearly eradicated the structures within Clearer's former base. While his tree of life had finally traversed the vast distance to arrive in this moment, it felt as if the 2 competitors were just commencing their match, albeit with their base locations swapped. Tang Li now occupied what was once Clearer's domain, while Clearer rebuilt his town hall in Tang Li's former stronghold. The sole distinction was that Tang Li still commanded a few units, whereas Clearer had only a cluster of defensive towers. In such a scenario, the demon hunter harbored no concerns regarding any potential harassment from the opponent, merrily embarking on his path to mastery. By the time both bases were reconstructed, the human forces had amassed little in terms of manpower, while the demon hunter had ascended to level 4, leading a cadre of archers and a siege engine to Clearer's doorstep. Unlike other races, the Night Elf siege engine, Glaive Thrower, stands as the only siege weapon among the 4 factions in Warcraft that can be produced with merely Tier 1 technology. Under the premise of possessing siege weaponry, Clearer's construction of a few defensive towers was indeed a trivial concern, especially considering these towers were erected behind the gold mine. Faced with the synchronized assault of the crossbow chariots, Clearer recognized the futility of his situation. He understood that his endurance thus far was quite remarkable. In terms of normal performance, he would have likely been eliminated by Tang Li long ago. By the time Tang Li concluded his match, the contest between Xuecho and Fire had already been over for quite some time. Although Fire had indeed made significant progress, the ultimate victory still belonged to Xuecho. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome of Tang Li's match. When Tang Li emerged victorious, the members of the Hero Club were naturally elated, with Yo-Yo expressing her joy most exuberantly. Chapter 80. The legendary higher realm engaging in Warcraft is a physically demanding endeavor. Do not underestimate this. If one maintains a high level of intensity for an extended period, fatigue will inevitably set in. Tang Li had played 3 matches, during which he was incessantly typing and chatting while simultaneously executing high-intensity maneuvers. This alone constituted a considerable drain on his stamina. Thus, even with Tang Li's exceptional skills, he needed to stretch his arms upon leaving the arena, feeling a tingling soreness. However, Tang Li was relatively well off. In contrast, Clearer could barely lift his hands. While Yo-Yo was jubilant, Tang Li merely offered her a faint smile as he exited the arena. Instead, he took Ouying's hand, who did not scream and shout like Yo-Yo. In truth, under normal circumstances, Tang Li would not have dared to make such a gesture, but having finally reached the finals, he felt emboldened. Although they had initially boasted about winning the championship when they signed up for the campus esports tournament, those declarations had been made under the influence of a few drinks, with their minds somewhat clouded. Moreover, even if someone were to actually win a championship, Tang Li would never have believed that it would be himself. Tang Li was acutely aware of his previous skill level. Despite often considering himself a genius, compared to his peers like Han Tai and Fire, he was merely a bona fide novice who had just begun to grapple with Warcraft. Yet, in just over a month, he had astonishingly reached the threshold of the finals. Reflecting on this now, it seemed almost unbelievable. Not only was he incredulous, but his current opponents would also find it hard to believe that Tang Li had only been playing Warcraft for a little over a month. Firstly, the calm demeanor and steady style he maintained during the matches were not traits typically associated with a novice. At times, Tang Li even questioned himself, pondering whether he was destined to excel in competition. Typically, players feel a surge of nervousness the moment they step onto the stage. However, Tang Li discovered that he often remained composed during the matches, only to become overwhelmed with excitement afterward. Like everyone, he experienced psychological fluctuations, but his reactions were distinctly unique. The moment he steps onto the battlefield, he is always free from distractions, wholly immersed in the competition. Yet, once he has secured victory and descends from the arena to reflect upon his achievements, he is overcome with exuberance. It is in this fervor that he fervently clasped Ouying's hand. Congratulations on making it to the finals, Ouying said with a smile. Thank you for your unwavering support. Tang Li replied with a chuckle. To be candid, Ouying's presence undeniably invigorated Tang Li. Ouying acted as a catalyst for Tang Li's prowess, instilling him with such psychological encouragement that he felt as robust as a gallant hero. However, upon hearing Tang Li's words, Yo-Yo's mood soured. Observing Tang Li neglecting her in favor of holding Ouying's hand, Yo-Yo felt immense frustration, internally exclaiming, "Are you daft? Can't you see who truly supports you?" While Yo-Yo glared in indignation, Fire approached. Although he had lost the match, it did not dampen his spirits. As the captain of the sports team, he understood that their department was relatively small, and their competitive level paled in comparison to the larger departments within the school. Therefore, being defeated by the formidable Blood Reward of Lushan University was not a source of shame for him. In fact, throughout Blood Reward's 4-year reign as champion, he had vanquished countless strong adversaries within the school. Ultimately falling to Blood Reward had become a point of mutual bragging rights within their circles. Fire certainly did not expect Tang Li to triumph over Blood Reward. Regardless of the outcome of their match the next day, it was likely that their hero club would gain considerable recognition within the school. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Fire suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner to celebrate?" Zhuolan, who had been standing beside Ouyang, observed the tender exchange between Tang Li and Ouyang and laughed, saying, "I refuse to be a third wheel. I propose we each pursue our own activities. It is best not to disturb the intimate world of certain individuals." With one hand clasping Tang Li's, Ouyang playfully tugged at Zhuolan's sleeve. Casting a shy glance her way, his cheeks flushed. Zhuolan erupted into laughter even more heartily. It was at this moment that Fire had a sudden epiphany. Yes, let us each engage in our own pursuits. At this juncture, Sun Chang sidled up to Zhuolan, leaning in to whisper, "Since Ouyang is off on his own, what will you do?" Zhuolan, aware of Sun Chang's ulterior motives, feigned innocence, replying, "I'll just head back to my dormitory. What else would I do?" "Why not join me for dinner?" Sun Chang proposed. Zhualan smiled but offered no objection. Watching Tang Li and Ouying exit the E-Century Internet CAF hand in hand, without even casting a glance in her direction, Yo-Yo felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, her eyes welling with tears as an impulse to cry surged within her. Zhu Yiping found it peculiar. Just moments ago, Yo-Yo had been brimming with excitement during the match, yet now her spirits had plummeted. He approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong? Surely you can't be feeling down." Yo-Yo believes that Zhu Yiping fully deserves his nickname Pig Head. She feels nothing for him, yet he remains oblivious to her indifference. Turning her head away, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, Zhu Yiping inquires, "What's wrong? Why are you so downcast? Shall we go out for a meal?" Physiological period. Yo-Yo exclaims vehemently, "Absolutely not." With that, she disregards Zhu Yiping and rushes out of the E-Century Internet CAF, all the while cursing inwardly, "How dare he compete with me for a man?" She was referring to Ouyang. After dinner, Tang Li escorted Ouyang back to the dormitory before returning to the Hero Internet CAF. He intended to seek insights from Boss Yin, as the finals were scheduled for the next day. However, upon entering the CAF, he not only spotted Boss Yin but also the imposing figure of Xue Chou. Both had become acquainted earlier at E-Century, and with so few patrons in the Hero Internet CAF, Xue Chou's towering presence was particularly striking to that moment. Xue Chou noticed Tang Li's arrival, lifted his head, and smiled, "You've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for a while." "Xue Chou is waiting for me?" Tang Li was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why. Before he could ponder further, Xue Chou provided the answer. "Since we have the finals tomorrow, why don't we play a couple of rounds to warm up?" Seeing his opponent from the next day wanting to practice with him was indeed curious. Could it be a display of prowess? However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Xue Chou was already recognized as the foremost player in Warcraft at Lushan University. While Tang Li was merely an underdog, Tang Li believed Xue Chou wouldn't resort to such unsportsmanlike conduct. The opportunity to engage in a match was one Tang Li eagerly welcomed, so he smiled and took a seat opposite Xue Chou. Tang Li's rapid improvement was evident. Not long ago, when Xue Chou had been assisting Yo-Yo, he had triumphed over Tang Li in 3 consecutive matches, all using a random race rush strategy. Yet, during this rematch, Xue Chou found it increasingly difficult to eliminate Tang Li in one fell swoop. Nonetheless, he continued to exert immense pressure on Tang Li. Renowned for his incisive style, Xue Chou's strategies extended beyond mere rush tactics. Typically, after a failed rush, one would suffer significant setbacks, an established norm in Warcraft. However, Xue Chou defied this convention. After Tang Li valiantly withstood the initial wave of Xue Chou's assault, he soon discovered that the onslaught was far from over. Before he could recover from the previous rush, another wave of attacks surged forth. Attack, attack, and more attack. Xue Chou's relentless barrage resembled ceaseless ocean waves, each one crashing upon Tang Li, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed during the match. Moreover, with each assault from Xue Chou, Tang Li experiences a delusion that if he can merely withstand this wave of aggression, the opponent's momentum will inevitably wane. Every onslaught appears as though it is the final desperate push of Xue Chou's relentless warfare. However, the outcome starkly contrasts Tang Li's misconceptions. Xue Chou's strikes are never the last. Just when Tang Li believes he has navigated the most perilous moment, Xue Chou suddenly unleashes an even more formidable offensive. Throughout the 2 matches, though each lingered for an extended duration, they both concluded in Tang Li's defeat. After the matches, Tang Li felt somewhat disheartened at that moment. Xue Chou lifted his head and addressed Tang Li. "Your skills and awareness have indeed improved. But do you know why you lost?" Tang Li, perplexed, shook his head. "Rhythm," Xue Chou responded. "In both matches, you failed to seize the rhythm." Rhythm is a most enigmatic concept, seemingly simple in discourse, yet mastering it is a formidable challenge. It is akin to a football match. Whoever controls the rhythm of the game's offense and defense possesses a greater likelihood of securing victory. Your relentless assaults? How do you maintain such rhythm? This was precisely the source of Tang Li's confusion. How can my attacks possibly be unceasing? In the realm of Warcraft, each race possesses distinct characteristics and advantageous periods. While such advantages may occasionally be fleeting, no race can perpetually dominate its adversary. Xue Chou elucidated for Tang Li. "The reason you feel this way is that your rhythm has been entirely manipulated by me." Tang Li remained somewhat bewildered and inquired, "How can I avoid being constrained by your rhythm? Attack is the best form of defense. You must strike. Then how can I transform defense into offense?" Tang Li, resembling a curious elementary school student, continued to press for answers. "Seize the critical moments during my assaults." Xue Chou, showing no reluctance, candidly replied, "There exists no tactic that can absolutely suppress an opponent. Upon careful observation, you will notice numerous pivotal moments throughout the match. For instance, during the intervals between one attack and the next, certain vulnerabilities inevitably arise, be it during unit transitions or a deliberate economic sacrifice for the upcoming assault. These are crucial moments. While I am attacking you, if you can grasp these fleeting critical windows, you can shift from defense to offense to AT this juncture. Tang Li finally comprehended Xuecho's intention in seeking him out today. He was here to offer guidance. In matches among novices, skill might still play a significant role, yet in confrontations between experts, although skill remains a vital metric, the overarching understanding of the game Warcraft is paramount. Tang Li nodded thoughtfully. Although he did not grasp why Xuecho would divulge his strategies prior to the finals, he was indeed inspired and sincerely expressed, "Thank you. You would do well to preserve the match recordings and study them diligently. I am confident you will discern the essence within." With a smile, Xuecho patted Tang Li's shoulder and said, "Tomorrow's competition, I hope you can triumph, but I will not go easy on you." Chapter 81. The final the following day was Sunday, marking the long-anticipated culmination of the campus electronic sports tournament, the final showdown. The crowd gathered at the East Century Internet CAF had swelled to the entrance, with many unable to enter due to the overwhelming number of attendees inside, resorting instead to peering through the CAF's large windows. Fortunately, the sizable screen in the CAF's hall ensured that even from a distance, the action remained vividly visible. Electronic sports have flourished in the country, particularly among university students, wielding significant appeal. Xuecho had arrived early and settled in at the competition venue, yet as the start time approached, he began to grow anxious at the absence of Tang Li. "What's the time? Why hasn't Tang Li arrived yet?" Yo-Yo expressed his concern. "He hasn't overslept, has he?" Han Tai, familiar with Tang Li's habits, replied, "It's possible." Those who knew Tang Li nodded in agreement. Sun Chang chimed in with his northeastern accent. "He has a knack for faltering at crucial moments." Zhu Tu, "Why didn't you wake him up when you came?" Yo-Yo clearly understood that the boys' dormitories were notorious for their leisurely weekend wake-up times. Zhu Yiping shrugged, his face a picture of innocence. "But Tang Li didn't he return to the dorm last night?" "How could I wake him? Didn't he return to the dorm?" Yo-Yo's worry intensified. "I hope he hasn't overslept somewhere." Zhu Yipeng, who knew Tang Li well, reassured, "Oversleeping is fine. I just hope he doesn't arrive after sunset." The time for the match had arrived, and competitors were called to take their places in the arena. At this moment, the organizers were also searching for Tang Li. According to the competition rules, if he failed to show up within 10 minutes after the start time, he would forfeit, resulting in an immediate victory for Xuecho. In truth, Yo-Yo and Zhu Yiping's guesses were spot on. Tang Li had indeed just woken up. After researching the two matches Xuecho had played until the early hours of the morning, he had ended up spending the night at the Internet CAF. Fortunately, there was a small room at the back with a bed, allowing Tang Li to enjoy a deep slumber despite the late hour. However, such blissful sleep inevitably led to oversleeping, and upon awakening, he realized he was on the verge of being late. With a loud shout, he sprang from bed, hurriedly splashed water on his face, and without brushing his teeth, dashed toward East Century, his disheveled hair fluttering in the wind. Thankfully, the entrance to the school was quite small, and after a frantic sprint, he finally arrived at the entrance of East Century Internet CAF. At last, he had made it. As he caught his breath and prepared to enter, he was met with a sea of people inside, leaving no available space to stand. Squeezing through the crowd proved to be even more challenging than his hurried journey to get there. Nonetheless, he persisted, repeatedly calling out, "Excuse me, coming through." Upon just squeezing through the entrance, a disgruntled student, unmistakably bearing a Tangshan accent, exclaimed, "What do you mean by squeeze? If you wish to watch the match, you ought to queue at the back." With a countenance still adorned with a smile, Tang Li replied, "Hey there, my friend, just let me pass." The student retorted, "Pass? Do you think I don't want to watch the match? Do you understand the concept of first come, first served?" After voicing his complaint, he turned around and noticed Tang Li's appearance. "Well, I must say, buddy, your hairstyle is quite trendy. However, being trendy doesn't grant you the privilege to push ahead, you know." Tang Li, somewhat agitated, responded, "I am a competitor. If you want to let me through, then what is the point of watching the match?" This back and forth had cost Tang Li considerable time as he maneuvered from the doorway to the front. Fortunately, he arrived just as the organizer announced, 10 minutes past the scheduled start time. If the competitors have not yet arrived. Hastily, Tang Li squeezed through the crowd while shouting, I'm here, right here." Upon seeing Tang Li's figure, Yo-Yo let out a long sigh of relief. However, her relief was short-lived as her eyes widened in shock. Clearly, she had noticed Tang Li's disheveled hair that looked as though he had just awakened without a chance to tidy it. At that moment, Tang Li had no time to concern himself with appearances. He quickly seated himself in the competition area, adjusted his mouse, and logged into the pre-established mainframe as the match commenced. Once the game began, Xueqiu habitually typed GL. This expression of good luck is a customary courtesy among players, yet Tang Li recognized the sincerity in Xueqiu's words. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Xueqiu to demonstrate his gameplay style to Tang Li the previous night. To be frank, Tang Li had devoted himself to studying the 2 recorded matches until past 2 in the morning and felt he had gained significant insights. Xueqiu continued to play as the undead race, and given his usual tactics, an early game suppression was expected. The undead indeed has a distinct advantage over the night elves, primarily through the use of ghouls. Although Tang Li did not immediately scout Xueqiu's base, he was aware that Xueqiu was employing a ghoul opening strategy. This conclusion was not mere conjecture. Xueqiu's prowess demanded that any misjudgment could lead to utter defeat. Tang Li's certainty about Xueqiu's ghoul opening stemmed from observing a ghoul, rather than an acolyte, probing his base shortly after the game commenced. In the undead's initial setup, 5 acolytes and a hero are standard, summing to a population cap of 10. Conversely, if the strategy involves ghouls, they would continuously produce ghouls, with each occupying 2 population slots, thus ensuring that the undead's population would always be an even number. The buildings available during the undead's opening are limited, yet the presence of a necropolis is indispensable. After placing the first necropolis, the population cap reaches exactly 20, allowing for the continuous production of ghouls without any wastage. If an additional acolyte were to be produced for scouting purposes, it would create an awkward scenario of having 19 population, resulting in a loss of 1 ghoul's attacking potential. Should one be a novice, such subtleties may easily escape their notice. However, Tang Li, having meticulously studied both Blood Chow's strategies and his own competition's REP, recognizes Blood Chow as an individual who strives for perfection in every detail. Thus, upon observing the units that Blood Chow dispatched for reconnaissance, Tang Li deduced that, true to Blood Chow's style, he would inevitably face fierce suppression from the initial wave of Blood Chow's hounds. In fact, the overwhelming majority of competitors find themselves powerless against Blood Chow's first onslaught. Nonetheless, Blood Chow is convinced that Tang Li at this juncture is no longer an opponent easily vanquished by a singular wave of attacks. Chapter 82. The Struggle for Dominance, Part 1. The ghoul Blood Chow employed for reconnaissance arrived at Tang Li's residence shortly after he had constructed his first moon well. What puzzled Tang Li was that this particular ghoul commenced an assault on the moon well. To Tang Li, this ghoul appeared as alien as a creature from another world. Igniting his boundless curiosity, a single ghoul poses no significant threat to a structure. Thus, why would Blood Chow engage it? Logically, one would presume that Blood Chow would not squander time on such a seemingly futile maneuver. Could there be a deeper implication? Tang Li pondered. Yet, he could not fathom what that deeper meaning might be. Strange as it was, Tang Li refused to allow this minor detail to disrupt his rhythm, promptly proceeding to establish a second moon well. The ghoul struck the 2 moon wells twice and then refrained from harassing the wisps gathering wood, retreating instead. After a night of analysis, Tang Li discerned a critical phenomenon. The essence of competing against Blood Chow lay in the struggle for control over the entirety of the match. As Blood Chow articulated, the one who commands the tempo of the game is far more likely to emerge victorious. Tang Li's skills have been steadily improving. He is no longer an opponent that can be effortlessly dispatched by Blood Chow's singular wave strategy. Blood Chow continues to launch incessant assaults, yet his aim is not merely to dismantle Tang Li's base in one fell swoop. If the decisive conflict occurs at Tang Li's stronghold, he remains confident in his ability to secure a resounding triumph through the advantage of home ground. At this moment, Blood Chow's attacks serve only to drive Tang Li's forces back to their base, thereby preventing him from safely leveling up outside while allowing Blood Chow to simultaneously engage in dual-line MF. The advantages accumulated over several encounters have sufficed for Blood Chow to seize control over the match. The reason for Tang Li's failures in the previous 2 matches stemmed precisely from this. Recently, when navigating larger maps, Tang Li typically opts for a fast expansion. However, in facing Blood Chow, he hesitates to do so. Establishing an expansion requires a considerable investment of resources, and with a limited economy at the outset, constructing an expansion would inevitably compromise his military strength. Moreover, the ghoul's attacks effectively counter the armor of archers. Should Tang Li invest in an expansion, Blood Chow would undoubtedly sense the ensuing vacuum in Tang Li's forces and capitalize on it, making significant losses almost unavoidable. Furthermore, if the expansion were to be repelled by Blood Chow, it would result in a dual economic setback. After some contemplation, Tang Li concluded that it would be prudent to proceed with caution in the early stages. The Demon Hunter led the archers in a methodical initiation of the macro-farm, as anticipated. the Death Knight of Blood Reward swiftly commenced his first wave of assault upon reaching level 2. Tang Li remained vigilant, meticulously scouting and calculating, while Blood Reward outmatched him in this regard, ensuring his timing was impeccable. As he unleashed his first wave of ghouls with formidable pressure, he fortuitously caught Tang Li in the midst of his macro farm. The Night Elf archers, undoubtedly outnumbered by the Scourge's ghouls, faced dire circumstances in a direct confrontation, especially with Tang Li preoccupied with macro farming. The heavily armored Night Elf archers were ill-equipped to withstand the basic assaults of the Scourge's ghouls unless they resorted to guerrilla tactics, which would inevitably lead to their detriment. Their only advantage lay in the range of their bows. Consequently, Tang Li had no choice but to maximize the mobility of his Night Elf units, employing a hit-and-run strategy. Thus, as soon as Blood Reward approached, Tang Li promptly commanded all his archers to disperse rapidly at this juncture. Regardless of which archer Blood Reward pursued, Tang Li ensured that the pursuit would not be easily successful, and while any archer was being chased, they would inevitably suffer counterattacks from other archers, leveraging their range. This explosive display of skill in a brief span was Tang Li's forte. However, when faced with Blood Reward, he found himself unable to achieve the same results as before. With cunning strategies on both sides, Blood Reward certainly had his own means of counteraction. The technique of dividing ghouls to hunt archers is a fundamental skill for every undead player, and Blood Reward was no exception. Almost instantaneously as the Night Elf archers scattered, Tang Li's ghouls also split into several groups, with pairs pursuing the dispersed archers. Under such circumstances, the archers could only retreat, time and again. Yet, in the next moment, all the separated ghouls suddenly converged, encircling none other than the Night Elf hero, the Demon Hunter. The artistry of utilizing ghouls is most prominently displayed in encirclement tactics, and Blood Reward had mastered this essence. The world is not solely inhabited by Tang Li's expertise in surrounding foes. This maneuver indeed left Tang Li momentarily stunned. The reason Tang Li found himself surrounded was entirely due to the misdirection orchestrated by Blood Reward. Upon witnessing the ghouls targeting the archers, how could he have anticipated that this was merely a ruse, with Blood Reward's true aim being his hero? One misstep, and the Demon Hunter found himself ensnared from all sides. With no escape die in desperation, Tang Li had no choice but to surrender his town portal scroll. Blood Reward, seizing the momentum, advanced directly to Tang Li's doorstep. Night Elves typically employ wisps as sentinels, and Tang Li was no exception. At that moment, 2 wisps were positioned in the thicket outside his base. Upon noticing Blood Reward's advance, Tang Li hastily commanded the wisps to retreat to the base. Along the way, they sustained several blows from the Death Knight, leaving one wisp's health perilously LOW'd. At this juncture, if the Death Knight were to hurl a foul projectile, it would spell certain doom. As if summoned by his thoughts, the Death Knight raised his hand, and a foul mass was poised to be launched. Fortunately, the descent of excrement from the heavens requires a measure of time, and at this juncture, the sprite had already arrived beside the moon well. Tang Li hastily directed the sprite to drink from the well's waters. However, an utterly perplexing incident unfolded before Tang Li. Upon reaching the moon well, the sprite's vitality remained unchanged, only to be swiftly pursued by a Death Knight's death coil. Resulting in its demise, it was at this moment that Tang Li comprehended the intent behind Blood Reward employing a probing ghoul to briefly engage the moon well. Although the ghoul posed no substantial threat to such a structure, it could indeed inflict a minor reduction in health. Typically, when Night Elf players command their sprites to imbibe the moon well's water, the usual approach involves simply right-clicking on the well. Yet, should the well's health sustain any damage, the sprite, by default, would initiate repairs on the well instead. This slight variation in action ultimately sealed the sprite's fate. I fear that Tang Li may not withstand much longer under these circumstances. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yipeng candidly expressed his thoughts. "What are you saying?" Yo-Yo retorted, displeased. "You are all teammates. Why not offer him encouragement instead of uttering such disheartening words?" The reality was evident. The match had scarcely commenced when Tang Li found himself overwhelmed by Blood Reward's initial assault. "What do you understand?" Yo-Yo declared with conviction. "The Night Elves have no inherent advantage against the undead in the early game. If we can merely endure this wave of pressure, we will certainly transition from defense to offense." Deep down, however, Yo-Yo was silently cursing Blood Reward. What kind of brother is this? Wasn't he agreed that he would go easy during the match? Why then is he attacking with such ferocity? Chapter 83. The Struggle for Dominance, Part 2. Yo-Yo believed that her brother's early powerful wave of hounds would inevitably slow the pace of technological advancement, and as long as Tang Li could endure this fierce onslaught, he would be able to shift from defense to offense. However, the reality diverged somewhat from Yo-Yo's expectations. Resources in the early game are inherently limited. Having deployed so many hounds, Blood Reward's technological progression would undoubtedly be delayed. Yet, what Yo-Yo failed to account for was that such a strong offensive from Blood Reward would disrupt Tang Li's rhythm, leaving him with no choice but to focus on troop production for defense. Too wary to relax and pursue technological upgrades. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. An aggressive strategy not only forces the opposing forces to remain entrenched at home, but also disrupts their economy, preventing them from rapidly expanding their resources or advancing their technology. Thus, the tempo of the game remained firmly in Blood Reward's hands. Naturally, for the undead, the key to early pressure lies in preventing the opponent from establishing expansion bases. In a scenario where both sides are limited to a single mine with 80 population, the undead maintain a significant advantage, thanks to their superior unit composition and the lethal prowess of their 3 heroes, which stand strong compared to other races. In fact, they could even engage in intra-faction battles without the need for external assistance. In stark contrast, the Night Elves present a different narrative altogether. For the Night Elves, the tavern serves as a veritable second altar, and the absence of this establishment feels akin to the absence of an essential structure. This observation holds true even amidst Blizzard's repeated nerfs to the undead faction, whose units remain formidable. Yet, one might ponder why undead players seldom achieve notable success in competitive arenas. A pivotal reason lies in the economic vulnerabilities of the undead. It is well acknowledged that their Achilles heel is their economy. They struggle to secure expansion mines, rendering them susceptible to opponents who, benefiting from a 2-base economic advantage, can systematically wear them down. Bloodshed, however, would not allow such a fate to unfold. He relentlessly maintained this pressure until his Tier 2 technology was nearly complete, his ubiquitous harassment restricting Tang Li's opportunities to venture beyond his base, let alone secure an expansion. Although Tang Li ultimately withstood Bloodshed's initial assault at the cost of a small sprite and a moon well, the ordeal was far from over, as Bloodshed's second wave of aggression loomed on the horizon. At this juncture, both players had upgraded to Tier 2 technologies. By the time Bloodshed retreated, Tang Li emerged only to find Bloodshed had already summoned the neutral hero, Naga, from the Central Tavern. The Naga, a race that emerged from the depths of the ocean, is characterized by their serpentine form and scaly exterior. As a hero, the Naga wields the Frost Arrow ability, which inflicts slowing effects, making her presence particularly oppressive during the mid-game. With the arrival of the Naga, Bloodshed unleashed his hounds for a second assault. In this moment, Tang Li found himself in a genuine predicament. The demon hunter intended to approach the tavern to procure his second hero, but this plan had evidently fallen within Bloodshed's calculations. Before the demon hunter could draw near, he was ensnared by the Naga's slowing arrow, while a pack of hounds swiftly encircled him. Alas, disaster loomed. Yet, Tang Li remained composed. With technology advancing and troops on the horizon, he refrained from purchasing another town portal scroll, allowing the demon hunter's essence to ascend. The cost of losing a hero transcends mere monetary expenditure for summoning. This loss is trivial compared to the greater peril that Tang Li would face in a phase devoid of a hero, as Bloodshed would inevitably deliver a punishing blow. Sun Chang shook his head. At this rate, the outcome is undoubtedly predetermined. Yo-Yo, too, felt the urgency of the situation. Glancing back, she noticed Ouyang's seemingly unfazed demeanor and sarcastically inquired, "Why are you not the least bit concerned for Tang Li? Can you not see he is on the brink of defeat?" Ouyang replied with a subtle smile, "In truth, I do not comprehend Warcraft. I merely wish to observe Tang Li as he passionately engages in what he loves. Whether he wins or loses is of little consequence to me. My support for him remains unwavering." Yo-Yo was taken aback. Her interactions with Ouyang had been limited, and she was astonished to learn that he was unfamiliar with Warcraft. She was astonished because she had first-hand experience. For instance, Yo-Yo harbored a disdain for football, believing it to be utterly trivial for 20-odd individuals to vie for a single ball. Thus, whenever those around her erupted in cheers and shouts while watching a match, she found it to be excruciatingly dull. Extending her thoughts to others, she surmised that individuals unfamiliar with Warcraft attending a Warcraft competition must feel as uninterested as she did while watching football. Yet, Ouyang remained engrossed from start to finish. Yo-Yo sighed softly. A woman like Ouyang, strikingly beautiful, gracious, and empathetic, would surely captivate any man. Not just Tang Li. It seemed that dismantling the bond between her and Tang Li was indeed no small feat. Yo-Yo mused. This moment, Tang Li was indeed in a precarious situation on the battlefield. Blood Cho had advanced to his doorstep, while his own forces dared not reveal themselves. The moment he ventured even slightly from his base, he would inevitably succumb to the fate of being overwhelmed and trapped. With the Naga's frost arrows in play, Tang Li was thoroughly suppressed. However, he had his own strategies. Following the second-tier technology, the Night Elves would inevitably produce a unit, the Fairy Dragon. If he could hold out until his Fairy Dragons emerged, their slowing abilities would significantly hinder the opposing ghouls, and concurrently, the effectiveness of the Naga's frost arrows would diminish. This moment was crucial for Tang Li to transition from defense to offense. Tang Li contemplated, but how could Blood Cho be oblivious? Blood Cho had long anticipated this, planning to transition from hounds to spiders. Once the spiders arrived on the scene, their piercing attack would effectively counter the Fairy Dragon's unarmored type, rendering the latter utterly defenseless against a volley of spider attacks. While transitioning from hounds to spiders was a conventional strategy, it demanded a high level of awareness regarding unit changes, a challenge Blood Cho was more than capable of surmounting. When the Fairy Dragons first entered the fray, the Night Elves undeniably held the upper hand, forcing Blood Cho to retreat strategically. Tang Li, believing he was about to seize control and dictate the pace of the match, boldly commanded his troops to pursue. Yet, Blood Cho did not retreat for long. The undead-s healing vehicles and spiders soon joined the battlefield. Thanks to Blood Cho's formidable economic management, he had foreseen the evolution of the battle, executing a seamless transition in unit types. Just as Tang Li was poised to showcase his might, he was met with a fierce counterattack. Under the barrage of piercing attacks from the ranged spiders, the Fairy Dragons became mere fodder for experience points. This was not a matter of skill. It was purely a consequence of unit countering. With equal levels of proficiency, the Fairy Dragons stood no chance against the spiders. Tang Li understood that to have any hope of overcoming the undead spiders with Fairy Dragons, he would need an advantage of 10 population points. Yet, such an advantage could not be conjured at will. Without the ability to establish an expansion, all was futile. However, under Blood Cho's overwhelming pressure, the Night Elves found it far from easy to secure an expansion. The rhythm of the battle continued to unfold. Tang Li could not help but repeatedly ponder in his heart. Despite having devoted an entire night to research yesterday, he found himself utterly unable to grasp the rhythm when confronted with Blood Reward once more today. Each time he attempted to strike, he was swiftly repelled by Blood Reward's overwhelming force. After several such encounters, he felt he would inevitably succumb to impotence. Tang Li's frustration reached a zenith. Gritting his teeth, he realized that his only recourse was to swiftly summon his feral druid and transform into a bear, as only then might he withstand the onslaught and shift from defense to offense. In his humanoid form, the feral druid could cast rejuvenation on the demon hunter, allowing the latter's health to steadily recover while benefiting from his inherent evasion skills to dodge a significant number of attacks. At that juncture, the demon hunter would become an almost invincible presence on the battlefield. Furthermore, in bear form, the feral druid would serve as a perfect tank, enabling Tang Li to leverage the technological advantage gained during this period to decisively alter his previously suppressed situation, thereby increasing his chances of seizing control of the match. However, Tang Li's optimism was misplaced, as he gravely underestimated Blood Reward's ability to seize critical moments. After painstakingly accumulating resources, he finally managed to summon a wave of bears. Yet, almost simultaneously, Blood Reward completed the research on the destroyer. The undead's healing unit, upon upgrading this technology, could transform into a destroyer, which possessed a skill capable of devouring magic. This ability could consume all magical effects within a certain radius, including the Night Elf's rejuvenation. In truth, had Blood Reward's economic distribution been even slightly inferior, and had the upgrade of the destroyer been delayed by mere seconds, the outcome of this great battle would have undoubtedly been rewritten. But alas, such considerations were purely hypothetical. The demon hunter, freshly imbued with rejuvenation, charged forth boldly. However, before he could revel in his moment of glory, the destroyer ascended, having absorbed all magical effects from the ground. A volley of attacks, combined with a consecutive kill from the undead hero, led to the demon hunter's swift demise before he could even react. A destroyer devoid of magic is not particularly fearsome, yet one that has absorbed ample magical power is considerably more terrifying, rivaling even the ultimate undead unit, the Frost Wyrm. After ruthlessly dispatching several of Tang Li's bears on the battlefield, the hounds attacked the AC, while the spiders targeted the DOE. At this point, Tang Li had completely lost control of the match. If it could be said that control ever resided in his hands, it had always been firmly in Blood Reward's grasp. Chapter 84, Night Elf vs. Night Elf. The score stood at 1-0, with Blood Reward claiming the first victory. As a senior in his 4th year, Blood Reward was well known among his peers at school. And considering he had consecutively won the campus esports tournament for 4 years, nearly 90% of the spectators in the internet CAF were his fans. AS Blood Reward triumphed. A wave of fervent cheers erupted. However, amidst this, there were also dissenting voices, particularly from Yo-Yo, who was fervently rallying for Tang Li. Only, go for it. Only, go for it. Yo-Yo's shouts clearly challenged the throng of Blood Reward supporters, immediately drawing the attention of many around him. It is believed that if Yo-Yo were not a woman, the situation would not be quite so straightforward. As a woman, Yo-Yo found herself amidst an enthusiastic crowd of fans surrounding Zhu Yipeng and Han Tai, while she fervently cheered for Tang Li. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively took a couple of steps back, making her intentions unmistakably clear. I am not well acquainted with her, so if you wish to voice your criticisms, do not direct them at me. Meanwhile, Yo-Yo continued to revel in her shouts, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Beside her, a bespectacled gentleman, a fan of Xueqiu, mockingly remarked, "Surely, the one who lost isn't your relative?" To this, an informed Fire promptly corrected the gentleman's misconception. It is the victor who is her relative. The bespectacled man, evidently skeptical, retorted, "Relative? What relative? Xueqiu is my brother. Why wouldn't that be the case?" Yo-Yo, perturbed by this, responded with disbelief, "Your biological brother?" The audacity of questioning the blood ties between Yo-Yo and Xueqiu was unprecedented, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation and dismiss him. "What sort of cheering squad are you? You come here and fail to support your own brother, instead fervently cheering for his opponent. How can you be so enthusiastic about it?" Yo-Yo, equally nonplussed, could only stammer a disjointed response. "What do you know? I advocate for fairness over kinship. Though Xueqiu is my brother, I must say that the contestant named Tang Li possesses extraordinary talent, and his unique physique suggests he is a rare master among beasts. Hence, I cheer for him." The bespectacled man, a staunch supporter of Xueqiu, retorted, "Come on. No matter how impressive, he's still just a defeated opponent of Xueqiu. Why the rush? This is merely the first round." He added, in films, the male protagonists often endure a thrashing before finally showcasing their prowess. After hearing Yo-Yo's remarks, the bespectacled man turned to scrutinize Tang Li, who, despite his disheveled hair that had not been tamed after waking, still commanded attention. "Hey, would you look at that? This contestant's hairstyle indeed exudes a certain fierceness." The bespectacled man seemed to have grasped some insight. "Fierceness? I would say it's more akin to foolishness." However, Yo-Yo kept this thought to herself. Following a brief intermission, the match proceeded to the second round. Xueqiu remained with a randomly assigned race, and this time, he found himself playing as the Night Elves. Upon the commencement of Nevsn, the crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment. The excitement stemmed from the fact that battles within the same race are notoriously intense and exhilarating. Without the advantage of race, the outcome hinges significantly on a player's fundamental skills and operational capabilities. A minor misstep can decisively influence the final result. Observing the elf-on-elf conflict, the bespectacled man turned to Yo-Yo and stated, "This time, your prediction is bound to be inaccurate. In a race-against-race scenario, with Xueqiu's high level of skill, that only is certainly going to falter. What do you understand? My brother is not particularly skilled with the Night Elves." Yo-Yo is indeed pondering this in his heart, yet he continues to argue on the surface. Could Blood Reward truly be your brother? The bespectacled young man clearly harbors some doubt. "If that were the case, you must introduce me to him after the competition." "Introduce you to my brother?" Yo-Yo asked in confusion. The bespectacled young man is also a new student, and the name of Blood Reward is already well known. "I have long heard of Blood Reward's fame and wish to apprentice under him to learn how to play Warcraft." "Very well, that is certainly no problem. Let us go for tea together after the competition." Yo-Yo readily agreed. Blood Reward's style is formidable, capable of executing a rush strategy, yet one must wonder if he would employ such tactics given the initial weakness of the Night Elves. Indeed, when Blood Reward summoned the neutral hero Naga from the tavern, it signified his determination to rush. The Night Elf's initial choice of the Naga C, which is without a doubt aimed at utilizing her slowing frost arrows to forcefully suppress with archers. The primary units of the Night Elves in the early game are essentially archers and huntresses. Compared to huntresses, archers possess lower health and slower movement speed, making their management more challenging. However, archers have their advantages, notably their unparalleled attack power and extraordinary range, not to mention their cost-effectiveness. Utilizing archers as the main force for an early rush, the most potent strategy remains the Naga AC flow. The abbreviation for archer is AC. Thus, the Naga AC flow effectively combines the slowing frost arrows with the archer's formidable attack power and extensive range. Moreover, the Naga C, which possesses another crucial skill, forked lightning, which allows her to unleash a cone of lightning that damages multiple enemies in front of her. This skill proves particularly advantageous against the feeble archers of the same race. In contrast, Tang Li adopts a conventional demon hunter opening, also employing archers. Faced with blood reward, Tang Li is hesitant to expand his economy. He aims to ascend technologically and utilize a combination of bears and stags to counter blood reward. Considering that the night elves are not overwhelmingly strong in the early game, Tang Li refrains from constructing multiple barracks and plans to produce only a few archers as a transitional measure while directly advancing his technology. Thus, when Blood Reward's Naga Sea Witch, accompanied by archers, mounts a wave of pressure, Tang Li feels quite distressed. He understands that when faced with such a combination of Naga and AC, the priority must be to eliminate the Naga Sea Witch. Therefore, instead of upgrading the Demon Hunter's Mana Burn skill, he opts for evasion. With evasion to protect him, the Demon Hunter can significantly limit the Naga Sea Witch's health, as long as the Naga Sea Witch's frost arrows do not hinder him. Resisting Blood Reward's fierce assault should not be exceedingly difficult. Yet, in truth, he still underestimates Blood Reward's prowess. As Tang Li's Demon Hunter prepared to charge at the Naga, the latter naturally exploited her range to retaliate against the Demon Hunter. Blood Cho systematically positioned all archers in a fan formation, aiming for optimal damage output. Furthermore, Blood Cho commanded a small sprite to confront the Demon Hunter. The skill learned by the Demon Hunter was Evade, a passive magic that required no mana, leading Tang Li to believe that even if the sprite self-destructed, he would remain unperturbed. However, as the sprite approached, he realized it was not there to self-destruct but rather to disrupt positioning. The sprite weaved left and right, needing only to delay the Demon Hunter for a mere 4 or 5 seconds. Under the combined fire of the archers and the Naga Sea Witch, the Demon Hunter's health plummeted to half. In such circumstances, even if the Demon Hunter managed to reach the Naga, he would undoubtedly perish before inflicting any damage. Thus, Tang Li hastily commanded a retreat. Yet, under the slowing effects of the Naga Sea Witch's skills, escaping was far from easy. If the Demon Hunter did not utilize a town portal scroll, he would certainly succumb to the combined onslaught and deceleration from Blood Cho. Chapter 85. Transformation. Tang Li returned to base, and Blood Cho wasted no time in directing his forces forward, casually reaping the experience from the two sprites along the way. Such shamelessness bordered on inhumanity, ruthlessly slaying even the unarmed sprites. Currently, Yo-Yo stood firmly on Tang Li's side. Her sister's accusation of shamelessness would surely leave Blood Cho aghast if he were to hear it. The bespectacled man, an admirer of Blood Cho, vehemently disagreed with Yo-Yo's assertion. Do not underestimate the significance of slaying a few sprites. The more sprites you eliminate, the more you can hinder your opponent's technological advancement. After reaching Tier 2, wood becomes a crucial resource. If the enemy's lumber gathering lags behind, it buys us more time for our rush. Yo-Yo shot a sidelong glance at the bespectacled man. Do you enjoy showing off? Is this such a simple concept that I am unaware of it? The bespectacled man chuckled, refraining from rebuttal. Originally, Tang Li had intended to swiftly advance technology to unleash a combination of bears and deer. But faced with Blood Cho's formidable rush and relentless archery, he opted to hold his ground for the time being. Having regained his strength after drinking from the well, the Demon Hunter was no longer willing to take risks. Tang Li was hesitant to charge recklessly, and Blood Cho, too, was cautious about advancing, as Tang Li's war tree loomed like a guardian at the perimeter of his base. Moreover, Tang Li enjoyed the advantage of home ground, with moon wells available for health regeneration. If he were to charge in recklessly, he would likely face defeat under the joint assault of the war tree and the base, compounded by Tang Li's forces utilizing the buildings for tactical maneuvering. Hence, Blood Cho merely arranged his formation and maintained distance to unleash a barrage on the outer structures. Tang Li, recognizing the need to protect the war tree from being easily destroyed, quickly summoned several sprites for repairs. Tang Li's intentions were unmistakably clear. Even if this ancient war tree could not be preserved, he would strive to delay as much time as possible. Perhaps after the second tier, when new heroes were summoned, the situation might improve. As Tang Li contemplated this, Yo-Yo shared a similar line of thought. She found herself speculating on what methods her brother would employ after reaching the second tier. The pace of the game was swift, and it wasn't long before the Blood Reward provided an answer. Blood Reward had swiftly confined Tang Li within his base, having been the first to recruit a second hero from the tavern. However, the appearance of this hero astonished everyone, as none had predicted that Blood Reward would summon the Flame Lord. This hero was indeed a rarity, prompting gasps of surprise throughout the venue. It seemed Blood Reward was intent on pursuing an all-out rush. His Night Stalker played with remarkable finesse. Even the bespectacled player couldn't suppress his exclamation. An agile hero, The Flame Lord possessed a skill particularly advantageous for rushing: the ability to summon magma creatures. This skill allowed for the summoning of a formidable little fire elemental, and astonishingly, this elemental could even split, transforming one into two, and two into three as the battle progressed. Thus, when the Flame Lord entered the fray, Tang Li felt increasingly disheartened. If he targeted the opponent's fire elementals, he would be unable to withstand the barrage from their archers. Conversely, if he focused on the archers, a direct clash of forces would ensue, leading to mutual attrition, while the opposing side would still have a multitude of fire elementals that had split off. Although Tang Li could effectively suppress his adversary, the absence of a sturdy front line posed a significant dilemma. How can this problem be resolved? The bespectacled player mused. Blood Reward, however, had a solution. At that moment, the large screen displayed Blood Reward planting two wind ancient trees within Tang Li's base. The wind ancient trees were, of course, intended for the production of raptor druids, colloquially known as bird druids. Upon reaching the second tier of technology, they underwent expert training, granting them the skill of Elven Fire. Units affected by Elven Fire would experience a reduction of 5 armor points, and when combined with high-damage archers, the result was devastating. Moreover, when necessary, the wind ancient trees could uproot themselves, serving as fragile shields for the archers and bird druids, absorbing substantial damage. At this juncture, Tang Li's ancient war tree had undoubtedly been uprooted by Blood Reward, and not only that, several of Tang Li's structures were already ablaze. Blood Reward prioritized his assault on the Moonwell. At that moment, Tang Li was desperately trying to summon bears, and should the Moonwell be destroyed, the loss of population would grant Blood Reward even more time. Tang Li yearned to organize a counteraction against Blood Reward's well-destroying efforts, yet felt powerless to do so in the midst of the fierce battle. The water from Tang Li's wells had long been depleted, and as the Moonwell faced another strike, Blood Reward turned his attention toward Tang Li's altar. It seems your martial arts expert is faltering. No matter how extraordinary his abilities, he shall fall before Blood Reward. The bespectacled player sneered with glee at Yo-Yo. Come on, if you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. Yo-Yo, well aware of Tang Li's dire predicament, had no inclination to engage in a debate with the bespectacled player. With all her strength, she shouted, "Only, keep going, only, keep going." The assault led by Blood Cho was fierce and impeccably executed, having already diminished the altar's health by 1/3. Should the altar be destroyed, the outcome of this match would be devoid of suspense. At that moment, Tang Li sensed that his skills had reached their zenith, leaving him utterly powerless against Blood Cho, and a fleeting thought of conceding began to creep into his mind. Defeat would be acceptable, after all. His opponent was Blood Cho, and losing to such a formidable foe was hardly disgraceful. For Tang Li, it would even be a form of liberation. Just then, he heard a voice exclaim, "Only, keep going." Undoubtedly, the encouragement came from Yo-Yo. Upon hearing those words, clarity suddenly washed over Tang Li's mind, a myriad of images flashing before him in an instant. In the next moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he were no longer participating in a mere amateur finals within the confines of a school, but rather standing on a grand global stage. Mere steps away from victory, below him were countless fans of Warcraft, diverse in nationality, skin color, and accent. Yet they all chanted a singular ID. Only, 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 only. The overwhelming roar surged into Tang Li's consciousness, igniting his fighting spirit anew. I have not yet lost. Until the final moment, I shall not concede. This was the thought that consumed Tang Li at that instant. Strange. Fire remarked inexplicably, leaving Yo-Yo somewhat baffled. What is strange? Look at Tang Li's speed. Do you not find it odd? Fire pointed to the large screen. He seems faster than ever, Yo-Yo gasped. Tang Li's prowess had always been his hallmark. However, in recent times, despite his formidable skills, he had struggled to push beyond his limits. Even Bossing had claimed that it would be quite difficult for Tang Li to achieve further breakthroughs with such formidable abilities. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tang Li suddenly unleashed a speed that even he had never dared to attain before. In this round, both Tang Li and Blood Cho primarily deployed archers, a unit demanding exceptionally high operational skill. Moreover, both sides had continuously produced archers since the outset, leading to an even greater demand for precision as their numbers swelled. At this juncture, Tang Li had very few structures left. In an instant, all but one ancient of lore, currently training a claw druid, were uprooted, including his main base. Simultaneously, all the wisps were summoned forth, working tirelessly to repair the altar. Tang Li's archers were already bloodied, yet he adeptly maneuvered behind the trees, seeking any potential opportunity for a counterattack. Not only that, but the night elf archers possess the ability to become invisible under the cloak of night. With the skill mapped to the Iki and the attack assigned to it at this moment, Tang Li is executing a series of deft maneuvers with his archer, vanishing swiftly after each attack in an effort to evade damage. As his archer is already critically wounded, while delivering maximum punishment to his adversary, his fingers dance across the keyboard as though he were playing Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, with a force akin to a thunderclap. In the realm of martial prowess, swiftness reigns supreme. Blood Reward had not anticipated that Tang Li would suddenly unleash such a fierce momentum, causing his attack rhythm to falter. After all, he was engaged in striking Tang Li's altar, resulting in a suboptimal positioning of his units, leaving him momentarily unprepared for the onslaught. A handful of small sprites were frantically repairing the altar, which was now barely clinging to life. Should the altar fall, even Tang Li's remarkable speed would be of no avail. However, Blood Reward's forces sustained significant damage in an instant, and as the sprites devoted themselves to the repairs, any attempt to destroy the altar would surely cost him dearly. Thus, he ultimately decided to abandon the assault on the altar and retreat to regroup instead. The clash between the two competitors on the battlefield was nothing short of exhilarating, leaving the spectator, Yo-Yo, drenched in cold sweat. In the end, the altar was preserved, and Yo-Yo exhaled a sigh of relief. Sometimes, the line between victory and defeat is perilously thin. Although Tang Li's home had been ravaged, he had nonetheless completed the master-level training of the Claw Druid. He could discern that Blood Reward had been relentlessly suppressing him, and now, it was impossible for him to have completed the master-level training of the Raptor Druid. The Raptor Druid, upon completing expert-level training, acquires the skill of Fairy Fire, and after master-level training, gains the ability of Hurricane. The Hurricane can lift a unit, rendering the target unable to attack or cast spells. Should the Raptor Druid master this skill, Tang Li's bear could easily be sent soaring into the sky. However, Tang Li surmised correctly that, at this juncture, Blood Reward had not yet completed the master-level training of the Raptor Druid. Although Tang Li possessed only 3 bears, he recognized that he could no longer afford to wait. If he delayed until Blood Reward's master-level bird druid training was complete, he might never have a chance to turn the tide. In truth, Blood Reward was acutely aware that his level 3 base was on the verge of completion. With just one more minute, his half-dozen Raptor Druids would acquire the Wind Skilled AT that moment. Even if Tang Li had a few more bears, it would hardly matter. Alas, the mere span of 1 minute was sufficient for him to endure Tang Li's thunderous strike. Tang Li timed his actions perfectly. A sudden sensation arose within him, an instinct guiding him on how to seize control of the battlefield's rhythm. "And why word?" the bespectacled man exclaimed, his eyes widened in disbelief at the dramatic turn of events displayed on the screen. "Did I not tell you he possessed extraordinary potential? After being battered nearly to death, he has finally undergone a remarkable transformation." The joy swelling within Yo-Yo was beyond description. Chapter 86 The Decisive Game, Part 1. Tang Li did not disappoint Yo-Yo's expectations. After 3 matches, he ultimately emerged as the champion of this year's campus esports competition. The matches concluded, and the players exited the arena. Xueqiu had just stepped out of the E-Century Internet CAF when he was caught up to by Tang Li, who called out to him. "Thank you," Tang Li said sincerely. "What are you thanking me for? I did not grant you any leniency. You won the championship entirely on your own merit," Xueqiu replied with a smile. "But if it weren't for your demonstration of your playstyle last night, I surely wouldn't have triumphed." Immersing oneself fully in a task can sometimes lead to moments of confusion, yet there is no need for excessive concern, as this signifies that one is on the brink of a breakthrough. At such times, a few words from a mentor may provide the necessary guidance to achieve that breakthrough. Clearly, it was Xueqiu's presence that elevated Tang Li's overall performance to a new level. "Why did you choose to guide me?" This was one of the mysteries that perplexed Tang Li. In retrospect, he still struggled to comprehend how he had managed to defeat Xueqiu in the 3rd match of the decisive game. However, during the competition, Tang Li undeniably felt as though the entire match unfolded with remarkable clarity. He understood the progression of the battle, recognized when he should take action, and even anticipated his opponent's next move. In essence, at every stage of the battle, Tang Li experienced a profound sense of control over the rhythm of the game. In a game of Warcraft, the battle typically unfolds in 3 phases, which can be delineated in 2 principal ways. An important aspect of Warcraft matches is the repair cost, which varies based on the expenses incurred. This can be categorized into 3 stages: no repair cost, low repair cost, and high repair cost. The term repair cost refers to the expenditure players incur for maintaining their produced units' armor and weaponry. Notably, when a player's population is below 50, there are no repair costs. Between 50 and 80 population, players must allocate 30% of their gold harvest for repairs. Once a player's population exceeds 80, the repair cost can escalate to a staggering 60%. Consequently, based on this criterion, the Warcraft match can be segmented into 3 phases. The first phase, under 50 population, is termed the transition phase, while the range of 50 to 80 population is known as the massing phase. In truth, few players manage to push the battle to the pinnacle of 80 to 100 population, as sustaining such a sizable army becomes exceedingly challenging. For instance, if a mine yields 16,000 gold, the high repair costs effectively reduce the collectible amount to only 6,400 gold. Additionally, the game can also be divided into 3 stages based on the levels of technological advancement: first, second, and third tiers. Within these stages, various tactical approaches can emerge, contingent upon the coordination of technology levels and population, all while maintaining economic balance. The contest between masters is marked by a clear structure and prominent focal points, reminiscent of Brazilian football, flowing seamlessly with an effortless grace, where every element is of paramount importance. With the evolution of Warcraft, the notion of a definitive, game-ending move has nearly vanished. Every technique is an intricate tapestry of interconnected strategies, ultimately leading an opponent to an inescapable demise. Watching such a match is a pure delight, and in the decisive third game, Tangli and Xuecho orchestrated a visual feast. As the third game commenced, Xuecho deviated from his previous habits, opting for a manual selection of the human race, rather than his customary random choice. Every expert possesses their favored race, and Xuecho is no exception. Although he wields proficiency with all 3 other races, the nuances of Warcraft, varying maps, inter-race confrontations, and diverse tactics demand a meticulous attention to detail. Even the world's top players would hesitate to claim an exhaustive mastery of it all. Naturally, some races will be more familiar than others. Xuecho particularly excels with the human race, characterized by its layered and multifaceted late-game unit compositions. In several online tournaments, Xuecho has also manually selected his race. However, in casual school competitions, he sometimes refrains from exerting his full prowess. Thus, the spectators were taken aback when they saw Xuecho manually select his race. Wow, it seems this martial arts master you mentioned is indeed formidable. Compelling Xuecho to unveil his ultimate techniques, exclaimed the bespectacled man who had been standing beside Yo-Yo. Needless to say, Yo-Yo replied, her face beaming with pride. Surprisingly, it was not the only unexpected turn of events. Once the game began, everyone soon discovered that Xuecho had not adopted the standard one-base strategy, but rather intended to swiftly establish an expansion. At this moment, Xuecho instinctively sensed that his usual one-base strategy would pose little threat to Tangli, prompting him to adopt a more cautious approach by opening an expansion and leveraging a dual mining economy to support a mixed human army for an epic confrontation with Tangli. Wait, why is he building a base in Tangli's territory? Sun Chong exclaimed, pointing at the large screen. Sun Chong, the least skilled player in the Hero Club, had limited understanding of races beyond his own orc tactics, which explained his bewilderment. The surrounding Warcraft enthusiasts couldn't help but cast incredulous glances at his seemingly naive question. Don't even pretend to be ignorant, Yo-Yo scoffed. Building a base in Tangli's territory is obviously to monitor his movements. As Xuecho's sister, Yo-Yo frequently watched his matches, and this small tactic is not uncommon in high-stakes competitions. However, won't Tangli quickly demolish that base? Isn't that a waste of resources? Sun Chong remained puzzled. Your ignorance is not unwarranted, Yo-Yo retorted. The Night Elf's early-game hero, along with a couple of archers, can inflict minimal damage against a fortified building. By the time he destroys that base, he will have squandered precious minutes. Every second counts in a match among experts. Sun Chong let out a sound of sudden realization, but after shaking his head, he inquired again. However, the Night Elves have great trees in their home, and these trees possess offensive capabilities. Why not use the great tree to demolish this house? Yo-Yo, wearing an expression of helplessness, replied. What great trees do the Night Elves have in the early stages? There's only one Ancient of War that can move, right? But if the Ancient of War stands up, it cannot produce archers, and the military strength would certainly fall short. If you dare to do that, the human race will launch a tower rush and come crashing in. How will you defend against it? Wow, I never realized a house could have such formidable functions. There's even more to it. Most importantly, this house not only provides vision but also obstructs the building layout of the Night Elf's base. With the house placed down, Tangli's structures cannot be arranged according to his intended design. When the human forces attack later, it will give them a significant advantage. Yo-Yo is well aware that Bloodcho has employed this strategy not just once or twice. The role of scouting in Warcraft matches is immensely crucial. By using this house for vision, every move Tangli makes within his base is laid bare before Bloodcho. However, Tangli also has his own strategies. The little sprites hang along the path that Blood Cho must take to level up to this moment. Tang Li does not see Blood Cho venture out for a mercenary facility, but it is evident that Blood Cho would not squander precious time at home with his archmage. He is undoubtedly rallying peasants to establish an expansion. Tang Li instinctively made a decision. Rather than harass, because it might be too late for that now, he opted to deploy the warden as his initial hero, who lacks the high attributes and survivability of a demon hunter in the early game. Since you are expanding, I shall do the same. Tang Li's reasoning holds merit, as long as his economy does not fall behind the humans. If both sides expand simultaneously, who holds the advantage? The answer is undoubtedly Tang Li's Night Elves. This is because the humans, in their early expansion, must produce a significant number of peasants. Do not underestimate the impact of these additional peasants. They occupy population slots and consume resources. Moreover, once the humans complete their expansion, they will likely erect 2 towers. So under equal circumstances, the Night Elves will advance technologically at a faster pace, in battles among experts. Victories are often derived from the accumulation of slight advantages, and at critical moments, even a mere 30 seconds or a few seconds can be enough to launch an offensive, thereby amplifying that slight edge. Tang Li recognizes this, and naturally, Blood Cho does as well. Thus, Blood Cho aims to suppress Tang Li. Even if he cannot gain any substantial advantage, he must neutralize the Night Elves' slight edge. When is the best time to strike the Night Elves in the early game? If the Night Elves' technology is a minute ahead of the humans, it signifies that the Night Elves' second hero will certainly emerge earlier than that of the humans. Therefore, Blood Cho initiated an assault shortly after his archmage reached level 3. While the Night Elves were still researching a technology, he seeks to firmly grasp control of the match's momentum in his hands. If it were an ordinary circumstance, even though Xuecho could not reap significant benefits, he would at least be able to level the playing field to some extent. Unfortunately, the current Tang Li is no longer the naive Wu Xiaoming of yore, despite the mere gap of a single match. The house built by Xuecho within Tang Li's domain provided him insights into Tang Li's movements. Observing Tang Li's troops progressing towards leveling up, Xuecho promptly returned to Tang Li's residence to create disturbances, unwittingly falling prey to Tang Li's stratagem. Alas, Tang Li has now mastered the art of counter-deception. Sun Chong could not help but exclaim. This analogy could not be more fitting, for Tang Li cleverly utilized the vantage point afforded by the human residents to relay false intelligence regarding his intent to venture out for MF, while in reality, he had anticipated that Xuecho would seek to suppress him at this precise moment. As for how he made this deduction, even Tang Li himself could not articulate it clearly. He simply felt that Xuecho was likely to strike at this juncture. As it turned out, his intuition was correct. In the early stages, Tang Li possessed a limited number of archers, whereas Xuecho not only commanded 2 water elementals summoned by a great mage, but also had mercenaries acquired from the mercenary camp, thus enjoying a numerical advantage. To thwart Xuecho's slaughter of the small elves seemed rather unrealistic. However, due to Tang Li's ambush, Xuecho also suffered casualties, losing 2 human infantrymen to the Watcher's poison. Chapter 87. The Decisive Battle, Part 2. It was only now that I finally comprehended the essence of awareness. The bespectacled man felt enlightened. Impressive, isn't it? Yo-Yo declared with pride. Sister, my judgment is infallible. If you wish to excel in Warcraft, you should stick with me. I will introduce you to such experts, ensuring your swift progress. At that moment, the bespectacled man altered his tone. Big sister, you must look out for me from now on. My esports future rests entirely in your hands. Yo-Yo, for the first time, being addressed as Big Sister, felt an immense sense of pride. Previously, she had only witnessed such titles in films, and now, having her own little brother, how could she not feel elated? No problem. If anyone bullies you, come to Big Sister, and I will help you exact revenge, Yo-Yo declared, thumping her chest with righteousness. Then tell me, who do you think will ultimately prevail? Obviously, it will be the Night Elves, Yo-Yo asserted confidently. At present, it indeed appeared that Tang Li held a slight advantage. However, this minor edge seemed insufficient to guarantee his victory. What direction would the subsequent battle take? Everyone's eyes were wide with anticipation. Xuecho's hallmark was his ability to exploit the opponent's vulnerabilities, and once he had amassed an advantage, he would relentlessly maintain his assault, controlling the rhythm of the entire match until he emerged victorious. Yet, given that his initial wave of attack had not secured any significant advantage, what would be his next course of action? Naturally, he would continue to attack. Since he was already at a disadvantage, if he could not swiftly recover from the initial setback, the prolongation of the match would only serve to amplify the slight edge he once possessed. Thus, Xuecho retreated momentarily, but not long after, he launched another offensive at dawn on the second day of the game. At this juncture, Tang Li had only recently completed his upgrades at the second tier. And should he have opted for a rapid ascent to the third tier with bear strategies, this period would undoubtedly represent a vacuum in both his military and economic resources. Faced with a formidable opponent like Xuecho, Tang Li could not afford to be complacent. Hence, after reaching the second tier, he chose not to hastily ascend to the third tier, but instead planned to transition through the mid-game with the production of small deer. Given that the structures Xuecho had erected at the onset of the game still stood resolutely within Tang Li's base, none of this eluded Xuecho's keen observation. Choosing this moment to strike was undoubtedly astute. It could be asserted that the human race had but one last opportunity to exert pressure on the night elves before mid-game. Should the small deer of the night elves reach a critical mass, it would undoubtedly be a period of relative strength for the night elves. Tio's attempt to suppress them at that juncture would likely prove futile. Indeed, Tang Li's second-tier advancement was slightly ahead of Xuecho's, and at this moment, he had summoned a panda from the neutral tavern to serve as his second hero. Barely having made his entrance, the panda was soon met with a fierce assault from Xuecho. Why wait until dawn? This was because the mud golem from the mercenary camp could only be summoned at that time. The mud golem, colloquially known as the Little Mudman, boasts a rather unremarkable attack and lacks defense, with health points so minimal they are nearly negligible. Thus, his appearances are seldom seen. However, he possesses a formidable skill. Slow at this point, Tang Li's second-tier technology had only just been established, and he had not yet had the opportunity to upgrade the dispel ability of the small deer, rendering him somewhat vulnerable against Xuecho's wave of attack, bolstered by the mud and to exacerbate matters, Xuecho simultaneously purchased a green skin from the mercenary camp. The green skin, fully known as the Tree Troll Berserker, possesses a horrifying lethality and is undoubtedly the prime choice for bolstering Xuecho's forces. In truth, Tang Li had long anticipated that Xuecho would strike at this critical juncture, yet due to insufficient military strength, he suffered losses once more. This time, Xuecho's target was Tang Li's expansion base. Tang Li's small spirits had already detected Xuecho's movements, allowing him to secure the high ground in advance. In Warcraft, the influence of terrain is profoundly significant. Units attacking from a lower elevation against those on an incline face a chance of missing, particularly ranged units, with a miss probability that can soar to 25%. However, this wave of Xuecho's assault was relentless. The shielded footmen absorbed a substantial amount of damage from Tang Li's archers, while the fragile archers, hindered by the Mudmen's slow ability, coupled with the high attack of the green skin and two water elementals, forced Tang Li to retreat repeatedly. In the ordinary course of events, a seemingly inconspicuous clay figurine plays an unexpectedly pivotal role at this critical juncture. Just 1 minute before Tang Li's delicate deer has the opportunity to upgrade and dispel. The maneuvers of Xuecho are not to be underestimated, especially considering that he currently possesses a considerable advantage in both troop strength and unit skills. Thus, engaging Tang Li's purely archer-based forces proves to be a trivial task. Under the forceful onslaught of Xuecho, Tang Li's expansion mine is ultimately left defenseless. Although Tang Li manages to eliminate several of Xuecho's units with his Watcher's poison darts in conjunction with a volley from his archers, it is evident that this round of assault results in Xuecho dismantling Tang Li's expansion, yielding significant gains. The economic blow is merely one facet of the situation. Moreover, the uprooting of this expansion mine necessitates Tang Li's investment in rebuilding, consequently delaying the development of his Tier 2 technology and units, thereby forfeiting his capacity to exert pressure on the human forces in the mid-game. What an exquisite demonstration of seizing opportunity. Had Xuecho delayed by even half a minute longer, the Night Elves' Dispel upgrade would have been completed, rendering this offensive utterly ineffective. It appears that Xuecho's skills truly surpass the rest. The bespectacled man can't help but exclaim, "Patience, patience. Let us observe further." At this moment, Yo-Yo is most concerned about how Tang Li will respond next. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Li's reaction defies expectations. As soon as Xuecho retreats, he has completed the upgrade for the dispel ability of his deer and, with all his forces, charges directly toward Xuecho's main base. In Warcraft, each race possesses its vulnerabilities, and humans are no exception. At this moment, the human race is engaged in a high-risk mining strategy, and to safeguard their expansion from harassment in the early stages, it is customary for nearly all human players to construct 1 or 2 defensive towers. In such circumstances, following the establishment of Tier 2 buildings, the most significant weakness of the human race lies in their scarcity of wood. Crucially, humans are clearly lagging behind Night Elves in technological advancement, and while their Tier 2 technology has been completed, their Tier 2 structures have only just been finished. At this juncture, the absence of Tier 2 units, namely the male and female casters, leaves the humans vulnerable, whereas the Night Elves have already deployed the dual-function deer capable of slowing and dispelling. If they seize this fleeting critical moment to dismantle one or two of the human Tier 2 structures, the current wood supply of the humans will inevitably delay the production of Tier 2 units. Thus, they would offset the slight delay in the Night Elves Tier 2 unit formation caused by Shuecho's previous assault. Tang Li's sudden strike indeed leaves Shuecho feeling frustrated. A mysterious sanctuary is obliterated, yet he lacks sufficient wood to rebuild, instantly disrupting the fluidity of Shuecho's overall strategy. By the time Shuecho's troops return to defend, Tang Li has executed his plan successfully and retreats gracefully. Both sides find themselves back at the same starting point, yet Tang Li retains his technological advantage, likely ensuring that his advancement to Tier 3 will still outpace Shuecho's. After Yo-Yo elucidates the rationale behind Tang Li's actions to the bespectacled man, all he can do is sigh. Goodness, the exchanges between masters are truly unfathomable, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. It is no wonder that the bespectacled gentleman expressed his astonishment. Prior to this, his understanding of the Warcraft competitions had been superficial at best, merely enjoying the spectacle without grasping the intricacies involved. Who would have anticipated that such profound knowledge lay beneath the surface? After Tang Li successfully repaired a secondary base on the large screen, he subsequently produced a considerable number of deer to counter the mid-game pressure. All while maintaining a comfortable population cap of 50 with 50 units, the maintenance cost was negligible, and during the period of upgrading to the third tier of technology, resource accumulation would lead to a decisive surge in forces once the third tier was fully realized, which would directly influence the outcome of the match. With a multitude of deer at his disposal, Blood Cho found himself at a disadvantage, subtly sensing that he was being restrained by his opponent. Meanwhile, Tang Li's clarity of thought only deepened. Every shift in the battlefield was within his control, and he had begun to feel like a Go master, each move made already influencing his opponent's strategy 10 steps ahead. After completing the third tier of technology, Tang Li's bears arrived at the battlefield just in time to meet Blood Cho's final wave of an 80-unit mixed army. While Tang Li could afford to delay, Blood Cho could not only because Tang Li's technological advancements outpaced his own, but more crucially due to the presence of Tang Li's two heroes, the Warden and the Panda. Both of these heroes were formidable in the late game, their growth attributes becoming increasingly significant as time progressed, while Blood Cho's heroes, the Archmage and the Mountain King, lagged behind in terms of growth potential. Therefore, any further delay would inevitably put him at a greater disadvantage. Blood Cho was right to be concerned. At this moment, the Warden and the Panda had already unleashed their formidable powers, capable of turning the tide of the battle in the clash between the Night Elves and the human mixed forces. The strategy was straightforward. Both sides positioned their bears and spellbreakers at the front, while ranged units exchanged fire from the back. Tang Li had meticulously arranged his formation, all bears lined up in a perfect row, using their roars to deplete enemy magic, while the deer danced behind, skillfully evading the fierce attacks of the mortars. Meanwhile, the Warden had already reset her skills, with a dazzling strike that pierced through enemy lines. The combination of the bear's charge and the panda's brew nearly annihilated a significant portion of the human spellcaster units positioned in the rear in an instant. Tang Li had thoroughly prepared for this confrontation, equipping both heroes with magic immunity, rendering the Mountain King's Storm Hammer utterly ineffective against their unbridled damage output. In mere moments, the tide had turned against the humans. At this juncture, the human forces had suffered minimal casualties aside from the spellcasters. However, Blood Cho was acutely aware that he had entirely lost control of the match. From that moment on, he could no longer find his rhythm in the game, realizing that there was no longer any justification to continue the fight. Blood Cho conceded with a GG. Before this, aside from Yo-Yo, who firmly believed in Tang Li's potential for victory, who could have imagined that a mere freshman could triumph over Blood Cho and seize the championship? In an instant, the entire arena fell into stunned silence, save for the jubilant cheers of Yo-Yo, exclaiming, "Only invincible! Only invincible! Hooray!" It is often said that girls are extroverted, and indeed, this notion holds true, as Shuecho bitterly shook his head in resignation. Chapter 88. The Trials of a Professional Player. Goodness, he truly has claimed the championship. After what felt like an eternity, members of the Hero Club, including Fire, Han Tai, Sun Chong, and Zhu Yipeng, finally regained their composure. That fellow Tang Li is undoubtedly a prodigy. Following the conclusion of the match, the host announced that Tang Li was the ultimate champion. However, Tang Li did not join in the celebrations with the others and promptly exited the internet CAF, eager to express his gratitude to Shuecho. More importantly, he yearned to understand why Shuecho had demonstrated his distinctive gameplay style to him prior to the competition, why he had chosen to guide him. "To be frank, I have been keeping an eye on you since this tournament began," Tang Li inquired of Shuecho, who responded with a smile. Despite Yo-Yo having approached Shuecho before the match, requesting him to hold back. That was not the primary reason. I am in my final year of university and soon to graduate, having received numerous invitations from professional clubs, all of which I have declined. Do you know why? Tang Li shook his head, prompting Shuecho to continue. Although I have a profound passion for the game Warcraft, I cannot pursue a career in esports after graduation. You are the most promising player I have encountered, and I sincerely hope that you can travel further on this path and achieve greater success than I. Shuecho, an economics major, hailed from a well-to-do family, and his future had already been meticulously planned by his parents. It is not only Shuecho. It is likely that most parents would disapprove of their children embarking on a professional esports career, as it is a path fraught with hardship, requiring immense effort yet offering uncertain rewards. The truly successful individuals who rise to prominence on international stages, such as WCG, are undoubtedly the elite among professional players, a ratio that could be described as one in a myriad. Since you enjoy it, why not persevere? Tang Li pondered simply, as he was merely a freshman. There are myriad ways to manifest one's worth. I believe I will ultimately realize my value within the business realm, while esports will remain merely a cherished pastime, not my vocation. Shuecho patted Tang Li's shoulder. Nevertheless, I still harbor numerous unfulfilled dreams concerning it. Should you choose to follow the professional path, I hope that these dreams may find fruition through you. With a promising future and a vibrant career ahead, Shuecho could only regard esports as a hobby. Tang Li remained silent. Indeed, the income of professional Warcraft players is distributed in a pyramid-like fashion. Without reaching the pinnacle, many struggle to attain a comfortable lifestyle, much like Lang Xian. Although Lang Xian is a professional player, his performance in competitions has been far from satisfactory. A professional player, devoid of achievements, is akin to a mere shadow of their potential. Thus, Lang Xian dedicates himself entirely to the training of Warcraft, often neglecting his appearance in the process, with little time to groom himself. Is this not a poignant reflection of the life of an esports professional? As Tang Ligong and Shuecho engaged in conversation, Yo-Yo had already exited the E-Century Internet CAF, accompanied by her younger companion, the bespectacled gentleman she had met during the match. Having promised to introduce him, Yo-Yo was resolute in fulfilling her word. Come, allow me to introduce a new friend. This is my brother Shuecho, and this is Tang Li, along with my newly recruited little brother. By the way, what is your name? Curiously, Yo-Yo had never inquired about the bespectacled man's name. I am Zhang Qinghai. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed masters, he proclaimed loudly. This finals match had certainly been worth the trip, proving to be nothing short of spectacular in Zhang's eyes. Both Shuecho and Tang Li had ascended to the status of idols. He felt a sense of pride to be considered a skilled player himself, which Tang Li found quite gratifying. However, Shuecho's sentiments diverged. Little brother? Yo-Yo's whimsical nature often left Shuecho feeling bemused. Indeed, while they were siblings, their personalities were as different as night and day. Shuecho remained relatively reserved and introverted, preferring not to indulge in Yo-Yo's playful antics any further. Having exchanged all necessary pleasantries with Tang Li, he decided to take his leave. In truth, Yo-Yo was eager for Shuecho to depart, for with Tang Li's victory, a celebration was inevitable. If Shuecho lingered, Yo-Yo felt she might not be able to fully enjoy the festivities. With her brother now gone, Yo-Yo exclaimed exuberantly, "We absolutely must celebrate today. Come, it's on me. Let us indulge in a drink." After all, the champion emerged from their hero club, and spirits were high among the youth. Finding a reason to gather was hardly a challenge, especially with Yo-Yo footing the bill. Naturally, Han Tai-sun was all in favor, raising both hands in agreement. The only remaining question was where to celebrate. Yo-Yo pondered, growing weary of the same old meals. What about a bar? A bar sounds fantastic. The youthful crowd readily concurred, though a midday outing posed a dilemma. Were bars even open at this hour? Tang Li, ever astute, pointed out the issue. Let us wait until evening, Yo-Yo suggested. When the night is dark and the winds are high, it will surely be more exhilarating. What shall we do in the meantime? Zhu Yiping inquired. Now, we shall return to our hero club, you fool, Yo-Yo retorted before turning to Tang Li. By the way, this new little brother of mine wishes to learn how to play Warcraft from you. Zhang Qinghai promptly added, Yes, I am a novice in Warcraft, esteemed master. I humbly seek your guidance. The masterful call from the expert left Tang Li utterly captivated, a delightful thrill coursing through him. With a smile, he exclaimed, No problem, let us go and engage in a few matches together. Indeed, today's competition was nothing short of spectacular. After witnessing the match, even Ouying found herself compelled to learn how to play World of Warcraft, prompting her to say to Tang Li, Could you also teach me a bit? Watching you play so brilliantly makes me eager to learn. Naturally, Tang Li welcomed this proposition with open arms. At this moment, Zhuolan chimed in, Yes, count me in too. Sun Chong, chuckling mischievously, approached and suggested, "How can Tang Li teach so many people alone? Why don't I take on the task of teaching you instead?" Zhuo Lan immediately discerned Sun Chang's intentions, laughingly retorted, "With your limited skills, how could you possibly teach anyone? Aren't you embarrassed?" Sun Chang, with his thick skin, brushed off her remarks, confidently asserting, "Though my skills may be slightly lacking, I assure you, I am the most dedicated of all." Zhuo Lan did not oppose him, her expression suggesting acquiescence, which filled Sun Chang's heart with joy. Chapter 89. That night of many emotions, Part 1. The group remained engrossed in their gaming at the Hero Internet CAF until evening, before they began to plan a night out for drinks. Ouyang, who never indulged in alcohol, whispered to Tang Li, "I'm not very good at drinking. Perhaps you all should go ahead without me, and I'll return to the dormitory." Zhuo Lan, caught up in the excitement of the game, hesitated as Ouyang was her close friend. She couldn't possibly leave her to venture out with Sun Chang alone. Thus, she decided to forego her plans, saying, "In that case, let us return to the dormitory together and let them have their fun." Sun Chang, upon hearing this, was thoroughly disheartened. One is allowed to leave. Yo-Yo, who had been contemplating how to tease Ouyang, was overjoyed to learn that Ouyang did not drink. "Today, Tang Li has won the championship. Aren't you happy for him? We should all celebrate together. Don't be so reluctant and whiny. Hey, you said you can't drink, right? So I'll just have to pour you a couple of extra glasses tonight." When Yo-Yo turned mischievous, she was never outdone by anyone. Sun Chang, keen for Zhuo Lan to stay, added his encouragement, "Exactly. We're all going out for fun. It doesn't matter if you can drink or not." Seeing everyone rallying for the outing, Tang Li quietly suggested to Ouyang, "How about we join in the fun? If it comes to drinking, I'll take your place." Ouyang, ever understanding, felt it would be impolite to refuse Tang Li's offer, and she smiled and nodded in agreement. Yo-Yo, coming from a well-off family, had more than enough living expenses, and she rarely spent extravagantly at school, resulting in a substantial amount of savings in her account. As night fell, the time for wild adventures had arrived. Yo-Yo, plotting to get Ouyang thoroughly intoxicated, chuckled with glee, "This is what you get for daring to compete with me for a man. I'll make sure to give you a taste of your own medicine." The 0-Point Bar was merely a street away from the school gate. Although termed a bar, it was not a traditional themed establishment. Due to its proximity to the school, the clientele primarily consisted of students. In order to cater to the playful and lively nature of the students, this bar can be regarded as a multifunctional establishment. It offers a variety of delectable snacks and an extensive selection of beverages, along with dining options and karaoke. Essentially, it encompasses nearly everything one could imagine. Yo-Yo first ordered some food, intending to line her stomach, not out of concern for others, but because she could hardly bear the thought of drinking on an empty stomach. To ensure she could excel in the forthcoming revelry and thwart Ouyang's spiritedness, Yo-Yo generously placed her orders. After everyone had sampled some fare, Yo-Yo inquired, "How can we come to a bar without indulging in drinks? What shall we have?" This was a novel experience for Tang Li, who rarely frequented such places. He had indeed not been mistaken in calling himself a country bumpkin. Not only had he never donned any designer labels, but he also seldom ventured into entertainment venues. "Since you're treating, you take the lead," Tang Li suggested. Yo-Yo, however, was unreserved. "Let us start with a bottle of Royal Salute and 24 Coronas. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated tonight." Zhu Yipeng was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Excessive? I'm more concerned about not having enough to enjoy." Yo-Yo exuded the aura of a daring heroine. Although she was not typically a frequent drinker, the reasons behind her current demeanor eluded even her. Perhaps, subconsciously, she desired to attract Tang Li's attention, or maybe she aimed to present a stark contrast to Ouyang. Yet, more likely, it stemmed from having heard that Ouyang was not adept at drinking, and she sought to diminish his bravado through this display. "Come, let us share a drink." Indeed, Yo-Yo immediately engaged Ouyang. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "I truly am not good at drinking." "No worries," Yo-Yo replied with a mischievous grin. "This foreign liquor mixed with black tea is hardly intoxicating. It resembles a soft drink." Ouyang, feeling embarrassed to refuse, reluctantly took a sip with Yo-Yo. Unaccustomed to alcohol, Ouyang winced at the taste of the liquor. Yet, Yo-Yo was not finished. "See? I told you it's sweet and akin to a beverage. It won't get you drunk. Come, let us have another." Point one could discern from Yo-Yo's cunning smile that should one take her words at face value, they might find themselves deceived in the most unimaginable circumstances. Nonetheless, Ouyang, out of a sense of propriety, had another small drink. They continued this way, consuming 3 glasses in succession. Tang Li, puzzled, wondered about Yo-Yo's sudden exuberance. It was as if she were endlessly shearing a sheep without ever having caught one. He took the drink from Ouyang's hand and declared, Ouyang is a girl. You shouldn't pressure her to drink. I shall partake of this on her behalf. Before Yo-Yo could respond, he downed the drink in one go. Just because she is a girl, does that mean I'm not? Why do you help her and not me? Though Yo-Yo refrained from voicing her frustration, she sulked in silence, irked, and began to sip from the bottle on the table. Zhu Yiping quickly approached. Drinking alone is rather dull. Let me join you, or shall we play dice? The loser drinks. You drink your own, and do not bother me, she retorted in a fit of pique. Yo-Yo naturally displayed a rather unfriendly demeanor towards Zhu Yiping. Zhu Yiping, feeling quite wronged and bewildered as to what he had done to provoke such a reaction, dared not utter a word, instead opting to lower his head and follow Yo-Yo's lead in drinking in silence. The atmosphere grew subtly tense, and only Ouyang, with her keen sense of observation, seemed capable of detecting the underlying currents. She offered an awkward smile and suggested, by the way, I can still sing. Why don't you all drink while I perform a song for you? Sounds good, replied Tang Li, who had never had the pleasure of hearing Ouyang sing and was eager for the opportunity. Not only was Ouyang an excellent dancer, but her vocal prowess was equally impressive. As she sang Red Bean by Fei Wong, she was immediately met with thunderous applause. Observing the enthusiastic response from those around her, Yo-Yo's irritation only intensified, leading her to gulp down 2 more hefty swigs of her drink. Though blessed with beauty and a privileged background, Yo-Yo had never truly felt inferior, until she found herself in the presence of the stunning, gracious, and empathetic Ouyang. In that moment, her confidence waned. The more her feelings of frustration festered, the more she found herself compelled to drink. Beside her, Zhu Yiping was even more disheartened. Watching Yo-Yo drown her sorrows alone, his heart ached for her. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, choosing instead to silently accompany her in her drinking, matching her cup for cup in hopes of somehow sharing in her emotional turmoil. Thus, they continued to drink until the clock struck 10. Despite the capacity of their stomachs, they were both thoroughly inebriated. Yo-Yo had originally intended to intoxicate Ouyang, but with Tang Li standing in her way, she ended up inebriating herself instead. Realizing the hour was late, Ouyang remarked, we have classes tomorrow. Perhaps Tang Li and I should return to the dormitory. I'll see you back. Tang Li and Sun Chang chimed in unison. With a smile, Zhuolan interjected, no need to squabble. You can escort Ouyang while Sun Chang accompanies me. That way, everyone's needs are met. However, what about the 2 intoxicated souls, Yo-Yo and Zhu Yiping? It was no wonder Sun Chang commented. As Yo-Yo and Zhu Yiping had been drinking together from start to finish, and they had consumed the most alcohol of anyone present. Now, both were incapable of walking a straight line. Yo-Yo, hoping Tang Li would escort her, felt a surge of anger seeing him hold Ouyang's hand, prompting her to snap, I don't need your help. I can walk by myself. You all can just leave me alone. Fortunately, she was still aware of her wallet's location and staggered to the counter to settle her bill. Tang Li, unwilling to abandon Yo-Yo, turned to Zhu Yiping as he watched her pay. Are you drunk? Can you take Yo-Yo back to the dormitory afterward? Zhu Yiping, eager for a moment alone with Yo-Yo, nodded vigorously, slurring, no problem. This little bit of alcohol won't conquer me. You can rest easy. It was well known that Zhu Yiping harbored feelings for Yo-Yo. Seeing him assert that he was fine with his level of intoxication, Tang Li, as a friend, found it only fitting to create opportunities for the 2. Why not seize the moment? Thus, everyone felt at ease to depart, leaving only Zhu Yiping and Yo-Yo in the bar. As they watched Tang Li and Ouyang depart hand in hand, exuding a sense of intimacy as they exited the 0-point bar, Yo-Yo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness, her eyes gradually reddening. Observing the expression on Yo-Yo's face, Zhu Yiping could not restrain himself from asking, you aren't truly drunk, are you? Yo-Yo forced a smile and replied, is this really the end? I haven't even had my fill yet. Come on, accompany me for a couple more drinks. If he were an ordinary rogue, he might take advantage of such an opportunity to intoxicate a woman, thereby increasing his chances of engaging in dubious activities later. However, Zhu Yiping was not a bad person. Stop drinking, it's already 10 o'clock. If we don't return to the dormitory soon, the gates will close. Besides, it's late at night. Drinking too much could jeopardize our safety on the way back. Mind your own business. Zhu Yiping's intentions were noble, yet Yo-Yo showed no gratitude. If you won't keep me company, I'll drink alone. With that, she poured herself another glass and downed it in one gulp. All right, I'll drink with you. Is that acceptable? In the face of Yo-Yo, Zhu Yiping felt utterly powerless. While Yo-Yo continued to drown her sorrows in the bar, Tang Li and Ouyang had already set off on their way back to the school. Among all the attendees today, Ouyang was perhaps the one most attuned to Yo-Yo's feelings, not merely due to her keen observation but perhaps more so because of the heightened sixth sense that comes with being a woman. From the way Yo-Yo looked at her, Ouyang could faintly sense a hint of hostility, and since she and Yo-Yo were not particularly familiar, it was evident that this hostility stemmed from Tang Li. It seems like Yo-Yo has had quite a bit to drink, Ouyang remarked. Tang Li nodded in agreement. She is a member of our club, after all, today, as I represented the club in our victory. She must have felt elated and thus indulged in a few extra drinks. Surely, it cannot be that simple. Ouyang smiled knowingly. In contrast to Ouyang, Tang Li's demeanor was as oblivious as a crude oil pipeline. What else could it be? However, Ouyang merely smiled again and chose not to delve deeper into the topic. The 0-point bar was not too distant from the school, and before long, they had entered the campus gates. Though it was already past 10, it was the time when students returning from their day outside were hurrying back to their dorms, resulting in a fair number of people on the well-lit campus roads. As the saying goes, the heavens fear dark clouds, the earth fears the wind. Chicks fear the hawk, accountants fear miscalculations, and those in relationships fear the presence of streetlights, which was undoubtedly true. Ouyang then took Tang Li's hand and suggested, "Let us take the quieter path." The architecture of their university was quite unique, as Lushan University was situated at the foot of Lushan Mountain, a mountainous region, and the campus was built in accordance with the terrain, resulting in some elevation changes. The main entrance of the school was flanked by only one road, which led directly to the largest football field on campus. By ascending the short hill behind the steps, one would arrive at the dormitory area. Certainly, aside from the main thoroughfare, the campus is adorned with numerous quaint pathways, and the one that Ouyang is currently traversing with Tang Li can undoubtedly be regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of students. The reason for its revered status lies in its name. It is known as Lover's Lane, and of course, the school would never officially bestow such a name upon a path. However, due to its secluded nature as it winds around the mountain and leads into the campus, it has become a favored rendezvous point for many couples who, over time, have collectively immortalized it with this endearing moniker. Tang Li is well aware of this, and upon seeing Ouyang opt for this route, he cannot help but smile knowingly. Flanking the path are rows of fragrant osmanthus trees, which obscure the distant lights, casting an air of darkness. Whether this is by design or happenstance, Ouyang's grip on Tang Li's hand tightens. The fervor of youth emboldens university students, who fearlessly express their affection in public. It is not uncommon to encounter couples whispering sweet nothings beneath the trees, sharing kisses that are anything but rare. The passionate scenes evoke a blush upon Ouyang's cheeks, and Tang Li can distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her hand. On ordinary days, Tang Li might not have been so audacious, but under the influence of alcohol this evening, he finds himself unable to contain his impulses. Gently, he pulls Ouyang closer, and sensing an unspoken connection, she turns to face him. Ouyang's features are exquisitely delicate, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, and when she smiles, the faint dimples on her cheeks emerge, stirring Tang Li's heart. In this moment of silence, more eloquent than words, Tang Li finally gathers the courage to lean in and brush his lips against her rosy ones. With the beauty of the moment enveloping them, and the intoxicating scent of osmanthus in the air, this exquisite sensation is likely to linger in Tang Li's memory for a lifetime. The two find themselves lost in each other's embrace for what feels like an eternity, until the time comes for Tang Li to reluctantly escort Ouyang back to her dormitory as the doors are about to close. He watches her ascend the stairs before hurriedly making his way back to his own residence. Fortunately, he arrives just in time, as Sun Chong has been back for quite a while. Observing Tang Li's return, Sun Chong's expression reveals a mix of envy and jealousy, especially since he and Zhuolan shared no such romantic interlude. He teases Tang Li, saying, "You took so long just to drop someone off. Surely something passionate must have transpired along the way." At that moment, Tang Li, filled with joy yet inclined to keep his sweet experiences to himself, brushes off Sun Cheng's inquiry and instead inquires, "Why hasn't Zhu Yiping returned yet?" He reassures himself, "Don't worry, he is a grown man. Even if he has had a bit too much to drink, he should be fine, perhaps just sleeping it off on the roadside." Sun Chong, with his bold northeastern demeanor, finds drinking to be a trivial matter. However, concern for Yo-Yo lingers in Tang Li's mind. "Let me check back on them. They might have simply dozed off in the bar." Tang Li's guesses were indeed quite impressive. As he dashed back to the bar, he discovered Zhu Yiping slumped over the table, utterly intoxicated, resembling a lifeless pig. His body was still seated on the chair, but his head hung low, arms dangling, as he mindlessly traced circles on the floor. To his astonishment, Tang noticed 2 more dozen beers had appeared on the table. Goodness, it seemed that after he had left, these two had not held back in their drinking spree, ordering yet another 2 dozen beers. Meanwhile, Yo-Yo exhibited much greater fortitude than Zhu Yipeng. Although she swayed left and right while seated, She had not yet succumbed to the effects of her inebriation. Clutching a bottle of beer, she was merrily blowing into it, oblivious to the fact that beer was spilling from the corners of her mouth. "Ah? How is it that the moment I think of you, you arrive?" Upon seeing Tang Li, Yo-Yo's face lit up with joy. "Come, let me challenge you with a riddle. There's a person who has drunk too much and is leaning against the wall. Guess which animal this represents?" Tang Li, to his chagrin, could not deduce the answer. "Fool! It's a rabbit." Tang Li clearly did not grasp the connection to the rabbit, but Yo-Yo had already begun to animatedly explain. "A person who has drunk too much and is leaning against the wall is obviously puking. Ha ha ha. You silly goose, how could you not know that?" Noticing that Yo-Yo was evidently inebriated, Tang Li stepped forward to support her, saying, "Come, let me take you home. I don't want to go back." Yo-Yo's tongue was beginning to trip over itself. "I still want to give you another riddle. There's another person who has drunk too much, also leaning against the wall. Guess which animal it is?" Tang Li had no choice but to humor her, responding, "Is it a rabbit?" "Wrong. It's a wild rabbit." Yo-Yo pointed at Tang Li, laughing heartily, clutching her belly. However, as her laughter gradually subsided, her voice dwindled, and with a sudden thud, she reclined backward in her chair, snoring softly as she succumbed to sleep. Dear friends, among the female protagonists in this book, which one do you prefer? Let the ostrich know everyone's thoughts. There is a pinned post in the comments section for the ostrich to gather opinions, and all friends are welcome to participate. Chapter 92. The Inter-School Warcraft Team Challenge. A new week has commenced. Following Tang Li's triumph in the school's electronic sports competition, a fervor for Warcraft gaming surged through the Hero Internet CAF, with everyone brimming with enthusiasm. Shortly after Lang Xian arrived at the CAF, he was taken aback by the fervent energy of the crowd, all eager to engage. Previously, Lang Xian had assisted Xiao Mawei as a marksman, yet serendipitously, he had formed friendships with a group from the Hero Club. This left him feeling somewhat bemused, though predominantly delighted, for he did not have many friends. Today, he arrived in the afternoon, intending to practice with Tang Li and the others, but to his surprise, it was Monday, and they were still in class at the school. Thus, he occupied himself with gaming alone for a while. As dinner time approached and his stomach began to growl, he readied himself to venture out for a bowl of noodles when he spotted Sun Chong bursting into the CAF, a bento box in hand. My friend has arrived." Sun Chong greeted Lang Xian and swiftly tossed his lunchbox onto the computer desk, hastily pressing the power button. Seizing the brief moment while the computer booted up, he eagerly opened the lunchbox and began to devour its contents. To say he was gorging would not be an exaggeration. By the time the computer played its startup melody, he had already consumed a substantial portion of the meal. He then rapidly launched the game, only to turn back and say to Lang Xian, "What are you up to? Come back and play a match with me. I'm going to have dinner. I'll be back shortly to join you." Wait. Sun Chong interrupted, quickly setting aside his lunchbox and grabbing Lang Xian's arm. "There's no need to go out for dinner. Let me call for takeout and have it delivered to the Internet CAF. I'll treat you. How about it? Hurry back and play a couple of rounds with me." Without waiting for a response, he pulled Lang Xian down into a seat and proceeded to call the takeout service next to the Hero's Internet CAF, unilaterally ordering Lang Xian a portion of rice topped with gravy. After finishing the call, he noticed Lang Xian still sitting there in a daze. Sun Chong swallowed the last bite of his meal and said, "What are you waiting for, my friend? Hurry and set up the game." Lang Xian was taken aback by Sun Chong's enthusiasm and quickly created a game room when prompted. As Sun Chong entered, he counted down from 5, and the match commenced. During this time, Sun Chong was not idle. He lifted his lunchbox once more and continued to eat voraciously. Just as the game screen appeared, Tang Li had completely annihilated his meal. "Goodness, that's not eating. It's merely pouring food into your mouth," Lang Xian remarked, somewhat perplexed. "Did you indulge in something extravagant today? You see, Tang Li won the championship at yesterday's school electronic sports tournament. I'm the least skilled in our club. If I don't put in extra effort, how can I keep up? I must surpass them while they're away dining. How many boys fond of electronic sports are not driven by a spirit of competition?" Sun Chang's diligence was not in vain. As Lang Xian soon recognized once the game began, he was not oblivious to Sun Chang's previous level of skill. Not long ago, he had played against him and easily triumphed, leaving Sun Chong utterly defeated in mere minutes. However, the current Sun Chong was different. Although he ultimately remained no match for Lang Xian, the first 4 to 5 minutes of the game were enough to catch Lang Xian off guard. Sun Chong even managed to display both offensive and defensive strategies, throwing Lang Xian into a flurry during the initial assault. Yet, Lang Xian, being a professional player, saw Sun Chong tire as the game progressed. After 15 minutes of play, Lang Xian finally achieved victory. Nevertheless, Sun Chang's improvement was impressive enough to astonish Lang Xian. The initial phase of the match showcased impeccable timing in building and attacking. The execution was nearly flawless. Had it not been for Sun Chang's deficiencies in other aspects, he might have prolonged the game even further. Wow, your progress is astonishing. You hardly resemble the same person from just a few days ago. How have you trained? Hee. Sun Chang smirked slyly, for foolish individuals possess their own methods. You see, I have memorized several opening strategies employed by experts in typical replays over the past few days. What buildings to construct at which minute, when to initiate my military forces, and so forth, all meticulously recalled from the replays. How about that? Quite effective, isn't it? Lang Xian was genuinely taken aback. With so many replays, wouldn't it be exhausting to memorize them all? No need to memorize everything at once. I take it step by step. For instance, as a player of the orc race, I first seek out classic replays of orcs against the other three races, starting with one opening strategy and gradually expanding my repertoire. In truth, this rather simplistic approach was devised by Boss Ian for Sun Chang, whose foundational understanding was rather shallow, leading to limited comprehension of the replays. Thus, Boss Ian suggested that he follow the building sequences of expert replays, which, over time, would allow him to naturally grasp the intricacies involved. Nevertheless, Sun Chang indeed displayed a commendable level of diligence. He not only memorized the building sequences but also the precise placement of each structure, when to position the peasants, when to begin producing units, when to initiate military production, and when to launch attacks, all firmly ingrained in his memory. The experts have developed their styles through prolonged practice, with many subtle details reflecting their prowess. Although Sun Chang might not fully comprehend many aspects, he is adept at mimicking their strategies. However, he has yet to memorize a substantial number of replays. With more thorough study, his understanding will deepen, and his skill will naturally improve. The takeout that Sun Chang ordered for Lang Xian had yet to arrive, while the others from the Hero Club had already finished their dinner and rushed to the internet CAF. Goodness, you all ate far too quickly, Sun Chang remarked, puzzled, as he had hurried to the CAF in a mere span of a few minutes of gameplay. Yet this group had already completed their dinner and arrived at the CAF. Confucius taught us that time is life. Now that is what we call efficiency. Han Tai greeted Lang Xian and promptly sat down at the computer to join the game. Who told you that was said by Confucius? Tang Li thought to himself that he was already rather unlearned, yet compared to Han Tai, his knowledge seemed quite extensive. Oh, what is this? Han Tai noticed a crumpled piece of paper on Zhu Yiping's desk. This? It's a flyer handed out by a student at the school gate. Advertisements are everywhere these days. Even reaching our school entrance, I barely glanced at it. It was just perfect for wrapping my lunch. Due to Sun Chang's use of it to wrap his meal, the paper appeared greasy and crumpled. Han Tai unfolded the flyer, revealing bold letters in the center that proclaimed, Warcraft 4 School Team Challenge. Applications welcome. The Warcraft 4 School Team Challenge. This sounds rather intriguing, Han Tai mused aloud. Wow, registration has just begun. There's still time to participate. Zhu Yipeng leaned in closer, asking, what exactly is the 4 School Team Challenge? Which 4 schools are involved? Han Tai read aloud the words on the flyer. Electronic sports are flourishing, adhering to the principle of fair competition, jointly organized by Nanchang University, Wuhan University, Lushan University, and Central China Normal University. The current Warcraft 4 University Team Challenge. Han Tai was taken aback, thinking to himself, how did I miss such significant news? I even used it to wrap my lunch. Sun Chang felt quite speechless. I've heard that these institutions are regarded as the highest echelons of Warcraft expertise in Central China. I sense there is potential here. Indeed, during the intra-school electronic sports competition, I wasn't adequately developed. Had I possessed my current skills back then, I could have advanced much further, perhaps even into the top 8. Zhu Yipeng remarked. At that moment, Tang Li finally found an opportunity to interject, asking, but what exactly is a team challenge? Isn't Warcraft always a 1v1 affair? A team challenge wouldn't devolve into a chaotic brawl, would it? Tang Li's lack of understanding instantly drew countless derisive glances, and Han Tai pointed to the words on the flyer, stating, it mentions that this competition follows a new KOF format with a BO1 rule. But what is the new KOF format? Tang Li inquired again. It refers to an improved set of competition rules based on the KOF format, Han Tai explained, believing he had made himself sufficiently clear. Yet, Tang Li remained perplexed, shrugging his shoulders. The crux of the matter is, I don't even know what the KOF format is. Han Tai was left speechless, but, upon reflection, could hardly blame Tang Li. After all, how could someone who had only learned about APM a month ago possibly grasp the concept of KOF? The so-called KOF format essentially involves teams alternating players in a contest, where the losing side is eliminated from further participation. while teammates take their place until one side has no players left to compete, declaring the remaining team as the ultimate victor. The BO1, on the other hand, signifies a single match determining the winner, as for the new KOF format. Han Tai was too weary to explain it to Tang Li, handing over the greasy, crumpled flyer. Here, take a look for yourself. The traditional KOF format merely stipulates a predetermined order of 5 players, taking turns until one side is entirely defeated, leaving the other as the victor. The new KOF format employed in this competition has slight variations from the traditional one, which the flyer elucidates clearly. Each team comprises 5 players, with one designated as captain. The competing sides need not establish the entire order of participants beforehand, but only confirm and announce their starting players. The first selected competitors engage in battle. Upon conclusion, the loser forfeits their chance to continue, while the victor retains theirs. Furthermore, the winner may opt to remain in the contest or temporarily withdraw to rest, simultaneously nominating a substitute to take their place in combat. This process continues for the remaining players, and regarding those who choose to rest after a victory, they may only re-enter the fray once all their teammates have participated. Should a team have multiple players in this situation, the order of re-entry must follow the sequence of their previous exits, until one side's contestants have completely lost their qualifications. Such a team competition is indeed quite intriguing. I believe we should sign up, remarked Tang Li. Chapter 93. A Cat and a Dog. KOF is an abbreviation for the King of Fighters, a game well known among veteran fighting game enthusiasts. Its literal translation means King of Fighters, and while not many may be familiar with this title, its alternative name, the King of Fighters, is certainly recognized by almost everyone. This game has undeniably influenced an entire generation, and its distinctive team battle mode has become the most iconic system of KOF. In KOF's team battles, several contestants are chosen and arranged in order to take the stage one after another. The side whose contestants are all defeated first is declared the loser, while the side with remaining players is deemed the victor. Subsequently, this combat model has been widely adopted across various esports competitions, commonly referred to as the KOF format. The KOF format is extensively applied in team competitions that represent one group challenging another. Compared to individual matches, the KOF format significantly enhances the overall spectacle of the competition. For instance, in the frequently observed China-Korea challenge, if it were a team match rather than an individual one, it would typically employ the KOF format. This year's Warcraft 4 School Team Challenge is a team competition among 4 schools representing their respective universities, and naturally, it will adopt this format, albeit with modifications to prevent exceptionally skilled players from being defeated due to a wheel battle. Yo-Yo was not particularly enthusiastic about participating in competitions. However, this time, she exhibited an unusual eagerness. Upon hearing that the Hero Club team was entering the competition, which undoubtedly included Tang Li, she displayed a keen interest. After all, she was a member of the Hero Club. I want to go too. Her emphatic exclamation revealed her unwavering determination. But we already have our 5 members chosen, Tang Li replied, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Tang Li, Fire, Han Tai, Zhu Yipeng, and Sun Chong formed the perfect quintet for the 5-person format of the 4-School Warcraft Team Challenge. I don't care that Yo-Yo was about to erupt in frustration, but then she considered that perhaps Tang Li preferred the quiet demeanor of someone like Ouyang. Suddenly, she softened her gaze, which had widened in indignation, and smiled at Zhu Yipeng, saying, "How about you let me take your spot? I'll treat you to some cold drinks." Zhu Yipeng was not easily swayed by a simple offer of refreshments, yet when faced with Yo-Yo's earnest plea, he found it hard to refuse. However, before Zhu Yipeng could feel awkward, Han Tai proposed a solution. "You don't need to give up your spot. You can still participate." Although the team must finalize a roster of 5 players before the competition, the rules allow each team to bring a maximum of 8 members. This way, if a player encounters health issues or is underperforming, there will be substitutes available. Upon hearing Han Tai's words, Yo-Yo's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. Everyone was filled with joy, save for Sun Chong, who seemed to be the sole bearer of sorrow. Sun Chong was acutely aware of his own abilities, and the thought of Yo-Yo joining the fray left him feeling that he might inevitably lose his status as a key player. He lamented the prospect of warming the bench, but upon reconsidering, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Were there not 8 slots available? Why not invite Zhualan and Ouyang along as well? How can that be? Are we going to compete or merely chase after girls? Yo-Yo mused, her intentions not aimed at Sun Chong or Zhualan, but rather at Ouyang. Sun Chong, oblivious to Yo-Yo's true thoughts, protested, "There are still 2 spots left. Not utilizing them would be a waste. I think it would be quite agreeable to bring them along. This time we are playing away, and without anyone to cheer us on. Having them with us, who are essentially our club's cheerleaders, makes sense," Han Tai remarked, turning to Tang Li. "Why don't you have a word with Ouyang later and see if they wish to join us?" Tang Li nodded in acquiescence, while only Yo-Yo remained dissatisfied, unable to alter the decision and sulking in silence. The current Intercollegiate Warcraft Team Challenge was jointly hosted by Lushan University, Wuhan University, Nanchang University, and Central China Normal University. In contemporary China, a formidable powerhouse in the realm of electronic sports, this enthusiasm had permeated the university landscape, with these four institutions ranking among the highest in Warcraft proficiency in Central China and even across the nation. As these universities were situated in different cities, the selection of a competition venue posed a challenge. After interschool negotiations, it was ultimately decided that the event would take place in Wuhan. Competing outside the campus was certainly preferable, as it also afforded an opportunity for travel, a welcome diversion from the monotony of daily classes. Moreover, given that this was an interschool event co-hosted by 4 universities, the participants would enjoy full reimbursement for their travel and accommodation expenses, a splendid opportunity for students to benefit from school resources. Consequently, the following day, Tang Li and Zhu Yiping arrived at the designated location mentioned on the flyer, the computer lab, to register. The school's computer lab was situated behind the 7th teaching building, serving as a classroom for software studies during lessons and transforming into a makeshift internet CAF after hours and on weekends, offering students an affordable rate of merely 50 cents per hour. However, being on school grounds, the lab was governed by numerous regulations, imposing restrictions on internet usage, which resulted in a scarcity of students opting to spend their leisure time there. The school's computer lab, while cheaper than external internet CAFs, puzzled the authorities as to why the latter were perpetually crowded, while the lab remained largely empty. The only notable difference was the added restrictions on internet access. Were students truly drawn to the allure of questionable content? In reality, it was not merely the allure of adult sites that deterred students, but the innate desire for an unrestricted online experience, a sentiment that officials from any institution would struggle to comprehend. Special statement: I am not mocking the domestic internet environment. However, today was somewhat different. Upon arriving at the computer lab, Zhu Yipeng was utterly astounded. The place was teeming with people. What could possibly be happening today? In Zhu Yipeng's recollection, even if the school's computer lab were free of charge, it would hardly attract such a crowd. Upon inquiring, he discovered that these individuals had come to register for a competition. Goodness, is such a multitude truly necessary? Even the most inconsequential individuals seemed to have rushed to enroll. Zhu Yipeng initially grumbled about having to queue just to register, only to immediately attract discontent. 2 individuals who had been perched on the railing jumped down and asked, "What business is it of yours if we are here to register?" I mentioned the inconsequential individuals. "And what were you two doing meddling in this? I have seen all sorts of people, but never before have I encountered those eager for reprimand," which piqued Zhu Yipeng's curiosity. One of them declared, "My gaming ID for World of Warcraft is ACAT." The other promptly added, "And mine is ADOC." They both chimed in unison, "Does it concern you? No way." The sheer absurdity of their IDs completely bewildered Zhu Yipeng, not to mention their remarkable synchronicity when stating their names. Noticing that the two had just been sitting on the railing, Zhu Yipeng inquired, "Since you both play World of Warcraft, why not register instead of lounging about?" The one with the ID ACAT lamented, "There are only 2 of us, but the competition stipulates that we need at least 5 participants. Therefore, we hope to find others in a similar predicament here to form a team. By the way, how many members does your team have? Our skills are quite commendable. If you lack enough players, we could join your team, provided we aren't left on the sidelines." Tang Li shattered ACAT's hopeful aspirations. "Our team is already full with 8 members. Observing the throng of registrants, Zhu Yipeng reassured the two, "You will surely find some lone souls among this crowd. However, the number of teams that can be formed from this multitude is indeed quite impressive. Yet, regardless of the grandeur of the numbers, it ultimately matters little, for only 3 teams will advance to Wuhan for the competition. Thus, we must seek to join a team of higher caliber." A dog was somewhat vain, remarking, "With a team as lackluster as yours, I wouldn't even consider joining it. So, only 3 teams can go to Wuhan, then?" Tang Li had just heard this. "With so many enrolling, there will surely be several rounds of selection within the school." A dog clearly understood the competition rules, stating, "Of course, to be frank, in terms of overall skill in World of Warcraft, we are not on par with the other 3 schools. Our school's ranking is merely elevated due to one talented individual, while in terms of overall strength, Wuhan University stands at the pinnacle. It is no wonder that the final venue for the competition is set in Wuhan." Furthermore, Mao took the opportunity to speak. Due to the disparity in overall strength among the teams, a total of 16 squads from the 4 schools participated in the competition. However, our institution is only allotted 3 teams, not because of a lack of ambition, but rather due to the scarcity of skilled players in our school, which hinders our ability to secure more slots. How many teams are allocated to the other 3 universities? Tang Li inquired further. Mao began to count on his fingers and replied, Wuhan University has 5 teams. While both Nanchang University and Central China Normal University each have 4, adding our school's 3, that makes a total of 16 teams. From the allocation of team slots, it becomes evident that Wuhan University boasts the highest prowess among these 4 institutions, followed by Nanchang University and Central China Normal University, with Lushan University, where Tang Li studies, ranking as the least formidable. Chapter 94. All kill after queuing for a full hour in front of the computer lab. Tang Li and Zhu Yiping finally reached the registration desk. However, when they approached the registration teacher, there was no hint of surprise on their faces. The reason was quite simple. The registration teacher was none other than their color theory instructor, the Smiling Tiger. Both Tang Li and Zhu Yiping had frequently fallen victim to his teachings, and naturally, their hearts quaked upon seeing him. The Smiling Tiger, of course, had a proper name. His surname was Kong, and the students dared not call him by his nickname in his presence, referring to him instead as Teacher Kong. Teacher Kong? No wonder Zhu Yiping was startled. He was the one who skipped the most classes in color theory. What brings you here to oversee the registration? The Smiling Tiger smiled benevolently. I'm here to connect with the students. Not only am I in charge of registration, but I will also be the team leader when we head to Wuhan. Oh no, this is a disaster, Zhu Yiping thought to himself. Tang Li was well aware of Teacher Kong's nature. Whenever he smiled, someone was bound to face misfortune, and the brighter his smile, the graver the consequences for that unfortunate soul. Thus, Tang Li felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of Teacher Kong's beaming smile and hastily grabbed a pen from the desk, knowing that the wisest course of action was to register swiftly and depart as soon as possible. Goodbye, Teacher Kong. He quickly filled in the names of the 8 competitors, and Tang Li pulled Zhu Yiping, eager to flee. Wait, you still need to appoint a team captain, the Smiling Tiger reminded them. Unlike the traditional KOF format, which requires determining the order of all participants before the competition, the new KOF format only mandates the selection of starting players before the match, allowing teams to decide who will compete next after each round. To prevent one side from preemptively preparing against known opponents, the captain determines who will participate before each match and submits the names to the referee. Therefore, in the new KOF format, the role of the captain is of paramount importance. I propose you be the captain, Zhu Yiping said to Tang Li. In light of the current circumstances, it is evident that Tang Li has emerged as the most formidable member of the Hero Club. Previously, when Fire competed against Tang Li, the outcomes were somewhat evenly matched. However, ever since the conclusion of the campus electronic sports tournament, even Fire has found himself on the losing end more often than not. Consequently, Zhu Yiping believes that Tang Li is the most suitable candidate for the captaincy. Yet, Tang Li is reluctant. No way, such a thankless task is not for me. Zhu Yiping counters, if you refuse, who else will take on the role of captain? Tang Li, acknowledging his own inadequacies in organizational skills, suggests it would be better to let Han Tai take charge. Thus, he swiftly shifts the burden onto Han Tai. Upon hearing Tang Li's proposal, Zhu Yiping readily agrees. Yes, Han Tai is indeed capable of handling such a demanding role. Just look at how well he organized our last outing. He demonstrates a certain leadership potential. Consequently, unbeknownst to Han Tai, he is appointed as the captain of the entire team. In this year's Intercollegiate Warcraft Team Challenge, with numerous teams from Lushan University vying for the limited 3 available slots, a fierce competition is inevitable. Following 2 days of registration, the preliminary rounds commence, taking place in the university's computer lab. Among the competing teams, many are comprised of close friends, while others, akin to a motley crew, have formed ad hoc groups. Nevertheless, the more formidable teams are those representing various departments. The first opponent Tang Li and his team encounter in the preliminaries is a squad from the Civil Engineering Department. To speak of the Civil Engineering Department is to highlight their unfortunate predicament, as the male-to-female ratio has reached an astonishing 10:1 when they arrive at the computer lab for the competition. It is not solely the few participants preparing to compete, but also a considerable number of civil engineering students who have come to cheer on their peers. With such a scarcity of female representation, the sight of 3 campus beauties on the opposing team leaves them utterly captivated. While merely observing would suffice, they cannot resist engaging in discussion. Wow, who would have thought we could see 3 stunning beauties while watching the match? One person exclaims excitedly. Come on, you must have seen beautiful women before. We are here to support our department's team, not to be distracted by the allure of the opposing team. Another retorts dismissively, yet he quickly adds in a rather lascivious tone, but tell me, which of the 3 beauties do you think is the most attractive? Another person chimes in, pointing and gesturing, they are all exquisite. It's truly difficult to choose the most beautiful, but I think the one in light blue jeans stands out slightly more. Upon hearing this, Yo-Yo feels a surge of happiness, for she glances around and realizes that she alone is wearing jeans, while Ouyang and Zhuolan are evidently not. However, before Yo-Yo can revel in her moment of joy, another voice pipes up. What on earth are you talking about? The one in jeans lacks both bust and curves. She has practically a flat surface. If you ask me, the one in the blue and white dress is the most stunning. It is clear he is referring to Ouyang, and his opinion is immediately echoed by another. Now that you mention it, I do believe she is quite beautiful. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks, Yo-Yo was instantly incensed. While she could tolerate the comment about her looks, the suggestion that Ouyang surpassed her in beauty was utterly intolerable. She exclaimed, "What are you staring at? You can't even appreciate a true beauty." It was indeed a bold statement, reflecting her disdain for the civil engineering department, which she deemed both unsophisticated and unrefined. Her words took the audience by surprise, particularly the remark about the civil engineering department, which undoubtedly offended all present from that discipline. How brazen! If you have the guts, step up and let our civil engineering brothers teach you a lesson. Yo-Yo, infuriated, turned to Tang Li and urged, "You must go up there and defeat them all." However, Tang Li, with a self-satisfied smile, replied, "I just won the championship in the campus esports tournament. It's best to keep a low profile. Why not let Sun Chong give it a try?" His suggestion stemmed from an understanding of the four-school Warcraft team challenge. He recognized that since it was a team competition, individual heroism could not always be relied upon, and the key to victory lay in the collective effort of the entire team. Moreover, the overall skill level of the other three schools was superior to that of their own, making it prudent to prepare Sun Chong, who lacked formal competition experience, before heading to Wuhan. Yet, Yo-Yo failed to grasp Tang Li's good intentions. "Go to hell. As if I would take your so-called championship seriously. If you won't go, then I'll be the first." With that, her face flushed with anger, she stormed onto the stage. The civil engineering team, while not particularly formidable, underestimated Yo-Yo's capabilities due to her delicate appearance. It has been said that there are similarities between playing Warcraft and engaging in intimate relations, notably that men typically exhibit greater interest and vigor than women. While there may be a rare formidable woman who can challenge men, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. The civil engineering contestants were undoubtedly familiar with this notion, and with lecherous grins, they eagerly took turns stepping onto the stage, unaware that today they would encounter a formidable opponent. Yo-Yo's prowess in the realm of Warcraft has always been commendable. Moreover, her recent affiliation with the Hero Club and frequent interactions with Tang Li have inadvertently led to a remarkable enhancement in her skills. Fueled by her current indignation, she is mercilessly confronting the civil engineering department. At this moment, she is fiercely competing with Ouyang. How could she possibly remain calm upon hearing Ouyang claim superiority in beauty? In a mere 10 minutes, Yo-Yo dispatched the starting player from the civil engineering team, and just 7 minutes later, she eliminated a second opponent. Who could have anticipated that such a delicate woman could exhibit such ferocity? A nearby group of civil engineering students stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Yo-Yo's intensity was so overwhelming that even Sun Chong was taken aback by her formidable presence. Could it be that she is aiming for an all-kill in this match? An all-kill, a term derived from the KOF competition format, signifies a scenario where one individual eliminates all members of the opposing team, epitomizing the pinnacle of individual heroism and eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. With Yo-Yo having already vanquished 2 opponents, and with less than 20 minutes elapsed, it is no wonder Sun Chong felt an all-kill was imminent. As for the civil engineering contestants, their overall skill level was somewhat lacking, as evidenced by the third-round player being effortlessly eliminated by Yo-Yo. If this trend continues, an all-kill by Yo-Yo seems increasingly probable. The fourth member of their team prepared to enter the fray. The captain of the civil engineering team hastily encouraged him. "Stay calm, play well, just perform to the best of your ability." To claim that he was unfazed would be a deception. The fourth player had never encountered a woman as stunning and skillful in Warcraft as Yo-Yo. As he took the stage, he was a bundle of nerves and excitement. Upon reaching the competition area, he sat in his chair for an extended period, lost in thought and failing to connect to the judge's console. Impatient, Yo-Yo called out, "Hey, are you ready?" Only then did the player realize his oversight and hurriedly rushed back, leaving Yo-Yo bewildered. How could he not have entered the console yet? After a brief wait, it became clear that in his anxious state, he had forgotten to bring his mouse. Alas! Observing their teammates' dazed performance, the civil engineering students in attendance could foresee the outcome of this match, all bearing expressions of disappointment and frustration. Finally, the fourth match officially commenced. The civil engineering contestant chose to play as a night elf. Perhaps due to Yo-Yo's consecutive victories, he believed that if he played normally, he would inevitably meet the same fate as his three predecessors. After much contemplation, he concluded that rather than face defeat, he might as well take a desperate gamble, as there might still be a slim chance of victory. Thus, after the game commenced, the Night Elf player refrained from any scouting and opted directly for a defensive building layout, neglecting to construct a barracks in favor of rapidly advancing in technology. This, of course, is a gambit. He is wagering on the assumption that Yo-Yo's spawn point is not in close proximity to his own. Should it be a nearby spawn, this strategy would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, if Yo-Yo's position is distant, both reconnaissance and troop deployment would inevitably be delayed, affording him precious time to escalate his technological advancements. As fate would have it, Yo-Yo's spawn point is indeed at the farthest diagonal from the Night Elf, and he adopts a conventional opening strategy. Nevertheless, Yo-Yo does not forego scouting. By the time Yo-Yo's ghoul arrives to survey the Night Elf's base, the Death Knight has only just been born. Upon discerning the layout of the Night Elf structures, Yo-Yo promptly sells his town portal scroll and establishes a second crypt at his base, indicating his intention to ramp up unit production. Sun Chong, having been diligently memorizing the opening strategies of adept players, finds Yo-Yo's actions somewhat perplexing. While Yo-Yo typically employs a standard opening, why would he place a second crypt at this juncture? Such a building sequence is not characteristic of any known strategy. Sun Chong remains bewildered, but surmises that Tang Li would possess the insight, and indeed, when queried, Tang Li provides clarity. Although strategies are formulated by the masters, akin to military tactics, they are rigid while the players are not. The crux of competition lies in the flexible application of these strategies according to the evolving circumstances. Tang Li's observation is astute. Yo-Yo has discerned his opponent's intent to rapidly advance in technology, thus adjusting his own strategy to exploit this vulnerability. With an early focus on technology, it is evident that he lacks military presence, compelling him to pivot his approach towards a double crypt strategy to execute a canine rush, aiming to stifle his opponent's technological ascent in its infancy. Yet, how can one ascertain that the opponent is indeed pursuing a rapid technological advancement? Sun Chong remains somewhat puzzled. Observe the opponent's structures, Tang Li remarks, exhibiting familiarity with the Night Elf race. Pointing to the large screen, he elucidates. The opponent has not constructed a war tree, which serves as the Night Elf's barracks. The absence of a barracks, coupled with the establishment of a hunter's hall, suggests a strategy focused on technology rather than military might. The hunter's hall is an entirely superfluous structure unless one intends to quickly advance in technology. The ancient protector functions as the Night Elf's defensive tower within their technological framework. To erect an ancient protector, one must first build a hunter's hall, yet the ancient protector does not offer the same advantages as the human's guard tower. Consequently, it is rare for Night Elf players to expend significant resources on constructing ancient protectors. However, for a Night Elf pursuing rapid technological advancement, the typical approach involves upgrading upon reaching Tier 2 before establishing a war tree. If faced with an early rush from the opponent, they would lack the military capability to respond and would have to rely on ancient protectors and a fortified building layout for defense.